Chapter 1 at 50, Discovering Betrayal. As Lin Yueshan emptied Theorina and made her way toward Shermotharinla's Vi Prumanthulnasider, she caught sight of her husband Fugoping Scar Esenzo Funius Awashadover her. Her husband typically traveled forward from the beginning to the middle of Fetchmonth, today waste 9th, and according to routine, Heshudha Benutoftown how could a possibly Bethulna Center? Fugoping was a professor at Tess University, perpetually busy, having begun a Kadilang commitment to delivering lectures at various universities across the nation each month. Lin Yueshan was considerate and understood the challenge she faced in his career, thus, she devoted herself to caring for her paralyzed mother-in-law and managing the household, harboring no resentment whatsoever. In fact, she often felt quite content at over 50, she had Ajakas fullest bandanda hapasan and daughter-in-law, every owner marched on her good fortune, and Chevali vedito betru, despite the hardships endured, Mary Injin to few family seemed worthwhile. Athisher, Shwood typically have left Phil in the center to catch 10 o'clock bus back to Thessady, where Shwood buy grocery as a theme market 10 preparalung for her son and daughter-in-law. However, today, duetto a clogged toilet in her mother-in-law's room and thinessessa chavasingaranel for her incapacitated mother-in-law, she had to make repeated trips between to room and the communal restroom, which delayed her return to Thessady. She had contacted the center staff earlier that morning to repair the toilet in the room, yet, so Kishuash had become commonplace, and the center was gradually losing patience. Everyone in the center was well aware of Lin Yueshan's difficult relationship with her mother-in-law, often made a life miserable for her deliberate lie-breaking things, clogging toilets, and even feigning false from her wheelchair to kiss Lin Yueshan of negligence. Lin Yueshan understood to a well that these tribulations stemmed from her own perceived inadequacies. 20 years ago, when her child Lelo went missing, she had not been able to bear another, leaving few family with an heir. Shebarino will after all Sheffelton detected few family for not continuing their lineage. The older generation, and even her own peers, placed immense importance in having sons. Failing to produce a malahir wayzak into severing family as such daughters-in-law could be cast out, and in harsher circumstances. Often face a domestic violence without daring to voice a complaint. They thought that their own physical shortcomings had prevented her from leaving Gilagasa for few family weighed heavily in Lin Yueshan shart, as he stood outside the door of the room, hand resting in the doorknob. She was about to push the door open and inquiry where her husband was to when a bright, clear chilled voice interrupted her. Hello, Grandma, I'm Fujagwang. Dad says in the pride of family. Grandma, Dad, Lin Yudian furrowed her brow, momentarily stunned, unable to process what she had just feared. Ike wasn't until her mother-in-law's familiar yet strange voice reached her ears that Chesna ped back to reality. Good boy Jugwang. Harris abigrid in Velan Grandma, containing 10,000 dayuan by weight every yuish. Thank you, Grandma. Lin Yueshan was taken aback. She had never heard her mother-in-law speak in such a gentle tone. Was the stroll at the same woman how as usual so sharp-tongued and cruel? How could she possibly be generous enough to jaberden vela pefiled with 10,000 dayuan to relate of a child? Mom, giving so much maneto jayagwang will spoil him. She heard a melodious voice like belonging to a young woman interject. Jugwang just the cherished grandson of few family how could he be spoiled? After all, is Talafki Wapping's inheritance destined for Jugwang? Her mother-in-law's acerbic voice followed. Instinctively, Lin Yueshan tightened her grip on Theorinal. She felt as though she was beginning to grasp the situation, yet there was still a layer of confusion. It was then Thatheruspan Fugoping spoke up. Junyan Hashade Rafto Methisa past years. Mom. I found it at a plex and Lin one thatted like a Toby for Junyun and Jugwang. What do I think? Of course, that's no problem. The apartment they were living in before was far too small. It's time for an upgrade. Thito talis 5 million. Please don't tanto Yueshan that he haveth as much private money, Mom. Don't worry, you may be disabled, but Tim not foolish. What the husband and mother-in-law were saying became indistinct to Lin Yuelian. All she could hear was suddy funning buzz in her ears, her entire being spinning, unable to stand. Theorina Lee's lip from her grasp and fell to the ground with a resounding clatter. Lin Yulian swayed unsteadily, away the oathkill sweeping through her limbs and bones. She wanted to escape at this place, yet found her feet weighted as if encased in lead, rendering her immobile. What had she just heard? Had she truly heard her husband secretly purchasing a villa, for his mistress, no less? For 30 years in few family, she believed herself to be devoted wife and a dutiful daughter-in-law. Aside from not bearing a chill for a few family, she felt she had no other grievances against them. She had thought her life thus far was one of happiness unfulfillment, a true Victorian life. But it was only just now that she realized she was nothing but a joke. She had been utterly oblivious to when her husband had strayed. Her husband had even brought his illegitimate into the room, scheming to steer joint assets to buy a house for his mistress and their child. In that moment, Herringer reached a boiling point, and Lin Yuelian suddenly lost their composure. Shuffling opened the door to the private room, no rushing in but instead shouting hoarsely, Fu whooping, how can you treat me like this? She questioned him word by word, expending the strength of a lifetime. Ter should long since blurred her vision, and her heart pulled. Close at the door quickly, Dontled outsider sheer her losing her mind, Lu Chun-Hu exclaimed, Harris wide with anger. Fu Whopping hesitated for a moment, then strode forward, preparing to shut the door. Lin Yuliang sped his elbow, preventing him from closing the door. So you're aware thought such disgraceful acts would be exposed, if I can commit such shameless deeds, why fear others finding out? Lin Yuelian, shut up, Fu Goping warned fiercely, forcefully shaking hair off. Hesla met the door shatund remember red tolakit. On Seth the door was secured, Hiriaka into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette and lighter, lit up, and strode towards the balcony. Aswashisha bid during arguments with Lin Yuelian, here resorted to his customary called violence, refusing to speak or explain. The atmosphere in the room became unbearably oppressive, and Lin Yuelian trembled with rage as he looked at them with a child with a hospitalbed. The mistress appeared remarkably young, likely in her early 30s. Adorned in expensive Chanel, she clutched a herm scrocota leather bag. Fukuwaping Ways University professor, and as the wifey professor, Linuelian took care to present herself well. Yet no matter how much header net herself, she could never bring herself to spend 100 soft house cents in herm shandbag. Glancing at the legitimate child, she note he was dressed in an expensive, high-end British style uniform. Linuelian recognized the uniform as to Florence Academy, the finished private school in the city, with tuition alone costing 200,000 IR. Mom, Xiao Guang Indi will come to say you another day how to genau themistra said nervously, her delicate fetcher is failing. Holding Thechel Chand, she glanced at the Medley Gedman smoking by the window, Pingu, I'll take me leaveno. Let Shala see you off, Fukuwaping replied indifferently. Upon finishing her words, she reverted O'Hara Julta citern state. The door creaked upon and then closed with a soft thud. As the room fell yon simorentisilence, Luchan washat Linuliana disdainful glance since the ovesineveri averi, imitas weltalia. Isquit normal forman to have a multiply lovers restasward, you will always Mrs. Fu, not some Niels however, you ought to be understanding, turn a blind eye, and graciously accommodate Junjin and Xiaoguang. Linuelian could hardly believe her ears. Her mother-in-law spoke with such audacity, shamelessly advising her to magnanimous. Sholn should be apologizing, Shun should be pleading for forgiveness? Linulian gazadath her husband, hormone excellent, her heart taking to the point of suffocation. After 30 years of marriage she had always believed that their bond was unbreakable. Yet reality had dealt her a crushing blow. When did this happen? Struggling to contain her emotions, Linuelian managed to voice the question quietly. Fukuwaping, smoking gas cigarette, appeared visibly agitated 11 years ago, remember, we quarreled over Lele if I hadn't been negligent with the child, wold fabulous them, and he wouldn't have zut in another woman. He took another drag from his cigarette at this time, so me the agitation faded, replaced said be a hint of guilt I won't give Junjin any official status, so you needn't worry. Wednesday Ogwang grows up, heckin' support you when you're old age. Need not worry? Linuelian let out a bitter laugh. Wasserily expectedly on the chilled off his mistress for her future, thought would be far less reliable than depending on her own adopted son. The family business will support us, she pronounced each word with weight. Fugoping Luca unconcerned after all, the family business is my own flesh and blood I will never leave it to him. Linuelian sees wouldn't in disbelief. She had never known her respond Toba so cold-hearted. Webba nurtured this business for years, treating him like your own son. Fukuwaping clearly wanted to avoid this topic and interrupted her immediately. It's good that you know you can get along peacefully with Jinjun, and I want to leave month about going in business trips. What? Linuelian was taken aback. Harry is widen Jinjin for the past 10 years, your so-called business trips were merely ex-custode with the our mistress? Isn't to spare our feelings to prevent you from finding out, Fukuwaping did see his actions as wrong rather, habelli of he was being considerate of his wife. Linuelian laughed, the laugh Tatsun turned into tears. For the past decade, while her husband feigned business trips to indulge in an affair, she had been enduring her mother-in-law's disdain, tending to her very need, and managing their household. During these 10 years, she had lived freely, never once treating herself to anything luxurious, even as the Wifofa professor. She hated and refrained from falling ill, tirelessly shuttling between to nursing Omi and Therome. But what had all the sacrifice of elded? Only her husband's betrayal and this flippant remark, it was to spare your feelings? She was exhausted. In an instant, Linuelian felt as if a great deficit had collapsed, all the soft perseverance she had built crumbling down. She felt foolish and knave. Reflecting on her 30 years of marriage, what had she truly gained? Endless treatment from her mother-in-law, near like 20 years of his exless marriage with her husband. She had been humiliated, wearing the proverbial green hat, and had her joint set siphoned off. In her efforts to care for her mother-in-law and maintain the household, she had become ailing, suffering from joint pain at the slightest change in weather. She harbored resentment for realizing too late, for squandering half her life. And she loathed Fukuwaping, the heartless man, for betraying her, his faithful wife. Enough. At this point, what is was it? Fukuwaping, let's get a divorce. Linuelian raised her hand to a with the tears at the corners of her eyes. When she lifted her gazette me the husbands, her eyes reflected a newfound resolve clarity. Chapter 2 She cannot live without me. Divorce, Linuelian, you're no longer younger. You are really going to act like a petulant of. Fukuwaping extinguished his cigarette in the windowsill. He turned and stepped closer to Linuelian, regarding her with an imposing authority thought brooked in dissent. From her hospital, Luchanyu immediately kimmed in divorce, your 50 years old is the Tevan appropriate, Wikwumana for generation hast borne as some grievances, have asina no need getting divorced, Uelian ino yurio upset, but there is no need to bloating suit proportion. It's your body thoughts the problem. Mayo can't lift few family out, can you? The few family will net the out I will definitely find Lele. Linuelian clenched her fists, her emotion surging. Luchan was scoffed find him, it's been 20 years of hekud be found, Hewald have been bino, hemai Tevan beded. Dante Odera curse Lele, Herson was Linuelian's bottom lean. Her mother-in-law could be sir because he liked, but would not tolerate any ill words against their own son. In the joking Fukuwaping were getting ga divorce if it weren't for taking care of your incapacitated mother, you would have a long left of everything behind to search for Lele, now I can't finna live free. Upon finishing her statement, Linuelian felt an unprecedented lightness. Tomorrow bring your documents, and we'll go register for the divorce. With that, Linuelian turned on her heel and walked away. Watching her daughter-in-law's departing figure, Lu Chun-ho hufsi, this is your fault, she got quit at temper during to mention divorce. Divorce, she cannot live without. Fu Goping was confident. In his wife told aside from washing, cooking and serving him, she possessed neither survival skills. If she left them, she would be utterly helpless. Could she really expect their adopted son to support her? The adopted son was nothing but a thankless wretch, even worse than you was. Mother, you're as 12. You really and you refine she will come at home for help tonight, focus on your recovery, and I'll visit you again soon. Fuki whopping wasi a jertali had no desire tolling around tento he's older limither. Only Lin Yuelian that foolish woman would willingly do the dirty work. Asher-san prepared to leave, Lu Chun-hua hurriedly added tomorrow, tell Lin Yuelian not to bring Matemolet pumpkin porridge, eating thice water stuff every day will starve him, she should make my bird's nest soup and pumpkin cakey instead. Fu Goping nodded, not responding, as she grabbed a discote and left. His mother was indeed a difficult person to please, demanding Lin Yuelian to prepare varied meals every day. Despite the fact that the nursing amihe dining hall, she refused to that her. After leaving the nursing home, Lin Yuelian missed the bus to the city. Feeling downcast, she called her adopted son to inform him that she wouldn't be cooking lunch today, and he could manage with his wife. However, after several attempts, Hercule Swenchen and sword. At that moment, her friend Wang Ju called, saying she had sprained Herring Clean couldn't go to the hospital alone, asking Lin Yuelian to accompany her. Hospital in the big city were notoriously unfriendly to the elderly. Neither Lin Yuelian or Wang Ji know how to register online, so they had to go to the hospital in person. They queued, saw the doctor, and got higher prescriptions. After a series of exhausting events, Wang Ju, panting Ganwari, sang kanto a benkin the hospitalen begin to vent their frustrations. Alien im so grateful to have otherwise, I would know what ododo. Did old liar to your leg, Lin Yueshang Lin seated her friend, Harry is filled with concern. Wang Ju lowered her head, pouting slightly whenever head rings, het turns her home upside down. Have you ever considered divorce? Lin Yueshan asked tentatively. Wang Ju's situation was even more dire. Her husband was a notorious alcoholic and a gambler. Each time he lost money, he would take out his frustrations in her. The neighbors had grown accustomed to the chas at first. They would offer a few words of sympathy, but soon he became desensitized, preferring to turn a blind eye. Divorce, infifted with his ear halfway to the grave, would not just give a thief a something to laugh about. If you read this foremost off my life Watson after 20 or 30 years, I can just bear with it, Wang Ju said, her expression filled with despair. Lin Yuishan sighed, my husband Volfu has been unfaithful with womanistic Quentayer Sayumer, and Thayaven Haviakal Tojder. What? Wang Ju could hardly believe her ears, you to vera themadil couplimen gor classmates, how called the shapen? The often spoke of famine life crisis, butitsi and nunuasemian. What doya plan todo, should I get there some friends to confront that shameless sistress? Wang Ju turned her head, her sparkling with indignation. Lin Yueshan understood her friend's intentions were ennobled. She shook her head, realizing that, more than resenting the mistress, she harbored a deep animosity toward her husband, Fu Guoping. In a civilized society, violence is pointless, illithemb. Wang Ju was astonished, Orentio angry, Weshold make a Siniates University on ruin Fu Guoping's reputation. There's Snorish, we can discuss it after the divorce of Thadeway. I can secure a larger share of T-sets. With that money, Iplantoria chowda themadayon fine lele. Wang Junid letting out aside just unlit Jetuia, that kind of scoundrel isn't worth the arters. Lin Yushin smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate in Ruth, after 30 years of marriage to Fu Guoping, their relationship had long since starred, what remained was Marekan to familial affection and love, which had seemingly vanished twada katasago. Many issues in middle are difficult to articulate, for instance, Chihan Thaden intimate a relationship in overrod Kadat whenever she broached the subject with Fu Guoping, he'll dismiss me shirkily, saying, 80-age, thinking about such things is shameful. Over time, she had learned to suppress her physical needs until her heart felt like a barren wasteland. No it done on her the husband simply found herage and gun Pialangan had no desirito baintimate. Butho cold check and fighting, speaking Gutwuden lie invite a ridicule, with others saying she was shameless for still harboring such desires otherage. Her neat scold Baynard, yet her husband scold not. Society seemed inexplicably lenient towards men, when a man should sat 50, outsiders often blame his wife, insisting that unlayman honel to full behave himself, regardless of fajman el wesheva needs. This serialized, exemplified thesisaital injustice between genders. Lin Yueshan didn't wanted well in this issue, reflecting on the fierce self of her life, she suddenly founded blendan devoid of meaning, waitansi seemed significant no felt utterly absurd, she felt like a pitiful clone, wasting her life in mediocrity. Heavy another 20 or 30 years ahead of me must live for myself, Lin Yuishan said, looking at Wang Ju and jiving her shoulder reassuring pat, you shall too, dear friend. Wang Ju remained excellent, staring at Lin Yuishan with witties, how she longed to escape at heshakals of her marriage, yet, she lacked the courage at Lin Yuishan possessed. Concerned for Wang Ju's safety, Lin Yueshan took a taxi to drop her faith her daughter Shom. After ensuring her friend was settled, she returned to her roundhouse. Upon checking her phone, she found Astig jarring 26 missed calls, among them were 12 from telemarketers, 12 from her daughter-in-law, 4 from her adopted son, and the rest were from her husband Fu Guoping. Because she hadn't word, Fu Guoping had also sent her a text. Mom, tomorrow you need to drink bird's nest soup and at pumpkin cake. If our household dollar wants you insufficient, you'll transfer another 5,000 toiolater. Seeing this message made Lin Yueshan log an anger. Did her husband truly believe she wouldn't go through with the divorce? Did it think she was merely speaking good of frustration? Ignoring the message, Lin Yueshan strode direct light of the bedroom. The shas had been elected to the near like 20 years ago, although fifth had been renovated in interim, many fixtures shaded considerably, such as the molded ceiling, peeling walls, and creaky floorboards. Tutsiders, Professor appeared frogeland reclusive. Even Linueschen Hadelways believed her span Tobanablin du Prite until she heard him discussing buying a house for his mistress, starting at 5 million. Then she realized that the hardships belong at Sololito Oran Fugwoping, not Oham and his mistress. On the bedroom sofa le Fukuwaping's dirty clethas socks. In the past she Hadelwaschen washed them because I claim a disgarments were expensive and that the washing machine would ruin them because often on a statement she had been hand washing clothes for 30 years during poorer times. She refrained from eating water in winter, washing clothes with cold water until her hands developed frostbite, only to suffer from itching and pain come a spring. Looking back now, she realized she had spoiled the artlessman in this world. If I were willing to endure suffering, it is inexhaustible. But from now on she would no longer compromise her own dignity, ignoring the plea of dirty clothes, she would get to the closet to pack her belongings. The following morning Fugoping returned home. After freshening up, he entered the kitchen and glanced at Linuetian. How was I preparing breakfast? Just yesterday she had been insisting on a divorce, yet today she was dutifully making breakfast for him and his mother? Hanada said the steamer filled with his mother's favorite pumpkin cake and saw that the bird's nest soup was also ready. Hethato himself that Linuetian was off tarted and couldn't live without him. After all, he was a distinguished professor at university, a man how was practically irreplaceable. If Linu she antrally divorce him, she would never find Daignon bitter. Ashwach at her bustling gabu, his expression softened considerably since his wife had yielded first. He asked the husband, cold no tapper to wapiti. You mentioned wanting the 1200 yuan dress, right? After breakfast, take our daughter-in-law with you to buy it. He'll take breakfast to mumother. Linuetian couldn't help but father husband seemingly generous stone. Hebeth his mistress Janel butanly offered her 1200 yuan dress. Fue spoke, it seemed he expected her to be grateful. Still upset, Fugoping gasped, noticing Gersolence, he approached her from behind and embraced her. You're the main wife and Gengenis the concubine in ancient times, you old Bethamatriarch and Schwoodmere Libe concubine, rest assured, the most estimated woman ain't few family whaleways bea. Listening to her span's grandiose words, Linuetian couldn't help but smirk. How could university professor attempt to brainwash her with such outdated feudal notions? After breakfast, I'm going to file for divorce, she stated firmly. Fukuwaping froned in disbelief. Gary Osiris, do you really want a divorce? Chapter 3 Let her serve the mistress and the illegitimate child? Really getting a divorce. Linuetian spoke in a remarkably calm tone, devoid of any desperation. Years of enduring her mother-in-law's torment and the relentless grind of domestic affairs had dulled her once sharp temperament. Even after being betrayed by her husband and adorned with the proverbial green hat, she remained remarkably composed. She carefully lifted the steamed pumpkin cake from the pot and placed a bowl of bird's nest porridge on the dining table. Noticing her enjoying her meal, Fugwoping furrowed his brow and remarked, wasn't this prepared for my mother? Why are you eating it? Do I not deserve to eat? Linuetian lifted her gaze, a smirk playing on her lips. We're on the verge of divorce, and you expect me to serve your mother? Am I out of my mind? Fine, fine. Fugwoping's frustration caused his chest to rise and fall rapidly, yet he chose not to engage in an argument. He had grown accustomed to employing cold violence. Every time he quarreled with Linuetian, he would simply wear a sullen expression and remain silent, knowing that she would eventually relent. After 30 years, he understood her temperament all too well. However, this time she had truly gone too far, and when she eventually softened, he would make sure to give her a taste of her own medicine. With that thought in mind, Fugwoping stormed around the kitchen in a fit of agitation. He lifted the lid of the pot and rummaged through the countertop, confirming that Linuetian had indeed neglected to prepare his breakfast. Before storming out in a huff, did he truly believe he cherished her cooking? After 30 years, he had grown utterly weary of it. Linuetian savored her breakfast leisurely, feeling quite at peace. Had she been foolish in the past, depriving herself of such delights while allowing that elderly woman at the nursing home to enjoy them instead? 9 o'clock, meet me at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. As Fugwoping donned his coat to leave, Linuetian hurriedly called out to him. In a foul mood, Fugwoping remained silent, slamming the door behind him to vent his frustration. Linuetian was no stranger to this behavior. Fugwoping always reserved his good temper for outsiders while unleashing his ire upon her. In the past, she had repeatedly softened, foolishly pacifying him time and again. At the nursing home, Fugwoping had taken a portion of bird's nest porridge and a pumpkin cake, deceitfully claiming they were made by Linuetian. Lu Chunhua took a few bites and immediately sensed something was amiss, beginning to scold him. She didn't put any effort into breakfast, did she? Oh, this is an utter sham, Gwoping. I'm telling you, sometimes you need to be a bit harsher with her. Reduce her allowance, and she'll behave. Listening to her ramblings, Fugwoping, irritated, took a drag from his cigarette. Remaining silent, Lu Chunhua raised her voice. If it weren't for your reputation, I would have had her divorced long ago. Divorce her? She can't survive without me. Fugwoping exhaled a puff of smoke, narrowing his eyes. Mother, you were the one who lost Lele back then, and yet you blamed it on Yuetian. I have feelings for Yuetian, and even if I have flings outside, I cannot let the red flag at home fall. Shoo, keep your voice down. Lu Chunhua's expression changed dramatically, her finger pressed to her lips in a gesture of silence. In the next moment, she feigned a dramatic cry. I lost her. What am I supposed to do? Die? Fine. My old bones are nothing but a burden to you. Perhaps death would be better. As she wailed, Lu Chunhua acted as if she were about to throw herself off the bed. Fu Guoping, seeing this, rushed over, disregarding the cigarette in his hand, and supported his mother. Mother, that's not what I meant, please don't get worked up, for heaven's sake. After much coaxing, Lu Chunhua finally ceased her theatrics and leaned back against the hospital bed, wiping her tears. The past cannot be changed, and dwelling on whose fault it is serves no purpose. Fu Guoping continued to console his mother. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing Lin Yuetian's name flash on the screen, his mood instantly lifted. When he answered, he adopted a haughty tone. Regretting your decision, realizing your mistakes? Where are you? I've already arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Yuetian stood solemnly before the austere grey building, having searched for Fu Guoping but finding no sign of him. Upon hearing that she was urging him to finalize the divorce, Fu Guoping became instantly irritable. I have a meeting this morning. I'm busy. Without waiting for Lin Yuetian to respond further, he abruptly hung up the phone. Beep. Lin Yuetian heard the busy signal on the line, hung up, and attempted to call Fu Guoping again. This time, the call wouldn't go through at all. Having failed to submit her divorce application, Lin Yuetian returned home. Just as she was about to unlock the door, she heard commotion inside, and someone opened the door for her. It was her sister-in-law, Fu Xiangting, in her 40s and still unmarried, who had been living off the family. Over the years, Lin Yuetian had been quite tolerant of her sister-in-law, considering their familial bond. Mom, my sister-in-law is back, Fu Xiangting called out as she glanced over her shoulder. Upon entering, Lin Yuetian saw a gathering of relatives sitting in the living room. Everyone stood up, their smiles barely masking their insincerity. Yuetian, you're back. Yuetian, we'll prepare lunch today, you take a day off. Which man doesn't indulge in pleasures outside? Actually, Guoping is different from those men. His relationships with other women are merely to ensure the continuation of the Fu family line. You really cannot blame him for this. Yes, if Guoping didn't care about you, he would have brought that woman and child home long ago, rather than hiding them for 10 years. I see you've been sleeping in separate rooms for a while now. At our age, we all understand without saying a word whether or not our husbands have someone outside matters little. What truly counts is that they provide for the family monthly and still care for home, right? The relatives chimed in, all with the same intent to act as mediators, urging Lin Yuetian to endure and not pursue a divorce. In the past, Lin Yuetian would have been moved to tears by such sentiments, but now, she was clear-headed. The Fu family wished to keep her not out of love, but to preserve Fu Guoping's reputation, and because they could not afford to lose their free caregiver. If she left, who would tend to the ailing elderly mother? Everyone, please stop. I am determined to divorce Fu Guoping. It's best for all parties to part amicably. Lin Yuetian stated flatly. After she expressed her stance, the room fell into an oppressive silence. The relatives exchanged glances, their eyes eventually settling on Lu Chunhua, who sat in a wheelchair. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lu Chunhua had been holding her tongue. Had it been in the past, her temper would have led her to scold Lin Yuetian mercilessly. But with relatives present, she was forced to restrain herself. I understand your anger. It's simply that Guoping has expressed his intention to purchase a duplex for Junjun and Xiaoguang. This way, you can move in together, and to be fair, the duplex will be under Guoping's name. What do you think? That sounds reasonable. If it's not under Junjun's name, then it will be considered community property acquired during Guoping and Yuetian's marriage, and Yuetian should feel reassured. The third aunt chimed in. Others nodded in agreement, believing this to be a win-win solution. Lin Yuetian, however, found it laughable. Serving one elderly woman was already too much, now they wanted her to cater to the mistress and the illegitimate child as well? Did they think so little of her? Fu Guoping has betrayed our marriage and is no longer loyal. I cannot continue living with him. Divorce is the only option. Lin Yuetian took a deep breath, her tone steady. Upon hearing this, the relatives exchanged shocked glances, their expressions filled with awkwardness. After all their efforts to persuade her, it had been in vain. And Fu Xiangting, however, was the first to lose her composure, stepping forward with a scowl. So, you really want a divorce? You lost a child from the Fu family. How do you plan to settle that? First, compensate the Fu family for a son, and then we may consider your divorce. Chapter 4, What does it mean to bring the mistress? Upon hearing that Lin Yulian was to compensate for a child, the gossiping aunts and uncles could hardly contain their laughter. Who didn't he know that Lin Yulian was akin to a hen that could not lay eggs? In ancient times, this would have constituted a grave offense, deserving of divorce. It is only in this fortunate era that her husband's family could show such tolerance and forbearance. Xiangting, are you not being cruel to your sister-in-law? After all these years with Guo Ping, if she could conceive, she would have done so by now. It's not a matter of desire, it's a matter of inability, one voice chimed in. Exactly, another echoed. If she cannot bear children, then she must not be allowed to leave. Fu Xiangting proclaimed with righteous indignation, puffing out her chest, wielding her numbers as if they granted her authority. It was merely a guise of strength, relying on the crowd's support, knowing that Lin Yulian would not dare to retaliate against her. You have gone too far, how can you speak of a Lian in such a manner? As the cacophony grew, Wang Ju burst through the door. Concerned for her friend's predicament and fearing the worst from the wicked mother-in-law, she rushed over to assess the situation. Upon finding the door ajar and hearing the jeers directed at Lin Yulian, she was nearly moved to tears. Infertility had been Lin Yulian's lifelong agony, subjecting her to relentless mental torment. Lian, let us disregard them, come with me. Wang Ju linked arms with Lin Yulian, attempting to lead her away. Fu Xiangting swiftly stepped forward, blocking their path. What business is this of yours, meddling in the affairs of the Fu family? She raised an eyebrow defiantly, pressing on, sister-in-law, are you still considering divorce from my brother? Wang Ju surveyed the intimidating crowd of aunts and uncles, feeling a wave of sympathy for Lin Yulian. What sort of family was this, bullying and attempting to coerce a Lian into submission? If a Lian refused to comply, would they resort to physical confrontation, especially Fu Xiangting, who was hardly a benign presence? Fu Xiangting, so you want me to compensate the Fu family for a child, do you? Lin Yulian raised an eyebrow. Fu Xiangting held her head high, indeed, you owe us. And what do you owe me, when will you repay that debt? Lin Yulian scoffed. She began to enumerate her grievances. When I married into the Fu family, my family gifted me 2 gold bracelets. You said I should not wear them while doing housework, and both were lost. Furthermore, when you sought to attend university, your mother and Guo Ping could not afford the tuition, so I supplemented with my dowry to cover your education. Calculating the value of those 2 gold bracelets and the monthly tuition of 2,000 yuan from the 90s to now, shall I compute that for you? Hearing Lin Yulian dredge up these old grievances, Lu Chunhua was the first to express her discontent. The bracelets and tuition were given willingly. You cannot expect to reclaim what you have given away. Exactly, you offered them willingly, I did not coerce you. Fu Xiangting suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Lin Yulian coldly laughed. Perhaps you all are simply forgetful? At the time, my uncle was concerned I might suffer loss and had Fu Xiangting sign a promissory note as a witness. I still have that document. That was many years ago. That promissory note holds no legal weight now. Fu Xiangting retorted dismissively. In any case, she intended to shirk her responsibilities. Repayment was out of the question. If you refuse to repay, I shall seek my uncle's intervention. Lin Yulian had anticipated her sister-in-law's refusal. She remained calm and unperturbed. Over the years, Fu Xiangting has not held a steady job and frequently approaches me for money. I have concealed this from Guo Ping. As you all know, he disapproves of my financial assistance to Fu Xiangting. Oh, and by the way, Lin Yulian smirked. Last time Fu Xiangting pilfered an antique watch from Guo Ping to sell, I still have the surveillance footage. Shall I inform Guo Ping and report it to the authorities? Lin Yulian taunted, waving her phone. The relationship between Guo Ping and Fu Xiangting was rather tenuous. Guo Ping felt embarrassed by Fu Xiangting's dependence on their parents. Years ago, he had even attempted to introduce her to a colleague, only for Fu Xiangting to nearly embroil him in a pyramid scheme. Since then, Guo Ping had treated his sister with disdain. You shut your mouth. Fu Xiangting, after all, had her pride. With so many witnesses present, Lin Yulian had unearthed her dark past, leaving her utterly humiliated. Lu Chunhua turned a blind eye to her daughter's misdeeds, believing family shame should remain hidden. Now that Lin Yulian had exposed their disgrace before relatives, both mother and daughter felt utterly mortified. I have packed my belongings. I will return to my family home temporarily once I am divorced from Guo Ping. I shall sell this house, and you can fend for yourselves. Lin Yulian no longer wasted her breath, decisively ending the conversation. She strode into her room and retrieved her suitcase. Adieu, let us depart. Wang Ju remained in a state of bewilderment. It was not until they boarded a taxi that she regained her composure. Lian, you were absolutely magnificent just now. You dared to speak to your mother-in-law in such a manner? The women of their generation often lived like beasts of burden, catering to their mothers-in-law above and their sons and daughters-in-law below. Sandwiched in between, they had long lost their temper. Wang Ju considered her own mother-in-law and knew she could never be as audacious as Lin Yulian. Lin Yulian, glancing down at her phone, urged Guo Ping to come to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. If he did not comply, she would create a scene at his university. What does that even mean? What era are we in? Everyone is equal. Moreover, I am about to divorce Guo Ping. Lu Chunhua is no longer my mother-in-law, so I have no obligation to treat her with courtesy. Alas, Wang Ju sighed, Lian, why must we women endure such suffering? Clearly, it was that dog of a man Guo Ping who erred first, yet seeking a divorce comes with such difficulty, as if you are the one in the wrong. Once divorced, the suffering will cease, Lin Yulian replied lightly. She could work, even if it meant taking on multiple jobs in a day, that would be mere physical exhaustion, far preferable to the torment of being trapped in the Fu household. Ding dong, not long after Lin Yulian sent her message, she received a reply from her husband, Guo Ping. She was somewhat taken aback, for he had never responded this promptly before. Once, when she was bedridden with a severe cold, she had texted him asking for his care, and he had taken over 5 hours to reply. Had it not been for Wang Ju's presence, taking her to the hospital, she feared she might have succumbed to pneumonia. She had often complained about Guo Ping's slow responses, but each time was met with his nonchalant retorts of being busy or not seeing the messages, advising her not to act irrationally. Gradually, Lin Yulian had stopped expecting his replies and had grown accustomed to his delayed responses. She opened the message, and Guo Ping wrote, I'm downstairs in the community, let us talk at home. Lin Yulian quickly replied, see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau, I will give you 1 hour. An hour was more than sufficient to travel from the collective housing to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Guo Ping did not disappoint Lin Yulian this time. He arrived earlier than she did. After Lin Yulian and Wang Ju stepped out of the taxi, she immediately spotted Guo Ping's car. The understated black Range Rover quietly awaited them in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Yulian recalled Guo Ping's fervent promises when he purchased the vehicle, claiming he would take her traveling around the world once they had a car. Yet, what was the reality? She had hardly ridden in it, spending her days commuting to the nursing home, either crammed into public transport or relying on unlicensed taxis. As Lin Yulian approached the Range Rover, Guo Ping exited the driver's seat. He circled the vehicle and arrived at the passenger door. Though he was over 50, dressed in a formal jacket and trousers, with glasses perched on his nose, he exuded a refined air. He appeared dignified and cultured, embodying the demeanor of an official. Time was undeniably unfair. Although they were both 50, Guo Ping looked significantly younger. Lin Yulian smiled bitterly at this realization. The next moment, the passenger door swung open, and a young woman clad in expensive attire emerged. Lin Yulian was taken aback. What was Guo Ping thinking? He had brought the mistress along? Chapter 5. Confronting the mistress. After Yi Jinjun alighted from the vehicle, a thought struck her. She turned around and opened the rear door, retrieving an item from within. Reproaching Lin Yuetian, she extended the item towards her, saying, Sister, this is a complete set of skincare products that Aping and I brought back from France. Aping mentioned that you work so hard taking care of mother, yet you seldom take care of yourself. You two have been to France together? Lin Yuetian scoffed, remaining immovable, her hand refusing to accept the offering from Yi Jinjun. She found it deeply ironic. Fu Guoping had painted grand dreams for her, promising numerous trips, yet in the 30 years since their marriage, aside from their honeymoon, they had never traveled together again. Whenever she inquired about a getaway, Fu Guoping would always cite work as an excuse. So, it turns out he was busy accompanying his mistress all along. Lin Yuetian shook her head, mocking her own naivety. The more she learned, the more she regretted marrying Fu Guoping, lamenting the sacrifices she had made over the past 3 decades. Let's not dwell on this, it is pointless. Lin Yuetian lifted her gaze, her eyes clear and resolute. Let us proceed with the divorce application. Sister, please listen to me first. To her surprise, Yi Junjun grasped Lin Yuetian's arm, her demeanor earnest. I know I intruded upon your marriage with Aping. I am the sinner here, and thus I do not seek to gain any official recognition. In fact, I feel rather content as things are now. Fu Guoping remained silent, yet his gaze was tenderly fixed on Yi Jinjun, as if to convey, see how understanding Jinjun is. Lin Yuetian was momentarily stunned, her worldview shattered. She had initially thought Fu Guoping and Lu Chunhua were shameless enough, but now it appeared the mistress was the most unflappable of them all. Not seeking official recognition, what could a young woman possibly want from an older man like Fu Guoping? Was it his age or his lack of personal hygiene? I truly love Aping, Yi Jinjun murmured softly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Lin Yuetian laughed bitterly. If you two are truly in love, then I should be the one to facilitate your union. Fu Guoping, if you are a man, then be decisive and expedite the divorce. At her words, Fu Guoping's brows knitted together in frustration. Yuetian, do you still not understand? I have brought Junjun here to express my intentions personally. She does not wish to compete with you, so you need not worry. Yi Junjun nodded obediently. Yes, sister, we will remain as we were before, nothing will change. Aping will spend 20 days with you and 10 days with me each month, just as it has always been. 10 days? That is unacceptable, Junjun. Let me be frank, I have long since been sleeping separately from you at Tian. Our relationship has devolved to that of mere relatives. That cannot change. What was once will remain the same, Yi Junjun insisted urgently. Seeing the two of them negotiate so casually infuriated Lin Yuetian, who found herself laughing in disbelief. She had witnessed shamelessness before, but never had she encountered such audacity as that exhibited by Fu Guoping and Yi Junjun. Two women sharing one man. What was Fu Guoping, that he deemed himself worthy of such a situation? I find this utterly revolting. It makes me want to vomit, Lin Yuetian declared, rubbing her chest. She wasn't exaggerating, she genuinely felt a wave of nausea rising within her. Would you dare speak such words in front of others, Fu Guoping? Would you dare say them before your students? Lin Yuetian raised her voice. Immediately, Fu Guoping's face flushed with indignation. Lin Yuetian, do not be ungrateful, we are doing this for your own good. Do you wish to escalate this to a point of no return? What benefits would a divorce bring you? At your age, how do you expect to survive alone? I do not wish to end up with the reputation of a heartless man who abandoned his ex-wife. Indeed, sister, I understand that you may find it hard to accept me initially, but it is all right. Time is on our side. As you get to know me better, you will come to see my merits, Yi Junjun coaxed earnestly. Aping truly has your best interests at heart. After being a full-time housewife for 2 or 3 decades, how would you know the current job market? Women over 30 find it extremely difficult to secure employment, especially at your age, where the only options may involve cleaning toilets. Why settle for that? Wouldn't being a professor's wife be far more enjoyable? I have no desire to be your professor's wife. I find it beneath me. Lin Yuetian snapped, anger flaring within her. The mistress's words insinuated that she lived a life of luxury within the Fu household, whereas the truth was that she had merely served as a free caretaker. When one works as a cleaner, at least one receives a salary. But as a mate for the Fu family, does Fu Guoping pay me? Lin Yuetian shot a glare at Fu Guoping, who suddenly darkened in countenance. You are utterly unreasonable, he retorted. Who is truly being unreasonable here? For someone who claims to be a university professor, do your words reflect the intellect of a learned individual? Wang Zhu, who had initially refrained from interjecting, could no longer contain herself as she witnessed her friend being bullied by a scoundrel and his mistress. The world has changed. Divorce is no longer a trivial matter. A scoundrel dares to brazenly bring his mistress to confront his legitimate wife? Silence. Fu Guoping was particularly sensitive about his reputation. Seeing that Wang Zhu's words had attracted the attention of a few passers-by, his expression darkened. Yi Junjun quickly interjected, I heard Aping say that sister is exceptionally virtuous and dignified. It couldn't possibly be that you instigated her desire for divorce, could it? After all, how could someone who had endured for 20 or 30 years awaken to reality so swiftly? It is indeed her. Fu Guoping exclaimed, glaring at Lin Yuetian. I have told you countless times not to associate with uncultured, ill-tempered individuals. Her husband drinks and gambles, she cannot be of good character. Fu Guoping, watch your words. Lin Yuetian was fiercely protective. She could tolerate being bullied herself, but when it came to those around her, she could not remain silent. Look at you, causing a rift between Aping and sister. Yi Junjun fanned the flames, shoving Wang Zhu forcefully. Wang Zhu, having injured her foot the previous day, stumbled and fell backward, landing hard on the ground. Ow, she cried out in pain, instinctively bracing herself with her hands. When she turned her palms over, they were covered in small stones and dust, with numerous blood spots dotting her skin. Lin Yuetian turned to witness the scene, her anger boiling over. Did you strike her? I did not, I merely gave her a gentle push. She must have fallen deliberately. Yi Junjun retreated behind Fu Guoping. Fu Guoping, now acting as her protector, stood before Lin Yuetian, his face darkened. Wang Zhu was far larger than Junjun, how could she possibly push her? Lin Yuetian was not interested in his excuses. The mistress had pushed her friend, and she intended to retaliate. Seeing that she was relentless, Lin Yuetian persisted in her confrontation with Yi Junjun, prompting Fu Guoping to thunder, as long as I am here, dare you lay a finger on Junjun. Lin Yuetian was momentarily taken aback, raising her eyes to meet the furious glare of the man she had shared her life with for 30 years. Was this truly her husband, now standing resolutely against her to protect another woman? Her heart ached, the pain rendering her breathless. Lin Yuetian chuckled coldly, then let us see. Having toiled for years, she possessed considerable strength. In contrast, Fu Guoping, who had lived a life of comfort, was merely a fragile scholar with a firm grip. Lin Yuetian yanked his arm aside, pushing him effortlessly. Fu Guoping was taken aback. He had never realized Lin Yuetian possessed such strength. Slap, before Fu Guoping's astonished eyes, Lin Yuetian raised her hand high and delivered a resounding slap across Yi Jinjun's face. Chapter 6. Not only the mistress, but the scoundrel must be dealt with too. Yi Jinjun was momentarily stunned by the slap. Failing to react immediately, Lin Yuelian showed no signs of relenting, raising her hand to deliver a second, even harsher blow. Just as she prepared to unleash a third slap, Fu Guoping rushed in, seizing her wrist with force. Enough, Lin Yuelian, when did you become such a shrew, so uncouth, so barbaric, how embarrassing? Indeed, Professor Fu had always emphasized the importance of decorum and integrity, urging Lin Yuelian to be a cultured and well-mannered individual. If a wife is unworthy, it is the husband's fault. It seems I must give you a proper lesson to awaken your senses. Fu Guoping declared with a pained expression, raising his hand to strike Lin Yuelian. However, before his hand could descend, Lin Yuelian preemptively struck him. Slap! Fu Guoping felt a burning pain on his cheek, leaving him dazed. How dare you strike your husband? In the hierarchy of marriage, a wife who dares to hit her husband is indeed defying the natural order. Fu Guoping, I warn you, do not harm a Jew. If you let that mistress touch a single hair on her head, I will make sure both of you suffer. Lin Yuelian was not jesting. The subsidized housing was in an old complex without an elevator, and the delivery person for bottled water refused to carry it upstairs unless paid extra. To save money, Lin Yuelian took it upon herself to lug the heavy bottles up 5 flights of stairs. The hardship she endured had built her strength. Fu Guoping stood frozen, like a wooden puppet, unable to comprehend the transformation before him. In his eyes, Lin Yuelian was merely an ordinary housewife, seemingly incapable of any exertion, yet now, she radiated an imposing aura, fierce like a tigress. When had his once genteel wife become so unrefined? Ah Ping, why not let it go for today? Sister is upset, let us give her some space and discuss it another day? Yi Jinjun tugged at Fu Guoping. Fu Guoping dared not confront Lin Yuelian any further. The slap had instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Let us go. He wrapped an arm around Yi Jinjun's shoulders and hurried away. Once in the car, Yi Jinjun retrieved a wet wipe from her Hermes handbag and gently placed it on Fu Guoping's swollen cheek, soothing the injury. Ah Ping, don't hold it against sister. She was just angry. I didn't expect her strength to be so formidable. It seemed you hardly managed to defend yourself. So coarse and unrefined. The more Fu Guoping contemplated, the angrier he became. Accustomed to his male dominance, he felt entitled to scold Lin Yuelian, but how could he accept being bullied by her? We only act for her benefit, yet she is so ungrateful. If it weren't for the fear of her causing a scene, I would have divorced her long ago. Fu Guoping voiced his true feelings. Yi Jinjun gently patted his shoulder. Ah Ping, let us not be upset. I have good news for you. What good news? Fu Guoping's enthusiasm had waned, his spirits dampened by Lin Yuelian's earlier outburst. Yi Jinjun's eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned closer to Fu Guoping's ear. You're going to be a father again. Really? Fu Guoping turned his face away, almost instinctively lifting Yi Jinjun into his arms. If the car had been more spacious, he would have certainly pulled her onto his lap for a proper embrace. Indeed, it's been 4 weeks, let us hope this time it's a daughter, so we can have both a son and a daughter, completing the good character. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Fu Guoping's heart was filled with joy, tears brimming in his eyes. Junjun, you are the lucky star of the Fu family, I promise I will never mistreat you. Fu Guoping furrowed his brow, your mother's health isn't great. You must take good care of yourself during this confinement. Yi Jinjun blinked, are you planning to arrange for a high-end confinement center for me? A confinement center is a must, but I will also ensure a caring confinement nanny is there to assist you, Fu Guoping replied, falling into contemplation. Yi Jinjun leaned against his shoulder, fiddling with the zipper of his blazer. That sounds costly, I don't want you to spend so much. Expecting her disabled mother-in-law to care for her during confinement was unrealistic, and her own mother's health was also poor. Yi Jinjun had harbored a thought for quite some time but hesitated to voice it. Fu Guoping ruffled her hair. Let Lin Yuelian take care of you, she has served my mother for 10 years, and I can attest that she is more meticulous and capable than those nannies. Ah? Is that all right? Yi Jinjun tilted her head back, concealing her delight. She hadn't anticipated that Fu Guoping would align with her thoughts. In fact, she had hoped for Fu Guoping's first wife to assist her during her confinement. The mere thought filled her with glee. Don't worry, Lin Yuelian may be tough-talking, but she cannot survive without me. Just wait a few days, and she will inevitably come to plead with me. Agreed. Ah Ju, how are you? Lin Yuelian helped Wang Ju to her feet, inspecting the injuries on her palm. Wang Ju shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Ah Lian, I used to envy you, thinking your life was better than mine, but now it seems you too are suffering. That scoundrel and his mistress are utterly outrageous. Once the divorce and division of assets are finalized, we must create a scene at the university to ruin his reputation. Fear not, evil will be repaid with evil. The time has not yet come. Half an hour later, Wang Ju accompanied Lin Yuelian to her family home. Lin Yuelian's childhood residence was desolate, with a family portrait hanging in the center of the living room. Wang Ju stood before the portrait, lost in thought. Lin Yuelian came from a well-to-do family, born in the 1970s. Her parents were both researchers. A tragic accident during an experiment claimed the lives of her parents, leaving Lin Yuelian an orphan. Later, colleagues at the research institute adopted her. Her adoptive father never married and raised her until his death 5 years ago. The family portrait was taken over 30 years ago when Lin Yuelian was a blossoming young girl, her face radiant with joy. Yet, Wang Ju realized that she had not seen Lin Yuelian smile so brightly in many, many years. It could be said that the Lin family was filled with loyalty and righteousness, and Lin Yuelian had been raised under the watchful eyes of the institute's elite. Yet, the result was an unhappy marriage and, at the age of 50, a solitary existence. Wang Ju couldn't help but wipe away her tears. Lin Yuelian retrieved some iodine and approached her friend to apply medicine. Seeing her friend's eyes red from crying, Lin Yuelian lightheartedly comforted, "Why are you acting like a little girl, crying over a scraped knee?" "That's not it," Wang Ju pouted. She felt sorrow for her dear friend. "Come, sit still while I apply the medicine." Lin Yuelian refrained from probing further and settled on the sofa. Wang Ju obediently followed suit, extending her hands. "Ah Lian, do you have any specific plans after the divorce?" Lin Yuelian earnestly applied the medicine. "I want to create some handicrafts to sell. It's embarrassing to admit, but my biological parents and my adoptive father were all involved in missile and artillery research, yet here I am, lacking ambition, only able to fiddle with trinkets." Lin Yuelian had once been accepted into university but gave it up for love. Reflecting on it now, she wondered if she had completed her studies, she might have inherited her parents' legacy. After 30 years as a housewife, she felt uncertain about stepping into society alone, unsure if she could survive. Yet, she had no regrets. She was determined to escape her current predicament, believing that everything would eventually improve. Meanwhile, without Lin Yuelian's management, the Fu household quickly descended into chaos. Fu Guoping's dirty clothes and socks piled up without anyone to wash them, and meals went unprepared. After ordering takeout twice, Fu Shanting grew weary of her mother-in-law's complaints about the dangers of street food, insisting it would ruin her health. She grabbed an old mobile phone and called Fu Guoping. "Ping, hurry and bring Lin Yuelian back to cook for me. I can't stand feeling unwell from takeout. If I eat another meal like this, I might just perish." Chapter 7. It is often said that sons lack empathy for their mothers. "Mom, just bear with it for a couple more days." "She's still in a fit of anger," came the troubled voice of Fu Guoping from the other end of the line. Lu Chunhua was having none of it, still angry. "Who does she think she is?" "Ah Ping, you see, this is all because of your indulgence." Yes, I admit it's my fault, Mom. Please endure a little longer." Enraged, Lu Chunhua abruptly hung up the phone. "Endure? What kind of logic dictates that a mother-in-law should tolerate her daughter-in-law? At over 70 years of age, must she still endure the temper of her son's wife? Such behavior is utterly unfilial." "Mom, how about I take you to a nursing home? They provide 3 meals a day, so you won't have to order takeout," suggested Fu Xiangting, blinking her eyes and grinning. Lu Chunhua shot her a glance of disdain. "I won't go. The caregivers at the nursing home are no match for Lin Yuelian's attentive service. You should call Jie and ask his mother to come home and take care of the elderly." During dinner, Lin Yuelian and Wang Ju entered the kitchen together, both seasoned housewives with years of experience. Their collaboration was a formidable force. In just half an hour, they prepared 8 dishes. Wang Ju poured herself and Lin Yuelian a generous glass of erguotu. Having known each other for 40 years, they had countless stories to share, having both married and faced marital challenges. Lin Yuelian had never dared to drink before, fearing that inebriation would prevent her from attending to her mother-in-law and husband. In truth, she had an excellent tolerance. In her youth, she could easily down 2 gin of baijiu in one go. After marriage, for the sake of her husband's family, she had given up drinking. A toast to heaven, and a toast to the future. Cheers! Lin Yuelian, slightly tipsy, swirled her glass. Wang Ju squinted and smiled, clinking her glass with vigor. Just as they were about to take a sip, the doorbell rang suddenly, its urgent chime cutting through the evening's warmth. "Who is it? How annoying!" Wang Ju frowned in displeasure, holding Lin Yuelian back. "I'll go answer the door." Lin Yuelian waved her hand dismissively, downing her drink in one go. Just as she was about to refill her glass, Wang Ju opened the front door. Fu Jia burst in, followed closely by Liang Tian, who glanced at Wang Ju and Wang. Wang Ju nodded, intending to invite the two youngsters for dinner. Just in time, we made plenty. She turned to fetch bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Without waiting for her, Fu Jiaye strode up to Lin Yuelian, a look of accusation in his eyes. Grandma is nearly starving at home, and you're here feasting? Jiaye, how can you speak to your mother like that? Do you understand how much she has endured these past few days? Wang Ju was displeased, halting her steps and abandoning her task of fetching utensils. Fu Jiaye stood firm, reaching for Lin Yuelian's arm. You're coming back with me right now to cook for Grandma. Lin Yuelian, having consumed some alcohol and feeling wronged, had a soft spot for her adopted son. The pain of losing her biological child in her youth had made her pour all her love onto this adopted son. Over the years, she had never sought his understanding, willingly serving both him and his wife. Ironically, this had led Fu Jiaye to increasingly dismiss Lin Yuelian. Emboldened in his arrogance, Lin Yuelian slammed her hand on the dining table, an action she had never taken in front of her adopted son, which had allowed Fu Jiaye to perceive her as a docile and easy-to-bully figure. Cook for her? Doesn't she have biological children? Can't they cook? Fu Jiaye was taken aback, furrowing his brow. And can't cook. She has always been lazy. As for Dad, he is always busy. Besides, how can you expect a professor to cook? A gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. Fu Jiaye, a university student, always spoke with conviction when reasoning with Lin Yuelian. She pursed her lips, shaking her head with a bitter smile. So your biological children are exempt from cooking, while I, as a daughter-in-law, must be subservient? Just because I am easy to push around, does that mean I should be treated like a beast of burden? Lin Yuelian turned her head, lifting her gaze to meet Fu Jiaye's, her eyes icy. Fu Jiaye felt an unsettling vulnerability. Isn't that what women are supposed to do? Serve their in-laws, raise the younger generation. What women are supposed to do? Why don't you have Liang Tian do it? She came into our family without lifting a finger. Why don't you say anything? Fu Jiaye became agitated. Tian is not like you. She has a job and needs to earn money. You, on the other hand, can't even do that. If you don't do housework, who will support you? Liang Tian, perceptive as ever, noticed the impending clash between her husband and mother-in-law and quickly intervened, tugging at Fu Jiaye. Mom, I said I would cook for Grandma, but she thinks my cooking is subpar. Only you can handle it. Lin Yuelian chuckled softly. Such flattery used to please her, but not anymore. I am planning to divorce Fu Guoping, and I certainly will no longer serve his elderly mother, she stated flatly. What? Fu Jiaye and Liang Tian exclaimed in unison. A heavy silence enveloped the room, leaving the young couple momentarily speechless. Lin Yuelian resumed eating, beckoning Wang Ju. Let us eat our meal, and ignore them. Wang Ju pouted, casting a disapproving glance at the couple. After a moment to collect his thoughts, Fu Jiaye finally spoke. Did you argue with Dad again? Mom, you're of a certain age now, why are you still acting like a young person? Is divorce a trivial matter? Can you casually utter such irresponsible words? Liang Tian tugged at Fu Jiaye. Mom, Dad has a bad temper, you should give in a little. After all, it's all about the trivialities of daily life. You've managed for so many years, so try to see it lightly and don't let it get to you. It is often said that sons lack empathy for their mothers. Lin Yuelian had never believed it, but now she did. At least the words of her daughter-in-law brought her some comfort. Her son's words, however, felt like daggers, piercing her heart with discomfort. Having initially been in high spirits after preparing 8 dishes, Lin Yuelian's appetite vanished in the wake of her adopted son's outburst. Setting down her chopsticks once more, she silently poured herself a full glass of baijiu. Downing it in one go, she slammed the glass back onto the table. Looking at her adopted son, she stated plainly, your father has cheated. He has found a young woman over 20 years his junior, and they have a child together, a son, who is about 10 years old. She spoke with an unsettling calm, her expression betraying no emotion. With such a betrayal hanging over my head, must I continue to endure? What? Liang Tian gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she instinctively glanced at Fu Jiaye. Fu Jiaye stood frozen, his mind momentarily blank. The young couple had been preparing to inherit Fu Guoping's legacy. It was precisely for this reason that Fu Jiaye had been given the name Jiaye upon his adoption. Now, with the sudden emergence of a biological son, the family's assets would undoubtedly face a significant reduction, if not an outright depletion. Fu Jiaye was mute for a time, before suddenly erupting in anger. Mom, how many times have I told you to take care of yourself and dress well? Dad is a university professor, surrounded by young and beautiful students. How can he not be put off by your haggard appearance? I heard from Grandma that you and Dad have been sleeping in separate rooms for quite some time. If you can't satisfy him, you can't blame him for seeking someone else outside. Chapter 8 Divorce Proceedings. Fu Jiaye, what on earth are you saying? It is clearly that scoundrel Fu Guoping who has erred, so why do you lay the blame on your mother? Wang Ju was infuriated, rising to shove Fu Jia, intent on driving him away. You are not welcome here. You should leave. Fu Jia stood his ground, unyielding, and Wang, this is my home, it is you who should be departing. Wang Ju was rendered speechless. Lin Yuetian could no longer contain herself and raised her voice. Fu Jia, this is the Lin family, my home. Get out. Mother, do you comprehend what you are saying? Fu Jia furrowed his brow. Leave. Lin Yuetian stood, pointing towards the door. Fu Jia gritted his teeth. Madwoman, no wonder father seeks solace with a mistress. With that, he stormed out in a huff. Liang Tian felt awkward, glancing between her mother-in-law and her husband. Mother, please calm down and ignore Jia. After hesitating, she sighed and followed Fu Jia out. The door slammed shut with a bang, leaving Wang Ju seething, her hand pressed against her chest. Ah Lian, you have wasted your affection on Jia. He is just like Fu Guoping. Lin Yuetian felt utterly drained. Her husband and son, one had betrayed her, the other blamed her. All her sacrifices over the past 30 years felt like a cruel joke. How pitiful she truly was. I will not wait for Fu Guoping any longer. Tomorrow I shall seek out a lawyer and file for divorce. Wang Ju frowned. Isn't the process of divorce lengthy? I have a niece who took over 2 years to finalize hers. I can wait. It is Fu Guoping who cannot afford to delay it. He fears the situation escalating more than I do. I have nothing to lose, Lin Yuetian declared resolutely. Having made up her mind, she must seek justice for the sacrifices made over the past 30 years. The Fu family owes her, and each member must repay. Having faced humiliation at Lin Yuetian's hands, Fu Jia could not possibly explain himself to Lu Chunhua. Fearing reproach from Fu Guoping, he shifted the blame entirely onto Lin Yuetian. Grandma, Sweet and I were on the receiving end of a tirade from mother. As you know, she becomes unyielding at times. Nearby, Fu Xiangting, snacking on seeds, scoffed, Mother, I have a new sister-in-law, let her take care of you. Lu Chunhua pouted, your elder brother probably won't allow it. Then we are out of options. I suppose I should return to the rehabilitation center. Fu Xiangting clapped her hands, Mother, I have plans with my friends tonight, so I'll be off. Without waiting for Lu Chunhua to object, she left. Fu Xiangting spent her days idly, often out partying with a rowdy crowd and returning home inebriated. Both Lu Chunhua and Fu Guoping had attempted to intervene, but she remained defiant. Each time they tried to rein her in, she only escalated her rebellious behavior, often causing disturbances. Lin Yuetian would then be left to clean up the mess, while Fu Guoping dared not intervene, fearful that his sister's misdeeds would tarnish his reputation. And, have fun, Fu Xiangting waved cheerfully as she departed. Fu Xiangting winked at her, I'll leave mother in your capable hands. Lu Chunhua, fuming yet powerless, could only sit in her wheelchair and curse Lin Yuetian, you calamity, determined to turn our home into chaos. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yuetian was jolted awake by a relentless barrage of calls. She dared not silence her phone while her mother-in-law resided in the rehabilitation center, fearing an emergency. This habit had persisted for so many years that it had become ingrained in her. Squinting at the caller ID, she noted it was not the rehabilitation center but Fu Guoping. She declined the call and promptly silenced her phone, turning over to resume her slumber. Yet, she had barely closed her eyes when a loud, aggressive knocking roused her once more. The incessant banging disturbed the neighbors, prompting one to shout, which unfortunate soul is knocking at this hour? Realizing it was her own door being pounded upon, Lin Yuetian hurried to the kitchen to grab a knife. Peering through the peephole, she saw it was Fu Guoping, and she felt a weight lift off her chest. Opening the door, she snapped, what is the meaning of this disturbance at such an ungodly hour, Professor Fu? Fu Guoping's countenance was dark and foreboding, emanating a chilling aura. Mother is unwell and was taken to the emergency room by Jia and Sweet. Lin Yuetian, do not drag the innocent into our conflicts. It is your duty to care for your mother-in-law, your neglect is unfilial. Lin Yuetian could not help but laugh. Fu Guoping, it is astonishing you are a university professor. The law clearly states that a daughter-in-law is not obligated to support her in-laws. That is your mother, if you are so dutiful, why not attend to her needs yourself? You. Fu Guoping was at a loss for words. He had always considered Lin Yuetian uneducated and ignorant. Now, she was citing legal principles to counter him. Do you not have a mistress? You two seem quite affectionate, surely your mother would prefer her care. Lin Yuetian pressed on. Fu Guoping's eyes widened, fearing their conversation might be overheard by neighbors. He stepped into the house and closed the door with a thud. Jun cannot manage that. Lin Yuetian scoffed, why not? The mistress is a person too, am I to be treated like a beast of burden? That is not the case. Fu Guoping retorted, Jun is pregnant, are you suggesting a pregnant woman attend to an elder? Oh, I see, Lin Yuetian snorted, shaking her head in disbelief. Another child, indeed. No wonder you are so adamant against our divorce. Do you intend for me to care for your mistress during her confinement? Lin Yuetian interrogated. Fu Guoping had indeed considered this, and he did not shy away from it. I have said it before. Jun's child is yours as well. Once grown, they will provide for you in your old age. Attending to Jun for a few months will benefit you. Benefit me, Professor Fu, do you not find such a statement shameful? Lin Yuetian felt her heart sink, completely disillusioned. Tomorrow, I will file for divorce with the court. If you refuse to part amicably, we shall settle this in court. File for divorce? Fu Guoping could hardly believe his ears. How had this housewife learned such devious thoughts? Neglecting the elderly, and throwing away a household you've maintained for 30 years, Lin Yuetian, why are you being so obstinate? Do you truly believe I cannot live without you? My reluctance to divorce stems from concern for your future loneliness. If you do not appreciate my concern, fine, tomorrow, I will accompany you to file for divorce. But let me be clear, if you wish to retract your decision later, I shall not grant you the opportunity. No matter how pitiable you become, I shall remain indifferent. The future is of no concern to you, Professor Fu, Lin Yuetian replied coolly. Seeing her so unfazed and composed, Fu Guoping was incensed. Be stubborn if you wish, you will have your moments of regret. With that, he turned and flung the door open, slamming it behind him. Through the door, Lin Yuetian could distinctly hear Fu Guoping's heavy footsteps descending the stairs, indicating his fury. Lin Yuetian chuckled softly, refusing to dwell on the matter further. With no hint of fatigue remaining, she decided to step into the study. The intangible sacrifices of 30 years of youth and toil were nearly irretrievable. However, monetary compensation was tangible. What the Fu family owed her would be repaid in cold, hard cash, not just the earnings of Fu Guoping over these 30 years, but also the dowry she had contributed. Everything that rightfully belonged to her, not a single cent less. Chapter 9. Not a penny for her. At 3 a.m, the Fu family, utterly exhausted, finally managed to escort the elderly matriarch back home. Lu Chunhua, clutching her abdomen, leaned against the headboard with an expression of displeasure. Lin Yuelian is truly heartless. Even after I was hospitalized, she showed no concern whatsoever. Ah Ping, what are your plans now? If you continue to indulge her, she will become utterly uncontrollable. Fu Guoping, visibly weary and no match for the vigor of youth, sighed deeply after a night of turmoil. Tomorrow, I will file for divorce with Lin Yuelian. What? Are you really going to divorce her? Lu Chunhua exclaimed in shock, sitting upright. Fu Guoping pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes weary and strained. Yes, if she insists on causing trouble, she must face the consequences. Beside them, Fu Jiade and Liang Tian busily scurried about, their hearts racing at the realization that their father was genuinely contemplating divorce. If it came to choosing sides, he would undoubtedly align with his adoptive father. Lu Chunhua, filled with resentment, protested. Isn't it true that the law stipulates you have to divide your assets equally in a divorce? She hasn't earned a single penny over the years, why should she receive so much of your money? It's impossible to split the assets equally, but the court will likely order me to pay her alimony, given her lack of means to support herself. The judge tends to show sympathy for the weaker party, Fu Guoping replied calmly. The alimony would amount to only 2 or 3,000 yuan a month. He could manage that. It would also allow him to maintain a good reputation, treating his ex-wife kindly even after their separation. However, Lu Chunhua was displeased. Alimony, why should you? Did you see how cold and ruthless she was when she severed ties? I have shared 30 years of our lives together, yet she simply turned her back on me. What reason do you have to give money to such a heartless person? Fu Guoping hurried to placate her. Mom, it won't be too much, just around 2 or 3,000 a month. It will suffice for her survival, but she can forget about living the life of a professor's wife. Even 2 or 3,000 a month was still a source of pain for Lu Chunhua. She tapped her forehead as a thought struck her. Earlier today, Lin Yuelian asked your sister about events from 30 years ago, claiming that your sister took her dowry and the money for her education, and she wants it all back. What? Fu Guoping reacted with immediate anger. He had not anticipated Lin Yuelian would dredge up such old grievances. Where does your sister have the money to repay? In the end, won't you be the one to settle this debt? Lu Chunhua reasoned earnestly. Furrowing his brow, Fu Guoping replied, fine, I was still considering giving her alimony, but now it seems I cannot spare a single cent. Exactly, we cannot give her anything, she is ungrateful, so we should be unyielding. Lu Chunhua quickly echoed. At this moment, Fu Guoping was seething with rage. He had always regarded Lin Yuelian with a sense of affection, treating her like his closest kin, but now, as they approached the moment of separation, her true nature revealed itself to be so grotesque. Lin Yuelian claims to have a promissory note, asserting that it represents funds from 30 years ago, which, adjusted for today's value, amounts to an unknown sum, Lu Chunhua continued to stoke the flames of resentment. Given that Lin Yuelian had ceased to care for her mother-in-law, it was natural for her to hold a grudge. Fu Jie had remained silent, biding his time to take a stand. Now, seizing the opportunity, he spoke up. I never imagined Mom would be so calculating. Dad, you have supported her for 30 years. How will this debt be settled? You have been providing her with a monthly allowance, and I believe you should reclaim that money. Fu Guoping, blinded by anger and encouraged by others, felt the flames of indignation grow ever stronger within him. After 30 years of marriage, she shows no regard for our bond. Tomorrow, I will consult a lawyer to draft a divorce agreement. If she is willing to sign it, we can part on amicable terms. Otherwise, Fu Guoping narrowed his eyes, a fierce determination glinting within them. By the time Fu Guoping arrived at Yi Jinjun's apartment, it was already 5 in the morning. Wary of waking his son, he stealthily entered Yi Jinjun's bedroom. Yi Jinjun, a light sleeper, felt the warmth of a man's body pressing against her and buried her face in her shoulder. Slightly turning her head, she murmured soothingly, "What's wrong?" Whenever Fu Guoping was troubled, he would instinctively seek her comfort. I'm weary. Lin Yuelian is resolute in her desire for divorce, and not only that, she is dredging up the past, demanding that Xiangting return the dowry from 30 years ago. Is it really that tense? Yi Junjun turned to face Fu Guoping, gently caressing his cheek. What does Mom say? She refuses to return anything, Fu Guoping replied tersely, his gaze darkening. Back then, Lin Yuelian only provided Xiangting with 10,000 yuan for tuition, plus living expenses, totaling around 20,000. Yet, she demands that we adjust for inflation and insists that Xiangting repay her 200,000. Where would Xiangting find that kind of money? In the end, it would fall upon me to cover the debt. Moreover, Xiangting also received 2 gold bracelets from Lin Yuelian, bringing the total to 250,000. 250,000, neither an insignificant nor a trivial amount. If we purchase the duplex outright, we will have no surplus funds left. Unless we resort to a loan. We can't take out a loan. Yi Jinjun exclaimed, suddenly anxious. She had no desire to be burdened with mortgage repayments alongside Fu Guoping. Fu Guoping had informed her that the duplex would eventually be inherited by his son. Taking out a loan is indeed not ideal. We have the means to pay in full, we must certainly buy it outright, Fu Guoping stated. Yes, Yi Junjun readily agreed. Could it be that my sister is upset with you, perhaps because of your decision to buy the duplex? Why would she be upset? Fu Guoping dismissed the notion. Yi Jinjun blinked thoughtfully, analyzing the situation. Think about it, she has toiled for most of her life, still living in a subsidized housing unit, while you intend to provide me with a larger home. If I were her, I would certainly be upset. The larger home doesn't exclude her from living there. She is being petty, claiming she doesn't want to serve me and the child, Fu Guoping scoffed. He turned over, intertwining his fingers behind his head. Let her be, she gets what she deserves. The 2,000 yuan in monthly alimony is my final concession. Yi Junjun smiled subtly, concealing her inner delight. She had previously claimed to be indifferent to a polyamorous relationship, but being the legitimate professor's wife was undoubtedly the most desirable outcome. Little did she expect that her strategic retreat over the past 10 years had finally borne fruit. You are compassionate and loyal. Others will have little to say against you. After all, my sister hasn't contributed to the Fu family in 30 years, so societal norms will undoubtedly favor your side. If I divorce Lin Yuelian, you may have to endure some hardship, Junjun. What hardship? Yi Junjun's heart skipped a beat. Fu Guoping turned to face her, his expression earnest. With the impending house purchase, my monthly salary is 25,000, the nursing home for Mom costs 10,000 a month, and I allocate another 10,000 for household expenses, leaving me with 5,000. Previously, that was for Lin Yuelian, but now it will be saved. However, it won't suffice to hire a caregiver. Yi Jinjun understood. This meant she would have to take care of herself during her pregnancy? When she was expecting Jiaguan, her mother was still healthy enough to assist her, and now, with her mother's health failing, she could not rely on her, and her mother-in-law was equally unhelpful. This indicated that her second pregnancy would be even more arduous than the first. What Yi Jinjun did not know was that the 5 million Fu Guoping spoke of as private savings was, in reality, only around 3 million. This was the sum he had painstakingly accumulated over 30 years, hidden from Lin Yuelian. As for the remaining 100,000 needed for the house purchase, he had already secured a loan through connections. At the very least, he planned to sell the subsidized housing unit. Though the unit was in an older neighborhood, it was located in a prime area, being part of a reputable school district. Even with the current decline in property values, that unit in the bustling capital could still fetch 4 to 5 million, and not a single penny of that would go to Lin Yuelian. Chapter 10 Signing the divorce agreement. The following day, Lin Yuelian was awakened by a phone call. It was from the nursing home, reminding her that the payment was due for her elderly mother-in-law's care. Each month, Fu Guoping would reliably transfer the nursing fees to the institution's account. However, there were a few exceptional months when this was not the case, prompting the nursing home to contact Lin Yuelian. During those times, she would scrape together a portion from her meager household budget to make the payment, hoping Fu Guoping would reimburse her later with a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan, which included her mother-in-law's 3 daily meals. Lin Yuelian had to be frugal to make ends meet. Occasionally, after supplementing the nursing fees, her finances would become exceedingly strained. Over the years, she had never truly grasped the extent of Fu Guoping's income. Thus, when she learned he had 5 million in secret savings, she was utterly shocked. While she struggled to get by, her husband was discreetly harboring private funds and maintaining an extramarital affair. "Do not call me again. I have no relationship with Lu Chunhua, and her well-being is of no concern to me." "What? Miss Lin, how can you say such a thing?" The staff at the nursing home attempted to persist, but Lin Yuelian cut them off. Hanging up the phone, after a quick wash-up, she unearthed an old lipstick she hadn't used in years and applied a light coat to her lips. In truth, she possessed delicate features. In her youth, she was considered a beauty. When matchmakers came to propose, the Lin family was inundated with suitors, ranging from high-ranking officials to doctors, teachers, and even wealthy businessmen. Lin Yuelian had always favored the intellectual elite, dismissing the rich heirs and instead setting her sights on the impoverished Fu Guoping. When they married, he rode a dilapidated bicycle to bring her home, and his family was destitute, lacking even basic appliances, all of which were provided by her family. He and his mother lived in a cramped room of just over 40 square meters, and Lin Yuelian endured hardships alongside him for many years until they finally acquired a subsidized housing unit from his workplace. At that time, Fu Guoping had solemnly promised he would never let her down and would eventually provide her with a larger home or even a villa. Over the years, Lin Yuelian refrained from extravagance or adornment, maintaining a simple wardrobe. However, today marked the day she would file for divorce in court, and she wished to present herself beautifully, starting anew. Just as Lin Yuelian was preparing to leave, Fu Guoping called. Concerned about potential complications, she immediately answered, "What is it?" "Come home, we need to discuss the divorce." His voice was calm. Lin Yuelian was taken aback. "You agree to the divorce? It is you who cannot part from the Fu family, not the other way around. Since you wish to leave, I will grant you your wish, but do not regret it later." "I will never regret it," Lin Yuelian replied coolly. Upon hearing her words, Fu Guoping felt an uncomfortable knot in his chest. After he hung up, Lu Chunhua wheeled herself over. "Did she plead with you?" Still stubborn, Fu Guoping replied irritably. Lu Chunhua patted his shoulder reassuringly. She won't be able to maintain that bravado for long. By noon, Lin Yuelian arrived at the Fu residence. Unlocking the front door, she entered the living room to find the entire family gathered. Lu Chunhua sat in her wheelchair, chin raised defiantly, while Fu Guoping sat upright, his expression serious. Beside him, Fu Shangting yawned repeatedly, her hair unkempt. Fu Jiadi and Liang Tian sat at the far side, heads down, engrossed in their phones. "All right, everyone is here," Fu Guoping said in a low voice. On the coffee table before him lay a brown paper bag. Lin Yuelian approached, but before she could find a place to sit, he began to open the bag and pulled out a stack of documents. "Take a look. If there are no issues, we can sign and part amicably." Lin Yuelian furrowed her brow as she took the documents, only to discover they were divorce papers. She flipped through them carefully, and upon reading the terms, she could not help but chuckle. The current subsidized housing in the Second Ring Road was allocated by Fu Guoping's workplace and had no bearing on Lin Yuelian, therefore she had no right to claim any portion of it. Financial matters between Lin Yuelian and Fu Xiangting were unrelated to this divorce agreement. In light of their many years together, Fu Guoping promised to provide Lin Yuelian with a monthly alimony of 2,000 yuan post-divorce. As she read through the clauses, Lin Yuelian realized the extent of Fu Guoping's intentions. After 30 years of dedicated service to their family, he thought to dismiss her with a mere 2,000 yuan monthly alimony. "I still have feelings for you. I worry you won't manage after the divorce," Fu Guoping sighed, extending a pen towards Lin Yuelian. Lu Chunhua scoffed, "Ah Ping is kind-hearted, you should be grateful. Originally, you would have left with nothing, but he insists on providing you this alimony. So are you implying that I should be thankful?" Lin Yuelian could not restrain her sarcasm. Lu Chunhua raised an eyebrow. "Of course, a man like Ah Ping is hard to come by." "Ha!" Lin Yuelian laughed in frustration. She had hoped Fu Guoping would calmly negotiate the terms of their divorce, but she had been naive. If he could hide an affair from her for a decade, he was hardly capable of genuine concern. Lin Yuelian remained silent as she took the pen Fu Guoping offered. The family watched her sign the divorce agreement, exchanging glances filled with mockery. Fu Jiayi and Liang Tian messaged each other. Liang Tian, I didn't expect mom to sign. Fu Jiayi, she brought this upon herself. Now that she realizes dad truly agrees, there's no turning back, so she's accepting it. Unlike the younger generation, Lu Chunhua spoke openly, her voice dripping with disdain. I thought you had some backbone. If you're so capable, why not refuse the 2,000 yuan alimony? Can you not manage on your own after leaving Ping? Sister-in-law, or rather, Lin Yuelian, weren't you the one who demanded repayment from me? The total of my tuition and living expenses amounts to 20,000 yuan, which I can repay, but those 2 gold bracelets are not included. There was no IOU. I'll return you 20,000. But according to the current purchasing power, that is impossible, Fu Shangting interjected. After a pause, she added, however, I don't have the money right now, I'll need to pay you in installments. What a family of scoundrels. Lin Yuelian felt her blood boil at her sister-in-law's words. Previously, she had thought her mother-in-law mistreated her due to her inability to bear children, so she had been understanding, and even with her sister-in-law's ignorance, she had chosen to turn a blind eye. Now, it was clear they were all shameless. After signing, Lin Yuelian slammed the documents onto the coffee table, not uttering a single word, and turned to leave. As the family leaned in to examine the signed documents, Fu Guoping, pleased with himself, believed Lin Yuelian remained the same submissive woman he could easily manipulate. However, when he picked up the document to sign his name, he was infuriated to see her signature in bold letters, filing for divorce, no negotiations, see you in court. Lin Yuelian, stop right there. Fu Guoping shouted instinctively, filled with rage. Chapter 11 Consider whom you may have offended. Lin Yuelian turned a deaf ear, flinging open the grand door and stepping outside. Fu Guoping, his face darkened with fury, sprang from the sofa and pursued her with swift strides, seizing her by the arm to prevent her departure. Are you truly prepared to sever ties? He questioned ominously. Lin Yulian's gaze was resolute. I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. If you deem this a severance, then so be it. What belongs to you, since marrying into the Fu family, aside from that meager dowry from years past, what else do you possess? Fu Guoping's brow furrowed deeply, immediately calculating. To put it bluntly, you owe the Fu family quite a bit. I owe the Fu family? Lin Yulian chuckled incredulously, unable to suppress a laugh. Fu Guoping remained unfazed, tightening his grip. I provide you with a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan, you must have saved a considerable sum privately, right? You need to repay that. Caught off guard, Lin Yulian widened her eyes, staring blankly at the man before her. How dared he mention that paltry monthly allowance? She was too weary to utter a word, unwilling to offer any further explanations. At that moment, Fu Shangting approached, arms crossed, pouting. My brother even bought you 3 mobile phones. You need to return the cost of those as well. And what about the clothes you wear and the skincare products you use? Aren't they all funded by my brother's salary? How do you intend to settle this account? Lin Yulian opened her mouth, utterly speechless, so exasperated that she could not even muster a curse. After 30 years of marriage to Fu Guoping, she had only changed her mobile phone 3 times. The first was a Nokia, which she used for over a decade, then she switched to an Apple phone, which lasted another 10 years. It only got replaced with a Redmi when it became unbearably slow and hot to charge. Meanwhile, the rest of the Fu family used phones that cost 5,000 to 6,000 yuan each. Even the matriarch changed her phone every 3 to 5 years. Shameless! Lin Yulian ground her teeth in fury. Fu Shangting huffed, it's mutual, isn't it? You wanted to reclaim the money that helped me through college, right? You are the one who loves to tally accounts, and now we are merely returning the favor. Lin Yulian had no desire to engage in further dialogue with them, not a single word more. Do as you wish. In any case, I shall see you in court. With that, she coldly slammed the door behind her. Upon hearing the resounding thud, Lu Chunhua expressed her dissatisfaction. What a temper! How did the Fu family end up with such a dreadful daughter-in-law? Fu Shangting ignored her mother's ramblings and turned to Fu Guoping. Brother, is there a chance of winning against Lin Yulian's divorce suit? Fu Guoping was confident. I have acquaintances at the court. Lin Yulian is merely a housewife, what storm could she possibly stir? Dad, doesn't mom's family have connections? Liang Tian asked in a hushed voice. Before she could finish, Lu Chunhua interrupted. The Lin elders passed away early, and Lin Yulian's adoptive father has also departed. As the saying goes, when people leave, the tea cools. Who will support Lin Yulian now? We live in a society driven by interests. Who will help without benefit? After leaving the Fu residence, Lin Yulian went to the courthouse to submit her divorce application. The moment she completed the paperwork, an unprecedented sense of relief washed over her. Stepping out of the courthouse and basking in the sunlight, she felt as if she had been reborn. She composed herself and prepared to visit the market to purchase some fine ingredients, intending to invite Wang Ju for a celebratory gathering. While waiting at the bus stop, a phone call interrupted her thoughts. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, Lin Yulian hesitated for a moment before ultimately answering the call. "Hello," she inquired tentatively. The voice on the other end was hoarse, tinged with emotion. "Lian, it is I, your Aunt Yang." Though the voice was frail, it resonated with deep affection. Lin Yulian felt a surge of excitement. "Aunt, it has been so long." "Indeed, it has been 3 years, hasn't it?" Old Lady Yang reflected. "Your uncle and I just returned to the country a few days ago." "I heard from a Jew that you are seeking a divorce?" "Yes," Lin Yulian responded glumly, as she truly did not wish to burden her elders with her trivial matters, being mindful of their age. Uncle Yang was a colleague of her parents and her adoptive father. After retiring a few years ago, he and his wife had gone abroad for relaxation. Old Lady Yang continued. "Your uncle has been re-employed and is returning to the research institute. Rest assured, with us here, we will not allow Fu Guoping to bully you any longer. I have heard he is vying for the title of vice president this year. His conduct is questionable, and your uncle has ample means to prevent him from succeeding." Upon hearing this, Lin Yulian's eyes welled with tears, her vision blurring. After years of toiling in the Fu household, she had long forgotten the feeling of being cherished. "Aunt, there is no need for uncle to intervene just yet. I can manage this on my own." "Good child," Old Lady Yang said, silently wiping her tears. "You have suffered so much over the years." Lin Yulian smiled slightly. "There is sweetness amid the bitterness, is there not? Every elder at the academy has treated me with kindness. Do not worry about job prospects. As the orphan of a martyr, even if you cannot engage in research at the academy, there are still basic clerical positions available." "I would be content to work in the academy's canteen," she replied. "Good child." After conversing with Old Lady Yang, Lin Yulian felt much lighter and more resolute. With a path for retreat available, she feared nothing. Not long after Lin Yulian's application was accepted by the court, she received a call from the judge, indicating that a mediation session was to be arranged with Fu Guoping. Despite Lin Yulian's repeated assertions of her determination to divorce, the judge insisted on mediation first. Only if that failed would they investigate and assess whether their relationship had irreparably broken down. In short, the process would be rather tedious, requiring Lin Yulian's patience. To put it more plainly, it was a delay tactic. At TS University, Fu Guoping had just completed 2 morning classes. Upon returning to his office, he spotted Yi Jinjun bustling about in an apron. His office featured a small L-shaped kitchen, with a folding bed set up beside it. On the bed lay his son, Fu Jiaguang, fast asleep. As sunlight streamed through the window, Fu Guoping gazed at the scene of his wife and child, filled with immense happiness. He strode over to Yi Jinjun, wrapping his arms around her. "Wife, you have worked hard. Even while pregnant, you still cook for me." Yi Jinjun tilted her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips. "If I don't cook for you, who will, Professor Fu?" "Oh, wait, should I now be calling you Principal Fu?" she said, playfully blinking her eyes. Fu Guoping playfully pinched her nose. "The school hasn't announced it yet, but it's virtually a done deal." Just as he spoke, his phone rang. He checked the caller ID and saw it was the principal. "I'll take this call," he said, feeling quite cheerful, still embracing his young wife while answering the phone. "Hello, Principal? Old Fu, have you offended someone?" The voice on the other end was hushed. Fu Guoping furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "Your qualifications for the vice principal title have been revoked. A significant figure personally named you." "What?" Fu Guoping exclaimed in disbelief, releasing his hold on Yi Jinjun and pacing anxiously in circles. "I haven't offended anyone, let alone any significant figures." "Think carefully. This matter is serious. It not only concerns your title but could also affect your position at S University." "What?" Fu Guoping gasped in shock. Chapter 12. To drive his entire family to despair. After Fu Guoping hung up the phone, Yi Jinjun switched off the induction cooker. Turning around, she inquired with concern, "What happened?" Fu Guoping, clutching his phone, trembled all over as he replied, "I've lost my vice dean title. The principal said I've offended someone powerful." "Someone powerful?" Yi Junjun gasped, her eyes wide with fear. "Who? You've never mentioned this before." "I don't know," Fu Guoping said, feeling utterly lost, his spirits plummeting. Why? Yi Junjun hesitated, her heart heavy with unease. "The principal also mentioned that I might even lose my professorship," he added. "Ah?" Yi Junjun's face fell in shock. "What will happen to Xiao Guang and me if you lose your job?" "Junjun, perhaps we should hold off on buying the villa for now. I need to resolve this immediate issue first." Upon hearing that the villa plans were dashed, Yi Jinjun bit her lip, clearly displeased. Fu Guoping glanced at her and noticed her sulky expression. "Junjun, if I truly lose my job, would you be willing to endure hardship with me?" This question left Yi Junjun momentarily speechless. Of course, she would prefer not to, yet, she forced a smile. I would definitely be willing. Haven't I been enduring hardship for the past decade? Satisfied with her answer, Fu Guoping took her hand, reassuring her, don't worry, this hardship is only temporary. Once I get through this, I will make sure to provide you with the villa. Alright, Yi Jinjun replied, her smile lacking authenticity. Fu Guoping had no appetite for lunch. After a brief exchange with Yi Jinjun, he hurried to the principal's office. The principal was preparing to leave for a social engagement, adjusting his tie as he prepared to depart. Principal, what exactly is going on? Which powerful figure have I offended? Fu Guoping blocked the principal's path. The principal glanced at him, sighing, it's about your affair with Xiaoyi. I warned you before to keep Xiaolin in the dark, now look at the mess we're in. Fu Guoping understood the words but struggled to grasp their meaning. After a moment of bewilderment, he asked, are you implying that the powerful figure is connected to Lin Yuelian? Isn't it? The principal patted Fu Guoping's shoulder. Go back and appease Xiaolin about, apologize, use whatever means necessary. As long as she is willing to relent, there is still hope for your title. Who has Lin Yuelian sought out for help? Fu Guoping racked his brain but could not recall anyone. Since Lin Yuelian's adoptive father had passed away, the Lin family had become desolate. Who would be willing to come to her aid? The principal remained tight-lipped, shaking his head. Old Fu, it seems you don't know your wife well enough. The Lin elders are fiercely loyal. Do you really think she is just a lonely housewife? Fu Guoping wanted to inquire further, but the principal refused to reveal the name of that powerful figure. The Fu family learned that Lin Yuelian had resorted to underhanded tactics, leading to Fu Guoping losing his vice-dean title. In a fit of anger, they sought out the head of the family, Fu Guoping's elder uncle. Elder Fu, in his 80s, had gray hair, and though he relied on a cane, he retained a vigorous spirit. When Lin Yuelian arrived at the Fu family ancestral hall, she found not only Elder Fu but also several other uncles present. The Fu family convened in the ancestral hall only for significant matters. The last gathering had been for the passing of the second uncle, where his children had fought fiercely over the inheritance. Ultimately, Elder Fu had presided over the matter with fairness, bringing resolution to the disputes. Elder Fu embodied justice. With his presence, everyone felt assured, including Lin Yuelian. Elder uncles, Lin Yuelian greeted the elder members of the Fu family. Elder Fu looked at Lin Yuelian with a gaze full of compassion. He sighed, I never imagined things between you and a Ping would escalate to this extent. The entire Fu clan regarded Lin Yuelian as an irreplaceable daughter-in-law, believing she would remain with the Fu family for life, even after death in the ancestral hall. Yet, they had not foreseen sight. Elder Fu lamented, shaking his head. Lu Chunhua grew impatient. Since everyone is present, let us begin. Elder, you must ensure justice for our Ping. As soon as she spoke, Fu Xiangting eagerly chimed in, Lin Yuelian is too treacherous. She caused a stir at S University and got my brother's vice-dean title revoked. As the saying goes, a day as a husband means 100 days of grace. Even if my brother wronged her, her actions were unjust. It is outrageous that my brother still intends to provide her with alimony for an amicable separation, yet this malicious woman seeks to ruin him. After her outburst, the relatives exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. How could Alien be so malicious? I refuse to believe it. Alien acted out of hurt. It was an impulsive reaction. She cannot bear children. It is understandable that a Ping sought another woman to bear children. Ultimately, Alien was too extreme. Indeed. Fu Xiangting raised her eyebrows, her voice rising. She even filed for divorce in court. My brother has already apologized to her and promised that the third party will not enter the home. The third party is also understanding and does not seek a title. My brother has made concessions, yet Lin Yuelian remains ungrateful, wanting to escalate the situation. If she truly makes a scene, it will damage the reputation of our entire Fu family. The Fu family's uncles and aunts cared deeply about the family's reputation. Men and women always considered different aspects of matters. Uncles, I too have something to say, Fu Jia interjected at an opportune moment. This time, I do not agree with my mother's actions. She has been in this family for many years and has never been wronged by my father. The relationship between my grandmother and her has also been harmonious. No one in the family has mistreated her. Exactly, Lu Chunhua added, what kind of mother-in-law am I? She has not given birth in 20 years, have I ever complained? During my university years, Lin Yuelian helped me with 20,000 yuan, and now she demands 200,000 in repayment. Uncles, is this reasonable? I did not coerce her. Why has she turned so completely against me? Fu Xiangting continued to embellish, even shedding tears. As Fu Guoping listened to his family's condemnation of his wife, he showed no inclination to defend her. Instead, he concluded, I have supported Lin Yuelian for 30 years. She lost Lele and cannot bear children, yet I have never held it against her. I have always had feelings for her, but never did I expect her to betray me secretly, causing me to lose my job. Without my job, I cannot survive, my elderly mother cannot survive, my 2 children cannot survive. Is she trying to drive my entire family to despair? The phrase, drive my entire family to despair, hung in the air, plunging the ancestral hall into silence. They felt that Lin Yuelian had betrayed all sense of conscience. How could she act so ruthlessly? Alien, speak, Elder Fu said, his reaction differing from the others. If Lin Yuelian could provide a reasonable explanation, he would ensure justice prevailed. Chapter 13, I. Want half of your wealth. Lin Yuelian exhibited remarkable composure, patiently waiting for the entire Fu family to exhaust their vociferous tirades. Once their voices waned, she would meticulously recount their past transgressions, one by one. She first approached Lu Chunhua, maintaining an air of dignity. Our mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship is harmonious, not because of your magnanimity, but rather due to my decade of tireless service, attending to your every need, catering to your most basic requirements. Reflect sincerely. Did Fu Guoping or Fu Xiangting ever do such things for you, uncles and aunts? Feel free to inquire at the nursing home, ask anyone, and they will confirm that I have been there every single day, rain or shine. Meanwhile, how many times have Lu Chunhua's children visited? Lin Yuelian's words left Lu Chunhua at a loss for retort. Had it not been for Lin Yuelian's attentive care over the past 10 years, she could scarcely fathom how long she might have survived. Not lingering on this topic, Lin Yuelian then stepped up to Fu Xiangting. You accuse me of being petty, of demanding the return of that 20,000 yuan, and even insisting on repayment of 200,000 in today's terms. Yes, because that sum represents the death benefits of my biological parents, compensation earned through their sacrifice. Why should I not reclaim it? Moreover, a written loan agreement exists, with my uncle as a witness. Fu Xiangting raised her hand, gritting her teeth. Upon hearing death benefits, the relatives fell into a heavy silence. Lin Yuelian's parents had made the ultimate sacrifice for their country, a fact well known and acknowledged. Xiangting, it is indeed quite unscrupulous to covet the benefits designated for the children of martyrs, one uncle could not help but interject. Fu Xiangting, flushed with anger yet feeling cornered, found herself unable to defend her actions years ago. When she had deceived Lin Yuelian into providing that money for her education, she was fully aware of its origins. To exploit the compensation meant for the deceased, while refusing to repay it, was a cruel affront to the orphaned daughter of a martyr. Such actions rendered Fu Xiangting defenseless, exposing her malice and vindictiveness. Lin Yuelian had no intention of playing the victim, she merely sought to unveil the truth, clarifying each instance of the Fu family's slander against her. She then approached Fu Jiayi, standing before him for an extended moment, her eyes brimming with a complex array of emotions. Having lost her only child years ago, she had genuinely treated Fu Jiayi as her own son, yet, to her dismay, he was incapable of empathizing with her plight. Do you remember, Jiayi? When you were 12 and fell gravely ill with a high fever, your father was away on business, and your grandmother, though not yet incapacitated, dismissed my urgent call to care for you, claiming you were not her biological grandson. Do you recall how I stood in the pouring rain, flagging down cars, desperate to get you help? I prayed to the heavens, wishing to trade my own life for yours. Fu Jiayi remained silent, his thoughts drifting back to that time. Though he was young, the memories lingered. He had suffered from acute pneumonia, and without prompt medical attention, he might not have survived. During his hospitalization, only his mother was there for him. Neither his father nor grandmother had shown their faces. And when you were 16, after the fight that left you with a broken leg, I stayed by your side through the night after your surgery, never once closing my eyes. There were countless other instances she could recount, but she chose to refrain. Her gaze turned icy, her affection for her son seemingly vanishing in an instant. Yet, in the end, you became Fu Guoping's favored son, colluding with him. Fu Jiayi bit his lip, remaining silent. Nearby, Liang Tian clutched his sleeve tightly. Although Liang Tian had not known Lin Yuelian for long, she held her in high regard. Lin Yuelian dutifully visited the nursing home to care for her grandmother and still made time to prepare meals for her and Fu Jiayi, insisting that takeout was detrimental to their health. There had never been any conflict between the two. Lin Yuelian always acquiesced to her wishes. Many of her friends experienced typical mother-in-law and daughter-in-law disputes, but not Liang Tian. She knew she was fortunate to have such a good mother-in-law. Lin Yuelian shook her head, resolutely walking past Fu Jiayi, finally coming to stand before Fu Guoping. A flicker of warmth remained in her eyes, but soon they glistened with unshed tears. Fu Guoping, do you remember our wedding? Your family was so impoverished that you couldn't afford a single new quilt, relying entirely on my family for support, but I have no family left. My parents are deceased, and all those contributions were funded by their death benefits. Lin Yuelian's voice quivered with emotion as she lamented her perceived failings as a daughter, feeling she had let down her parents. When your sister needed funds for college, your family was unable to provide, and without a second thought, I offered my dowry to assist. When your mother broke her leg, I selflessly cared for her, attending to her every need without complaint, enduring her unreasonable demands and tantrums. Fu Guoping, while you were out cavorting with your mistress, I tended to your ailing mother, subsisting on tears disguised as meals. But at that time, I did not feel oppressed, for you promised me a bright future, a spacious home and a world toured. I believed I had found my soulmate, someone to share my life with. But I discovered how utterly mistaken I was. At this point, Lin Yuelian's expression hardened, her demeanor turning frigid. How much suffering have I endured over these decades? By what right do you continue to trample upon me, time and again? Fu Guoping was rendered speechless under her scrutiny. It was evident that Lin Yuelian's words were grounded in truth, leaving him with no counter-arguments. So, what do you truly desire? I agreed to divorce, yet you are the one who has reneged, insisting on litigation. Fu Guoping's face darkened, his tone icy and dismissive. Lin Yuelian regarded him as one would an adversary, her attitude equally unfriendly. I demand half of your assets. Upon hearing half of the assets, the members of the Fu family erupted in outrage. Fu Guoping was the first to explode. I knew it. In the end, this is all about the money. Ping, did you see? Your previous softness in offering her alimony has only fueled her greed, Lu Chunhua exclaimed, nearly in tears. Fu Xiangting joined in, irate. She paints herself as the victim, claiming to have sacrificed so much, but it's all for money, isn't it? Lin Yuelian was disinterested in clarifying her intentions. What she sought was not merely money but recognition for all she had given to the Fu family. However, such intangible contributions were difficult to reclaim, while money was concrete and the primary focus of the Fu family. Demanding half of Fu Guoping's wealth was akin to demanding their very livelihoods. Striking at the heart of the matter would provide her with a sense of vindication. Insanity, such an outrageous demand. Half of my wealth is absolutely out of the question. Lu Chunhua shouted, no longer wishing to confront Lin Yuelian. Eldest brother, please speak some sense, adjudicate this matter fairly. I have clarified the entire situation. Lin Yuelian's request for half of Ping's assets is both reasonable and justified, Uncle Fu declared with righteous conviction. What? The Fu family members chorused in disbelief. Lu Chunhua interjected, what is reasonable about this? Eldest brother, you have favored Lin Yuelian all these years. It seems your sense of justice is far from impartial. Ping, let us leave, there is no point in wasting our breath with them. Chunhua, what do you mean by that? When there are family disputes, it is always the eldest brother who mediates. Are you now rejecting his authority and seeking to oppose the family? When have I ever sought to oppose the family? I simply deem this situation unjust. Lu Chunhua shouted, resembling a frenzied dog. Unjust, you dare utter such words? Just as the chaos reached a crescendo in the Fu family ancestral hall, an unexpected figure entered. Clad in a dark blue zhongshan suit, with graying hair and black-rimmed glasses, the newcomer exuded an air of scholarly authority. Yang, Elder Yang? Fu Guoping exclaimed in disbelief. Yang Lining was a towering figure in the scientific community. Despite his retirement, his influence remained significant. Surely, the disqualification of his vice principal position could not stem from Elder Yang's intervention. Chapter 14. The divorce agreement signed by both parties. Mr. Yang, are you not recuperating abroad? Fu Guoping stammered, stepping forward with utmost respect to greet him. However, Yang Lining did not spare him a glance and instead strode straight to Lin Yuelian's side. Lian has done nothing wrong, it was I who reported you to the school authorities. Fu Guoping, if you do not handle this divorce amicably with Lian, I shall not hesitate to employ other means to ensure that your affairs become the talk of the town, tarnishing your reputation. The Fu family exchanged terrified glances, unsure of the identity of this newcomer, but Fu Guoping's demeanor suggested that this person held considerable influence. They were astonished that, despite Lin Yuelian's parents having passed away many years ago and her adoptive father having died long ago as well, there was still someone willing to stand up for her. Was it not said that when people leave, so too does the warmth of their relationships? Clearly, that was not the case here. A heavy silence enveloped the room. The once boisterous Lu Chunhua and Fu Xiangting now resembled two frightened quails. Fu Xiangting bit her lip and tugged at Fu Guoping's sleeve. Elder brother, what shall we do now? Fu Guoping was at a loss. What else could he do? The principal had warned him that he had offended a powerful figure, one capable of easily causing him to lose his job. If that figure was indeed Yang Lining, then he was in grave danger. Mr. Yang, this is a family matter for the Fu clan. Regardless of your esteemed reputation, you cannot simply interfere in our affairs, Fu Guoping retorted, though he was clearly intimidated by Yang Lining. As a professor, however, he still held onto his pride. Yang Lining scoffed coldly at his words, remaining unfazed. Lian is my goddaughter, how can I not concern myself with her matters? If she has suffered any great injustice, I will not hesitate to escalate this issue, even to the highest authorities. The phrase escalate this issue startled the entire Fu family. When others made such claims, they were often dismissed as mere bravado, subject to ridicule. Yet, when it came from Yang Lining's lips, it carried a weight that could not be ignored. The fearful relatives of the Fu family grew increasingly anxious, worried that Fu Guoping's actions might provoke Yang Lining and endanger the entire clan. Ping, Lian has indeed worked diligently over the years. As a responsible man, you should part ways with her amicably, without causing embarrassment for everyone. Indeed, Lian is only asking for half of the assets, she does not seek everything. That portion is rightfully hers. Hurry and make your stance clear, the relatives urged. Fu Guoping. Uncle Fu, the clan leader, was not inherently fearful, his silence stemmed from an implicit approval of Yang Lining's approach. He cared for Lin Yuelian and genuinely wished for her not to suffer any losses. Under the pressure of his relatives, Fu Guoping and his entourage displayed expressions akin to that of someone who had just tasted something foul. Yet, they were all at a loss to resolve the current impasse. Fu Guoping, feeling utterly helpless, clenched his fists and turned to Lin Yuelian. I can give you half of the assets, but you must ensure that I do not lose my job. This was his bottom line. Without his job, he would be utterly ruined. Lin Yuelian pondered for a moment. After all, the loss of his vice principal rating was a punishment in itself. As long as you agree to the divorce and allow me to take my rightful share, I promise not to cause any disturbances at the school. Fu Guoping remained unconvinced and shifted his gaze to Yang Lining. Mr. Yang, what about you? I will defer to Lian's wishes, Yang Lining assured. Fu Guoping, grinding his back teeth in frustration, ultimately relented. Fine, I will sign, let us proceed with the divorce. Ping, you cannot. How can you agree to give her half of the assets? Lu Chunhua exclaimed, nearly beside herself with rage. What was Lin Yuelian even worth? Fu Xiangting was equally incensed. Although she could not openly claim her brother's wealth, she still benefited from his earnings. Dividing the assets meant sacrificing her own share. Weighing his options, Fu Guoping concluded that money could be earned again, but losing his job and reputation would mean losing everything. He glared at Lin Yuelian. Are you satisfied now? Lin Yuelian scoffed, perfectly. With so many relatives from the Fu family present and Uncle Yang here, they shall serve as witnesses. With that, she retrieved a folder from her bag. Opening it, she extracted a pen affixed to the folder. Sign here. Fu Guoping was taken aback to discover that Lin Yuelian had already drafted a divorce agreement. Upon examining the document, he found its contents remarkably straightforward. Unlike the myriad stipulations he had proposed, it simply stated that he was to relinquish half of his assets, both movable and immovable. I once believed you to be pure-hearted. Fu Guoping snatched the pen in anger and begrudgingly scrawled his signature on the document. Once finished, he slammed the folder onto Lin Yuelian's lap. Let us go. Seeing him truly sign the document, Lu Chunhua, still seated in her wheelchair, could not catch her breath and fainted instantly. Grandma! Liang Tian patted the elderly lady's shoulder. Grandma has fainted. Fu Jiaya quickly pushed the wheelchair. Fu Guoping strode away. Aren't we going to the hospital? As he departed, he cast a venomous glance at Lin Yuelian, as if to say, we shall see how this unfolds. Lin Yuelian shook her head in resignation. After 10 years of tending to Lu Chunhua, she was well aware of the old woman's health condition. Aside from her paralyzed legs, she was in better shape than Lin Yuelian herself. Though she suffered from chronic back pain and rheumatism, the old lady could eat and sleep well, often going an entire year without feeling unwell. Her spirit was certainly strong when it came to cursing others. Before long, Lin Yuelian signed the document as well. With this divorce agreement in hand, after the 1-month cooling-off period, she could directly obtain her divorce certificate with Fu Guoping. Lian, from now on, the sky is wide and the sea vast. You are free. Uncle Fu approached her, his eyes filled with concern. What are your plans for the future? If she needed assistance, he, as her elder, would certainly help. Lin Yuelian smiled softly. I will work to earn a living while searching for Lele. I believe he is still alive, and I will continue to look for him until my last breath. Upon hearing this, the relatives of the Fu family lowered their heads in unison. Uncle Fu nodded, moved. You will find him, I am certain of it. All right, Lian, shall we depart? Your aunt has prepared a feast at home to celebrate your new beginning. Let us not keep her waiting. Yang Lining suggested. Lin Yuelian nodded in agreement. As she left, she cast a final glance at the Fu family ancestral hall, her heart filled with mixed emotions. There was a time when she believed this place would be her final resting place. Farewell forever, she murmured softly, turning resolutely away. Watching her retreating figure, Uncle Fu sighed, shaking his head. Ah Ping will surely regret this. Chapter 15 Rescuing an elderly lady at the First People's Hospital. Yi Jinjun hurriedly summoned a taxi upon learning that an elderly lady had been admitted to the emergency room. The doctor informed her that the woman had experienced temporary shock due to heightened emotions, suggesting a comprehensive medical examination if there were lingering concerns. After Lu Chunhua regained consciousness, she erupted in a fit of anger, accusing Fu Guoping of making an ill-advised signature. Fu Guoping, overwhelmed with vexation, retreated to the stairwell to smoke a cigarette. Yi Jinjun followed him, expressing, "Brother Ping, are you truly willing to relinquish half of your assets to your sister? Please don't misconstrue my intentions. I don't believe it's inherently wrong, but it strikes me as unjust. You have an entire family to support, while she is but one individual. What need has she for such a sum?" Fu Guoping frowned, moving to the windowsill to extinguish his cigarette. Upon learning of Yi Junjun's pregnancy, he had resolved to quit smoking, yet the incessant disturbances caused by Lin Yuetian had left him perturbed. As long as the Green Hills remain, I need not fear the absence of firewood. Lin Yuetian has promised that upon receiving the money, she will cease her harassment. I have a job and will be able to earn again. He patiently explained. Yi Junjun felt a deep sense of injustice. I understand. However, with the villa gone, my 2 children and I will have to squeeze into that small apartment. I heard from mother that you intend to share the collective housing with your sister? Where will my younger sister-in-law reside then? The apartment is already cramped, it certainly cannot accommodate so many people. Yi Junjun continued her lamentations. For the first time, Fu Guoping found her incessant chatter irksome, reminiscent of Lin Yuetian. He detested being nagged. We shall discuss the future when it arrives. After all, there remains a month of cooling-off period before the divorce. With that, he ceased engaging with Yi Jinjun, opening the door to the emergency exit and striding away. Yi Jinjun was left in the stairwell, harboring resentment. Having sacrificed a decade of her youth, she had not come to suffer alongside an older man. After a long day of turmoil, Fu Guoping finally managed to coax Lu Chunhua back to the nursing home. Upon returning to the family quarters of the collective housing, everything appeared as it once had, yet somehow, it felt different. Regardless, we still have a month of cooling-off period. During this time, Lin Yuetian has nowhere to go and no money. She will surely suffer. Fu Shanting remarked as she entered the house, casually tossing her bag onto the sofa and draping her coat over the back of a chair. Perhaps she will soon come to regret her decision, returning to plead with you not to proceed with the divorce. Without a doubt, Fu Guoping replied confidently, despite his anger. Lin Yuetian had been a housewife for 30 years, having long lost the ability to fend for herself in the outside world. Did she truly believe that she, an ignorant woman unversed in the ways of the world, accustomed to a life of luxury, could withstand the hardships of life? Time would tell. She would undoubtedly return during this cooling-off month. Fu Guoping tugged at his collar, instructing, "Shanting, please help me wash my coat later." Fu Shanting instantly bristled at being ordered to work. Isn't there a washing machine? This garment cannot be hand-washed, Fu Guoping started to explain. Fu Shanting walked back to the door. I have an appointment tonight, go find the new sister-in-law and have her wash it. With that, she hurriedly donned her shoes and dashed out, escaping at great speed. Fu Guoping was left feeling thoroughly exasperated. His sister was lazy and a burden, akin to a parasite. As he made his way to the bathroom, Fu Guoping ventured into the bedroom to retrieve his clothes. He discovered that the garments and socks he had changed out of several days prior had gone unwashed and had begun to emit an unpleasant odor. He wandered through the house, noticing the coffee table littered with sunflower seed shells. The trash bin overflowed with rotting fruit peels, drawing flies in droves. Alien, do you not understand the importance of cleanliness in our home? Fu Guoping remarked almost instinctively. When no response came, he suddenly recalled that he had already signed the divorce agreement with Lin Yuetian. Frustrated, he gathered a few pieces of clothing, intending to move entirely into the small apartment with Yi Jinjun. He would leave this house for his sister to inhabit. Whatever state it was left in, he no longer wished to concern himself with it. Either Lin Yuetian would have a change of heart and return to tidy up the place, or she would resolutely pursue the divorce, at which point he could sell the house and expel his indolent sister. While the Fu household descended into chaos, the Lin family experienced a refreshing transformation. In addition to Wang Ju, Lin Yuetian's steadfast friend, several of her former acquaintances came to visit. The women tidied the home and adorned the balcony with various vibrant potted plants, with tablecloths draped over the old furniture and small flower pots arranged decoratively. A quaint, vintage charm enveloped the space. There's no liquor at home. I shall go buy some, Lin Yuetian announced after the tidying was complete. Wang Ju rose, eager to accompany her. Lin Yuetian waved her hand dismissively. You all rest, there's a shop right at the entrance of the community. I will go with you. It is just a short walk, Wang Ju insisted, unwilling to leave Lin Yuetian alone. The two friends purchased several bottles of Jiang Xiaobai and were about to return when they spotted an elderly lady lying on the ground beside the sidewalk. Passers-by hurried past, avoiding the situation, none daring to stop and assist the fallen woman. Lin Yuetian frowned at this sight, instinctively moving to help the elderly lady, only to be yanked back by Wang Ju. What are you doing? Don't be overly compassionate, be careful of being taken advantage of. Lin Yuetian was aware of many such news stories where kind-hearted individuals who helped fallen elderly people ended up being extorted by their families. This unfortunate reality had fostered a growing indifference among the public, rendering them hesitant to perform acts of kindness. What if she is not an extortionist but genuinely in need? Should we simply stand by and do nothing? Lin Yuetian argued, not out of a lack of fear, but out of genuine concern for the elderly woman. How about this? You record the entire incident, and we find two bystanders to act as witnesses, Lin Yuetian proposed, and after considerable persuasion, Wang Ju consented to let her assist the woman. With Wang Ju recording the event, Lin Yuetian paid little heed to whether the camera captured her image as she swiftly approached the elderly lady and helped her into a sitting position. Auntie, how are you feeling? Do you need me to call for an ambulance? The elderly woman slowly opened her eyes, momentarily dazed. Nearby, onlookers continued to express concern. Call the police, be careful of being scammed. After a brief pause, the elderly lady recollected her situation. She had low blood sugar and, upon seeing that the traffic light was about to change, had hurriedly increased her pace, only to succumb to her condition and faint. You saved me, the elderly lady said, grasping Lin Yuetian's arm. Thank you, truly thank you. In this day and age, who would dare to assist a fallen elderly person? The lady herself understood that if she were to fall, no one would likely come to her aid. This was why her son and grandchildren forbade her from venturing out alone. Yet, she had grown weary of being cooped up at home and longed for a stroll, not wishing to be followed by a retinue of bodyguards like a criminal, so she had sneaked out. Little did she expect that after merely 10 minutes of walking, she would find herself in such a predicament. Dear girl, may I have your contact information? I would like my son to express his gratitude to you, the elderly lady inquired. Wang Ju quickly interjected, thrusting her phone toward the elderly lady's face. Alien, do not give it, the lady is awake now, we should head home, let us not meddle in other people's affairs. I'll call the police. We can leave once they arrive, Lin Yuetian insisted. What a hassle, the police will want to take our statements, Wang Ju countered, disapproving of Lin Yuetian's altruism. She grasped Lin Yuetian's hand, leading her away. You've already shown kindness. Don't invite trouble upon yourself. Lin Yuetian nodded in agreement. I want to do it again next time. Next time? Wang Ju raised her voice incredulously. Lin Yuetian smiled, saying nothing further. Wang Ju was acutely aware of Lin Yuetian's kind nature. If another opportunity arose, she would undoubtedly act without hesitation. Alas, why was it that such a wonderful woman had to endure such a bitter marriage? Not long after the two departed, several Rolls-Royces arrived, lining the roadside. Bystanders gawked, captivated by the sight of these luxury vehicles. Shortly thereafter, a sharply dressed young man emerged from one of the cars, clad in an expensive, tailor-made white suit, his hair slicked back, a wrist adorned with a watch worth millions. With each casual movement, he exuded an air of refined opulence, unmistakably a scion of a wealthy family. Grandma! Lu Yinzhou called out, striding forward with several bodyguards in tow. The elderly matriarch was seated on a stone curb, taking a break. She had just unearthed a piece of imported chocolate from her pocket, gaining a surge of energy after consuming it. Upon seeing her grandson approach, she smiled sheepishly. I merely wished to take a stroll by myself. Grandma, you have low blood sugar. It is unsafe to wander alone. I just received an alert on my phone indicating that you had fallen. Lu Yinzhou had gifted his grandmother a high-end watch that monitored her health. Should any issues arise, it would immediately send alerts to him. I was in a rush crossing the street, the elderly lady waved her hand dismissively, but I'm fine now. Fortunately, I encountered a kind-hearted person. Xiaozhou, please help me find out who she is so that I may personally express my gratitude. Chapter 16 A Chance Encounter with the Lu Group. Alien, you really must remember to refrain from assisting the elderly indiscriminately in the future. Wang Ju reminded as the gathering of friends concluded. Lin Yuetian nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. Yet, deep down, she still harbored the hope for a better world. After all, she had just crossed the threshold of 50 this year, entering the realm of middle age. She too would grow old in the future, and she wished that when she stumbled, people would not react with fear or indifference, but rather extend a helping hand with warmth and kindness. She was acutely aware of the difficulty of this aspiration, therefore, while she was still youthful, she did not wish to remain a passive observer. Even if it were merely a small act of kindness, it would contribute to her own virtue and foster good relationships. "You, my dear," Wang Ju patted her shoulder. After bidding farewell to her friends, Lin Yuetian swiftly tidied up her home. Once she had freshened up, she opened a job recruitment application on her phone, recalling the details from memory, and submitted several resumes. Liang Tian had previously guided her through the process, so she had a vague recollection. Lin Yuetian initially approached this endeavor with a spirit of experimentation, never anticipating that just 2 days later, she would receive an invitation for an interview. "We are from Yunfeng Lu Group, Ms. Lin. Your resume has been approved. Please report to the logistics department at 9 a.m. tomorrow for an interview." "Great, thank you," Lin Yuetian exclaimed, exhilarated. This was to be her first job, and the process had unfolded so smoothly. The following day, Lin Yuetian rose early, taking great care to present herself well. Since her interview was with the logistics department, she opted for a casual and comfortable attire suited for work, eschewing any flamboyance. However, her innate beauty shone through. Despite years of toil, only her hands bore the marks of labor, while her face and figure remained strikingly appealing with a touch of light makeup. If one disregarded her hands and focused solely on her appearance and poise, they would easily mistake her for a pampered lady from a wealthy family, donning simple clothing to discreetly experience life. "Yun, hold on a moment. I have a few interviews to attend, let's talk afterward," Lu Ran, a college classmate of Yi Junjun, remarked in the logistics supervisor's office. As she picked up a stack of resumes, one unexpectedly slipped out. Yi Junjun instinctively caught it and handed it to Lu Ran. Upon glancing at the photograph on the resume, Yi Junjun paused momentarily. Lu Ran glanced at her classmate. "What are you daydreaming about?" "I know this person," Yi Junjun said with a slight smirk. "I have a history with her." "Really? What a coincidence," Lu Ran replied, somewhat surprised, but puzzled. "How could you have a history with this matron?" Lu Ran was unaware of Yi Junjun's past as a mistress, having intruded upon the woman's family. She had always assumed that Yi Junjun had been involved with an unreliable boyfriend, becoming a single mother when he abandoned them. Consequently, over the years, Lu Ran had been supportive of Yi Junjun. Occasionally, Yi Junjun took on part-time jobs, earning some extra income. With her appealing appearance, she often received opportunities for promotional events, modeling, and various roles, which Lu Ran facilitated for her to earn supplementary funds. "Alright, I know what to do. I'll merely go through the motions with this matron and pass her over." "Thanks." Yi Junjun smiled. Lu Ran waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks, I am her childless godmother." In the interview waiting area, over 20 candidates were present. A cacophony of chatter filled the air, resembling a bustling market. In stark contrast, Lin Yuetian sat quietly in a corner, akin to a delicate orchid in an empty valley, exuding a subtle elegance that set her apart from the others vying for the same position. The candidates ranged in age from 45 to 55, yet even the 45-year-olds paled in comparison to Lin Yuetian's allure, capturing the attention of onlookers. "Who does she think she is, acting like a rich lady? We are here to do menial work, and she is trying to show off." Indeed. Before long, several individuals had shifted their focus to Lin Yuetian. She remained unperturbed, sitting with her eyes closed in meditation, having offended no one. However, beauty can be a double-edged sword, particularly for a woman of her age who had not succumbed to weight gain or wrinkles, evoking jealousy among her peers. "Hey, what does your husband do?" Someone could not restrain their curiosity and tapped Lin Yuetian. She opened her eyes to meet the smiling face before her. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. "I am in the process of getting a divorce," Lin Yuetian replied coolly. "Getting a divorce? How unfortunate," the woman remarked, suddenly feeling more self-assured. She had sought employment out of sheer restlessness, unlike Lin Yuetian, who had to fend for herself after losing her husband. "How many children do you have?" the woman continued to pry. Lin Yuetian disliked delving into personal matters, especially regarding her children. She closed her eyes once more. After all, they were competitors in this interview, and even if they were to become colleagues in the future, that was a matter for another time. "I didn't sleep well last night. I need to rest for a while," she said softly. The woman awkwardly tugged at her lips. Someone beside her remarked, "I bet her children are ungrateful. Just look at her weary expression. It's evident that her marriage is unhappy and her children treat her poorly." "Not like me. I have just one daughter, and now that she has a child, her mother-in-law takes care of it, leaving me out of the picture. With the retirement age being pushed back, my husband is working, and I'm left at home feeling bored, which is why I'm looking for something to do." Yes, yes, I share a similar situation. Indeed, we are fortunate individuals. The discordant voices surrounded Lin Yuetian, their hostility palpable as they directed their animosity towards her. This was her first job search, and she had always enjoyed harmonious interactions with others. Hence, when faced with such circumstances, she chose to remain observant rather than react impulsively. Grandmother, how many times must I say it? You should let the maid handle serving soup, there is no need for you to run errands yourself. Alas, I cannot sit idle, the elderly matriarch of the Lu family replied, supported by Lu Yenzhou as they exited the exclusive elevator for the president. The old lady had suddenly felt the urge to visit the restroom, which was conveniently located near the logistics department. As she emerged from the restroom, Lu Yenzhou stepped forward to assist her. Have you found that person who saved me that day? The old lady inquired, walking slowly, her gaze fixed on her grandson. Lu Yenzhou nodded. I've assigned someone to investigate, we should have results soon. The old lady was only half listening, as her attention was captivated elsewhere. She patted Lu Yenzhou's shoulder. Xiaozhou, there is no need to search any further. It is fate, truly, one can search far and wide, but the right opportunity often comes effortlessly. Lu Yenzhou furrowed his brow in confusion, following his grandmother's gaze. The waiting area had glass doors, revealing a chaotic scene with over 20 individuals. His eyes quickly fell upon a woman with her hair neatly pinned up, dressed in a deep blue dress. Her demeanor was exceptional, distinctly out of place. Which one? He asked, perplexed. The old lady beamed, pointing, the most beautiful one. Chapter 17. An impossible entry into the Lu family. Is it the one in the dark blue attire? Lu Yenzhou inquired. The old matriarch of the Lu family nodded, lifting her foot to proceed towards the waiting room. However, she was swiftly restrained by Lu Yenzhou. Grandmother, she is awaiting her interview, let us not disturb her. Interview? The old lady frowned, contemplating, was this not a splendid opportunity to investigate her benefactor's family background? Please inquire with HR and have her resume brought to me. I must take a look. Certainly, grandmother, please wait for me in my office. As the company's vice president, Lu Yenzhou held a position of considerable authority, second only to his father, Lu Yunfeng. A mere resume was a trivial matter. HR dispatched someone to deliver it to his office within 5 minutes. The old lady was quite animated, retrieving her reading glasses from her bag. Perusing a resume felt akin to studying crucial intelligence. Xiaozhou, come here quickly. What is it, grandmother? Lu Yenzhou, seated nearby tending to work, immediately rose upon her call. Her name is Lin Yuetian. Her name suits her demeanor perfectly, the old matriarch chuckled, prodding at the marital status section. Look here. Divorced, Lu Yenzhou read aloud, his tone unruffled. The old lady's eyes sparkled. Isn't that just splendid? Splendid, how so? Lu Yenzhou was perplexed. Why, to matchmake her with your father. The old lady exclaimed, nearly leaping from her seat in delight. Lu Yenzhou found himself at a loss, awkwardly tugging at the corners of his mouth. A grandmother, please refrain from meddling in romantic affairs. Haven't you done enough of that over the years? Father is a staunch bachelor, he will never remarry. He's stubborn, wounded by that heartless woman. Does that mean he should forsake love entirely? Not all women in the world are wicked. Then, grandmother, you may attempt it. Yet, the outcome will undoubtedly be the same, futile. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuetian, on the 66th floor above, the duo of grandmother and grandson were conversing about her. After a brief wait, she was finally called in for her interview. She knocked on the door, entered, and barely settled before the interviewer coldly stated, I'm afraid you do not meet our department's hiring standards, you may leave. Lin Yuetian stood dumbfounded. Although she had never held a job before, she had not been entirely oblivious to the workings of the world. How could an interview commence without any questions, immediately deeming her unsuitable? Had they merely glanced at her and decided she was not fit? Supervisor, you haven't even asked me any questions. How can you determine my suitability? Lin Yuetian inquired, maintaining her composure while expressing her confusion. Lu Ran had initially held high hopes for Lin Yuetian. Although they were in the logistics department, this time they were hiring for a dedicated cleaner for the president's office. Naturally, she wished to select someone with commendable appearance for the position. However, having promised her good friend Yi Jinjun, she felt obligated to give her friend a fair chance, regardless of her own satisfaction. I am the supervisor. If I say you are unsuitable, then you are, Lu Ran replied, adopting a condescending demeanor. Lin Yuetian found this unreasonable. She merely sought a logical explanation, yet, the harsh reality of the workplace, especially for someone with no prior experience, weighed heavily upon her. Very well, I understand. Upon exiting the interview room, Lin Yuetian encountered Yi Junjun. She was taken aback. What were the odds of running into her here? Yi Junjun, adorned in Chanel and exuding an air of opulence, resembled a pampered young wife. Sister, out here job hunting? Yi Junjun's expression was a veneer of smiles, laced with sharpness. Lin Yuetian wished to ignore her and moved to leave. However, Yi Junjun not only blocked her path but deliberately obstructed her with her body. What's the rush? You're free now, not in a hurry to return and serve your mother-in-law, nor to cater to your son and daughter-in-law. Yi Junjun smirked. Tell me, as wives of the Fu family, how come our fates differ so vastly? You suffer in the Fu household, while I do not. Ultimately, it's because Pinggu does not cherish you. If he does cherish you, then I wish you both a lifetime of happiness, bound together in life and death, and may you never emerge to wreak havoc on others. Yi Junjun's face flushed with anger. Lin Yuetian offered her no courtesy. Good dogs don't block the way, step aside. What's with your arrogance? Let me be frank, the supervisor who just interviewed you is my good friend. With a mere word from me, you've lost a job opportunity. What do you have to confront me with? Yi Junjun's features contorted, her expression grotesque. In front of Fu Guoping, she would still play the innocent. Without him, she had no desire to maintain the facade, revealing her true, terrifying nature. Lin Yuetian was momentarily stunned, having been perplexed as to why the supervisor had dismissed her so abruptly. She now understood. Click. Before Lin Yuetian could react, Yi Junjun had already taken out her phone, snapping a picture of her pitiable state. I shall send this miserable image of you to Pinggu. You caused him to be ineligible for the vice principal position, now I shall ensure you cannot secure employment, thus avenging him. Yi Junjun declared triumphantly, immediately sending the photo to Fu Guoping. Fearing he might miss the spectacle, she promptly dialed his number. Hello, Pinggu. Yi Junjun's voice was coy, tinged with sweetness. However, the middle-aged man on the other end replied with an air of indifference, I am in class. We can discuss this later. Before Yi Junjun could interject further, she heard the disconnection tone. Hello, Pinggu? Yi Junjun was incensed. How could Fu Guoping have hung up on her? This had never happened before. Lin Yuetian had no time to spar with Yi Junjun. She intended to locate the complaint department at Yunfeng Group to file a grievance against the supervisor who had interviewed her. Yi Junjun's good mood was instantly soured by Fu Guoping's dismissal of her call. With no outlet for her frustration, her gaze shifted to Lin Yuetian. She strode forward. Relentless sister, if you kneel and beg me, I might consider having my friend offer you the job. It's just a cleaning position, I could facilitate that with a word. Is that so? Quite a bold claim. Do you think you have the final say at Yunfeng Group? Just because you know one supervisor, you believe you can act so arrogantly? Lin Yuetian shot Yi Junjun a glare. Yi Junjun raised an eyebrow. In comparison to you, I certainly have the capital to be arrogant. Ranran's department is hiring. I am Ranran's good friend, while you are merely a candidate for an interview. If you had any capability, you would know the supervisors of large companies, and you wouldn't have to endure this humiliation here. Sister, reality is harsh. It is a world of connections. As a powerless woman, your chances of entering a big company are slim. In my view, a street cleaner would suit you perfectly. Oh, by the way, I could introduce you if you'd like. Yi Junjun wore a self-satisfied expression. At that moment, Lu Ran's phone rang, and as she exited the interview room to take the call, she passed by Yi Junjun, exchanging a brief greeting. Finding a quiet corner, Lu Ran answered the call. It was from the vice president's office, so she respectfully responded, Vice President, how may I assist you? Chapter 18. Entering the Lu family. Your department has a candidate named Lin Yuetian coming in for an interview today, correct? In the office of the vice president on the 66th floor, Lu Yanzhou inquired personally while holding his phone. Beside him, the old matriarch of the Lu family gazed with wide eyes. Lu Yanzhou activated the speakerphone. Lu Ran, somewhat taken aback, replied, Yes, we do have someone by that name. What is her situation? Does she meet the department's hiring standards? She has no work experience and has already been rejected, Lu Ran stated candidly, without a hint of guilt. While assisting her good friend in declining Lin Yuetian, she had already devised a rationale that was both reasonable and justifiable, ensuring that even if the higher-ups inquired, they could find no fault. Upon hearing that the company had rejected her benefactor, the old matriarch immediately gestured to her grandson. Lu Yanzhou nodded and stated with authority, The president's office is in need of a secretary. Lin Yuetian will be hired for that role. You are to personally escort her to the president's office shortly. The president, a secretary? Lu Ran thought she had misheard and instinctively stumbled over her words. Lu Yanzhou offered no further explanation, simply hanging up the phone. As the boss, it was unnecessary to elaborate to subordinates. If they did not grasp the message clearly, it reflected their lack of competence. Despite Lu Ran being utterly baffled, she complied with the vice president's directive the moment she hung up. Disregarding the other interviewees, she instructed a deputy supervisor to assist with the remaining candidates. Approaching Lin Yuetian, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "Ms. Lin, congratulations, you have been hired by our company. Do you have time now? I will take you to complete your onboarding procedures." Lu Ran's words left Lin Yuetian in a state of bewilderment. Not only her, but Yi Junjun also appeared stunned. Ran, what is going on? Hadn't they agreed to reject Lin Yuetian? Yi Junjun tugged at her friend's arm. Lu Ran wore a troubled expression and whispered, "I'll explain later." With that, she forced a smile at Lin Yuetian, saying, "The reason I initially rejected you was that you weren't suitable for our logistics department. However, you have been accepted by the president's office." "The president's office?" Yi Junjun exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening. "Has she been hired as a janitor there?" "Not quite," Lu Ran forced a smile, her voice barely above a whisper, "as a secretary." "What?" Yi Junjun could hardly believe her ears. She had only heard of large companies hiring young and attractive women as secretaries, never that any company would consider a woman over 50 for such a position. Setting age aside, the threshold for secretarial roles in major corporations typically required a degree from a prestigious university, such as 985 or 211. Could someone with merely a high school diploma like Lin Yuetian truly serve as a secretary to a CEO of a publicly listed company? Was it she who had lost her mind, or had Yunfeng Group gone mad? Is there a mistake? Yi Junjun remained skeptical. Lu Ran smiled awkwardly. "There's no mistake, the vice president personally made the call." "What?" Yi Junjun was astonished once more. Lin Yuetian felt equally perplexed, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. She was self-aware enough to recognize her own limitations. She certainly did not fit the role of a secretary. "Supervisor, there must be some misunderstanding," Lin Yuetian said sincerely. Although she desperately needed a job, she also understood her capabilities. "I am not entirely clear on the specifics. Once you arrive at the president's office, you can explain it to Secretary Wang yourself." Soon, Lu Ran escorted Lin Yuetian to the 66th floor. After stating her purpose at the front desk, Lin Yuetian was led into the president's office, while Lu Ran could only stop at the entrance. How many workers longed to be on the 66th floor of Yunfeng Group, including herself? She had long aspired to join its ranks one day, yet she never anticipated that an ordinary middle-aged woman would enter before her. Secretary Wang personally welcomed Lin Yuetian. Upon revealing her identity, Lin Yuetian was taken aback. Secretary Wang had clearly received instructions from the old matriarch and recognized that this ordinary woman was her benefactor, thus treating her with utmost respect. "Our president requires a personal secretary. The duties are quite simple. Every morning, you will prepare a pot of tea for the president, and for lunch, which is taken at the company, you will need to pre-order the restaurant and menu. Additionally, prior to meetings, you will prepare lumbar support for the president. In the afternoons, the president will go to the gym, so you must have the workout gear ready and brew barley tea." Secretary Wang meticulously detailed the job responsibilities, leaving no stone unturned. "Ms. Lin, I believe this position is very suitable for you." Indeed, it was quite fitting. Lin Yuetian listened intently and comprehended fully. In essence, the role boiled down to serving others. She was more than adept at serving, having catered to her husband for 30 years and her mother-in-law for a decade. What Secretary Wang considered cumbersome tasks, Lin Yuetian found second nature. "What about the salary?" Lin Yuetian inquired, her interest piqued. Unable to suppress the question, she did not have extravagant expectations. A salary of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan would suffice. She had asked her friend Wang Ju, who mentioned that cleaners in the capital earned between 3,000 and 8,000 yuan. The exact salary would need to be negotiated with the company. "How does a monthly salary of 10,000 sound?" "You will start with 5 days of annual leave, which will increase by 1 day for each additional year of service. Moreover, the year-end bonus ranges from 3 to 9 months' salary, depending on your performance evaluation. Additionally, there is a monthly meal allowance of 1,000 yuan, a transportation subsidy of 500 yuan, and an annual team-building budget of 6,000 yuan per person." Secretary Wang laid out these benefits according to the standards of the president's office. In reality, Lin Yuetian's qualifications would not typically warrant such perks. She was well aware of this. Had she not personally entered Yunfeng Group, she might have thought she had stumbled into a scam. A middle-aged woman over 50 receiving such generous treatment in the workplace? If Ms. Lin has no objections, shall we proceed with the onboarding paperwork today? "I have no objections." Lin Yuetian felt a twinge of unease. She had never believed that a stroke of good fortune would fall into her lap, yet, having emerged from the Fu family with empty pockets, she needed to secure a job quickly. Otherwise, she would have to borrow money from Wang Ju. She was reluctant to trouble her friend, especially since Wang Ju was not in a good position herself. It was indeed a source of shame that after 30 years of servitude in the Fu household, she had saved not a single penny. Now, with her finances in disarray, her bank account held only a few thousand yuan. Fu Guoping provided her with a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan, which she had to stretch to care for her mother-in-law and manage her own household with her husband. Saving money had proven to be a formidable challenge. However, such financially strained days would soon be behind her. She would earn her own money and spend it freely, bidding farewell to her past hardships. "If there are no objections, please follow me," Secretary Wang said, as if completing an important mission, visibly relieved. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder how the president would react to this middle-aged woman secretary arranged by the old matriarch. Chapter 19. Lin Yuetian, a mature beauty still in her prime. After a brief interval of several minutes, Lin Yuetian received her work badge. Secretary Wang personally guided her on a tour around the 88th floor. "This delineates the fundamental scope of your professional activities," Secretary Wang remarked, glancing at his wristwatch. "The president will soon conclude his exercise and return. Please prepare some barley tea, and take the president's changed attire for dry cleaning." Understood. Lin Yuetian nodded and promptly made her way to the tea room. In the lobby on the first floor, Yi Junjun was seated in the visitor area, awaiting. Upon spotting Lu Ran's arrival, she immediately stood to greet him. "Ran, what on earth is happening? How did she become the president's secretary?" "I am equally in the dark. The vice president specifically requested her from me," Lu Ran replied. He often conversed with Yi Junjun about matters concerning Yunfeng Group. From Lu Ran's discourse, Yi Junjun learned that the president of Yunfeng Group had just crossed the threshold of 50 years. He had a 26-year-old son, exceptionally talented, who had studied abroad for over a decade and returned to ascend as the vice president of Yunfeng Group. Lu Ran mentioned that this young heir was remarkably handsome, and female employees in the company, including herself, had entertained dreams of becoming the wife of the Lu family. "Are you saying that Lu Yenzhou personally requisitioned that old woman Lin Yuetian?" Yi Junjun's eyes widened, as if she had heard the most absurd tale. Lu Ran nodded affirmatively. "How could that be?" Yi Junjun pondered desperately, unable to fathom what merit Lin Yuetian possessed to not only enter the Lu family but also secure a position in the president's office as his secretary. "I seem to have underestimated her connections," Yi Junjun muttered through gritted teeth, recalling that Fu Guoping had mentioned a prominent figure from the Academy of Sciences who had been invited back to the country. It was this individual who had thwarted Fu Guoping's bid for the vice presidency. Surely, this person had facilitated Lin Yuetian's entry into the Lu family, hadn't they? "I heard it was a septuagenarian. Lin Yuetian must have made him exceedingly comfortable." Yi Junjun's eyes glinted with malice. Lu Ran was utterly perplexed. "What old man?" "Nothing," Yi Junjun shook her head. Ran, let us reconvene another time, I have matters to attend to." Without waiting for Lu Ran to suggest let's plan another meal together, Yi Junjun swiftly exited the Lu family premises as if propelled by a gust of wind. The Lu family was conveniently located not far from S University. A taxi ride would take merely 10 minutes. Yi Junjun summoned a ride and, upon arriving at S University, directly proceeded to Fu Guoping's office. Fu Guoping had just concluded a class. He sat at his desk, cradling a thermos, taking a brief respite. Opening his phone, he perused the photographs sent by Yi Junjun. Upon clicking one, he was met with an image of Lin Yuetian, and his brow immediately furrowed. The Lin Yuetian in the photo was a stark contrast to the one he was accustomed to. Typically, she appeared plain and disheveled, embodying the archetype of a tired housewife. However, in the photograph, she was impeccably attired and elegantly presented, a simple touch of grooming transforming her into someone strikingly captivating. Fu Guoping observed that, despite her advancing years, Lin Yuetian retained an alluring charm, exuding a grace that could easily be mistaken for that of a wealthy matron. His thoughts drifted, fixating on Lin Yuetian's curvaceous figure. It suddenly dawned on him that it had been many years since he had been intimate with her. He wondered what she was like now. The more he contemplated, the more restless he became. At that moment, his phone erupted with a loud ringtone, jarring him from his reverie. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. Fu Guoping answered, his tone measured yet slightly stern. "Hello? Is this Mr. Fu? I am Xiao Zhang, a real estate agent from Huafu number 1. Your wife placed a reservation for a property with us last week, and the deposit has been paid. May I inquire when the remaining balance will be settled?" "I gathered from your wife that she intends to pay in full, correct?" Before the real estate agent could finish, Fu Guoping erupted in fury, rising sharply from his chair. "Deposit? How much did she pay?" She provided 5 of the property price. Our unit is priced at 5 million, hence the deposit amounts to 250,000,250,000. Fu Guoping trembled with rage. Such a monumental decision, and Yi Jinjun had not even deemed it necessary to inform him. He had heard not a whisper of this matter. Refund the deposit. We shall not be purchasing the property for the time being, Fu Guoping stated coldly, his demeanor resolute. The seasoned real estate agent, unfazed, replied with a smile, the deposit is non-refundable. It was a binding agreement, not a mere reservation. My agency has a signed contract with your wife. Fu Guoping felt his heart race, blood rushing to his head, nearly causing him to faint. As fate would have it, at that moment, Yi Jinjun entered the office. Pingu, your sister is quite the strategist. She managed to infiltrate the Liu family. I wonder what benefits she provided that old Yang to gain his support. Could it be that she has long since deceived you and is entangled with that young old man? Still on the phone with the real estate agent, Fu Guoping, upon hearing Yi Jinjun's voice, angrily hung up. With a face as cold as ice, he approached Yi Jinjun. Did you take it upon yourself to reserve that property at Huafu No. 1 without consulting me? Yi Jinjun was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening. Instinctively nervous, she swallowed hard and stammered, Yes. You previously assured me that you would secure that property. The real estate agent mentioned that if I provided the deposit early, we would receive a 10% discount. That would amount to 5 million, a savings of 500,000. Yi Jinjun's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had struck a tremendous deal. Fu Guoping was so infuriated he felt as though he might bleed from his eyes. The real estate market is currently sluggish. Prices are bound to decline further. Why the rush? Lin Yuetian and I are currently in a cooling-off period for our divorce. She has applied for a preservation of marital assets. The real estate agent insists I must promptly settle the remaining balance, or we risk breaching the contract. Yi Jinjun, who gave you the audacity to act unilaterally without my consent? You are busy with work. I didn't want to disturb you. I thought I would wait until you were free to discuss it. But then your sister initiated the divorce proceedings. I have struggled to find the right moment to bring it up. Struggled to find the right moment? Fu Guoping was furious, hands on his hips, pacing in agitation. He was a tempest of rage, finally kicking a chair across the room with a loud crash that startled Yi Jinjun. You have 7 days to either pay the remaining balance in full or secure a loan from the bank. Yi Jinjun, you have created this mess, you shall resolve it yourself. Fu Guoping roared menacingly. Yi Jinjun, terrified, could scarcely muster a reply. Biting her lip, she lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes as she offered a quivering apology. Pingu, I was wrong. I truly did not anticipate that your sister would pursue a divorce. Had it not been for her, your marital assets would not have been frozen. You are blaming Lin Yuetian for this? Fu Guoping could scarcely believe his ears. Where had the obedient and understanding Yi Jinjun gone? How had she transformed into someone so spiteful and calculating? Chapter 20. President, you misunderstood. I harbor no ill will towards my sister. I merely feel that the fault does not lie with me. After all, you had previously promised to purchase the property, Yi Jinjun expressed, feeling a profound sense of grievance. It was Lin Yuetian who had created this mess, yet she found herself bearing the brunt of the consequences. Fu Guoping rubbed his temples, vexed. Retrieve the deposit. We shall not purchase the house for the time being. Yi Jinjun hesitated, wanting to articulate that she was also powerless in this situation. However, she dared not provoke Fu Guoping's ire at this moment, so she swallowed her discontent. I shall take my leave then, please return early tonight. Fu Guoping turned his back, remaining silent. Return early, for what purpose? To cook. When Lin Yuetian was still present in the Fu household, he willingly ventured to Yi Jinjun's side to prepare meals for her. Yet now, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself reminiscing about Lin Yuetian's virtues. She had never allowed him into the kitchen, claiming that as a university professor, he should only embody the essence of scholarly pursuits, untouched by the grime of the kitchen. Whenever he returned home weary, he was greeted by fragrant meals, a tidy abode, and a clean, comfortable bed. In stark contrast, Yi Jinjun's modest apartment was often a chaotic mess, requiring his intervention each time. After a long day of lectures, he would return to find himself tending to her and her child. The more he pondered, the more irritable he became. Scrolling through his contacts, he stumbled upon Lin Yuetian's number and, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, dialed it. At Yunfeng Group, Lin Yuetian had just brewed a pot of barley tea. She had her own secrets to preparing it. After enduring Fu Guoping's repeated criticisms, she finally concocted a brew that met his satisfaction. A cup of barley tea placed in the president's office exuded an enticing aroma, filling the room with the scent of barley. After setting the tea down, Lin Yuetian retreated to a nearby corner. Secretary Wang had instructed her to retrieve the president's soiled clothes for dry cleaning once he had changed, as he was particular about cleanliness and could not abide the sight of dirty laundry accumulating. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, the room was enveloped in silence. At that moment, her phone rang from her pocket. Unprepared to silence it, the ringtone blared loudly. She had chosen a cheerful tune titled Good Day. As the first line, "Today is a good day," echoed, Lin Yuetian hurriedly ended the call. Just as she managed to set her phone to silent mode, Fu Guoping called again. This time, there was no ringtone, but the screen remained illuminated. Lowering her head, she disconnected the call and sent a text. "I am at work. It is inconvenient." She intended to type more, but before she could, she sensed someone approaching. The newcomer was tall and imposing, the lingering scent of body wash enveloping him after his shower. As he stood before Lin Yuetian, an intense air of authority radiated from him. His voice was cold. "A new hire?" Startled, Lin Yuetian looked up to meet his gaze. The man, clad in a deep blue bathrobe, had damp hair with a few stray strands falling over his forehead. His sharp eyes concealed a latent intensity, his bronzed skin exuded health, and although fine lines graced the corners of his eyes, they did not detract from his attractiveness, rather, they lent him a natural maturity and gravitas. Judging by his appearance, Lin Yuetian estimated he was in his 40s, appearing remarkably youthful, contrary to Secretary Wang's claims of him being over 50. "Yes, I am new here," Lin Yuetian nodded. "Is the president finished with his shower? I will take the clothes for dry cleaning." With that, she turned to head towards the bathroom. Liu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. "New hire, has your supervisor not instructed you on the rules? You are solely responsible for cleaning my office, you are not permitted to touch anything else." Not permitted to touch, Lin Yuetian frowned. This contradicted Secretary Wang's instructions. "Leave." Lu Yunfeng's face was taut, his voice deep and resonant, possessing an undeniable authority. Lin Yuetian felt perplexed, wanting to say something, but after a moment's hesitation, she quietly exited. Liu Yunfeng cast a cold glance in the direction she had departed, striding towards his desk. Once seated in the executive chair, he immediately called the president's office. "Secretary Wang, what is going on? Wasn't the cleaning staff supposed to finish by 9 o'clock? Secretary Wang paused, taken aback. "Cleaning staff? President, I did not see anyone from the cleaning crew on the 88th floor. Everyone in the president's office is well aware of the rules. How could?" She halted abruptly, realizing they had a new hire today. "President, you misunderstand. The person you just encountered is not part of the cleaning staff but the newly appointed life secretary." Lu Yunfeng scoffed coldly. "What situation is this?" The personnel in the president's office were wary of him and dared not act recklessly. Moreover, the hiring standards were strictly adhered to by the HR department. Employing a middle-aged woman as his life secretary was hardly something HR would do. It was the old lady's directive. As Secretary Wang spoke in a hushed tone, her resolve wavering. She found herself caught in a dilemma. Her boss was Lu Yunfeng, yet she could not disregard his mother's wishes. "Understood," Lu Yunfeng replied frostily, ending the call abruptly. A sardonic smile tugged at his lips. He pondered how that woman had managed to persuade his mother to intervene on her behalf, and now the back door had swung open right in front of him. Liu Yunfeng's initial impression of Lin Yuetian was far from favorable. He dialed another number, this time for the elder MRS. Lu. "Hello, son," the old lady's voice was warm with cheerfulness. "Have you met Alien?" Lu Yunfeng's expression was grave. "What is this all about now? I mentioned before that I fell while crossing the street and nearly had an accident, right? I have found my benefactor." "Her?" Lu Yunfeng furrowed his brow. "Yes, indeed, coincidentally, she was seeking employment, and I thought your life secretary position isn't particularly technical. Alien has experience, and it just so happens she needs a job, so I thought it would be a favor." The old lady added quickly, "You must not dismiss her. Unless she wishes to resign, let her work for as long as she desires." "Understood," Lu Yunfeng concluded, hanging up the call. Catching a glimpse of the barley tea nearby, he couldn't resist lifting the cup. He had just inhaled the refreshing aroma of the tea. After taking a sip, the delightful flavor lingered on his palate, leaving a lasting impression. It was undeniably superior to the concoctions of his previous life secretaries. He was notoriously hard to please, having cycled through several life secretaries in a year. Some he had dismissed, while many others left voluntarily, unable to endure his stringent demands. As Lu Yunfeng savored the tea's exquisite flavor, he raised an eyebrow. This tea grew increasingly delightful with each sip. Perhaps this person his mother had arranged for him was not so bad after all. Chapter 21 Shyness. At an advanced age, after being dismissed from the president's office by Lu Yunfeng, Lin Yuetian returned. She pondered whether she had misunderstood something during Secretary Wang's briefing. Before she could clarify her thoughts, the phone on her desk rang. Instinctively, she answered the call. "Come to my office," came the deep, resonant voice of the man, her direct superior, the president of Yunfeng Group, Lu Yunfeng. Understood, I shall be there shortly. Lin Yuetian frowned slightly, lacking the time for further contemplation. She promptly rose and made her way to the president's office, knocking on the door. Come in, the man's cold, heavy voice responded from within. This time, Lin Yuetian was considerably more cautious as she entered and inquired, "What can I do for you, sir?" Lu Yunfeng had already drained a large cup of barley tea. He stood up and gestured towards the wardrobe, saying, "I have an evening gala to attend shortly, please select an outfit for me." "May I inquire about the nature of the gala?" Lin Yuetian asked respectfully. Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, seemingly intent on testing her. "It is a charitable gala with a slight commercial aspect." His words were deliberately ambiguous. With arms crossed over his chest, he continued, "You have a 3-month probation period. Should you fail to perform adequately, you may resign of your own accord." Lin Yuetian lifted her gaze to meet his challenging stare, immediately grasping his intent. It appeared that the formidable boss was not entirely pleased with her. She was ambitious and well aware that her monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, coupled with generous benefits, was a considerable opportunity. "Rest assured, President, if I find myself unfit for this position, I will tender my resignation voluntarily." With that, she refrained from further discussion, bowed slightly to Lu Yunfeng, and proceeded towards the wardrobe. The president's wardrobe was a sight Lin Yuetian had only ever witnessed in melodramatic idol dramas. Reality was indeed a different matter, presenting a more visceral impact. A long row of wardrobes stretched nearly 10 meters. On either side of the corridor were cabinets, while the center housed glass storage compartments filled with various luxury watches, brooches, and bow ties. Everything was laid out clearly. Upon inspecting the garments, she noted an overwhelming number of white shirts, over 100. There were also countless suits, gowns, and an array of attire. However, the color palette of the wardrobe was remarkably monotonous, dominated by shades of white, black, and gray. It was understandable. At his age, Lu Yunfeng naturally favored such tones, unlike Fu Guoping, who, despite his age, adorned himself like a flamboyant peacock daily. Lin Yuetian found herself momentarily lost in thought, unable to recall when Fu Guoping had begun to embrace such ostentatious dressing. He had increasingly gravitated towards bright colors, meticulously styled his hair, and even began to wear perfume. Had he already strayed the day he altered his fashion sense? "Have you not yet made your selection?" "My time is limited," Lu Yunfeng prompted, his impatience evident as he observed Lin Yuetian's hesitance. Snapping back to the present, she responded promptly, "I will decide shortly, President." With that, she quickened her pace to scan the wardrobe and storage compartments. Ultimately, she settled on a silver gray suit and selected a navy blue shirt to accompany it. "What do you think of this ensemble, President?" Lu Yunfeng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "We shall see once you try it on." Without any hesitation, he began to change right in front of her. Taken aback, Lin Yuetian quickly turned her back. Lu Yunfeng let out a light scoff, surprised that a woman of her age could still exhibit such shyness. "All right, now tie the tie," he instructed. Moments later, Lin Yuetian heard his cool voice from behind, "Have you not finished yet?" Turning around, she beheld a composed and handsome middle-aged man standing before her. The navy blue shirt paired with the silver gray suit accentuated Lu Yunfeng's elegance and vitality. The tailored suit fit him impeccably, showcasing his well-toned physique honed from years of exercise. He appeared tall and robust, exuding an overwhelming masculinity. For a fleeting moment, Lin Yuetian found herself entranced. At her age, she held little interest in youthful men. She found mature gentlemen, like Lu Yunfeng, far more appealing, truly akin to the quintessential male lead of an idol drama. "This tie would complement perfectly," Lin Yuetian declared, presenting a silver-white tie. However, when she extended it towards Lu Yunfeng, he remained unmoved. "The new hire lacks decorum. Do you expect me to put it on myself?" "Not at all," Lin Yuetian replied, somewhat flustered. Having served Fu Guoping for 30 years, she had only ever tied a tie for him, a man she was intimately familiar with. Now, facing this new superior, despite their hierarchical relationship, Lin Yuetian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "President, would you kindly lower your head?" At 188 centimeters tall, Lu Yunfeng towered over Lin Yuetian, who stood at a mere 166 centimeters, wearing flat shoes that day. He straightened his posture, and unless he bent down, even with Lin Yuetian stretching on her toes, she would struggle to drape the tie around his neck. Moreover, their proximity was uncomfortably close. Lin Yuetian dared not meet Lu Yunfeng's gaze, her eyes darting away. In contrast, he remained composed, akin to an immovable statue. He had encountered countless women throughout his life, each possessing qualifications that surpassed Lin Yuetian's. To him, she was simply an employee hired to assist with his daily life, not unlike a domestic servant. "Please expedite the process, I do not have time to waste," Lu Yunfeng urged, his expression sour. Lin Yuetian was unperturbed. In comparison to Fu Guoping and Lu Chunhua, Lu Yunfeng was indeed a more agreeable individual to serve. The crucial difference was that while serving Fu Guoping and Lu Chunhua felt like obligatory labor, serving Lu Yunfeng came with financial compensation. Done, Lin Yuetian announced, turning around with nimble efficiency. Lu Yunfeng glanced at his reflection in the mirror, visibly satisfied. Compared to his previous secretaries, this one seemed capable and intuitive. Quite good, Lu Yunfeng remarked. He was a man of clear merit and consequence. Although he harbored some discontent regarding Lin Yuetian's entry into the Lu family through her mother's connections, he could not deny her competence and the satisfactory performance she had demonstrated thus far. You need not accompany me this evening. I shall grant you 2 days for adjustment. Should you have any questions, consult Secretary Wang. Starting from the 3rd day, I will begin a formal assessment of your capabilities. Understood, Lin Yuetian nodded. Once Lu Yunfeng departed, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. The air still lingered with his scent, which inexplicably made her feel anxious. After regaining her composure, she hurried to the restroom to retrieve her clothes, following Secretary Wang's earlier instructions to take the garments to the designated dry cleaner near the company. As Lin Yuetian approached the dry cleaner, Fu Guoping happened to drive by. Spotting her, he wasted no time in honking his horn. Where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride. Chapter 22 Regret? No, Lin Yuetian lifted her head upon hearing a voice and immediately spotted the small sedan parked by the roadside. It was rare for her to ride in Fu Guoping's car. For one, their routes seldom aligned. Fu Guoping headed to the school while she made her way to the nursing home. Additionally, with the convenience of public transportation nowadays, Fu Guoping deemed it unnecessary to drive her. Specifically over the years, Lin Yuetian had grown accustomed to enduring hardships alone. Is there something you need from me? Lin Yuetian recalled Fu Guoping's recent phone call and assumed he wished to discuss matters pertaining to their divorce. After all, within the 30-day cooling-off period, either party could rescind their divorce application at the marriage registration office should they disagree. Lin Yuetian was intent on ensuring that nothing jeopardized their separation, thus she was willing to engage in communication during this period. Is it wrong to seek you out without a specific reason? Alien, we are still in the cooling-off period. We remain husband and wife. Fu Guoping's eyes bore into Lin Yuetian's with an intensity that was hard to ignore. Today, she had merely made a slight effort in her appearance, yet she seemed transformed, almost reborn. Where are you headed? Allow me to drive you, Fu Guoping said as he retracted his gaze and exited the vehicle. Lin Yuetian responded nonchalantly, There's no need, I've arrived at my destination. Fu Guoping frowned, his attention drawn to the paper bag clutched in her hand. Upon inspecting its contents and discovering men's clothing, he felt a surge of anger. Whose clothes are you getting dry cleaned? His mind wandered to Yi Junjun's previous insinuations, suggesting that Lin Yuetian might have had an affair with Yang Lao. Lin Yuetian was exasperated by his incessant probing. What does it have to do with you? Don't impede my work. Work? Fu Guoping laughed derisively. You receive 5,000 yuan monthly for living expenses, yet you choose to suffer outside? What's wrong with being a full-time housewife? I didn't understand before, but now it seems clear to me. You are simply lonely and restless, seeking solace in other men. If you desire companionship, just tell me. I would be willing to accommodate you. Lin Yuetian could hardly believe that such crude language could come from a cultured professor like Fu Guoping. This is legitimate work. Lin Yuetian retorted fiercely. Yet Fu Guoping would not relent, grabbing her arm to prevent her from leaving. Legitimate work, dry cleaning for other men is legitimate work. Who knows how those clothes became soiled? Lin Yuetian's eyes widened in disbelief. Fu Guoping, do you even realize what you're saying? You're utterly vile. Vile, let's not pretend, we are equally culpable. Fu Guoping sneered coldly. Lin Yuetian wished to avoid further conflict, inhaling deeply to regain her composure. If this isn't about the divorce, please refrain from harassing me. Remember the divorce agreement we signed at the Fu family ancestral hall. Should you have second thoughts, I will escalate this to your university, exposing your infidelity to all. Fine, fine. Fu Guoping seethed, his chest heaving with anger. Unless you experience hardship, you won't recognize my kindness towards you. At your age, what else can you achieve? Go ahead, indulge yourself, you'll regret it in due time. Rest assured, that will never happen. Lin Yuetian declared resolutely. Fu Guoping, left with nothing but frustration, retreated to his car. For reasons unknown, the sight of her tending to another man's garments unsettled him deeply. Was it not enough that she served only him? That night, Fu Guoping returned to the apartment quite late. Upon entering, he was immediately dismayed by the chaotic state of the place. In the dining area, half-eaten takeout lay abandoned on the table. In the living room, Yi Junjun was engaged in a lengthy phone conversation while the television droned in the background. Fu Jiaguang sat on the floor, engrossed with his scattered Lego blocks, creating a mess everywhere. Filthy, disordered, unacceptable. Fu Guoping could bear it no longer and turned to leave. Pinggu, you're back. Have you eaten? Would you like me to order takeout for you? Takeout, is that all you ever think about? You're pregnant, shouldn't you be taking better care of yourself? Fu Guoping couldn't help but shout. Yi Junjun pouted, looking pitiful. I'm a pregnant woman, I can't handle heavy tasks. My mother is unwell, and your mother is limited in mobility. If not, you could always hire a nanny. Hire a nanny? Where would the money come from? Fu Guoping felt utterly drained ever since Lin Yuetian mentioned divorce. Every day felt like a chaotic frenzy. I'll move back to the old house and later have your mother come over. I'll pay her a salary. That works. Yi Junjun's face lit up with a smile. However, Fu Guoping felt increasingly wearied. He opened the door and left in haste, not glancing back. Meanwhile, on the other side, to celebrate Lin Yuetian's new job, Wang Ju suggested they prepare a hot pot at home. As Lin Yuetian recounted her entire onboarding experience, Wang Ju blinked rapidly in disbelief. You just waltzed into the president's office and became Lu Yunfeng's secretary? Yes, Lin Yuetian nodded, raising her glass. There's a 3-month probation period. If I fail to meet Lu Yunfeng's expectations, I will have to seek employment elsewhere. How could you possibly fail? From what you've described, it sounds like you're merely catering to others. You're more than capable of that. Not necessarily, Lu Yunfeng is quite particular. Even if he is, can you be as picky as that old lady from the Fu family? You managed to keep her comfortable, didn't you? That's true. Lin Yuetian smiled softly. Come, let us toast. I will do my utmost, as this is my first job. I seek not longevity but rather a clear conscience. Speaking of which, Wang Ju sighed. Alien, do you have any regrets? If you had pursued higher education and inherited your parents' legacy, you might have been part of the Academy of Sciences by now, enjoying a stable government job, secure for life. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuetian fell into deep contemplation. Regret, of course, was present, but was there any remedy for regret? The past, no matter how much one lamented, could not be altered. Let us focus on living well in the present. Our present choices shape the future, and I cannot change the past. You're right. Wang Ju raised her glass, clinking it against Lin Yuetian's. I feel the same. As long as my daughter is happy and my grandson grows up healthy, I will be content. As for love and a husband, let them be damned. They no longer mattered. If your husband ever loses money gambling and resorts to domestic violence, report him. Ju, listen to me, at our age, it's paramount to care for ourselves. If we don't cherish ourselves, no one else will. Lin Yuetian earnestly advised. Wang Ju nodded, absorbing her words, yet she lacked the courage to act, reporting her husband to the authorities? The very thought of her relatives and neighbors discovering such a scandal filled her with dread. Would their scorn drown her in ridicule? Just as they were enjoying their drinks, a commotion arose at the front door. Who is it? Wang Ju, seated outside, rose to open the door. She saw no one through the peephole. After a moment, another noise echoed from the door. Bang, bang. It sounded as though someone was pounding on it. What is going on? Wang Ju felt a surge of wariness. Lin Yuetian set down her glass, stood up, and peered through the peephole, retrieving a stick to open the door. The sensor light flickered on, illuminating an empty, silent space outside. Lin Yuetian glanced around and noticed several notes plastered on the door. She hastily pulled one off, which read, "Get out of the family compound." At that moment, someone in the family group tagged her. Lin Yuetian, if you know what is good for you, hurry up and leave the family compound. If your deceased parents and adoptive father knew what kind of disgrace you've become, they would surely rest in peace. Lin Yuetian stood there, bewildered. What on earth was happening? Chapter 23. Moving out. As Lin Yuelian was about to close the door, her neighbor, old Mrs. Zhou, opened her door. Living alone, old Mrs. Zhou had an only son who resided abroad and returned only once every few years. Concerned for the elderly woman's well-being, Lin Yuelian made it a point to visit her from time to time, bringing her essentials like rice and oil. Consequently, their relationship was exceptionally warm, with old Mrs. Zhou even treating Lin Yuelian as if she were her own daughter. Ah Lian, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you all day, old Mrs. Zhou exclaimed, stepping forward. Lin Yuelian looked puzzled. Aunt Zhou, what on earth has happened? Taking her hand, old Mrs. Zhou urged, come inside, we must speak. Once indoors, Lin Yuelian hurriedly poured water for her. Old Mrs. Joe stood, barely having time to sit down. Someone anonymously posted on the Academy's forum, accusing you of seducing a prominent figure there. Although no names were mentioned, everyone knows it refers to Old Yang. The students of Old Yang are furious and have spread the news throughout the residential complex. Now, the residents are indignant and want you gone. How outrageous! Who would spread such a baseless rumor? Wang Ju exclaimed, nearly beside herself with anger. She cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yuelian. Could it possibly be that pack from the Fu family? Lin Yuelian remained silent, yet inwardly concurred with Wang Ju's assertion. It could very well be the Fu family, or perhaps Yi Junjun. Old Mrs. Zhou sighed. 3 people can create a tiger out of a rumor, and a multitude can tarnish a reputation. Old Yang was so upset about this that he had to be hospitalized. What? Lin Yuelian gasped in shock. How others perceived her was of little consequence, but if it affected Uncle Yang, she would truly feel guilty. Once more, old Mrs. Zhou grasped Lin Yuelian's hand, her aged fingers surprisingly strong. Lian, why not move into my son's apartment for the time being? You cannot stay here any longer. Today they dared to pound on your door, and next time they might resort to vandalism. How brazen! Don't they fear we might call the police? Wang Ju shouted in outrage. Old Mrs. Zhou shook her head. This is the Academy's residential complex. Do you really believe they would intervene? Indeed, such matters were not criminal, it was merely a matter of criticism. Many residents, although retired, still held considerable influence in the industry, unlike Lin Yuelian, who had no one left to support her. It is I who have implicated Uncle Yang. Aunt Zhou, I will move out as soon as possible, but I will not stay in your son's place. I will find my own accommodation. Lin Yuelian conceded to it was not out of fear or cowardice, but rather a desire to prevent this situation from escalating further and causing unnecessary trouble for Uncle Yang. This was her nature. If the issue only concerned herself, she would fearlessly confront it. However, once it involved those she cared about, she became cautious and restrained. Seeing her acquiescence, Wang Ju protested, why should you be the one to move? They spread these rumors without a shred of evidence, and you must simply accept it? Lin Yuelian smiled gently. Uncle Yang has just been reinstated, the country needs him, and I do not wish for his reputation to be tarnished in his later years. I will move out first, and then seek to uncover the identity of the rumor monger, so that I may clear Uncle Yang's name. Ah Lian, you always consider others, what about your own justice? Who will advocate for you? Wang Ju's voice quivered with emotion. Lin Yuelian had already suffered enough, betrayed in midlife, homeless, and now besmirched by unfounded rumors. To seek justice for Uncle Yang is to seek it for myself, Lin Yuelian remarked lightly. But Wang Ju shook her head. That does not suffice. Those who slander you have forced you into hiding, leaving you without a home. It's all right, I will temporarily rent a place, and once everything is clarified, I can return, Lin Yuelian reassured Wang Ju. Ironically, she was the one who needed comfort the most, yet she found herself caring for her friend's emotions instead. Old Mrs. Zhou's eyes shimmered with tears. Observing Lin Yuelian's calm demeanor, her unwavering composure despite the injustice, and her selflessness, she felt a deep fondness for her. Such a good child, who would not wish to claim her as a daughter. She believed Old Yang would feel the same way. Well then, it is getting late. Rest early, Alian. Tonight, you shall stay at my home. In the dead of night, just as old Mrs. Zhou had predicted, someone came to pound on Lin Yuelian's door. Additionally, some individuals had taken it upon themselves to smear red paint on her door, scrawling words like shameless and get lost. When Lin Yuelian opened the door the following morning, she was taken aback by the sight that greeted her. The vivid red paint resembled blood, a shocking spectacle. Oh dear, how can these people be so extreme? Old Mrs. Zhou exclaimed, slapping her thigh. The old complex had no surveillance cameras, leaving them oblivious to the identity of the culprits. It was undoubtedly the residents of the complex. Calling the police would undoubtedly stir up trouble among the entire community. Lin Yuelian remained silent, pulling out her phone to capture photographs as evidence. Aunt Zhou, it seems I must indeed move out quickly. I will search for a new place today. Poor child, old Mrs. Zhou lamented, wishing she could help, yet feeling powerless. At her advanced age, she was unable to accompany Lin Yuelian in her search for housing. Lin Yuelian smiled and embraced the elderly woman. It's nothing, just minor issues. She had endured her husband's betrayal, and the child born from that union was already quite grown. Faced with such significant matters, she had never shed a tear. What was this small setback in comparison? Reflecting on her life, Lin Yuelian had become an orphan in her early years, lost her son in her youth, and faced relentless challenges from her mother-in-law in her middle age. Over the years, she had cultivated a resilient heart, one that would not easily succumb to adversity. Due to her need for housing, Lin Yuelian found herself needing to take leave from Yunfeng Group on her second day of employment. When she called Secretary Wang, the latter responded politely, if you have an urgent matter, please take care of it. May I ask what the urgency is? I need to find a place to live. I am in a hurry to move, Lin Yuelian replied honestly. Secretary Wang did not inquire further. After hanging up, she promptly reported the situation to old Madame Lu. At that moment, old Madame Lu was enjoying a meal, seated with her son and grandson. She lifted her gaze, her eyes landing on her son, Lu Yunfeng. Yunfeng, I recall you have a spacious flat near the company, correct? While eating, Lu Yunfeng absently scrolled through a tablet, checking stock market trends. He barely paid attention, responding casually, yes. Please give me the key, I wish to take a look, she instructed. Lu Yunfeng raised his head, a hint of suspicion in his demeanor, but he did not ask many questions. The key is with the housekeeper. Just ask him directly. Very well, the old lady nodded. Do you visit that place often? Lu Yunfeng pondered for a moment, realizing he had barely gone a few times in the past year, mostly due to working late or arriving back from a flight without sufficient time to acclimate before heading to the office the next day. Hardly ever, he replied nonchalantly. The old lady nodded, already formulating a plan. The flat was sitting vacant. Since a benefactor was in need of housing, it would be prudent to offer her that spacious flat. Chapter 24. Lu Yenzhou is not the biological child. Xiaozhou, accompany me to a place later, the old lady said, her gaze shifting to her grandson, Lu Yenzhou. Lu Yenzhou nodded, not inquiring about the purpose of her request. In truth, Lu Yenzhou was not the biological son of Lu Yunfeng. During the tumultuous layoffs in state-owned enterprises in the 1990s, the old lady and the late Mr. were originally both employed, but ultimately, they were forced into unemployment. Lu Yunfeng had been in a relationship, and the couple had reached the stage of discussing marriage. However, when both parents lost their jobs, the woman reneged on their agreement. She later married a businessman and moved abroad with her husband. This was the only romantic relationship Lu Yunfeng had, and it left him disillusioned with love. Coupled with his parents' unemployment, their family faced significant financial strain. Lu Yunfeng, being an intelligent university graduate, ventured into business after earning his first pot of gold and eventually returned to the country to delve into the internet industry. Riding the wave of this burgeoning era, he quickly ascended the ranks of the wealthy elite. Now, he stood unrivaled, a colossal figure in the business world. Yet during those years, consumed by his career and unwilling to marry, the old lady found herself with no other choice but to adopt a boy. Initially, she harbored no grand expectations for this child, merely hoping that he would provide companionship in Lu Yunfeng's later years. To her and Lu Yunfeng's surprise, the adopted child proved to be exceptionally bright and remarkably filial. At times, the old lady mused how wonderful it would be if this child were indeed a biological member of the Lu family. However, they eventually came to terms with the idea that biological ties were not of paramount importance. Affection is cultivated, and the bonds of nurture often surpass those of blood. Lu Yenzhou was, in fact, unaware of his status as an adopted child. Shortly after arriving at the Lu household, he fell gravely ill, suffering from a high fever that caused him to forget his past. His memories prior to the age of 6 were hazy, practically non-existent. All that remained were recollections from the age of 6 onward. On the other side, Lin Yuelian casually purchased 2 buns for breakfast. She arrived at a real estate agency in the 21st century, where she viewed several apartments. In the bustling metropolis of Beijing, a mere 10 square meter studio demanded a rent of 1,500 yuan. In more desirable locations, particularly within the Third Ring Road, prices soared to 2,000 or 3,000 yuan or more. Our policy requires 1 month's rent in advance plus a deposit of 3 months' rent. If the monthly rent is 2,000 yuan, you'll need to pay 8,000 yuan upfront, along with an additional month's rent as the agency fee, which means you must pay a total of 10,000 yuan initially, the agent explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuelian felt overwhelmed. With only a few thousand yuan left in her bank account, she knew she could not cover the deposit and agency fees, not to mention her daily expenses and commuting costs. Her salary would not be disbursed until the 10th of the following month. After calculating, she realized it was insufficient. Excuse me, do you have any listings for a monthly rent of just a few hundred yuan? Ideally below 500 yuan, Lin Yuelian asked earnestly. The agent's demeanor changed instantly at her request. He scrutinized Lin Yuelian, considering that although she was a middle-aged woman, she possessed a certain grace that did not suggest poverty. Sister, are you joking? Where in Beijing can you find an apartment for 500 yuan? Even a basement would cost more than that. While such options existed, the agent dismissed the idea of earning a meager commission from such low-priced rentals. Consequently, cheaper housing would have to be sought independently, as the agent would not provide assistance. Sir, I'm in a difficult situation, Lin Yuelian said, her expression revealing her distress. The agent, losing patience, retorted, who isn't facing challenges these days? I don't have any cheap options, the starting price is at least 1,000 yuan. He preferred to cater to younger clients, finding middle-aged women troublesome due to their insistence on low prices and their often complicated demands. Initially, the agent had intended to offer Lin Yuelian a glass of water, but as their conversation progressed, he lost interest in being accommodating and began to usher her out. "I'm not running a charity," he complained. Standing outside the real estate agency, Lin Yuelian gazed at the bustling street filled with vehicles. Worst case scenario, she could sleep in a park or a public restroom, difficulties are merely temporary. Overcoming them is what truly matters. Just as Lin Yuelian was about to leave, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled up beside her, the passenger window rolled down, and a voice called out, "Aunt Lin, get in." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yuelian turned to look. A handsome young man, illuminated by the sunlight, exuded confidence and elegance with every gesture. For reasons unknown, after merely a glance at this young man, Lin Yuelian felt an immediate fondness for him. Instinctively, she approached and asked curiously, "Do we know each other?" "You saved my grandmother, do you remember, a few days ago at the intersection on Xingxing Street?" he replied. Lin Yuelian thought for a moment. "Yes, I recall that incident." "I am her grandson," Lu Yanzhou said, exiting the vehicle. With a gentlemanly gesture, he opened the rear door. "Aunt Lin, I understand you were looking for an apartment, right? My grandmother mentioned she has some leads." "My budget is 500 yuan a month," Lin Yuelian replied honestly. "If that is too low, I won't impose." "If 500 is what you need, then 500 it shall be." "You saved my grandmother, and this is her way of repaying you," Lu Yanzhou said with a smile, raising an eyebrow. "Let us go take a look first. If I don't bring you along, my grandmother will scold me." For reasons she couldn't quite comprehend, Lin Yuelian felt unable to refuse the young man's request and, almost against her will, nodded and climbed into the luxury car. The ride was far more comfortable than any car she had been in before. Lu Yanzhou, seated in the front passenger seat, turned around with a smile to introduce himself. "My name is Lu Yanzhou. You can call me Xiao Zhou." "Hello, Xiao Zhou." Lin Yuelian found it quite a coincidence. Lu Yunfeng also shared the surname Lu recently. She had encountered two people with the surname Lu. However, she thought nothing more of it, nor did she consider that Lu Yanzhou was the son of Lu Yunfeng. The luxurious vehicle, valued at over 2 million yuan, provided an exceptionally comfortable ride. It was also Lin Yuelian's first experience being treated with such gentlemanly courtesy, having never encountered it before with Fuguoping. "We've arrived," Lu Yanzhou announced as he invited Lin Yuelian out of the car. As she stepped out, she took note of the opulent building that sparkled in the sunlight. With a budget of 500 yuan, there was no chance she could afford to live here. Lu Yanzhou, sensing her thoughts, smiled and extended his hand. "Auntie, if you wish to decline, please do so in person to my grandmother." "All right," Lin Yuelian acquiesced, not wanting to put the young man in a difficult position. The building was incredibly upscale, with a facial recognition system for the elevators, preventing outsiders from accessing the upper floors. Each floor housed only one residence, and if one ordered takeout, a robot would deliver the food. Each household was also assigned a dedicated steward. This was Lin Yuelian's first time entering such a high-end apartment, and she felt somewhat out of place throughout the visit. The monthly rent here must surely exceed tens of thousands of yuan. Upon reaching the 20th floor, she looked down to behold the bustling CBD of Beijing. "Lian, do you remember me?" The old lady, who had been waiting patiently, greeted Lin Yuelian with a warm smile. Chapter 25. The President Lu was upset, of course. Lin Yuelian remembered. That time, the elderly gentleman had even asked for her contact information, expressing his desire to repay her kindness afterwards. However, she never expected that the gentleman would reside in such affluence. To inhabit such a luxurious building, one must possess at least several million, right? "I heard you are renting an apartment." "Coincidentally, I have a vacant unit here," the elderly matriarch said warmly, taking Lin Yuelian's hand as she stepped inside. Lin Yuelian was astounded by the spacious flat before her. The living room alone spanned over 100 square meters, adorned with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing a breathtaking view of the towering skyscrapers outside. The decor of the flat was a sophisticated gray palette, minimalistic yet exuding elegance. Judging by the design, it seemed to cater to the preferences of the male host, distinctly unlike the taste of the elderly woman standing before her. "This is my son's apartment. He doesn't usually stay here but resides with me instead. Since the place is empty, it would be a waste to let it go unused. Why not let someone in need make use of it?" the old lady chuckled. Lin Yuelian furrowed her brow. "Your son's apartment, that wouldn't be appropriate. I cannot impose." "Why would it be imposing when he doesn't even reside here?" the elderly lady attempted to persuade Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian firmly insisted, "If I were to move in, your daughter-in-law might misunderstand. I cannot take advantage of you simply because I have helped you." "You dear child," the elderly lady chuckled, a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yet, she genuinely appreciated Lin Yuelian's straightforward nature. "I have no daughter-in-law, my son is single," the matriarch said as she ushered Lin Yuelian inside. No need to change your shoes or wear shoe covers. Just take a look at the apartment and see if you like it. Lin Yuelian found herself unable to resist the elderly lady's enthusiasm as she was pulled inside. My son has been single for nearly 30 years, so rest assured, I am the head of the household, and I make the decisions, the matriarch declared, patting her chest. Feeling a bit shy, Lin Yuelian smiled. Regardless, I still cannot accept your generosity. How can you say you would be taking advantage of me? If it weren't for your assistance that day, I might have been hit by a car. This is simply good karma for good deeds. Besides, I won't let you live here for free. I will charge you rent, the elderly lady said cheerfully, raising her 5 fingers. How about 5,000, she suggested, oblivious to the realities of common folk. Upon hearing 5,000, Lin Yuelian felt a wave of disbelief. For them, that amount seemed exorbitantly low. However, since her grandson had spoken up, even with her doubts, the elderly lady quickly agreed. I misspoke. The monthly rent is not 5,000, but 500. Lin Yuelian couldn't help but chuckle. 500 was hardly feasible. The rent was likely 5,000 at minimum. The grandmother and grandson seemed to be deliberately lowballing the rent to spare her feelings. Auntie, I appreciate your kindness, but I truly cannot accept, Lin Yuelian stated seriously. Doing good deeds was for her own merit. She had never expected a return, only wishing to accumulate virtue for her future. Seeing Lin Yuelian's resolute attitude, the elderly lady quickly changed her strategy. Of course, I wouldn't have you live here for free. This apartment is vast, and if it remains unoccupied and unattended, it will deteriorate. If you move in, you could help me with cleaning regularly. Hiring a professional to manage the apartment would cost at least 10,000 a month. Ah Lien, could you do me a favor and help me save that expense? The elderly lady's earnest demeanor, hands clasped in prayer, coupled with her grandson's support, made it hard for Lin Yuelian to refuse. Eventually, she nodded in agreement. I will ensure the apartment is well maintained and spotless. Ah! Success! The elderly lady's eyes sparkled as she exchanged a glance with her grandson, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Ah Lien, when will you move in? Let Xiao Zhou assist you. Lin Yuelian quickly waved her hands. No, you've already done so much for me. It's no trouble at all, Lu Yenzhou replied enthusiastically. Even he was puzzled by the affection he felt for this aunt. Perhaps it was because she had saved his grandmother, illustrating her kind nature. I have a car, so moving will be convenient. Otherwise, Auntie Lin, you would have to contact a moving company, he added, striking a chord with Lin Yuelian. Hiring a moving company would incur additional expenses, and she was currently on a tight budget. Very well, she reluctantly agreed. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Would you care to join me for dinner tonight? I can prepare a few of my signature dishes. That sounds wonderful, the elderly lady replied joyfully. She had no daughter-in-law and was curious about the flavors of dishes prepared by one Dai. In her heart, she had long desired to bring Lin Yuelian into her family as a daughter-in-law. Xiao Zhou, are you free this evening? I will tidy up at home, and then you can help me with the move, Lin Yuelian inquired. Anytime works for me, Lu Yenzhou readily replied. Lin Yuelian was adamant. According to the real estate agency's rules, she provided the elderly lady with 2,000 yuan as a security deposit and the first month's rent. The elderly lady accepted the money cheerfully, showing no sign of disdain. Go on and tidy up, I will wait right here. I want to savor your cooking tonight. All right. Lin Yuelian responded with delight. After she left, the elderly lady immediately took out her phone and dialed Lu Yunfeng. Son, are you free this evening? Come over to Jinding Building. At that moment, in the office of Yunfeng Group, Lu Yunfeng had just concluded a morning meeting. Upon returning to his office, he noticed Lin Yuelian was not there to brew tea for him. Instead, it was Secretary Wang who prepared it. After inquiring, he learned that Lin Yuelian had taken a leave of absence on her second day of work. He instantly felt displeased, believing Lin Yuelian was becoming overly confident due to her connection with his mother. Mom, the Lin Yuelian you introduced is utterly unreliable. Lu Yunfeng said, taking a sip of the tea brewed by Secretary Wang, finding it lacking in flavor. Previously, he thought Secretary Wang's tea was decent, but after having Lin Yuelian's barley tea the day before, he found it hard to enjoy anything else. How is she unreliable? The elderly lady pouted. You're not upset because she didn't come to work today, are you? She is out looking for an apartment. Before the elderly lady could say more, Lu Yunfeng, uninterested in discussing Lin Yuelian further, replied, Mom, I don't have time tonight. I have a dinner with a business associate. He has invited me several times, and I can't refuse this time. Very well, the elderly lady replied, somewhat disappointed. However, she understood that work took precedence over a meal. Perhaps next time. After hanging up, Lu Yunfeng found the tea increasingly unsatisfying. Eventually, unable to stay seated, he summoned Secretary Wang, go call Lin Yuelian and have her come back to work. Secretary Wang blinked in surprise. President, Lin Yuelian is on leave today. On leave? Did I approve that? Lu Yunfeng snapped, inexplicably irritable. What is her phone number? Send it to me, I will personally summon her. Chapter 26. Hanging up the phone, Lu Yenzhou drove Lin Yuetian back to the residential compound of the Academy of Sciences. As they entered the community together, he could not help but speak up. Aunt Lin, I never expected you to come from such a distinguished family. Lin Yuetian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. My parents are scientists at the academy, but I haven't brought them any honor. I was accepted into university but never attended, and instead became a full-time housewife for 30 years. Noticing the wistfulness on her face, Lu Yenzhou opened his mouth, wanting to offer words of comfort, but found himself at a loss for where to begin. He had seen Lin Yuetian's resume while accompanying his grandmother and knew she was divorced. Xiaozhou, why don't you wait for me downstairs? I won't be long. As they approached the entrance of the building, Lin Yuetian recalled the red-painted characters at her front door and worried that it might frighten Lu Yenzhou. Furthermore, she wished to avoid any misunderstandings with him or the old lady Lu, fearing they might think poorly of her character. She was particularly reluctant to involve Yang Lao again. How about you wait for me in the car? Lin Yuetian suggested again. Lu Yenzhou assumed she had her reasons for discomfort and did not press further, replying, All right, take your time, Aunt Lin. Lin Yuetian nodded, waved goodbye, and turned to enter the building. Upon reaching her doorstep, she noticed the front door bore clear signs of having been battered, pockmarked, and unsightly. She shook her head in bitterness. It was evident that Fu Guoping and Yi Jinjun were the true culprits deserving of public scorn. Yet the reality had been turned on its head. However, she was not in a hurry to vent her frustrations. The misdeeds of Fu Guoping and Yi Jinjun were undeniable, and the Fu family's disgrace was the best evidence. She chose to endure for now, not wishing to burden Yang Lao further. Once the truth came to light, she would not hold back. She would make a scene at the school and ensure Fu Guoping's reputation was utterly tarnished. Once inside, she quickly packed a few items of clothing and some daily necessities, filling a single suitcase. Many of her belongings remained at the Fu residence, but she had no desire to retrieve them and did not wish to set foot there again. Before leaving, she bowed before the portraits of her parents and adoptive father, lighting 3 incense sticks. Dad, Mom, unfilial daughter will return to visit you soon. After locking the door, as she prepared to carry her suitcase downstairs, her phone suddenly vibrated in her pocket. Initially, she intended to answer it once she descended, but the incessant vibrating left her no choice. She placed her suitcase down, retrieved her phone, and glanced at the caller ID. Seeing it was an unknown number, she hesitated for a moment before swiping to reject the call. How dare you hang up on me? In the office of Yunfeng Group, Lu Yunfeng glared at the disconnected call, his brow furrowing in anger. It was the first time he had encountered such an inconsiderate employee. Unwilling to accept defeat, he dialed the number again. This time, the call was cut off even more abruptly than before, ringing just once before being terminated. Well, she certainly has a personality. To hang up on the boss's call, truly audacious. Lu Yunfeng seethed, feeling his temper rise. He surmised that Lin Yuetian was emboldened by his mother's support, leading. Did she truly believe he was powerless against her? As Lin Yuetian emerged from the building with her suitcase, she caught sight of Lu Yenzhou, who had been playing on his phone in the car. He immediately set his phone down. Clad in a suit, he exuded the aura of a domineering figure. However, in casual attire, he resembled a friendly neighbor, devoid of pretense, a stark contrast to his father, Lu Yunfeng, who had a notoriously fiery temper and an imposing demeanor. Aunt Lin, allow me, Lu Yenzhou said, striding over to her and taking the suitcase from her hands. Watching him as he placed the suitcase in the trunk, Lin Yuetian was reminded of her own son, Lele. She wondered how he would have grown up had he lived. Would he have turned out like Xiaozhou, a handsome and dutiful young man? Aunt Lin, may I ask, where is your child? Lu Yenzhou inquired, having seen Lin Yuetian alone on both occasions they met. Typically, a child would assist their mother with such a cumbersome task as finding a new place to live. My son and daughter-in-law are both white-collar workers, quite busy, Lin Yuetian replied awkwardly. The truth was, ever since she had expressed her intent to divorce Fu Guoping, her son and daughter-in-law had treated her as an adversary. Severing all ties that night, Lin Yuetian felt compelled to check Fu Guoping's social media, curious about how he had been faring lately. To her dismay, she discovered she had been blocked by him without her knowledge. Not only him, but also Liang Tian, whose social media was similarly devoid of her. She had searched online and learned that this meant she had either been deleted or blocked. Busy is no excuse, Lu Yenzhou responded, visibly irritated. If anyone could claim to be busy, it was him. He was the vice president of a publicly traded group, with countless responsibilities each day, yet whenever his grandmother needed him, he would always carve out time to be with her, regardless of his workload. "Aunt Lin, it's all right. You have me here as well," Lu Yanzhou reassured her, choosing not to pass judgment on her son and daughter-in-law. From his perspective, he felt they were quite neglectful, but he recognized this was a matter of Lin Yuetian's family. "Shall we get in the car, Aunt Lin?" As Lu Yanzhou prepared to take Lin Yuetian to Jinding Building, on the other side, Yi Junjun sat on the living room sofa, speaking on the phone with an old classmate. "Thank you, Junjun. If it weren't for you, that woman Lin Yuetian would have tarnished our teacher's reputation." The person on the other end was Pang Wan, a high school classmate of Yi Junjun, known for his academic excellence. He had been accepted into the University of Science and Technology of China and later joined the Academy of Sciences, studying under the esteemed Yang Lining. In Pang Wan's eyes, his teacher was akin to a deity. How could such a deity be defiled? Upon learning that a woman named Lin Yuetian was attempting to seduce his teacher and ruin his honor, he felt compelled to expose her on the Academy's forum. Initially, he intended to use his real name but opted for anonymity out of concern for his teacher's reputation, ensuring no mention of the teacher's true name in his post. The residents here have voiced their discontent with her, protesting for her to leave. "I never imagined she would be the daughter of Mr. Lin Guodong and Ms. Mingxia. She has truly brought shame upon her parents." Yi Junjun listened with delight as Pang Wan lambasted Lin Yuetian, relishing each derogatory remark. "Pang Wan, I completely understand your sentiment. My teacher has been deeply hurt by Lin Yuetian. She has betrayed him, and thus I must expose her misdeeds." Pang Wan was aware that Yi Junjun's teacher was Fu Guoping. They maintained a good relationship, occasionally keeping in touch even after entering university, including gatherings with Lu Ran. "Rest assured, Lin Yuetian is of poor character. She will eventually face her comeuppance." After hanging up, Yi Junjun felt elated. If Lin Yuetian could no longer reside in the Academy's compound, she would be left homeless. She was eager to see how Lin Yuetian would fare on the streets, and whether her arrogance would remain intact. What if Yang Lining, wishing to avoid any association, compelled Yunfeng Group to dismiss her? "How delightful, Lin Yuetian, I can't get enough of your misfortunes," Yi Junjun chuckled coldly. A middle-aged woman thought she could challenge her. Let her weep. Just as Yi Junjun reveled in her triumph, her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed Mother Fu. "Hello, Mom?" Her voice instantly transformed into a sweet, obedient tone. On the other end, Lu Chunhua whimpered, "Junjun, you must come to the nursing home. I've been feeling chest pains today and I'm unwell." Chapter 27 cannot be without her. Upon hearing Lu Chunhua once again lamenting her ill health, Yi Junjun instinctively suspected her of feigning sickness. Although she had yet to officially enter the Fu family, she had encountered Lu Chunhua on numerous occasions. Through their interactions, she had come to understand that Lu Chunhua was no pushover. As she contemplated the future dynamics between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, she recognized that she would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Thus, she found the idea of being Fu Guoping's mistress somewhat appealing. At least she would be spared the trials of dealing with a formidable mother-in-law, and her son would still inherit Fu Guoping's wealth. In her view, she held a rather pragmatic perspective, believing that one should pursue whatever brings comfort. After all, a marriage certificate is merely a piece of paper, and it held little significance for her. "Mother, where is Xiangting?" Yi Junjun inquired, wishing to avoid further engagement with Lu Chunhua. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunhua's voice rose sharply. "What do you want with Xiangting? Are you trying to ignore me? What do you expect from Xiangting? She has never been married nor has she borne children. How could she possibly know how to care for anyone?" This remark left Yi Junjun speechless. The old woman fussed over her daughter in her 40s yet treated her daughter-in-law as though she were insignificant. Although discontent simmered within her, Yi Junjun maintained a smile. "Mother, that is not my intention. Please wait, I will come over now." 3 hours later, Yi Junjun arrived at the care facility, having taken her time after lunch following a call from Lu Chunhua. Upon entering the room, she found Lu Chunhua languidly reclined on the bed. A caregiver was present, who, upon noticing the young and beautiful Yi Junjun, inquired with curiosity, "Are you a relative of Ms. Lu?" "I am," Yi Junjun replied with a smile. The caregiver was surprised that it was not Lin Yuelian who had come, but rather a youthful newcomer. "Are you able to make decisions?" The caregiver lowered her voice. "May I speak with you privately?" Yi Junjun followed the caregiver out of the room, feeling apprehensive. "What is it you wish to discuss?" The caregiver's expression darkened. "It is regarding Ms. Lu's routine checkup this year. We discovered a cyst in her lung, and we advise that you take her to a major hospital for a follow-up examination at the earliest opportunity to ascertain her condition." "A cyst? Is it cancer?" Yi Junjun's eyes widened in alarm, nearly biting her tongue in her panic. The caregiver remained serious, unwilling to take the matter lightly. It is uncertain, as we are not a specialized hospital. Who are you to Ms. Lu? We have attempted to contact her son, daughter-in-law, and daughter without success, the caregiver noted, fully aware of Lu Chuanhua's situation. She had resided in the care facility for a decade, attended only by her daughter-in-law, with little to no sight of her son or daughter. Recently, her daughter-in-law had abruptly ceased visiting and instructed the facility not to contact her any further. Upon seeing the striking young woman before her, the caregiver had already formed a suspicion. I am Lu Chuanhua's niece. Yi Junjun awkwardly fabricated a lie. The label of a mistress was undoubtedly disgraceful, and she had no desire to broadcast it. I see, then you should reach out to your cousins as soon as possible, the caregiver suggested, referring to Fu Guoping and Fu Xiangting. Understood, Yi Junjun nodded, flustered. Once the caregiver departed, she felt like a headless chicken, anxiously pacing in circles. After a considerable delay, she finally thought to call Fu Guoping. Hello, Pingu? Her voice was laced with a sense of grievance. Fu Guoping, his anger dissipated, recalled Yi Junjun's youthful and beautiful visage, instantly feeling a surge of fondness for her. Hearing her soft, delicate tone only heightened his intrigue. What's the matter? Do you miss me? Yi Junjun clung to him, providing him with a gratifying sense of confidence as a man. Pingdu, please come to the care facility quickly. The caregiver just informed me that Mother's health report is quite concerning. In the afternoon, both Fu Guoping and Fu Xiangting arrived at the care facility. Fu Guoping had instructed Fu Xiangting multiple times not to speak out of turn. Although she had agreed, once at the facility, her emotions ran high and she struggled to contain them. What's going on? Why are you both here today? I merely have a bit of chest pain. Lu Chunhua feigned indifference, secretly pleased at the concerns surrounding her. Mother, how long have you been experiencing this chest pain? Fu Xiangting's eyes brimmed with tears as she stammered. Wasn't everything fine during last year's checkup? How could it suddenly, Xiangting? Fu Guoping interjected, unable to interrupt in time. Lu Chunhua regarded Fu Guoping with curiosity. Although she was aged, she was not oblivious. Why is the caregiver being so attentive today? Just tell me the truth, have I been diagnosed with something serious? Mother, don't frighten yourself, we haven't confirmed anything at the hospital yet, Fu Guoping reassured her. Fu Xiangting's tears flowed more freely. But what if it is cancer? The mere mention of cancer rendered Lu Chunhua weak with fear. She was terrified of death and did not wish to face it. I want to leave this dreadful place, take me home today. Lu Chunhua instinctively recoiled. It was as though by avoiding examination and fleeing the care facility, she could pretend that she was not unwell. How could Lin Yuelian not have cared for Mother properly? Doesn't she know that Mother has such a serious issue? Fu Xiangting spat angrily. In the face of this predicament, someone had to bear the blame. Fu Jiaye and Liang Tianshan arrived late, both having taken emergency leave to come. Jiaye, you must take your grandmother to the hospital for an examination tomorrow to determine her condition, Fu Guoping commanded in a low voice. Fu Jiaye frowned. Father, tomorrow is not feasible. I have a crucial offline event at the company that I must attend as the planner. Then what about Xiangting? You usually have no pressing matters. You can take Mother for her checkup tomorrow. Me? Fu Xiangting pointed at herself. Brother, I don't appreciate that remark. What do you mean I have nothing to do? I meet wealthy individuals while out drinking. Recently, I've gotten to know a gentleman who wants to partner with me in the tea business. I've been quite busy. Taking a breath, she continued, you are the filial son, why don't you take the day off tomorrow to take Mother for her examination? Fu Guoping, exasperated, gasped, you think you are in business? It's a miracle if you aren't scammed. Mind your own business. Fu Xiangting retorted defiantly. Lu Chunhua felt a headache coming on. In the past, whenever she had a slight ailment, Lin Yuelian would be there to care for her. Now that Lin Yuelian was absent, her closest kin were all shirking their responsibilities. Unwilling to accept defeat, she turned her gaze to Yi Junjun. Junjun, you are idle at home, why don't you take me to the hospital tomorrow? Me? I can't, I'm with child, Yi Junjun protested vehemently. That won't do, are you all planning to abandon me, this old woman? Lu Chunhua bellowed in frustration. The family exchanged glances, as if sharing an unspoken understanding. Brother, why not appeal to Lin Yuelian? After 30 years, she wouldn't just abandon you, she is merely upset at the moment, and you can smooth things over. Yes, father, grandma cannot be without Mother's care. Chapter 28. Mr. Lu's satisfaction. The following day, Lin Yuetian settled into her new abode, her demeanor radiating a refreshing vitality. She styled her hair in an elegant updo and donned a pristine white dress as she arrived at the office. Despite her advancing years, her attire perfectly complemented her refined persona. The arrival of a middle-aged woman as the new secretary in the president's office quickly became the subject of gossip among the staff. Lin Yuetian remained unfazed by their speculations. Like a novice stepping into the professional world, she approached her duties with unwavering diligence. Upon entering the office, she eagerly perused the menu book. Secretary Wang provided her with several hefty tomes detailing the restaurants favored by Lu Yunfeng, the billionaire CEO. As he had breakfast at home, she only needed to arrange lunch occasionally. Ingredients required air freight, necessitating her to place orders a day in advance. As she scrutinized the menu, Lin Yuetian was astonished to discover that the affluent CEO had a penchant for noodles, various types of noodles, and caught her attention. She also reviewed an Excel spreadsheet prepared by the previous lifestyle secretary and noted that Lu Yunfeng consistently indulged in a bowl of meat sauce noodles every Thursday. At noon, after a busy morning, Lu Yunfeng entered his private dining room to find a steaming bowl of meat sauce noodles and a bowl of pea soup placed before him. Upon noticing Lin Yuetian standing respectfully nearby, he felt an inexplicable urge to challenge her. After all, she had dared to hang up on him twice the previous day. "I'm tired of this noodle dish." Without even tasting it, he adopted a haughty demeanor and declared, "Make something else." Lin Yuetian was momentarily taken aback. She had ordered from the menu, selecting a dish that was supposedly his favorite. How could he be weary of it? He did not consume the menu items daily, often dining in the company cafeteria on Tuesdays and Fridays. "What would you like to eat today, sir?" she inquired, inclining her head respectfully. Lu Yunfeng recalled a phone call from his mother the previous night. "If you're going to have it made, then prepare a portion of meat sauce noodles." "Me?" Lin Yuetian's eyebrows shot up in surprise. She had learned from Secretary Wang that the company cafeteria employed several renowned chefs, including one dedicated to cooking exclusively for Lu Yunfeng. If he desired something specific, he could simply instruct the chef to prepare it. As his lifestyle secretary, her role was to manage his daily life and dietary needs. Forcing her to assume the chef's responsibilities was an obvious attempt to make things difficult for her. Although Lin Yuetian could not fathom why Lu Yunfeng sought to complicate her duties, his directive was clear, and she had no choice but to comply. "Sir, my culinary skills may not align with your palate, and if I prepare something you do not enjoy, it would be a waste," she stated candidly. The meat sauce noodles on the table looked perfectly fine to her, yet he dismissed them outright. She found it rather difficult to tolerate the whims of a wealthy boss. "If it doesn't taste good, you can eat it yourself," he retorted, his fingers tapping impatiently on the table. "As for this portion," he shifted his gaze, "give it to Secretary Wang." "Very well," Lin Yuetian conceded, no longer wishing to dispute the matter. After years of serving Lu Chunhua, she had developed a habit of avoiding arguments. Actions spoke louder than words. She tidied the dish on the table and delivered it to Secretary Wang's workstation, just as she was preparing to head to the cafeteria. "The boss said this portion is for you," Lin Yuetian announced. Secretary Wang blinked in astonishment. "But this is the president's favorite dish." Priced at 1,888 yuan, this was no ordinary meat sauce. It featured exquisite Spanish roasted ham, combined with naturally fermented aromatic rice wine, enhanced with matsutake mushrooms, king crab meat, and the fresh roe of the hairy crab. During certain seasons when hairy crabs were unavailable, they would even be air-freighted from both domestic and international sources. This intricate dish, crafted by top chefs, had been a rare treat for Secretary Wang, who had only savored it twice in the president's company, each time lingering in delightful reminiscence. "Why isn't the president eating?" Secretary Wang quickly accepted the dish, aware that it would lose its appeal if it sat too long. "The boss said he is tired of it and instructed me to prepare a portion of meat sauce noodles for him." Lin Yuetian relayed the information truthfully. Secretary Wang regarded her as if she had just recounted a fantastical tale. "Then I can only wish you success." This meat sauce noodles was the pride of the top chef. Could a mere homemaker like Lin Yuetian compete? Once she completed the dish, she would likely face a barrage of criticism from the president. It was no wonder she had taken a leave of absence on her second day. The president was notorious for his intolerance of incompetence. Lin Yuetian was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. After inquiring about the location of the company kitchen from Secretary Wang, she announced her presence to the chefs. One by one, they paused their tasks to gather around her, eager to witness her capabilities. Ultimately, what they observed was nothing more than a standard home-cooked method. Perhaps the president was simply seeking novelty. Lin Yuetian separated the ingredients from the noodles and, once prepared, promptly delivered the dish to Lu Yunfeng. He had been waiting for quite some time and was already feeling ravenous. Upon glancing at the color of the sauce, he found the presentation unappealing. Was this the culinary skill his mother had praised so highly? It seemed rather lackluster. "Sir, would you care to try?" Lin Yuetian, lacking confidence, presented the dish with utmost sincerity, offering him the chopsticks with both hands. Lu Yunfeng's composed and handsome visage remained impassive as he replied, "If it doesn't taste good, I will deduct it from your salary." "Very well," Lin Yuetian agreed, steeling herself. What could she do? If her boss was dissatisfied and chose to dock her pay, she could hardly prevent it. "But if it is delicious, will there be any rewards?" she ventured. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt a piercing gaze directed at her. Lu Yunfeng shot her a warning look, then deftly twirled a few strands of noodles into his mouth. The initial bite was insufficient, so he took a larger forkful, slurping audibly this time. He discerned the flavor, a simple, homey taste, yet this very taste was something none of the numerous chefs he had hired could replicate. It evoked memories of his childhood when his father would return home from work, purchasing 2 pounds of pork belly, along with a handful of mushrooms and garlic cloves from the market. He would saute the pork until it was sizzling and aromatic, combining it with chopped mushrooms and minced garlic. That flavor was etched in his memory. Ever since his father's passing, he had not encountered a taste that matched it. The meat sauce noodles Lin Yuetian had prepared mirrored his father's recipe perfectly, even down to the flavor. Instantly, it rekindled fond memories. "How is it?" Lin Yuetian inquired cautiously, noticing Lu Yunfeng suddenly pause with his chopsticks, her heart racing at the thought of losing her wages. Surely he wouldn't actually deduct her pay? Hearing her voice, Lu Yunfeng snapped back to reality. Instead of responding, he dug into the noodles with gusto, finishing an entire bowl in a matter of moments. He relished the clear broth she had prepared, feeling a surge of satisfaction. His previously sour demeanor softened considerably as he regarded Lin Yuetian. "Your culinary skills are quite satisfactory, passable." "Passable?" Lin Yuetian pouted. "But sir, you were clearly savoring it just now, almost to the point of licking the plate clean. Am I so desperate that I would eat anything?" Lu Yunfeng scoffed. "I was merely famished from waiting too long for your meal." He did not wish to reward Lin Yuetian too generously, nor did he want her to become overly complacent. After enjoying her cooking, he decided it was time to let the incident of her hanging up on him the previous day be forgotten. "Hand over your phone." Lu Yunfeng suddenly extended his hand. Chapter 29. It turns out she is divorced. Lin Yuetian was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yunfeng furrowed his brow and commanded, "Phone." His tone was imperious, leaving no room for dissent. Reluctantly, Lin Yuetian retrieved her phone. A mobile device is a personal belonging. Even a superior should not intrude upon another's privacy, should they? However, her silent protest proved utterly futile. Lu Yunfeng took the phone from her grasp, and as he observed the cracked screen and the outdated model of the Redmi device, he expressed his disdain. "Isn't it time to replace a phone in such a state? Aren't you concerned about cutting yourself?" Lin Yuetian disagreed with his assessment. "The phone functions perfectly well. It's merely a small crack in the screen that does not hinder my usage. There's a trending meme online suggesting that our generation has not endured hardship, and while I previously did not comprehend it, I now understand it refers to individuals like you." Lu Yunfeng could not resist teasing her. Lin Yuetian refrained from retorting, offering only a bitter smile. Who does not yearn for a life of ease? Who desires to suffer? Yet, for women of her generation, the habit of enduring hardship was ingrained from a young age. As young brides, they toiled diligently without complaint, and as they aged into grandmothers, they cared for their grandchildren with unwavering devotion. How could affluent men like Lu Yunfeng ever grasp the plight of middle-aged women like themselves? Lu Yunfeng quickly shifted his focus to Lin Yuetian's contact list, curious whether she had saved his number and how she had labeled it. Upon seeing a lengthy call log from the previous day without any notes attached to his number, dissatisfaction clouded his brow. How could this life secretary neglect to note down her boss's number? Without hesitation, he clicked on the number and added a remark, "Provider of sustenance." After all, he was the one who paid her salary. Just as he was about to return the phone to Lin Yuetian, a call came through, displaying the label, "Ex-husband." Lu Yunfeng had no intention of prying into Lin Yuetian's private matters, and felt a twinge of embarrassment as he handed the phone forward. Unlike the previous occasion when Lin Yuetian's phone rang with the loud sound of good days, this time it vibrated. His secretary's code dictated that during work hours, secretaries must set their phones to vibrate. "Apologies, I need to take this call," Lin Yuetian said, inclining her head slightly before turning to leave the dining area. As Lu Yunfeng watched her retreating figure, he gestured for the kitchen staff to clear away the finished plates. Her ex-husband, so she was divorced. No wonder she was reluctant to spend money on a new phone. In the worldview of Lu Yunfeng's generation, men were tasked with earning a living while women were expected to maintain their beauty. Strong, independent women were indeed a rarity. Divorced women, lacking in survival skills, often led more arduous lives. With this thought in mind, he took out his phone and called Secretary Wang. "Help me choose a mobile phone, it should be user-friendly and convenient." Secretary Wang, misinterpreting his intent, assumed the president was purchasing a phone for the elderly lady. Understood, President. Lin Yuetian clutched her phone and sought a secluded corner before answering. What is it? In truth, she was no longer inclined to engage with Fu Guoping, nor did she wish to have excessive interaction with him. His slander at the Academy Forum and his attempts to tarnish Uncle Yang's reputation had filled her with revulsion towards him. Even if he was not the one behind it, he was certainly complicit. In Lin Yuetian's eyes, the erudite and genteel Professor Fu had long since perished. Now, she faced nothing but a hypocrite masquerading as a professor. Alien, the caregiver at the wellness center, informed us that Mother's health checkup this year is quite concerning. A cyst was found in her lungs, and it is still uncertain whether it is malignant. Considering we were once married, could you do me a favor and take Mother to the hospital for an examination tomorrow? Fu Guoping's tone carried a note of pleading, a demeanor Lin Yuetian rarely encountered. In the past, she was always the one to suffer in silence. Her husband's patriarchal views and her mother-in-law's incessant meddling left her with little say. Fu Guoping, we are in the process of getting a divorce. Your family matters are no longer my concern. Lin Yuetian recalled her past, devoid of pleasant memories, making it hard for her heart to soften. Fu Guoping, unusually patient, continued to coax her gently. Alien, consider it a favor to me, will you? By the way, you mentioned your phone screen was cracked? How about I buy you a new one if you take Mother to the hospital tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuetian could not help but laugh. Fu Guoping, do you think I am a child of 3? You believe a mere candy will earn my compliance? It's just a phone. Do you truly think it holds such an allure for me? If you do not want a phone, then what do you desire? Speak, and I shall fulfill your request as long as it is within my means. Fu Guoping declared earnestly, yet Lin Yuetian was utterly disillusioned and harbored no expectations. It matters not, I wish for nothing from you. I simply want our divorce finalized swiftly. From now on, paths diverge. Lin Yuetian, even being willful must have its limits. I have already humbled myself to this extent to appease you. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yuetian was disinterested in hearing any further ramblings from Fu Guoping. Glancing at the contact labeled ex-husband, she sent a text, let us reconnect in a month. After sending the message, she unhesitatingly blocked Fu Guoping's number. It was somewhat amusing. This blocking feature had been taught to her by Fu Guoping himself when he had once ridiculed her for being outdated and incapable of keeping up with the times, even struggling to understand how to operate a mobile phone. Indeed, she found it challenging. Her daily thoughts revolved around caring for the elderly, supporting her son and daughter-in-law, and managing her household with her husband. She had little time to delve into the intricacies of modern technology. Secretary Lin, there you are. Just as Lin Yuetian ended the call, Secretary Wang approached her. She quickly composed herself, not wishing to carry her personal troubles into the workplace. Secretary Wang, what can I do for you? Well, the president wants to select a new phone for the elderly lady. Could you lend me your insight? Secretary Wang's eyes sparkled as she presented a tablet to Lin Yuetian. Which phone do you think is good? I am not well versed in phones, Lin Yuetian replied awkwardly, waving her hand. She could only use her phone for calls, occasionally purchasing items on Taobao or Pinduoduo, and occasionally browsing through short videos on Douyin.as for the more advanced features of mobile devices. She had never explored them. Oh, your lack of knowledge is precisely what makes this better, Secretary Wang pondered. Come on, let us go to a physical store and try them out one by one. Secretary Wang believed that Lin Yuetian was a benefactor to the elderly lady. If the benefactor liked something, the elderly lady would surely appreciate it as well. That if she could successfully accomplish this task, it would undoubtedly win her favor and warrant a raise. Chapter 30. She is different from the young ones, but what if the boss calls for me later? Lin Yuetian recalled Lu Yunfeng's stern and cold visage, which frequently bore a serious expression towards her. Secretary Wang chuckled as she linked her arm with Lin Yuetian's. It's currently the lunch break, so don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time. Despite being in her early 40s, Secretary Wang maintained a congenial rapport with Lin Yuetian, who was a decade younger. In fact, Secretary Wang found herself more inclined to bond with Lin Yuetian, appreciating her amiable nature and kindness. All right then, Lin Yuetian acquiesced with a nod. Across from Yunfeng Group stood a sprawling shopping mall. Secretary Wang guided Lin Yuetian into a Huawei specialty store. Over the past 30 years, Lin Yuetian had only used 3 mobile phones. Her knowledge of mobile technology was minimal, leaving her rather uninformed. Feel free to try them out. I trust your judgment, Secretary Wang encouraged. Lin Yuetian felt like she was being thrust into the deep end. Aware that she was selecting a phone for the elderly matriarch, she approached the task with utmost seriousness, testing each device. However, after several trials, she found the functions to be quite similar. For someone of her age, discerning the differences among these smartphones proved challenging. How about this one? It's slim and has an attractive design, Lin Yuetian finally concluded after much deliberation. Secretary Wang placed her trust in Lin Yuetian and requested the staff to fetch a new device, proceeding to the checkout to finalize the purchase. Thank you so much for today. I'll treat you to a meal later, Lin Yuetian expressed gratefully. Oh, there is no need for that, Secretary Wang. I should be the one treating you. You've taught me so much about work, Lin Yuetian replied. Not at all, it's the least I could do. The two exchanged pleasantries as they chatted on their way back to the office. Once back at her workstation, Lin Yuetian lay down for a brief rest. Secretary Wang, on the other hand, took the newly purchased phone to report back. In the afternoon, Lin Yuetian brewed some barley tea and brought it into the president's office. Today, Lu Yunfeng had opted not to visit the gym, choosing instead to practice indoor golf. As Lin Yuetian entered, he swung his club, the crisp sound echoed as the ball landed perfectly in the hole. After completing his shot, Lu Yunfeng ceased playing and approached Lin Yuetian. Before she could set the barley tea on the desk, he eagerly snatched it from the tray. Blowing gently on the tea, he walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling city below while savoring the drink. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Yuetian set the tray aside and moved toward the indoor golf area to retrieve the golf ball, carefully putting it away. Once she had secured the ball, she extended her hand, saying, "Here." Lin Yuetian turned in confusion only to see Lu Yunfeng holding a mobile phone box, his fingers elegantly wrapped around it. "Your old phone has been replaced. Use this one. The company will reimburse it," Lu Yunfeng stated nonchalantly. Seeing Lin Yuetian frozen in place, he assertively pressed the phone box into her arms. Caught off guard, she momentarily failed to respond. Lu Yunfeng, with long strides, headed toward the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Lin Yuetian stood there, staring at the phone box in her hands. A company reimbursement? But why would the company reimburse her for a phone? She had only just started and had not yet produced any results. She did not open the box. When Lu Yunfeng emerged from his shower, she approached him with a firm expression. "Boss, I cannot accept this new phone without having earned it." Lu Yunfeng regarded the resolute woman before him with curiosity. Was he truly unable to comprehend the mindset of a woman of her age? His previous secretaries, those younger ones, would have eagerly accepted the gift with a beaming smile, uttering a polite "Thank you, President." Yet Lin Yuetian was different. Her reaction set her apart from the younger crowd. "Just take the phone, why are you making such a fuss?" Lu Yunfeng replied, drying his hair with a towel as he strode toward the dressing room. Lin Yuetian followed closely behind, insisting, "I truly cannot accept the phone. I am grateful, but it does not sit well with me." "Such a stubborn mule," Lu Yunfeng remarked helplessly, pulling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you think it is appropriate for you to accompany me, using that old phone in various settings?" When he offered her the new phone, he had not overthought it. He simply felt that her phone was outdated and that it was challenging for a divorced woman. As a boss, he thought it reasonable to spend a little money. However, with Lin Yuetian's righteous demeanor, he found himself at a loss and resorted to a vague justification. This rationale proved persuasive. At least Lin Yuetian seemed convinced. Indeed, she was the life secretary of a publicly listed company. As president, even if Lu Yunfeng had several secretaries, she was the most inconspicuous one. But so what? Even if she was inconspicuous, if someone with ulterior motives were to notice her using a broken phone, it would reflect poorly on Lu Yunfeng and tarnish his reputation. "Ah, I see," Lin Yuetian nodded, willingly taking the phone box. "Rest assured, boss, I will dedicate myself to my work. I assure you, the cost of this phone will not be in vain. It was merely a phone, after all, it was not a significant matter." Lu Yunfeng, unconcerned, glanced at his wardrobe and casually picked out a suit. "Now, go attend to your own tasks." Lin Yuetian nodded and turned to leave. "Wait a moment. What else can I assist you with, boss?" "Tomorrow at noon, continue making the meat sauce noodles. No need to order takeout." "Ah, very well." Lin Yuetian paused in surprise but quickly nodded. The big boss was indeed full of contradictions. He had just said her noodles were passable during lunch, yet he wished to continue eating them. That day, Lin Yuetian finished work on time. Still in the adaptation phase, Lu Yunfeng had not assigned her too many tasks. As she followed the crowd out of Yunfeng Group, she heard a bright voice calling out from the sea of people. "Mom! Over here, here!" She turned to see her daughter-in-law, Liang Tian, waving at her. Tian, what brings you here?" Lin Yuetian inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Since her decision to divorce, her son and daughter-in-law had distanced themselves from her. "Mom, I'm so sorry," Liang Tian said, her lips forming a bitter pout. "I have something important to discuss with you." The two women entered a milk tea shop. Lin Yuetian had never partaken in such beverages, but Liang Tian was fond of them. Liang Tian bought 2 cups and handed one to Lin Yuetian. You're here because of Grandma, right? You want me to return, don't you? Lin Yuetian observed keenly, noting Liang Tian's round face. Their relationship as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had always been harmonious. Liang Tian cherished Lin Yuetian, and Lin Yuetian doted on Liang Tian. Liang Tian bit her lip. Tomorrow I'll take a leave of absence to take Grandma to the hospital. Mom, to be honest, I do hope you come back. You don't know how it is. Now Dad and my aunt, along with the woman Dad found, are all unwilling to care for Grandma. They forced you, as her daughter-in-law, out, and now they are trying to exploit me. As she spoke, Liang Tian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I used to think the Fu family was wonderful, that being a daughter-in-law was quite comfortable. Only now do I realize it was because you were here doing everything, so I didn't have to. Liang Tian bit down on her straw, and as she did, tears spilled down her cheeks. I'm not resentful about having to take Grandma to the hospital. It is just that Grandma has been diagnosed with health issues, and Dad and my aunt keep passing the blame. You know how Grandma is, she never spares a word. At this point, Liang Tian could no longer contain her emotions. She set the milk tea down and wiped her tears with her sleeve. Mom, I've only endured half a day of hardship, and I can hardly bear it. How have you managed for most of your life? Chapter 31. Ultimately, soft-hearted, how have I managed to endure this? Lin Yuetian murmured, lost in contemplation. Perhaps I've persevered by relying on the blissful family I conjured in my imagination. After a while, Lin Yuetian let out a self-deprecating laugh. As long as a woman dares to dream, she can fabricate a picture of a happy home. The same holds true for men. Women can automatically cast a veil of admiration over the men they love. Due to this veil, they often fail to discern the true nature of these men. Relying on fantasy, Liang Tian was bewildered. Lin Yuetian refrained from further explanation and merely patted her shoulder, saying, "You will understand in time." Ultimately, unable to bear the thought, Lin Yuetian changed her mind. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the hospital, but please do not disclose this to anyone in the Fu family. I won't say a word, but when you see Grandma tomorrow, she will inevitably share it with others. That is a matter for later. For now, let us keep this to ourselves, Lin Yuetian urged earnestly. Her promise to accompany Liang Tian to the hospital was not motivated by anyone in the Fu family. Both of them were outsiders to that family, and thus they could better empathize with one another, sharing a bond of mutual understanding. Liang Tian, somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. All right, I won't mention it. Mom, I brought you something. After a moment's thought, she produced a phone box from her bag. Mom, I noticed your phone screen is shattered, so I took the liberty of purchasing you a new one. Another phone, Lin Yuetian exclaimed in surprise. What was with today's wind? Why was everyone gifting her phones? Another, is there someone else who has given you one? Liang Tian asked. Puzzled, Lin Yuetian then pulled out a phone box from her large shoulder bag. Originally, she intended to wait until she got home to open it. Liang Tian caught a glimpse of the box, which bore the name Huawei Nova Flip. This was a phone she had long desired, being a foldable model that was also quite sleek. The price was around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, equivalent to her 1-month salary. Feeling embarrassed, Liang Tian immediately retracted her cheap phone, which had cost only 700 yuan and was a refurbished model at that. The company provided it. I am currently working as a secretary for the big boss, and they said I needed a decent phone to maintain his image, Lin Yuetian explained. Liang Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. That makes sense, Mom. Since your company has bought you a phone, I won't gift you mine. Return it. Your salary is not high, and earning money is challenging, Lin Yuetian said, gently massaging Liang Tian's shoulder. Liang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Her mother-in-law had been truly selfless towards her, but she had not treated her mother-in-law as her own mother, being stingy even with a phone gift. Mom, I will take it back to in the future. I will buy you a better phone. Liang Tian spoke from the heart, her sincerity evident. Lin Yuetian smiled and nodded, stroking Liang Tian's round face. All right, it's getting late. Let us head home. Liang Tian replied obediently. The following day, Lin Yuetian rose early. Taking out her phone, she retrieved her notebook, intending to message Lu Yunfeng to request a leave of absence. While adding his number to her contacts, she was taken aback when a contact labeled benefactors appeared after she had entered the first 4 digits. Momentarily stunned, she double-checked the number, feeling somewhat confused. When had she added Lu Yunfeng's number to her phone, and what a peculiar label it was? After pondering, she deduced that it was likely when Lu Yunfeng had asked for her number yesterday. He must have added it himself. She had been puzzled as to why he wanted her number, and now it made sense. As the big boss, couldn't he simply delegate tasks with a few words? Why would he need to take such initiative? Lin Yuetian clicked on the label to view the details and was surprised to find that there had been 2 missed calls from this number. The first had rung for over 20 seconds, while the second had only lasted 2 seconds. She smacked her forehead, recalling, on the day of her move, she had received 2 unfamiliar calls, which which she had rejected due to carrying luggage and the fact that they were from unknown numbers. Oh dear, Lin Yuetian sighed, feeling that her role as a secretary was becoming increasingly absurd. On only her second day of employment, she was requesting leave and had ignored calls from the big boss not just once, but twice? Even more absurdly, she had to request leave again today. Not after hesitating for a moment, she pulled out her phone and called Liang Tian. You all go ahead. I will arrive a bit later, as I have something to attend to. Okay, no rush. We're still having breakfast. After hanging up, Lin Yuetian headed to the kitchen to gather ingredients. She swiftly prepared a small pot of sauce and a fruit platter. Upon arriving at the company, she placed the sauce in the small refrigerator located in the president's office and set the fruit platter on Lu Yunfeng's desk. Before leaving, she jotted down a leave note on a sticky note. Having completed these tasks, she hailed a taxi to the second hospital. Normally, she wouldn't splurge on a cab. She preferred to save money by taking the bus, spending only 2 yuan for round trips, even though it took longer. Tian, in my opinion, you shouldn't work at all. After all, your monthly salary is only 5,000 yuan, you might as well ask your father for it. Your mother used to do nothing at home, and your father still gave her 5,000. While waiting in line for her examination, Lu Chunhua grasped Liang Tian's hand and spoke. The hospital was bustling with people, and Liang Tian had been awakened by her grandmother at 5 in the morning. She was utterly exhausted and had no energy to engage in small talk, not to mention, it was the kind of small talk she found unappealing. Grandma, please don't talk too much. You might get thirsty later, and with your limited mobility, it will be quite troublesome to go to the restroom. Liang Tian restrained her emotions, playing the role of a dutiful daughter-in-law. But Lu Chunhua relished the opportunity to assert her authority. Are you saying my words are unpalatable? How can you earn such a meager salary and still expect to silence me? You are the daughter-in-law of the Fu family. Now that Lin Yuetian has left, you must take her place, understand? Liang Tian forced a smile. Grandma, you can manipulate mom, but you cannot manipulate me. Kindness can lead to being taken advantage of. I am not so easily fooled. True, my earnings may be modest, but my job is not demanding. You claim mom did nothing, merely receiving 5,000 from dad each month. Let me ask, who prepares your meals? When you have a headache or fever, who takes care of you? Sometimes, I even have to clean up after you. Grandma, you know the current market rates for full-time caregivers. For someone like you, who cannot be self-sufficient and has additional demands, do you think you can find a caregiver for less than 10,000 a month? Don T even mentioned 5,000, I wouldn't want to care for you even for 10,000, you, Lu Chunhua exclaimed, gripping the armrest of her wheelchair. You little brat, how come I never knew you had such a sharp tongue? So, your usual obedience and filial piety were all an act, with your father and husband absent. You think you can bully this old woman? Before Liang Tian could respond, Lu Chunhua deliberately leaned forward, toppling out of her wheelchair. As she fell, she cried out dramatically, oh, unfilial descendants are assaulting an elderly person, unfilial descendants are assaulting an elderly person. Chapter 32. A mother, you are truly impressive. Liang Tian was taken aback. As a young woman in her 20s, she had never witnessed such a scene before. Lu Chunhua lay on the ground, wailing loudly, quickly attracting a crowd of patients and their families. Without discerning the circumstances, they instinctively sympathized with the weaker party. To them, the elderly lady in the wheelchair, unable to care for herself, was undoubtedly the victim, while the healthy and youthful Liang Tian was perceived as the ungrateful descendant. Little girl, how can you strike an elder? You too will grow old one day. Beware of retribution. Are you all right, dear elderly lady? A kind soul approached to assist Lu Chunhua. Lu Chunhua continued to moan, good people, please help me. My granddaughter-in-law has declared that she no longer wishes to care for me. As a disabled person with a leg injury, how can I manage my medical needs alone? I have a cyst here in my chest. I came for a follow-up today, and it might be cancer. How pitiful, young lady, you cannot behave this way. Though the law may not punish you, morality certainly will. A righteous individual, without hesitation, approached Liang Tian and rudely dragged her before Lu Chunhua. You must assist your grandmother and take her for treatment at once. Liang Tian, feeling the weight of the accusatory stares from onlookers, found herself at a loss for words. I did not strike the elder. I did not push her from her wheelchair. I never said I wouldn't care for her. Her explanations were drowned out by a chorus of accusations. Ultimately, she was compelled by the well-meaning crowd to assist Lu Chunhua back into her wheelchair. Some even insisted that Liang Tian kneel and apologize, pressing her head down forcefully. What are you doing? Lin Yuetian arrived just in time to witness this trial. The spectators appeared as if they were all agents of justice, while Liang Tian resembled a condemned sinner. Mother, upon hearing Lin Yuetian's voice, Liang Tian lifted her head, tears instantly blurring her vision. Struggling to stand, she rushed into Lin Yuetian's embrace as if seeking salvation, weeping profusely and releasing all her grievances. Lin Yuetian understood the young woman's pain. No one knew better than she how difficult Lu Chunhua could be. Lu Chunhua, you claim that Tian pushed you from your wheelchair and struck you, correct? One hand soothingly caressed Liang Tian's back while the other fished out her phone. Lu Chunhua feigned frailty, looking pitiful. Yes, I merely spoke to her, and she became upset, pushing me off the wheelchair. "Ah Lian, what brings you here? Have you come to your senses?" "Regretted it. After stepping outside, you realized how comfortable home is, didn't you? Rest assured, we won't hold your previous defiance against you." Lu Chunhua beamed with satisfaction. "This child is rebellious and will never be filial to the elderly. Since you're here, take me for my examination. You won't hold it against me?" Lin Yuetian chuckled lightly. "But I intend to hold you accountable." With that, she patted Liang Tian's shoulder and opened a video stored on her phone. "Let everyone see the true nature of this pitiable old woman." Curious onlookers leaned in upon witnessing the video, their expressions shifted to disbelief, the tide of public opinion turned, and soon the chorus of voices condemned Lu Chunhua. Who would have thought this old lady could be so malicious? How can she speak such nonsense to garner our sympathy? Who just scolded the young lady, apologized to her, disrespecting the elderly? Such an elder does not deserve care. Let her fend for herself. Lu Chunhua, bewildered and furious, wheeled herself to Lin Yuetian, snatching her phone. Upon viewing the video, she shrieked in rage. "Lin Yuetian, you wretched woman, did you really install surveillance in my room? Old hag, pay attention, this surveillance is in the corridor, not your room. It was installed in the common area of the nursing home." Lu Chunhua, unreasonable as ever, became frantic when she realized she was in the wrong. The video depicted events from about a week prior, when she had been provoked by a fellow patient. That patient's child had taken her on a trip, and upon returning, she boasted incessantly afterward. Lu Chunhua began to act out, telling Lin Yuetian she wanted to travel too. When her son claimed he had no time and suggested Lin Yuetian accompany her, she threw a tantrum, deliberately clogging the toilet and causing chaos were her tactics. When Lin Yuetian took her outside to bask in the sun, she pretended to fall from her wheelchair, then falsely accused Lin Yuetian of assault. The footage mirrored the recent incident perfectly. "Old hag, is this the only trick you have? Next time you torment your descendants, could you perhaps employ a more inventive approach?" Lin Yuetian mocked. Previously, out of respect for her relationship with Fu Guoping, she had tolerated this unreasonable old woman. Now, with that connection severed, she had no desire to endure or coddle her any longer. "You wretched woman!" Lu Chunhua, infuriated, seized Lin Yuetian's phone and hurled it to the ground. With a loud crack, the screen shattered, fragments scattering everywhere. The bystanders gasped, instinctively stepping back. "This old woman is terrifying. Who would want to care for such an elder? As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure, but with someone like her, the household can never find peace." The murmurs grew louder, and the pointing fingers multiplied. Lin Yuetian glanced at the wreckage of her phone, unfazed, for this was not the first time Lu Chunhua had shattered her device. "Go ahead and break it. After all, it was your son who bought it. I wouldn't be bothered if you smashed a dozen more." Lu Chunhua, too furious to catch her breath, rolled her eyes and fainted. "Mother, is grandma going to be all right?" Liang Tian loathed Lu Chunhua's maliciousness, yet she did not possess Lin Yuetian's nonchalance or boldness. Lin Yuetian patted her shoulder. "It's nothing serious. We re at the hospital, after all. Surely, we witness a fatality here." With that, she assisted Lu Chunhua into the wheelchair. "I'll take the old lady to the emergency room. You call everyone in the Fu family and summon them here. Why should you be the only one to take her for treatment? They all need to be present." "Sure," Liang Tian responded brightly, feeling a sense of vindication. "Why should she be bullied alone? When you call, remember to exaggerate the situation. Just say the old lady is on the verge of death," Lin Yuetian reminded as she wheeled Lu Chunhua away. "Understood." Liang Tian gestured in agreement, watching Lin Yuetian's departing figure. She couldn't help but admire. "Mother, you are truly impressive." Previously, she had only seen her mother-in-law engaged in household chores, leading her to misunderstand her character as that of a pushover. Now she realized that her mother-in-law was anything but soft. On the contrary, she was quite formidable. Liang Tian felt a surge of admiration and secretly vowed to embody her mother-in-law's assertiveness. "Hello, father, grandma is in trouble. Hurry to the hospital." "Yes, it's very serious. Come quickly." Chapter 33. A family driven to despair. An hour later, members of the Fu family gradually arrived at the thoracic surgery ward of the hospital. Even before Fu Shangting stepped into the room, her cries had already echoed within. "Mother, mother, please don't leave me and my elder brother." "Oh, heavens, why are you so blind?" Grandma. Influenced by Fu Shangting's emotional outburst, Fu Jiayi also raised a hand to wipe his tears. Fu Guoping trailed behind, one hand grasping Fu Jiaguang's, while the other was draped around Yi Jinjun, who was also sobbing quietly with her head down. As the family entered the ward, the atmosphere was thick with the poignant emotions of life and death. To an outsider, it would seem as if Lu Chunhua were on the brink of death, and they had come for a final farewell. "Lin Yuetian, what are you doing here?" Fu Shangting exclaimed in surprise upon spotting Lin Yuetian in the room. Fu Guoping, though feeling despondent, unexpectedly found a surge of confidence upon seeing her. "Alien and I have yet to finalize our marriage. She is still your sister-in-law. Isn't it only proper for her to come and see mother off? Mother is on the verge of leaving us. She knows this, doesn't she? If it weren't for her neglect of mother's care, would mother have fallen ill so suddenly and severely? Fu Shangting pouted, clearly displeased. Lin Yuetian, observing Fu Shangting's unsightly demeanor, let out a cold laugh. Didn't you say you were too busy to spare a moment? Yet here you are. Mother is gravely ill, of course, we must be here. Fu Shangting retorted, her eyes wide in indignation. Lin Yuetian smirked, gravely ill, the test results aren't even in yet. After a pause, she continued with a mocking sneer, what? Are you so eagerly wishing for your biological mother's demise? You vile woman, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll tear your mouth apart. Fu Shangting, incensed, lunged forward, attempting to grab Lin Yuetian's mouth. Lin Yuetian deftly sidestepped, leaving Fu Shangting to stumble forward, nearly falling flat on her face. Lu Chunhua is your mother, she is undergoing examination, and as her children, you should be here to accompany her. Fu Guoping, if you show such disrespect to your mother, do you not fear that your own children will follow suit and neglect you as well? Lin Yuetian directed a piercing question at Fu Guoping. Fu Guoping felt a jolt of disbelief, raising his brows in shock. He was furious but contained it, wanting to maintain his image as a cordial father in front of Jiaguang, refusing to succumb to hysteria. What is mother's current condition? Fu Guoping asked coldly. Lin Yuetian crossed her arms defiantly, her demeanor unwavering. I don't know, you can ask the doctor yourself. Mother, wake up, wake up. Fu Shangting, disregarding everything, rushed to the bedside, calling out near Lu Chunhua's ear. Lu Chunhua stirred awake, groggily opening her eyes. Shangting, my good girl, why are you here? Tian called us, saying you suddenly fainted and it was very serious. We thought you were dying, Lin Yuetian interjected bluntly. Upon hearing Lin Yuetian's voice, Lu Chunhua's temples throbbed with anger. She pointed a trembling finger at her. Get out. I don't want to see her. Mother, please don't get agitated, Fu Shangting soothed, gently patting Lu Chunhua's chest from across the blanket. She then turned to Lin Yuetian aggressively. Did you hear that? You are not welcome here, leave. Lin Yuetian remained calm, her expression unperturbed. Don't worry, I have no desire to stay here. Tian, come with me. Liang Tian, biting her lip, lowered her gaze. Fu Jiaye, bewildered, stepped forward. What is going on? You were supposed to accompany grandma for her treatment, why did you bring mother here? Liang Tian, on the verge of tears, finally lifted her sorrowful eyes. Grandma is bullying me. Jiaye, can I not take care of grandma anymore? Her doe-like eyes glistened with tears, yearning for her husband's concern. Even if he did not side with her, a simple inquiry would suffice. However, Fu Jiaye remained unyielding, frowning in disapproval. Not take care of grandma? Tian, how could you utter such a rebellious statement? That is your grandmother, she is father and aunt's mother. None of you from the Fu family have cared for her, so why should you bully me? Liang Tian finally snapped, her emotions spilling over as she grabbed Lin Yuetian's hand and stormed out, eager to leave without a moment's delay. Lu Chunhua gestured for Fu Shangting to help her sit up. Gasping for breath, she glared fiercely at the ward's entrance. Those two outsiders, not even bearing the Fu surname, are nothing but ingrates. They can't be raised right. Grandma, Tian isn't like that, she must have been incited by mother, led astray. Fu Jiaye defended his wife vehemently. Ye Junjun seized the opportunity to undermine Lin Yuetian, quickly adding, Mother, Tian is just a good little rabbit. She wouldn't behave this way if no one taught her. Exactly. Fu Shangting chimed in, casting a glance at Fu Guoping. Elder brother, you should hastily annul this marriage. Lin Yuetian has revealed her true nature. She is nothing but a calamity. Enough. Fu Guoping, his ears ringing from the commotion, bellowed, Shangting, go ask the doctor about mother's condition. Stop causing chaos wherever you go. Can't you just be quiet for once? Fu Shangting was so enraged that her mouth twisted. Observing this, Yi Junjun quickly volunteered, I'll go ask. Shangting, you stay with mother. The raucous ward finally quieted down. The patients in the adjacent beds were annoyed by the disturbance, feeling that this family lacked basic decorum. After a few minutes, Yi Junjun returned, her face drawn and sorrowful. What did you find out? Fu Guoping inquired. Yi Junjun recounted the doctor's words. So there is a 2 by 3 centimeters cyst in the lung that requires a puncture to determine whether it is benign or malignant. The procedure is scheduled for tomorrow morning, but first, she needs to have blood drawn for tests. So, does this mean mother will need to be hospitalized for a day? Fu Shangting's brow furrowed instantly. Yi Junjun nodded, yes. Then who will take care of mother tonight? After this question was posed, the four exchanged glances, with no one willing to step forward to offer their assistance. With the 2 wives who could be coerced having fled, the remaining family members harbored ulterior motives. Xiangting, you should stay and take care of her, Fu Guoping finally stated firmly, both Jia and I are men. It is inconvenient for us to assist mother with bathing and using the toilet. Junjun is pregnant, so you are the most suitable. Me? Fu Xiangting pointed at herself in disbelief. I have an important dinner tonight. It's a multi-million business deal. If it falls through, will you take responsibility? Absolute nonsense. Fu Guoping erupted in anger. The argument between the siblings grew increasingly loud, causing the patients and their families in the adjacent beds to lose their patience. Take your quarrel outside. Do you have any decency? You disturbing the patient's rest. Fu Guoping, his face flushed with embarrassment from the reprimands, quickly exited the ward, reaching for a cigarette in his pocket. Fu Xiangting followed him out, hands on her hips. If it's not feasible, just hire a nurse. Fine, you can pay for it, Fu Guoping replied coldly. Fu Xiangting immediately became indignant. Me, why should I pay? Because you've been idle for years, not spending a single cent on mother. Nonsense, when father died, all the assets were given to you. Do you think I'm unaware that inheritance was meant for mother's care and treatment, and you're using that money, so I won't contribute a single cent? The quarrel between the siblings could still be heard through the ward door. Lu Chunhua sat on the hospital bed, feeling uneasy. She pondered, if Aping Hen Ti sought out other women, would Lin Yuetian still be the one caring for her? How could Lin Yuetian be so heartless as to abandon her? Chapter 34. How can one serve the president like this? If Lin Yuetian could lay eggs, she, as a mother-in-law, would never consent to the mistress entering the household. Ultimately, it all boils down to Lin Yuetian's fault. On the other side, Liang Tian dashed out of the hospital, finally stopping at the roadside to catch her breath. After that outburst of emotions, she felt an immense sense of relief within her. Yet, at the same time, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Mom, may I stay with you for a few days? Lin Yuetian was taken aback. Are you angry with your father? Liang Tian bit her lip. Mom, I'm sorry. Lin Yuetian, somewhat puzzled, asked, what else with the apologies? Liang Tian lifted her misty eyes, looking pitiful, glistening with tears. You and Dad are on the verge of divorce, and my family is upset with you. I didn't try to persuade them and even followed their lead to block you, but until it affects me directly, I didn't truly understand the grievances involved, but now I do. Mom, you have truly had a tough time over the years. Silly child. Lin Yuetian felt a surge of warmth, grasping Liang Tian's hand. I don't blame you, you are still young and haven't yet truly experienced the challenges of supporting both the old and the young. Moreover, circumstances are different. I have a wicked mother-in-law, do you? No, not at all, Mom, you are an exceptionally wonderful mother-in-law. Liang Tian immediately raised her voice in declaration. Lin Yuetian smiled, affectionately tapping her little nose with her finger. Liang Tian lowered her head, shaking Lin Yuetian's hand. I'm really disappointed with Jia's attitude. If he were to become a second father to me, I would reconsider whether this marriage should continue. While there are no children involved, it might be best to divorce early and extricate oneself from the situation. Lin Yuetian did not respond immediately, reminiscing about the time she and Fu Guoping took Jia home from the orphanage. She recalled the little moments of Jia's growth over the years. How should one put it, this child had always idolized his father, viewing his mother as merely a trivial housewife. The influence of one's original family on a child is indeed profound, especially the subtle yet significant impact of parents. Under Fu Guoping's influence, Jia gradually began to look down on her as a mother, while simultaneously holding high standards for virtuous women, believing they ought to serve the elderly and toil tirelessly without complaint. Why don't you come stay with me for a few days? You should have a good talk with Jia, don't act impulsively, Lin Yuetian advised. Liang Tian nodded. Mom, don't worry, I'm not a child anymore, I know what I'm doing. Before making any decisions, remember to discuss it with me or your parents. Even though they are in the countryside and cannot provide much support, they can offer valuable advice. Do not get caught up in your own stubbornness and make decisions alone. Mom, I understand, Liang Tian replied sincerely. Previously, she had regarded Lin Yuetian solely as a mother-in-law, but from now on, she wished to embrace this mother-in-law as her true mother. Meanwhile, at Yunfeng Group, Lu Yunfeng returned to his office after the morning meeting, finding no trace of Lin Yuetian. He then called her office phone, but it went unanswered. At his desk, he noticed a neatly written note attached to the pen holder. The handwriting was elegant, one could even say exceptionally good. Boss, I sincerely apologize, but I must take another day off today. I will try to return in the afternoon. There are family matters that are quite difficult. Your lunch has been placed in the fridge, just microwave it for 2 minutes. The small, tidy script filled the page. Lu Yunfeng tore off the note and examined it closely. It was evident that Lin Yuetian had practiced her handwriting, which was in standard cursive. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the fruit platter beside him. Four types of fruit were neatly arranged, each cut into uniform shapes, perfectly organized. For someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies and a perfectionist nature, such a meticulously crafted fruit platter was indeed a visual delight. Lu Yunfeng speared a piece of cantaloupe with a fork and tasted it. The flavor was fragrant and sweet. Lin Yuetian truly had a knack for selecting fruit, and the taste was delightful. He then approached the refrigerator, opening the door to find two lunchboxes quietly lying inside, one filled with braised meat and the other with noodles. She really knows how to live well, Lu Yunfeng chuckled in exasperation. He was quite particular about his food and never consumed leftovers. He insisted on freshly cooked meals and microwaving it for 2 minutes. Was he really that easy to brush off? Secretary Wang, Lin Yuetian has taken another day off today. Please remind her that in the future, she must specify the reasons for her leave, and she is not to take time off without my approval. President. Secretary Lin said she was afraid of disturbing you so early in the morning, which is why she did not elaborate. She mentioned that her ex-mother-in-law has a hospital appointment today, and she is accompanying her. So, she is accompanying an elder for a medical checkup. That is quite filial. Whether it disturbs me or not is my decision to make, not hers. Tell her to adhere to the regulations from now on. Without waiting for Secretary Wang to explain further, Lu Yunfeng swiftly hung up the phone. Secretary Wang stood at her desk, feeling perplexed. It was quite normal for someone in the president's office to take leave occasionally. Some had family emergencies requiring extended time off, and the president never inquired further. If he were to learn about it, he would likely encourage the HR department to look into the employee's situation and provide humanitarian support when necessary. Yet, in the case of Lin Yuetian, why was the president so harsh and seemingly unfeeling? True, frequent absences right after starting a job were indeed problematic, but she genuinely had family matters to attend to. Secretary Wang could not make sense of it. In the end, she could only conclude that Lin Yuetian was ineffectual in her duties, lacking in competence. As a personal assistant to the president, she was clearly falling short, which was why the president was dissatisfied with her. During lunch, Lin Yuetian took Liang Tian to a small restaurant nearby for a casual meal. Concerned about Lu Yunfeng's lunch, she decided to check in by calling. The phone rang several times before being abruptly hung up. After waiting a moment, she called again, only to have it quickly disconnected once more. She then dialed Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang, has the boss had lunch yet? I made some braised meat. Just microwave it, and for the noodles, remember to loosen them with chopsticks before heating. Ha! Secretary Wang seemed to be in disbelief. You want the president to eat microwaved leftovers? It's not leftovers. I made it fresh this morning and packed it to bring to the office, Lin Yuetian clarified. Secretary Wang quickly jumped up from her desk. It's been sitting there for several hours, regardless of whether he has eaten or not, that counts as leftovers. The president is particularly picky and definitely won't eat it. He will probably just toss it out. Tell him not to throw it away. When I return, I'll take it home for dinner. All right. Secretary Wang rubbed her temples, which were beginning to throb. Although she quite liked Lin Yuetian, it was undeniable that Lin Yuetian was truly unfit for the role of the president's secretary. How could one serve the president in such a manner? After hanging up the phone, Secretary Wang rushed into the president's office. President, what would you like for lunch? When she saw Lu Yunfeng hunched over, eating a bowl of glass-contained noodles, her eyes widened in shock. Chapter 35 Like the president's wife. President, this bowl, Secretary Wang stammered. Lu Yunfeng savored his meal, and after swallowing the last bite, he raised his head and commanded, have the kitchen send over another bowl of fresh noodles. Just the noodles? What about the toppings? No need, this large box of toppings is sufficient. Understood. Secretary Wang exited the office, still in a state of astonishment. The president actually ate leftovers? He truly did. After all, he was notoriously picky. Even a bowl of noodles priced at 1,888 yuan could elicit a myriad of complaints. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Lin Yuelian, fearing her carefully prepared noodle dish would be discarded, hurriedly finished her meal and parted ways with Liang Tian. She had always been frugal and detested wasting food. She understood that in the eyes of the big boss, such waste was trivial. They had wealth, and money could buy everything. Rushing to clock in on the 88th floor, she immediately dashed into the president's office and knocked on the door. Upon hearing Lu Yunfeng's voice from inside, she felt somewhat surprised. The president usually dined in the restaurant for lunch and took a half-hour nap afterward. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was just past 1 o'clock. How is your mother? Ah. Lin Yuelian was taken aback. Lu Yunfeng stood by the bookshelf, casually selecting a book. Your ex-husband's mother. Oh, Lin Yuelian finally grasped the situation. Thank you for your concern, boss. If you need anything, feel free to speak up. Lu Yunfeng casually picked up a book. I know quite a few people at the hospital. Lin Yuelian understood his implication. She nodded slightly, "Thank you for your kindness, but I shouldn't need it." She didn't wish to elaborate, preferring not to bring her family's trivial matters into the workplace. However, the more she kept silent, the more curious Lu Yunfeng became. Yet, he refrained from prying into her privacy. Instead, he settled into a massage chair, activating it while reading. "Tomorrow is the anniversary of my alma mater. You will accompany me?" "Certainly." Lin Yuelian nodded. The secretary's manual contained Lu Yunfeng's profile. He was a graduate of the University of Science and Technology of China, having spent 3 years studying in Silicon Valley before returning to start from scratch. In the early years, although the internet industry was booming, he missed that tide and focused on automotive research and development. For the first decade, the cars produced by Yunfeng Group were merely satisfactory, lacking in cost-effectiveness. However, once the company shifted its strategy to focus on new energy vehicles, it quickly rose to prominence. Now, the market share of Yunfeng Group's new energy vehicles had reached an impressive 20%. The group not only manufactured cars but also gradually introduced technology into lower-tier markets, offering various high-tech small appliances that were particularly favored by the youth. Every year, the University of Science and Technology of China invited celebrities to attend its anniversary celebrations. For 3 consecutive years, they had sent invitations to Lu Yunfeng. In the first 2 years, he was unable to attend due to work commitments of this year. However, he had managed to adjust his schedule in advance, allowing him to support his alma mater. "Make sure to dress nicely tomorrow. Wear something formal, perhaps a suit." Lu Yunfeng scrutinized Lin Yuelian, giving his advice. Lin Yuelian nodded. Speaking of the University of Science and Technology of China brought her a sense of pain. After all, it was the very institution she had aspired to attend. Its graduates went on to design cars, build aircraft and artillery, and even construct rockets. Had she been admitted back then, she might not be a secretary now but rather a senior engineer in research and development. While Lu Yunfeng was engrossed in his reading, Lin Yuelian approached the refrigerator. Opening it, she was disappointed to find it rather empty. Had Lu Yunfeng truly discarded her dish? "What are you looking for?" A deep, resonant voice came from behind her as she felt a wave of frustration. She closed the refrigerator door. "Did you throw away the noodle dish I made, boss?" "I did." Lu Yunfeng maintained a serious expression, deliberately teasing her. Lin Yuelian pouted, wanting to say something but unsure where to begin. Lu Yunfeng then chuckled. "I didn't throw it away, I finished it. The toppings were quite good, but the noodles were too mushy and not enjoyable. Please refrain from making such noodles for me in the future." "Ah. Understood." It one tea happen again. Lin Yuelian's mood fluctuated like a roller coaster, dipping low one moment and soaring high the next. Observing her rapid emotional shifts, Lu Yunfeng shook his head. It was merely a bowl of noodles. Why did she seem so affected? The next day, Lin Yuelian dressed elegantly in a cream-colored office outfit. This ensemble was a gift from her adoptive father on her 45th birthday. Since then, she had reserved it for important occasions, considering it her battle attire. Typically, she wore minimal makeup, just a swipe of lipstick. However, today she had taken special care, applying powder and meticulously crafting a refined look. Upon entering the president's office, a group of younger colleagues were left in awe. "My goodness, Sister Lin, is that really you?" Secretary Wang exclaimed, addressing her with a newfound respect and taking in her appearance from head to toe. Lin Yuelian exuded an air of sophistication, and with a bit of adornment, she radiated the aura of a distinguished lady. While taking the bus that day, many passengers cast curious glances her way, wondering how such an elegant woman ended up on public transport. Lin Yuelian was aware of her own beauty but believed that physical appearance was the least significant aspect of a woman. "Yes, it's me. Is there a difference?" she inquired as Secretary Wang clapped her thighs in disbelief. "You've completely transformed. How much did you spend on this makeup? You must have splurged." "I did it myself." "You did it yourself? I find that hard to believe." Before Secretary Wang could continue, the door to the president's office swung open. Lu Yunfeng emerged, followed closely by his assistant, Jiang Wang. The staff in the office promptly stood in unison. Today, Lu Yunfeng was to lead a group of 7. Lin Yuelian, serving as the personal secretary, she was included in that group. Lu Yunfeng did not glance at Lin Yuelian but stated in a deep voice, "It's time, let us depart." Secretary Wang tugged at Lin Yuelian, instantly transforming her into a capable professional, urging the other secretaries to follow suit. A large group set out, with Lu Yunfeng in the center, while Lin Yuelian, of similar age, became the second focal point. The younger assistants and secretaries seemed to serve as mere background figures, with Lin Yuelian standing out, exuding the aura of the president's wife, walking alongside Lu Yunfeng, radiating confidence. At the entrance of the vehicle, several bodyguards stood respectfully, opening the door and inviting Lu Yunfeng inside. Upon noticing Lin Yuelian, the guards instinctively bowed to it. Took them a moment to realize that she was not the president's wife. Inside the car, after Lu Yunfeng settled in, Lin Yuelian approached the bar to prepare tea. Lu Yunfeng was initially focused on the stock market trends, his mind undistracted. However, when he inadvertently glanced up, he was captivated by the sight of her delicate, fair calves. They were not the typical frail, slender kind but rather possessed a hint of muscle, embodying health and strength. Despite the muscle, they retained an elegant line, slender and well-proportioned. Lu Yunfeng found himself unable to look away, feeling a sense of vexation as he tugged at his tie. He had advised Lin Yuelian to present herself well, but he hadn't intended for her to overdo it. Chapter 36, Are you not afraid of relationship exposure? Boss, your tea. Lin Yuetian presented the freshly brewed Longjing tea before Lu Yunfeng. Barley tea was a necessity after his workouts, yet he generally preferred Longjing. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air as Lin Yuetian bent slightly, serving with a warm smile. It was only then that Lu Yunfeng snapped back from his distracted state, accepting the teacup and taking a sip, almost scalding his lips. Please take a seat. Although the coaster was exceptionally comfortable and the ride was remarkably smooth, he was concerned that Lin Yuetian might burn herself with the hot liquid. Nodding in acknowledgement, she settled beside Secretary Wang in the rear. As she pulled out her phone to check the time, she tapped her forehead. This phone, which had suffered a significant crack after being dropped by Lu Chunhua the previous day, had slipped her mind amidst the chaos of tidying up her home upon returning. Fortunately, the phone box was conveniently stowed in her bag, allowing her to swap the SIM card at her leisure. With nearly an hour on the road ahead, she leisurely extracted the SIM card from her old phone. When she opened the phone box, Secretary Wang cast a curious glance. Oh! Her eyes widened in surprise. How did the phone intended for the matriarch end up in Secretary Lin's possession? Lin Yuetian was momentarily taken aback as well. Wasn't this the phone that Secretary Wang had helped her select at the mobile store? Secretary Wang had mentioned that this device was meant for the president's mother. Lin, Secretary Wang blinked in astonishment. Lin Yuetian silenced her with a finger to her lips, glancing forward to check if Lu Yunfeng was observing. With a moment's hesitation, she inserted the SIM card into the new phone. The novelty of the foldable phone captivated her, and she toyed with it for a while. Finally, she opened her contacts and sent Lu Yunfeng a message. Dear boss, I've started using the new phone. It's exquisite and fantastic. Lu Yunfeng felt a vibration from the pocket of his jacket. Pulling out his phone, he discovered a message from Lin Yuetian. Why not just speak to him directly since she was sitting right behind? Disinterested, he closed his eyes to rest. Secretary Wang, ever inquisitive, took out her phone to text Lin Yuetian. What's the story with the phone? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Yuetian replied, It's a gift from the boss. Secretary Wang, what? Lin Yuetian, he said using my old phone would be embarrassing for him. Secretary Wang, I see. That makes sense. While she typed her understanding, she couldn't shake off her confusion. If the boss wanted Lin Yuetian to have a new phone, why not just let her buy one herself? Why involve the company in the expense? Secretary Wang furrowed her brow in contemplation, feeling that the president treated Lin Yuetian quite differently. It made sense. After all, Lin Yuetian was a benefactor to the matriarch, so special treatment was justified. Oh, by the way, Secretary Wang recalled, I haven't added you to the corporate group yet. Scan this code. Using the new phone was seamless, unlike her previous one, which often malfunctioned during scanning. Done. Once we arrive at the school, we just follow the president's instructions. All right, Lin Yuetian nodded. The coaster maintained a low profile, gliding past the throngs of students gathered to welcome them at the entrance of the university. Many students held banners with various messages, such as Welcome, Senior Lu and Lu Yunfeng, the pride of Keita. Lin Yuetian recognized that these students had come specifically to greet Lu Yunfeng. However, the coaster showed no signs of stopping, continuing on its path towards the Academic Affairs Building. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Academic Affairs Building, a group of young and beautiful hostesses was finalizing their rehearsal. Pang Wen was the host for the anniversary event. Through his connections, Yi Jinjun had managed to join the ranks, dressed in a simple yet elegant qipao, embodying youthful vitality. After a flawless rehearsal, Pang Wen handed her a bottle of soda, thoughtfully twisting off the cap and inserting a straw. Yi Jinjun flashed him a sweet smile, teasing, Pang Wen, with your warmth, why don't you have a girlfriend? Pang Wen's ears flushed red. I haven't found the right one. Lower your standards a bit. Besides, aren't there female scientists at the academy? Engineering girls tend to be rather dull. In their eyes, all that matters is research. I see, Yi Jinjun replied, biting the straw. If you ask me, you might as well pair up with Ran Ran. Pang Wen waved her off. Please, don't play matchmaker. In truth, he had someone he liked, but that person remained distant, both figuratively and literally. For years, he had lacked the courage to express his feelings. He had often inquired about Yi Jinjun's ideal partner, to which she would always reply with a cheerful grin, "I like rich uncles." The criteria of wealth and age were far removed from his reality. As they continued their light-hearted banter, suddenly someone rushed in, exclaiming, "They're here, they're here." "Who is?" "Of course, it's Lu Yunfeng, the president of Yunfeng Group." "Wow, the most handsome and wealthiest uncle from the capital." Upon hearing the keywords of wealth and uncle, Yi Junjun's senses heightened. Soon, Lu Yunfeng entered, accompanied by a cadre of individuals. Bodyguards flanked the outer perimeter, while behind him trailed 7 young professionals. Among them, Lin Yuetian stood out distinctly. "Who is that woman?" "Which one?" "The one with the mature elegance." "The one in the white suit, right?" "Yes, that's her." "Not sure. Could she be from Yunfeng Group's upper management?" "She doesn't look like upper management, she resembles Lu Yunfeng's wife." "Lu Yunfeng is single, where would a wife come from?" "With a son that age, surely he must have a wife." The hostesses chattered curiously, intrigued by Lin Yuetian's identity while simultaneously admiring Lu Yunfeng's charm and poise. It was remarkable how well a middle-aged man could maintain himself, rivaling some of the handsome figures in the entertainment industry. "Ah one, that person is Lin Yuetian." Yi Junjun felt a pang of jealousy. Lin Yuetian had truly become Lu Yunfeng's secretary, and she was even attending the anniversary event? She is Lin Yuetian? Pang Wen's irritation flared upon hearing her name. During this year's anniversary, the principal would formally introduce the teachers. Those who were reinstated at the academy would also be invited to take on PhD students. He truly could not fathom how Lin Yuetian could have the audacity to show her face on such an important occasion. "Did you know? She got into Yunfeng Group thanks to your teacher's connections. I heard Lu Yunfeng is your teacher's student, your senior, right?" "You're absolutely right." Pang Wen clenched his fists, his brows furrowing in frustration. This Lin Yuetian was utterly shameless, brazenly leveraging her teacher's connections to stand beside Lu, her senior. Did she not realize that her senior was a prominent figure constantly in the spotlight? Did she aspire to bask in that limelight too? Did she not fear the repercussions of exposing her ties to her teacher? Chapter 37 of The Fierce Protector. In the reception lounge of the Academic Affairs Building, numerous prominent figures gathered in unison. These distinguished guests had been invited by the university to lend their presence. Each individual was afforded the opportunity to deliver a speech aimed at encouraging the new students of the university. During the annual anniversary celebration, many alumni returned to their alma mater. Such moments often serve as a splendid occasion for networking, even among the elites. Before Lu Yunfeng arrived, several individuals in the lounge had already mentioned him. "I never expected that we would cultivate a businessman at our University of Science and Technology. He is indeed the pride of our institution, worth 600 billion, tisk. As researchers, even if we worked for 10 lifetimes, we could never amass such wealth." "Is that really the point? Are we engaged in research solely for monetary gain? Discussing finances is rather vulgar. Our pursuits are for the nation, for ideals." "Elder Yang, I hear Lu Yunfeng is your student. Might you introduce him to us later? A merchant reeking of copper, what merit is there in befriending him?" Just as Lu Yunfeng, accompanied by a throng of followers, strode into the lounge, he overheard the last remark. The room fell into an immediate silence, with an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. The speaker, surnamed Ma, was a young vice president of a prestigious hospital, already a luminary in the medical field, with a promising future ahead. His pride rendered him dismissive of Lu Yunfeng. Upon Lu's arrival, he did not conceal his disdain, sneering, "I speak nothing but the truth." The others dared not interject. Lu Yunfeng remained unfazed, his expression calm and composed. He approached Yang Lining with purposeful strides, bowing respectfully. "Teacher, it's been a while." Yang Lining looked upon the spirited man before him, still remarkably handsome despite being over 50, and felt a swell of pride. "You remain unchanged. Your appealing exterior is the least remarkable aspect of you." "Uncle Yang," Lin Yuetian greeted softly. Given Yang Lining's age, he initially failed to recognize Lin Yuetian, who had made a slight effort to enhance her appearance. Only upon closer inspection did he realize she was his beloved niece. "Alian, how is it that you are with Yunfeng?" Lu Yunfeng, taken aback, glanced at the woman beside him. Lin Yuetian pressed her lips together. "I work at Yunfeng Group now, serving as Mr. Lu's personal secretary." Yang Lining stood momentarily in stunned silence. Given Lin Yuetian's academic qualifications, it seemed improbable that she could occupy such a position unless Lu Yunfeng had offered her a favor out of respect for her lineage as the daughter of martyrs. Noticing the unspoken exchange between them, Lu Yunfeng smiled pleasantly. Do you know each other, teacher and secretary Lin? Are you unaware? Yang Lining lifted his gaze. She is the Lian I often mention to you. Is it truly her? Lu Yunfeng expressed surprise, incredulity coloring his glance at Lin Yuetian. His gaze lingered on her for a considerable time. His teacher had indeed frequently referred to a girl named Lian, stating that she was the sole daughter of two martyrs from the Academy of Sciences, Lin Guodong and Ningxia. The media had scarcely reported on these heroes, leaving the public largely uninformed of their deeds. His teacher had conveyed that Lian had suffered greatly, having lost both parents at a young age. However, her relatives within the academy had cared for her well. She had proven herself capable, scoring third in her district to gain admission to the University of Science and Technology. Regrettably, she had succumbed to the folly of romance, ultimately choosing marriage over higher education. In the 1990s, when few girls pursued university education, her choice to prioritize matrimony over academia elicited only pity, with no one offering counsel against her decision. According to his teacher, Lian was exceptionally intelligent. Had she completed her studies, she might have become a remarkable scientist by now. Observing the woman before him, somewhat past her prime yet still exuding charm, Lu Yunfeng found it difficult to reconcile her with the image of an intellectual prodigy. In his mind, a talented woman did not fit this mold. She is the child of Mr. Lin and Ms. Ming? Vice President Ma, who had previously looked down upon Lu Yunfeng, frowned slightly. Years ago, he had nearly joined the Academy of Sciences himself, but due to a shortage of medical resources, he opted for medical school, focusing on pharmaceuticals and clinical research. He held great respect for Lin Guodong and Mingxia. However, he regarded their daughter with disdain. Having heard the scandalous rumors circulating about her at the Academy of Sciences forum, he now viewed Yang Lining's affectionate demeanor towards Lin Yuetian as confirmation of the gossip. Furthermore, observing Lin Yuetian's striking beauty, he deemed it a sin, especially given her age. Her allure only compounded the perceived transgression. Indeed, she is the daughter of Guodong and Xiaoxia. Yang Lining joyfully introduced her to the group. A ripple of nuanced expressions swept across the faces of those present. It was rumored that this woman was exceptionally resourceful. Having lost her parents early, she was soon taken in as a foster daughter by other dignitaries from the academy. It was also rumored that Yang Lining had intentions to adopt her as a goddaughter. A goddaughter. The emphasis on God was not the first tone, but rather the fourth tone, was it not? You certainly have some capability. Vice President Ma, impatient by nature and self-righteous in his disdain for wrongdoing, turned his gaze to Lin Yuetian, his demeanor unfriendly. You are indeed the daughter of martyrs, but this identity is not your shield, nor is it a bargaining chip. Lin Yuetian, bewildered, did not recognize this man before her and inquired, Sir, could you please clarify your statements? Do I need to broadcast your dealings with Elder Yang to the world? He is of advanced age. Do you wish to tarnish his reputation? At this pronouncement, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. All present understood that Vice President Ma was not one to be trifled with. While they anticipated his provocations, they did not expect him to exploit this matter. The expressions of the attendees soured, including Yang Lining, who furiously pounded the table. Nonsense, who is spreading rumors about my relationship with Lian? Where there is smoke, there is fire, Elder Yang. I have heard that Lin Yuetian never attended university. After marrying, she remained a full-time housewife. Pray tell, how did she gain entry into the Fortune 500 Yunfeng group? Was it not through your connections? Everyone knows that Lu Yunfeng is your prized student. With but a word from you, securing a high-paying position for your little lover would be a trivial matter. Utter nonsense, simply preposterous. Yang Lining, seething, struggled to catch his breath, his chest heaving with indignation. Seeing his distress, Lin Yuetian hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. Uncle Yang, please do not be agitated. We stand upright, unafraid of shadows. Let us confront the rumor mongers at the Academy of Sciences and challenge them directly. She continually soothed Yang Lining's emotions, bringing him a cup of hot water. Gradually, his agitation subsided. Lu Yunfeng, however, could not tolerate such indignity towards his revered mentor. Disdain for him was one thing, but besmirching his teacher was a transgression he could not abide. Lin Yuetian did not gain her position through favoritism. She saved my mother, and out of gratitude, my mother, while seeking help, fortuitously connected with her, resulting in her becoming my secretary. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. When it landed on Vice President Ma, it bore a chilling intensity, as though laced with venom. Rumors can be lethal. What if they harm someone, Vice President Ma? Will you take responsibility? Chapter 38 A glimpse of appreciation for her. You are a student of Elder Yang, so naturally, you would help him save face by fabricating some tale about a benefactor mother. Who can discern the truth, regardless of its veracity? It is ultimately up to you, Mr.Lu, to dictate the narrative, given your considerable power. Dean Ma remarked with a tinge of bitterness, clearly unconvinced. Lu Yunfeng found such troublemakers exceedingly distasteful. Were it his own affairs at stake, he would have long resorted to coercive measures to silence these gossipmongers. However, his mentor was a man of humility, preferring to reason rather than resort to force. Thus, despite his growing impatience, he maintained a facade of composure and humility. If you do not believe, then we must heed Secretary Lin's advice and trace the source of the rumors to confront them publicly. Very well. Dean Ma replied, brimming with confidence. Should it prove that I have misunderstood Elder Yang and Lin Yuetian, I shall apologize to them face to face. Apologize? What form might that apology take? Lu Yunfeng, towering in stature, stood in such a way as to cast a considerable shadow over Dean Ma. Dean Ma puffed out his chest, declaring, an apology is an apology. Is there a specific protocol to follow? Indeed, there is. Lu Yunfeng scoffed lightly. In ancient times, one would bear a thorn to seek forgiveness, but that seems rather cumbersome. How about this? You shall bow 3 times to my esteemed mentor and Secretary Lin. What say you? Bowing? Dean Ma exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was this not an affront? Nevertheless, he was confident and unafraid of potential repercussions, defiantly retorting, bowing is acceptable, but for fairness, if Elder Yang and Lin Yuetian truly have an affair, then Mr. Lu, you must also bow 3 times to me. Upon hearing Dean Ma audaciously challenge Lu Yunfeng's authority, the rest of the individuals in the lounge fell into a stunned silence. Even Lu Yunfeng's entourage believed Dean Ma had lost his senses. To wager against Mr.Lu was one thing, but to stake Elder Yang's reputation was utterly reckless. When the president of the University of Science and Technology and a group of board members entered the lounge, they happened upon Dean Ma's bombastic claims. The president's face darkened dramatically as he strode swiftly toward Dean Ma, exclaiming, Old Ma, what on earth are you causing a ruckus about? Is Elder Yang's reputation something you can gamble with so frivolously? I am not the one gambling. That would be Lu Yunfeng, Dean Ma replied dismissively, entirely oblivious to his own rudeness. My apologies, Dean Ma, but you are not welcome here. I must ask you to leave. The president's voice was low and stern, gesturing with an air of politeness that belied his growing anger. Was it not you who shamelessly invited me for the anniversary celebration? Now you declare me unwelcome. I understand your desire to salvage Elder Yang's reputation, but if he himself does not value it, one cannot blame others for speaking their minds. Dean Ma retorted, brazen and unrepentant, his demeanor both arrogant and somewhat detestable. The onlookers held their breath, fearing Dean Ma was courting disaster. His unabashed disregard for Elder Yang's dignity incited Lin Yuetian's wrath. You, as a dean and professor, have truly opened my eyes. You believe baseless rumors without a shred of evidence. Is it not a crime to slander the pillars of our nation? Elder Yang has returned to the country at nearly 80 years of age, forsaking his well-deserved rest to contribute to our nation's scientific endeavors. What more noble cause could there be? Yet, you heed mere whispers, tarnishing his name. Do you aim to stand against the nation by forcing out a pillar of society? Lin Yuetian's fervor was palpable, each word steeped in conviction as she fervently defended Elder Yang's honor. Dean Ma, is it? I could just as easily accuse you of keeping mistresses and even preying on freshly graduated interns. You are truly a disgrace. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever kept mistresses or interns? Those are mere fabrications. Do not cast your filth upon me. Filth, I assure you, I have not. If you doubt me, others can inquire at the hospital. Lin Yuetian asserted, her demeanor exuding feigned seriousness. The crowd exchanged skeptical glances, whispering among themselves. Dean Ma, incensed, retorted, you are slandering me. Whether or not I am slandering you is for you to prove with evidence. Lin Yuetian raised an eyebrow, her challenge unmistakably provocative. Lu Yunfeng, observing the spectacle as an outsider, found himself intrigued. This was the essence of tit-for-tat, was it not? Whatever attacks were thrust upon you, one could return in kind, allowing others to taste the bitterness of being unable to defend oneself. Although he disdained such tactics, witnessing Lin Yuetian incite Dean Ma to the point of frenzy compelled him to silently commend her with a thumbs up. Assistant Zhang, he said, slightly turning his head, his tone serious and commanding. Assistant Zhang promptly approached, having anticipated Lu Yunfeng's request. Investigate the source of the leak about the academy, identify the instigator behind it. President, I have already alerted the cybersecurity department of Yunfeng Group to conduct an investigation. They have promised results within half an hour. Excellent. A cold smile crept onto Lu Yunfeng's lips. Dean Ma, I advise you to refrain from making an appearance at the anniversary ceremony. Instead, await the results here. With that, he beckoned. Several imposing bodyguards swiftly positioned themselves on either side of Dean Ma, exuding an air of intimidation. Lu Yunfeng, what do you intend to do? Dean Ma exclaimed, alarmed. The two bodyguards seized him, forcibly guiding him to a nearby sofa and pushing him down. Stay put, one of the burly guards warned. Lu Yunfeng cast a disdainful glance at Dean Ma before shifting his attention to Elder Yang, striding forward to assist him. Teacher, the anniversary ceremony is about to commence. Let us proceed to the backstage to await our turn. Very well. Elder Yang glanced at Lu Yunfeng, feeling a sense of comfort. Were it not for him today, he would have been utterly humiliated. His gaze then shifted to Lin Yuetian, who had deftly silenced Dean Ma, providing a much-needed release of pent-up frustration. After Lu Yunfeng and Elder Yang departed with their entourage, the remaining individuals exchanged looks before gradually making their own exit. In the vast lounge, only two bodyguards remained, watching Dean Ma like prisoners, rendering him unable to escape. The ceremony was set to last 2 hours. Once Lin Yuetian had prepared the tea in the waiting area, she found herself with little else to do as Secretary Wang informed everyone they could move about nearby but should not wander too far. Lin Yuetian complied, too wary to stray far, only making a brief trip to the restroom. As she stood at the sink washing her hands, Yi Jinjun unexpectedly entered. She had not anticipated such misfortune, finding herself face to face with Lin Yuetian. As a hostess, she contrasted sharply with Lin Yuetian, the secretary of a major corporation. Deliberately, Yi Jinjun approached the sink, turned on the faucet full blast, and washed her hands with exaggerated force, splashing water onto Lin Yuetian. Who would have thought, you, an aging woman, still have men vying for your attention? But really, only elderly men would be interested in you. I wonder what you see in them. Perhaps they're old man scent. Truly shameless, you spread your legs for anything, don't you? Chapter 39. Heartbroken by her. Yi Junjun, why are you everywhere? Lin Yuetian remarked unceremoniously as she gazed into the mirror. Without a hint of hesitation, she scooped a handful of water and splashed it onto Yi Jinjun's face. Yet, even after this small act, her anger remained unsatisfied. Scanning the wash basin, her eyes landed on a red bucket beside the mop washing sink, filled with murky water that had yet to be discarded. With swift agility, Lin Yuetian darted over, seized the bucket, and hurled its contents forward. Ah! Yi Junjun cried out in horror, caught off guard. She had never anticipated Lin Yuetian's sudden madness, dousing her with filthy water. Do you not realize that mischief begets trouble? Your filthy mouth needs a good washing. Are you insane? Is it because you fear being divorced by Pingo that you've lost your mind? Yi Jinjun seethed with rage, stamping her feet in frustration. She glanced down at her qipao, now marred with stains of dirt and grime. I will kill you. Madness proved contagious. In an instant, Yi Jinjun lost her composure, rushing towards Lin Yuetian with the intent to tear her clothes off. So she thought herself to be beautiful, did she? But drenching her in dirty water, was that a game? I'd strip her bare and render her shameless. However, Yi Jinjun overestimated her own strength while underestimating Lin Yuetian's physical prowess. Lin Yuetian, accustomed to strenuous labor, possessed formidable strength. Even the tall and robust Fu Guoping was no match for her, let alone the petite and slender Yi Jinjun. Believing her youth would grant her an advantage, Yi Jinjun charged forward. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Yuetian yanked her hair back fiercely, causing her to yelp in pain. You are the one spreading rumors about my relationship with Yang, aren't you? A lunatic, let go of me. Someone, help! Yi Junjun struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Lin Yuetian's grip. With the ease of catching a chick, Lin Yuetian seized Yi Jinjun by the nape and forced her down before the squat toilet. What are you doing? What do you intend to do? My heavens! The Secretary Wang rushed over upon hearing the commotion, only to be met with the shocking sight of Lin Yuetian pinning Yi Jinjun against the toilet, her hands covering her mouth in disbelief. Having spent the past few days with Lin Yuetian, she had perceived her as amicable, gentle, and kind. It was akin to believing a creature to be a harmless little bunny, only to witness it devouring a fierce wolf. Or, to put it another way, envisioning yourself as Su Xian, only to discover that your gentle Bai Nyangzi has revealed a long, serpentine tail. My heavens, my heavens! Secretary Wang was so taken aback that she spun in place, unsure of what to do. Seeing her savior arrive, Yi Jinjun hurriedly cried out, help, call the police, please. Lin Jia, what on earth is happening? Secretary Wang stepped back, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Lin Yuetian gritted her teeth. Wang, I am dealing with a homewrecker. What? Secretary Wang paused, recalling her inquiry into Lin Yuetian's marital status on her first day at work, where she had mentioned her husband's infidelity and the ongoing divorce proceedings. So she is the homewrecker? Secretary Wang's expression turned fierce with indignation. Lin's secretary, I will keep watch. You do what you must. With that, she dashed out, kicking and cleaning in progress sign to the women's restroom entrance. Standing guard outside, Lin Yuetian genuinely wished to dunk the homewrecker's head into the toilet. Yet, she understood that violence would not resolve the issue. Should the homewrecker report her for intentional harm, she could face administrative penalties. Yi Jinjun, if I find out you are the one spreading rumors behind my back, I will ensure you pay dearly. I am alone now, and the barefoot fear not the shod. After delivering a stern warning, Lin Yuetian forcefully pushed her away. Yi Junjun stumbled back a couple of steps, nearly toppling into the toilet. Lin Yuetian shot her a cold glance before striding out. Secretary Wang, who had been anxiously scanning the area, quickly inquired as Lin Yuetian emerged, So, did you dunk her in the toilet? I didn't. Why not? Secretary Wang's disappointment was palpable. I detest homewreckers. Wait a bit longer. The time is not yet right. Lin Yuetian took a moment to calm her emotions. Once she obtained her divorce certificate and severed ties with Fu Guoping entirely, she would no longer hold back. The celebration proceeded smoothly and soon reached the award ceremony. However, Yi Junjun was nowhere to be found, which meant one of the award presenters was missing. The organizer called her several times, and it was only on the fifth attempt that Yi Junjun finally answered. Hello, I'm sorry, but I won't be able to attend the award ceremony. What's the matter? Why do you suddenly back out at the last minute? Where have you been all this time? I encountered a bit of trouble, my clothes got dirty, I can't go on stage, beep beep beep. Before Yi Junjun could offer further explanation, the organizer, enraged, hung up the phone. Unreliable, what kind of person did Pang Wen introduce? She frowned, directing another girl to fill in. Fortunately, she had considered contingencies and left a backup. Otherwise, the absence of a presenter would have caused a major fiasco. The annual school celebration was recorded in its entirety, destined for the annals of history. Once the celebration concluded, Pang Wen promptly called Yi Junjun, arriving at the accessible restroom. Pushing the door open, he found Yi Jinjun huddled in the corner like a quail, pitifully clutching herself. Seeing her covered in filth with disheveled hair, Pang Wen felt a mix of shock and heartache. He swiftly approached and helped her to her feet. What happened? Lin Yuetian, she hit me. I merely mentioned her inappropriate relationship with Academician Yang, and she just Yi Jinjun could not finish her sentence, collapsing into Pang Wen's embrace, burying her face against his shoulder. Upon hearing her plight, Pang Wen's heart nearly shattered. How dare that vile woman Lin Yuetian act so brazenly? Let us go find her, I will seek justice for you. Overwhelmed by anger, Pang Wen was determined to stand up for the damsel in distress. Yi Jinjun, frightened, recoiled. No, she has Academician Yang backing her now, and she is Lu Yunfeng's secretary. We shouldn't provoke her recklessly. The teacher is merely deluded by her. Besides, their relationship is scandalous. I refuse to believe that after attacking someone, she would still dare to rely on the teacher's protection. As for her being Lu Yunfeng's secretary, this will only serve to reveal Lin Yuetian's true nature, leading to her expulsion. But Yi Junjun shook her head, looking pitiful. She dared not confront Lin Yuetian directly. If Lin Yuetian were to recklessly reveal her relationship with Fu Guoping, I think we should let it go. It's better to avoid trouble. That cannot stand. As the teacher's student, it is my duty to awaken him. He is currently straying off the path, and I must guide him back. Pang Wen was resolute, patting Yi Junjun's shoulder. Rest assured, justice will prevail. Your suffering shall not be in vain. Yi Jinjun, like a soft little rabbit, nodded. Even if Lin Yuetian were to go mad, it was unlikely she would expose her relationship with Fu Guoping. After all, divorce involved asset division, and eliminating Fu Guoping would not benefit Lin Yuetian in the least. Besides, if she had intended to expose the truth, she would have already caused a ruckus at the school. But she hadn't, which implied that she cared about how much she could extract from Ah Ping, and for now, she had no intention of ruining Ah Ping's life. With this thought, Yi Jinjun felt a surge of courage, emboldened by the notion that perhaps Pang Wen's confrontation could indeed yield some noteworthy outcome. As for Yang Lining's reputation, she was utterly indifferent. Her sole concern was whether Lin Yuetian would be left in disgrace, forced to live with her tail between her legs. Chapter 40 Exposure of the Mistress in the Lounge. Dean Ma was nearly dozing off from the long wait. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps jolted him awake, and he rubbed his eyes. Lu Yunfeng, what do you mean by this? I am the vice president of Sheha Hospital, and you dare to confine me? Confine you? Certainly not, Lu Yunfeng replied, casually pocketing his hands as he entered with his entourage. Lin Yuelian supported Yang Lining, helping him settle onto the sofa for a moment's respite. Assistant Jiang held a tablet, poised to relay any information from the cybersecurity department at Lu Yunfeng's command. However, before Lu Yunfeng could speak, a forceful knock echoed on the lounge door, followed by its swift opening. Peng Wen strode in at the forefront, clad in a blue suit and sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Trailing behind him, Yi Jinjun lowered her head, still adorned in the soiled cheapo Lin Yuelian had ruined. "Teacher!" Peng Wen exclaimed, hastening toward Yang Lining upon recognizing his other esteemed student. Yang Lining's spirits lifted. "Oh, one, your arrival is fortuitous. I was just about to introduce you to your senior, Lu Yunfeng." Both Peng Wen and Lu Yunfeng were Yang Lining's students, and among his favorites, the distinction lay in Lu Yunfeng's venture into business, while Peng Wen dedicated himself to research. In Yang Lining's eyes, Peng Wen was akin to a surrogate son, and he was eager to facilitate their introduction. Having recuperated abroad for several years, he had long sought the right moment, and the upcoming school anniversary presented an ideal opportunity. "Senior Lu, it is an honor to finally meet you. As fate would have it, I have a matter that requires your sense of justice." Peng Wen deeply bowed to Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng regarded him with a favorable first impression that he had heard his mentor speak of this junior, describing him as a dedicated researcher. "Oh? What is it?" Lu Yunfeng inquired, curious, as he and Peng Wen were still unfamiliar enough that the latter's request for justice seemed premature. With an expression of earnestness, Peng Wen gestured toward the pathetic figure of Yi Jinjun behind him. "Your secretary has bullied my friend. She was supposed to be one of the award presenters today, but not long ago, your secretary splashed dirt on her, leaving her in this state and causing her to lose her job." Lu Yunfeng found Peng Wen's accusations hard to believe. After his interactions with Lin Yuelian over the past few days, he perceived her as exceptionally competent and reasonable. He could not fathom that she would engage in such underhanded tactics. "Secretary Lin, what is the situation?" Lu Yunfeng maintained a neutral tone, reluctant to favor either party. "One, how could Lian possibly slander someone?" Yang Lining interjected, defending Lin Yuelian. Peng Wen dismissed his teacher's words, retorting, "Teacher, you are utterly oblivious to Lin Yuelian's true nature. You have been deceived." "Let us not quarrel," Lu Yunfeng interjected, noting Peng Wen's raised voice and excessive agitation. He gestured for him to calm down. "Lin Yuelian, I would like to hear your explanation." Lin Yuelian bit her lip, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Jinjun. How bold of this mistress to dare stir trouble by involving outsiders. Does one require justification to confront a mistress? She raised her eyes, a faint smile flickering within them, projecting an air of defiance. Yi Jinjun was taken aback by the suddenness of Lin Yuelian's words. "Sister Lin, do not speak rashly." Yi Jinjun's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet. "What mistress? Such audacity to accuse!" Peng Wen's anger flared. He was witnessing the most shameless person in Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian let out a cold laugh, shaking her head as she approached Peng Wen, pressing him. "What is your relationship with her?" "A friendship, and what of it?" Peng Wen answered curtly. Lin Yuelian smirked. "She informed you that I have an ambiguous relationship with Uncle Yang, did she not?" Peng Wen frowned, refusing to engage. Lin Yuelian continued, "She claimed I am the mistress entangled in the relationship between your teacher and his wife, correct? But did she mention that she is the one who intruded upon my marriage with Fu Guoping?" Her words were delivered with unsettling calmness, yet they struck Peng Wen as if he had been deeply wounded, causing him to retreat, shaking his head in disbelief. "You are spouting nonsense. You are twisting the truth. If you defame Junjun, we can sue you for slander." Lin Yuelian scoffed, shaking her head, perceiving him as a naive fool, entrapped by the manipulative mistress. A friendship, surely, their connection was more complex than that, yet, she held no interest in the nature of Peng Wen and Yi Jinjun's relationship. If there was indeed a connection, it would serve Fu Guoping right, an act of poetic justice. "Boss, do you have results on the forum poster?" Lin Yuelian inquired, biting her lip, feeling a twinge of shame. She had intended to engage a private investigator to look into the matter, but the overwhelming chaos of recent events had left her with little time to spare. The prolonged rumors had led to Uncle Yang's embarrassment today. "President, I was just about to report on this matter," Assistant Jiang interjected, casting a sympathetic glance toward Lin Yuelian. "The results," Lu Yunfeng commanded, his posture rigid, his expression authoritative. Peng Wen remained in a daze, still reeling from the revelation of Yi Jinjun's status as a mistress, utterly indifferent to the mention of the forum poster. Assistant Jiang opened his tablet, respectfully presenting it to Lu Yunfeng. "The IP address originates from the staff dormitory at the Academy of Sciences, belonging to a person named Peng Wen." "One? How could this be?" Yang Lining exclaimed, unable to believe his ears, turning to Penguin. Only then did Penguin snap back to reality, his expression vacant and dazed. It was I who posted. He appeared despondent. So, which is true? Which is false? You do not even trust your teacher, yet you believe her? Lin Yuelian raised her voice, wishing to shake Penguin awake. Your dear friend Yi Jinjun has a child with my husband, and that child is already 10 years old. I have been humiliated by her, and now she seeks to slander me. Do you not feel any shame in aiding her to defame your own teacher? Lin Yuelian's inquiry pierced through to the depths of his soul. Yang Lining, filled with sorrow, trembled with anger. One, I ask you this only once, did you truly post that message? It was me. Penguin's lips quivered. He had defamed his most esteemed teacher for the sake of a despicable mistress? See for yourself. Lin Yuelian opened her phone's photo album. Since the day she discovered Fu Guoping's infidelity, she had been quietly gathering evidence. Did Fu Guoping's family truly think her a naive fool, oblivious to everything? In truth, she was well aware of it all. If she possessed concrete evidence of Fu Guoping's betrayal, she could file a lawsuit demanding he leave with nothing. Penguin refrained from taking Lin Yuelian's phone. She stood before him, methodically flipping through the photos. Yi Jinjun's eyes widened in horror. How do you possess these images? These photographs captured Fu Guoping's sordid whims, mementos taken during their intimate encounters. Chapter 41 Living Together. In the photograph, Yi Jinjun reveals her delicate shoulder as she kisses Fu Guoping's cheek. The two lie on the bed, covered only by a thin blanket. Such a provocative scene delivers a profound visual shock to Penguin. Particularly striking is the youthful visage of Yi Jinjun juxtaposed against Fu Guoping's aged face, which has crossed the threshold of 50, creating a stark contrast. Penguin can scarcely believe his eyes. Yi Jinjun is indeed together with her teacher, even if Fu Guoping is single. The age difference and disparity in status are enough to draw scorn. Cross-generational, teacher-student relationships are hardly deemed appropriate. Moreover, Fu Guoping is still married. Why Yi Jinjun's actions are utterly disgraceful, a flagrant betrayal of morals and propriety. Did you see that? I can send these photos to your phone, and you can have them authenticated. Lin Yuetian asserted with righteous indignation. Penguin shook his head, his voice barely a whisper. No need. Teacher, it was the student who erred. He fell to his knees before Yang Lining with a thud. Yang Lining's heart felt as if it were being sliced, his aged face etched with disappointment and sorrow. I once suspected that the post was made by someone from the institute, but I never imagined it would be from my most valued student. In your eyes, am I a man devoid of moral standards, a hypocrite who engages in inappropriate relationships? Do you not fear that your post could lead me to suffer from rumors and unbearable pressure, driving me to despair? Penguin's eyes glistened with tears, his voice choked with emotion. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Yang Lining, in pain, pressed a hand to his chest. Enough, go seek guidance from another advisor, I can no longer teach you. Penguin sobbed softly, abruptly raising his head. Does this mean you no longer want me as a student? I lack the fortune to instruct a student like you. Yang Lining replied angrily, your actions are a betrayal of your mentor. You have not only hurt me but also harmed Alien, who has done nothing wrong. She is the child of a martyr, yet she must suffer such baseless slanders from you. How can you face Mr. Lin and Mrs. Ming in the afterlife? I was wrong, teacher, I recognize my mistake. Penguin pressed his hands against the ground, bowing in apology. However, unbeknownst to him, Yang Lining had set his expectations for him too high. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Yunfeng, Alien, we shall leave. Yang Lining wished to engage no further with Penguin. His decision was resolute. Teacher, it is not us who should leave. Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, his tone firm. With a wave of his hand, the three bodyguards split into two groups, one pair restraining Penguin while another held Yi Jinjun down. Throw them all out, they are an eyesore, Lu Yunfeng stated coolly, his expression calm, yet his narrowed eyes glinted with lethal intent. Penguin had harmed his teacher. As a senior, he could not afford to be as merciful as Yang Lining. A person capable of betraying even their teacher does not deserve to remain in the Academy of Sciences. Such a person is unworthy of serving the nation. He took a moment to compose himself, and when he raised his gaze again, it was filled with sharpness. Assistant Jiang, handle this person personally. Understood. Assistant Jiang nodded. He was Lu Yunfeng's trusted confidant, aware of what needed to be done without needing explicit instructions. Penguin could no longer remain at the Academy of Sciences. Uncle Yang, please calm down. Lin Yuetian soothed Yang Lining's emotions. Yang Lining had high blood pressure and could not afford to become overly agitated. As Penguin was expelled, he cried out desperately, Teacher, I was wrong, please forgive me. But no matter how pitiful his cries, they were of no avail. Throughout, Yi Jinjun remained like a quail, pressed out without daring to utter a sound. Enough. A cold smile played on Lu Yunfeng's lips as he addressed Dean Ma. It is your turn. Dean Ma opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He knew well the temperament of Lu Yunfeng. Rumors circulated that Lu Yunfeng was a man not to be trifled with, one who would repay even the slightest grievance. I shan't waste time. Will you kneel on your own, or shall I have someone force you to kneel? I will do it myself. Dean Ma's earlier bravado evaporated, and he timidly stepped forward, coming before Yan Lining. After a moment's hesitation, he knelt down gently. Yan Lining glanced at him, then closed his eyes. Lin Yuetian shot him a glare, scolding as if he were a wayward grandson. Next time you go out, use your brain. Others will follow suit. A shameless mistress has managed to fool you all. I see that both you and Pangwen are fools, with the brains of pigs. You. Dean Ma bristled at the reprimand. However, as he opened his mouth, he saw the two imposing figures of the bodyguards closing in, and he instantly swallowed his words. What my secretary means is, it reflects my own sentiments. Dean Ma, you truly are a fool, Lu Yunfeng remarked with a smirk. Dean Ma ground his teeth, resembling a chastened child, too fearful to utter a word. Teacher, you must be exhausted today, allow me to escort you home, Lu Yunfeng said as he approached Yang Lining, pretending to offer support. Yang Lining was indeed weary, still saddened by Pangwen's slander against him. Alien, I am sorry for putting you through this, Yang Lining expressed regretfully. Lin Yuetian shook her head. It has nothing to do with you, uncle. It is all Fu Guoping's fault. That mistress came after me, entangling you in this mess. Do you truly not need my assistance? I still hold some influence in the education sector, Yang Lining inquired, seeking Lin Yuetian's opinion. With a smile, Lin Yuetian shook her head. Uncle Yang, for now it is unnecessary. When the time comes, I will certainly ask for your help. Very well. Yang Lining nodded. Koster first took Yang Lining home. His health was poor, and thus the academy had arranged for him to stay at the Beishan Sanatorium. Typically, he rested at the sanatorium, visiting the academy twice a week. After departing from the Beishan Sanatorium, Koster headed toward the Yunfeng group. Lu Yunfeng frowned, resting his chin on his hand, massaging his temples. He had not anticipated that he and Lin Yuetian shared such a connection. This reminded him of a distant memory. Over 30 years ago, his teacher had intended to match him with Lin Yuetian. A dinner gathering had been arranged, but Lin Yuetian had suddenly claimed she could not make it that day. Later, when his teacher inquired, he learned that Lin Yuetian had encountered a pickpocket on her way. It was Fu Guoping who gallantly pursued the thief and retrieved Lin Yuetian's wallet. Because of this incident, Lin Yuetian had fallen head over heels for Fu Guoping. Upon hearing his teacher recount this tale, he had once believed that Lin Yuetian and Fu Guoping were fated to be together. In hindsight, it was indeed fate, albeit a twisted one. Since you all finished work early today, there is no need to return to the office. Lu Yunfeng's thoughts snapped back to reality as he addressed his subordinates in the back seat. This was his usual practice. Upon hearing this, his subordinates cheered in unison. Thank you, boss. The driver had already memorized the specific route due to several similar occurrences in the past. Consequently, Secretary Wang had even prepared a route map. Secretary Lin, where do you reside? Secretary Wang opened her route map, ready to replan. Caught off guard, Lin Yuetian instinctively replied, I live in Jinding Building. Jinding Building? Secretary Wang could not help but raise her voice. The other secretaries in the back seat also gasped. Sister Lin, so you're a hidden wealthy lady, living in such a high-end place? Wait. I seem to remember that the boss also lives in Jinding Building, someone asked suspiciously. Chapter 42, A Grave Misunderstanding. Does the boss reside in the Jinding Building? Isn't he living in the Xiaogong Mansion? The boss owns numerous properties, and Jinding Building is merely one of them. Boss, are you and Secretary Lin neighbors? Secretary Wang curiously stretched his neck to inquire of Lu Yunfeng in the front row. Lu Yunfeng found the group exceedingly noisy. Do I need to explain so much to you? He retorted, not bothering to turn around. The group immediately shrank back, exchanging glances, too intimidated to jest further. Their employer was indeed benevolent towards them, yet that did not grant them the liberty to pry into his private affairs. We've arrived near Jinding Building. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the driver's voice rang clearly, shattering the silence within the vehicle. Lin Yuetian awkwardly responded, I've arrived. After the car halted, she waved goodbye to Lu Yunfeng and her colleagues, saying, I shall take my leave now, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, her colleagues chorused in farewell. Once she departed, the secretary group's chat erupted with fervor. Secretary 8. So Secretary Lin is in such a predicament, her husband has taken a mistress, and they even have a child. Secretary B. What predicament? She resides in a luxurious apartment costing 100,000 yuan per square meter. The ones truly suffering are us, the genuine workers. Secretary C. She hails from a prominent family. Haven T. You heard she is the daughter of a martyr? Secretary D. Alas, Haven T. You heard the boss say? She is the savior of the old lady, which is why she entered the president's office of Yunfeng Group. She hasn't even attended university. Secretary A. Comparisons are infuriating. Suddenly, the group fell into a deep silence, no one daring to continue the conversation. There were only 5 of them in total, including Secretary Wang. Upon seeing the group messages, Secretary Wang furrowed her brows. It was evident that her subordinates had developed ill intentions, envious of Lin Yuetian. Secretary Wang, let us all refrain from speaking excessively. Regardless, Secretary Lin comes from a noble background, is kind-hearted, and has saved the old lady. It is only fitting that she becomes our colleague. For women over 35, re-entering the workforce is exceptionally challenging. You should all practice some decorum. She admonished them as if she were their matriarch. The other 4 complied, obediently putting away their phones and ceasing their idle chatter. Lin Yuetian remained oblivious to the jealousy she had inadvertently stirred among her colleagues. Before returning home, she stopped by the market to purchase some vegetables. Upon arriving home, she swiftly prepared 2 dishes and a soup. When Liang Tian returned from work, dinner was just ready. The young girl cheerfully changed into her slippers and made her way to the dining room, like a little glutton, reaching out to snag some food. Wash your hands. Lin Yuetian swatted her hand away, feigning annoyance. Liang Tian chuckled, scampering off to the kitchen to wash her hands. By the time she emerged, Lin Yuetian had already served her portion. Liang Tian sat down, took a bite of rice, and suddenly felt a wave of emotion, her nose tinged with sadness. They say a child with a mother is like a treasure. Mom, you are truly wonderful. Silly child, why are you crying again? Lin Yuetian was taken aback. Liang Tian sniffled, I'm crying from happiness, overwhelmed with joy. Fool, eat your meal. After finishing their dinner, Liang Tian volunteered to wash the dishes while Lin Yuetian wiped down the stove. Mom, I was too busy to ask you yesterday, Liang Tian inquired, her curiosity piqued. How much is the rent for this place each month? She had heard her grandmother often exclaim that her father provided her mother with a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan. In this day and age, 5,000 yuan hardly sufficed for savings. Renting such a lavish apartment in a prime location surely demanded at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan each month, right? Her grandmother was usually frugal and hardly seemed the type to indulge in such extravagance. Moreover, where would she have acquired the funds? 500, Lin Yuetian replied, having completed her task sufficiently. Liang Tian gasped, 500. How can it be so cheap? Not long ago, I saved an elderly lady. Lin Yuetian succinctly recounted the entire story to Liang Tian. Liang Tian listened with rapt attention. So that's how it is. Good deeds are rewarded. That mistress has such a venomous tongue, telling the family that you only entered Yunfeng Group because of your connection to an academician. Ah, chi. At the entrance of Pang Wen's home, Yi Junjun sneezed, sensing someone was speaking ill of her behind her back. Pang Wen blocked the door, refusing her entry, yet she persisted, refusing to leave regardless of his protests. Ah Wen, please let me explain. I do not wish to hear it, not a single word. Pang Wen forcefully shut the door. Yi Junjun would not relent. As the door slammed shut, she let out a cry of distress. Upon seeing this, Pang Wen was infuriated, realizing she had foolishly wedged her hand in the door, causing it to be caught. Are you not afraid of injuring your hand? Pang Wen was enraged, ready to strike. Yi Junjun shook her head, her eyes red and swollen, tears streaming down her face. I was coerced. Years ago, Teacher Fu forced himself upon me. I resisted, but I had no choice. Her sorrow deepened as she spoke. I am merely a poor girl from the countryside, powerless and insignificant in this vast city. Teacher Fu threatened me with graduation, stating that if I did not comply with him, I would never graduate. You know my family is poor, it was not easy for them to support my college education. Are you trying to fabricate lies to gain my trust? Yi Junjun, I will never believe another word you say. Pang Wen bellowed, reacting swiftly as he forcefully pushed her out and shut the door with a resounding bang. Yi Junjun, furious, pounded on the door, but her hand ached from the impact, the door standing firm against her attempts to open it. She dared not linger outside for too long. Her son finished school at 5:30. Upon hurriedly returning home, she was taken aback. Fu Guoping was at the door, holding Fu Jiaguang's hand. As the door swung open, a magnificent bouquet of red roses was thrust into her face. Pingu, such a grand bouquet. Yi Junjun expressed her confusion, unable to recall what special occasion it was. Mama, come in quickly. Daddy has prepared a surprise for you. Fu Jiaguang beamed, eagerly pulling Yi Junjun inside. Yi Junjun forced a smile. What surprise? Upon entering, she beheld a spotless room. The sofa's backdrop had been tastefully decorated, adorned with pink balloons. On the coffee table sat a grand cake with happy 11th anniversary inscribed upon it. It dawned on her that it was indeed the 11th anniversary of her acquaintance with Fu Guoping. Did your work go smoothly today? I heard you were to present an award to Lu Yunfeng? The anniversary of the University of Science and Technology was the focal topic across various universities that day, especially with Lu Yunfeng returning to his alma mater for the celebration, becoming the center of everyone's discussions. Why are you silent? Fu Guoping furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the inquiry, a phone call interrupted him. Upon seeing it was a colleague from his school, he answered. Hello, Teacher Fong, what is it? Fu Guoping assumed it was a work-related matter. The voice on the other end sounded anxious and stammering. Old Fu, your backyard is on fire, do you know? What backyard fire? Fu Guoping was bewildered. Stop speaking in riddles. Teacher Fong was clearly troubled. Why are you silent? If you don't speak, I'll hang up, Fu Guoping huffed, lacking patience. Today marked the 11th anniversary of his relationship with Yi Jinjun. He had no time for idle chatter with colleagues. Don't hang up. Don't hang up. Teacher Fong urged, I heard from a friend at a hospital that your wife has been unfaithful, that your sister-in-law is so virtuous. I thought it couldn't be true? You should have a good talk with her, don't argue. Upon hearing this, Fu Guoping's temper flared instantly. Unfaithful? With whom? Yang Lining? What? Don't slander Yang, be careful he doesn't retaliate. Teacher Fong hastily denied. Then who? Fu Guoping felt his blood boil, rage surging through him like a raging bull. A doctoral student from the Academy of Sciences. I don't know the specific name, but he is quite young, around 30. Damn it! Fu Guoping could no longer contain himself, erupting in a torrent of profanity. That wretched Lin Yuetian. They hadn't even divorced yet, and she was already seeking solace with a young man? How dare she put a green hat on him? She was courting death. Chapter 43. Dog bites dog. In the opulent Jinding mansion, Lin Yuetian and Liang Tian sat on the plush sofa in the living room, engrossed in a television drama on a colossal 100-inch screen, reminiscent of a private cinema. As they watched the show Ugly Mother, Liang Tian wiped away tears several times. Mom, that poor ugly mother is so pitiable, and her son is utterly despicable. With that exclamation, she pouted her lips. It seemed that Fu Jiaye was not much better in terms of filial piety. Just as Liang Tian reached for another tissue to dab her tears, she noticed her phone on the coffee table vibrating incessantly. A quick glance at the caller ID revealed it was Fu Jiaye calling. She chose to ignore it. Lin Yuetian caught sight of the ringing phone and asked, Are you not going to answer? I don't feel like talking to him, Liang Tian replied, pursing her lips. Lin Yuetian, with a fond smile, teased, Not in the mood, shall I hang up then? As she reached for the phone, Liang Tian quickly intervened. What if he is calling to apologize? I'll just step into the restroom for a moment, Lin Yuetian said, well aware of her daughter-in-law's pride. Once she left, Liang Tian indeed picked up the phone, snorting, What do you want? If it's an apology, I won't accept it. You're at your mother's place, right? I inquired at the staff quarters and was told she has moved. Where are you residing now? Fu Jiaye's tone was surprisingly calm. Liang Tian, suspecting he might be turning over a new leaf, felt a twinge of grievance but relented verbally. We're at Jinding Mansion, Block A, room 1601. The security here is quite stringent. When you arrive, just ask the security to call me, and I'll let you in. All right. After hanging up, Liang Tian wore a triumphant smirk. When Lin Yuetian returned from the restroom, she inquired, What did he say? Jiaye is coming over. I'll gauge his attitude. If he sincerely admits his mistakes, I'll go back with him. If he remains oblivious to the issues, I'll stay here. Jiaye is coming? Lin Yuetian exclaimed with delight. After all, Fu Jiaye was the child she had nurtured with her own hands, and she held on to the hope that he would be different from Fu Guoping. I'll slice some fruit. We have none left at home. I'll just run downstairs to buy some. All the fruit had been used up for Lu Yunfeng's fruit platter. Mom, you need not go to such lengths. What fruit could you possibly get for him? Don't spoil him. Liang Tian protested, pulling at Lin Yuetian. Lin Yuetian gently patted her hand. My quarrel with Fu Guoping stems from his wrongdoings, which have nothing to do with Jiaye. Besides, I do not wish to become enemies with him. Fine, Liang Tian acquiesced, nodding. After all, a mother is bound to be a bit more humble when it comes to her children. Then I'll go buy it, Liang Tian insisted. Lin Yuetian waved her hand dismissively. No need. You're still unfamiliar with the area and don't even know where the supermarket is. I'll be quick. All right, Liang Tian nodded, contemplating how wonderful her mother was. If Jia failed to appreciate her, he would indeed deserve condemnation. The building boasted convenient stair access, with a supermarket just around the corner on the first floor. Lin Yuetian purchased an array of fruits favored by Fu Jia: juicy Kyoho grapes, vibrant red dragon fruit, and sweet yellow-skin mangoes. As she emerged carrying a bulging bag of fruit, she unexpectedly collided with three individuals. Yi Junjun was dragging Fu Guoping, and they appeared to be engaged in a heated argument. Fu Guoping looked ready to explode, rolling up his shirt sleeves in a menacing manner. Meanwhile, Fu Jia was glancing around, pointing to the building. "It's this one." As soon as he finished speaking, he caught sight of Lin Yuetian emerging from the supermarket. "Mom?" "Lin Yuetian." Fu Guoping lunged forward in a fit of rage, raising his hand as if to strike her. Fortunately, Lin Yuetian reacted swiftly, stepping back and defensively raising her hand. She seized Fu Guoping's arm with an unyielding grip. "Fu Guoping, what on earth are you doing?" "Lin Yuetian, we are not divorced yet. You dare to go out and find yourself a toy boy, making a fool of me?" Lin Yuetian was taken aback, her mind racing to decipher the absurdity of his accusations. She instinctively turned her gaze to Yi Junjun, suspecting she was the source of this chaos. "Find a toy boy, who?" Lin Yuetian scoffed. Fu Guoping gritted his teeth in anger, "A doctoral student from the Academy of Sciences." "Oh?" Lin Yuetian smirked, "What's his name? You must at least enlighten me about this supposed individual. Stop feigning ignorance." Fu Guoping seethed, struggling to unleash his pent-up frustration, though he was no match for Lin Yuetian's strength. He resembled a balloon about to burst at any moment. Lin Yuetian remained unfazed, her gaze coolly piercing as she raised her eyebrows. "Yi Junjun, you've stirred the pot again, weaving tales of my alleged affair with Uncle Yang and now concocting a story about a doctoral student from the Academy of Sciences? Have you disclosed your ambiguous relationship with Pangwen to Fu Guoping?" Upon hearing the name Pangwen, Fu Guoping's eyes widened furiously as he turned to glare at Yi Junjun, his gaze sharp as a dagger. Yi Junjun trembled in fear, her entire body quaking as if she were a leaf in a storm. Just as she prepared to defend herself, Fu Guoping's phone rang. It was a call from Teacher Fong. Fu Guoping, already irritable, snapped, "What now?" He had intended to celebrate his anniversary with Yi Junjun, only to be disrupted by this chaos. On the other end, the voice stammered, "Old Fu. I made a mistake. It's not your wife cheating on you, it's your second. Old Fu, you truly have unexpected fortune, having found a young mistress over 20 years your junior. Who is it? Speak clearly." Fu Guoping roared like a lion in a fit of rage. Teacher Fong chuckled awkwardly, "Your little mistress is Yi Junjun, right? She is entangled with the doctoral student Pang Wen and has been inciting him to spread rumors about your wife's inappropriate relationship with old Yang. Though it hasn't blown up yet, Dean Ma has been implicated and is now holding you accountable." "What?" Fu Guoping raked his fingers through his hair in disbelief. "Damn it." After cursing, he abruptly hung up. Before anyone could react, he stormed up to Yi Junjun's slap. A resounding smack echoed, leaving Lin Yuetian astonished. Yi Junjun, caught off guard, was left dazed, her face burning from the blow. "Penggu, please let me explain. Pang Wen and I are high school classmates. The three of us, him, Lu Ran, and I have maintained a friendship. You mustn't listen to others. There is truly nothing between us." "Nothing? Is that why Pangwen would risk his career for you? He might even be expelled from the academy now because of you." Lin Yuetian seized the moment to strike back. Originally, she had no intention of revealing Yi Junjun and Pangwen's connection to Fu Guoping, but seeing as he had come here to cause a scene without understanding the facts, she had no qualms about letting them tear each other apart. "Fu Guoping, even if I were to find a toy boy, it would be after obtaining a divorce certificate. Unlike you, devoid of morals, engaging in infidelity while married." With that, Lin Yuetian marched away, fruit in hand, heading towards the building. As she passed by Fu Jia, she shot him a glare. "Jia, I have given you multiple chances, and you have truly disappointed me. From this moment on, I shall pretend you are not my son." Chapter 44. Breaking into her home. Fu Jia pouted, choosing silence, yet, internally, he felt indifferent. As an adopted son, it was only natural to cling to a powerful patron. If he had to choose between his adoptive father and mother, he would undoubtedly opt for the one with greater influence. "If you wish to sever our mother-son relationship, then so be it. However, do not corrupt Tian. She was once so obedient, and now she has the audacity to run away from home. Bring her out, I intend to take her back." Had it been before, Lin Yulian would likely have softened and persuaded Liang Tian to reconcile with Fu Jia. But given the current circumstances, Fu Jia had been profoundly influenced by Fu Guoping. If Liang Tian were to return, she would become a mere reflection of herself. "I will not allow Tian to go with you. If you are still oblivious to the reasons behind her departure, then you shall not reclaim this daughter-in-law. You! Fu Jiaye's fists clenched in anger. What on earth do you intend to achieve? Are you content only when the entire household is thrown into chaos? What benefit does this offer you? Me causing chaos? Lin Yulian cast a glance at the brutish man still roughing up Yi Junjun and shook her head in disappointment. Fu Jiaye, you are beyond redemption. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. As she entered the building, Fu Jiaye hurried after her, banging desperately on the door. Lin Yulian ignored him, even instructing the security not to let those three individuals outside in. Pinggu, you must believe me. Do not let Lin Yulian provoke you. She thrives on chaos and wishes nothing more than to see us at odds. Though frightened, Yi Junjun summoned her courage to soothe Fu Guoping's emotions. She understood well how to manipulate him. Fu Guoping was a man who responded to gentleness rather than harshness. When confronted with adversity, a coaxing demeanor would undoubtedly be effective. You can ask Lu Ran later, or I can take you to find Pingwen. Just look at my phone. Yi Junjun presented her phone to Fu Guoping, pulling up her chat history with Pingwen. Fu Guoping quickly scrolled through, confirming that there was nothing inappropriate in their discussions. Their conversations were primarily centered on job-related matters and Yi Junjun's recent request for him to expose Lin Yulian's connection with Yang Lining. Fu Guoping's mood began to stabilize as he raised his gaze to the towering skyscraper. Witnessing Lin Yulian residing in such opulence stirred a sense of discontent within him. Explain to me the complete context of this situation. Yi Junjun nodded and recounted the events of the day at Zhongke University in detail, embellishing her own role while vilifying Lin Yulian. I never imagined that Lu Yunfeng was actually Yang Lining's student. Lu Yunfeng claimed that Lin Yulian saved his mother, which is why she was placed in Yunfeng group. I find that reasoning utterly unconvincing. Yi Junjun stubbornly believed that Lin Yulian's entry into the Lu family was solely due to Yang Lining. Even after Lu Yunfeng's explanation today, she refused to believe a word of it. I heard from On that Yang Lining had previously arranged a blind date for Lu Yunfeng and Lin Yulian. Given her cunning, it wouldn't be surprising if she quickly discarded Yang Lining for a new benefactor. She insinuated, after all, her willingness to use her body. How else could she afford to live in such a luxurious building? Her? Ha! Fu Guoping scoffed derisively. You overestimate Lin Yulian's allure. What kind of man has Lu Yunfeng not encountered? What sort of beauty has he not seen? True, Yi Junjun conceded, nodding in agreement. However, it cannot be denied that she has the ability to seduce. Men do not always prefer the young and beautiful. Fu Guoping's disdain deepened at her words. Seduce, she is as wooden as a plank. She must be utterly dull in that regard. That cannot be said definitively. Some women show no interest in their husbands but can be quite flirtatious elsewhere, Yi Junjun retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Afterward, she slapped her mouth, saying, Pinggu, I did not mean to speak ill of her. The facts are simply evident. She gestured toward the imposing building before them. Fu Guoping, feeling vexed, tugged at his shirt collar, his strong possessiveness battling with his emotions. Jiaye, you take your stepmother home. I left something at school and must retrieve it. Fu Jiaye remained irked with Lin Yulian, pulling out his phone to call Liang Tiantian. Upon hearing his adoptive father's directive, he obediently complied. All right, Dad. Stepmother, shall we go? Fu Jiaye led the way. Yi Junjun glanced back at Fu Guoping, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Did he truly leave something at school, or was it merely an excuse to seek out Lin Yulian? However, with Liang Tiantian present, even if he did find Lin Yulian, nothing significant could occur. Reassured by this notion, Yi Junjun followed Fu Jiaye into his vehicle. Fu Guoping feigned moving to the roadside to hail a taxi, only to return once Fu Jiaye's car had departed. In room 1601, Lin Yulian returned with fruits in hand. Liang Tiantian, clutching her phone, awaited Fu Jiaye's call. Upon seeing Lin Yulian, she rushed to greet her. You bought so many fruits. Lin Yulian opened her mouth, about to respond when the doorbell rang. It's Jiaye. Liang Tiantian, thinking Fu Jiaye had arrived, felt a surge of joy akin to that of a rabbit, dashing to answer the call. Yet, upon seeing Fu Guoping's face appear on the screen, she was taken aback. How did Dad find this place? Was it Jiaye who revealed it? Furrowing her brows, she awkwardly called out, Dad, open the door. I need to discuss something with your mother. Do not let him in. Lin Yulian exclaimed, fuming. Fu Guoping persisted, I mean no harm, I merely wish to see your living conditions. Lian, we have yet to finalize our divorce. During this month-long period, I can still change my mind. If you wish for my consent to the divorce, then let me in. Cursed cooling off period. Lin Yulian gritted her teeth in frustration, clenched her fists, and said to Liang Tian, let him come up. Minutes later, the doorbell of the spacious apartment rang. After a moment's hesitation, Liang Tian opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, Fu Guoping barged in without changing his slippers, much like a thief, wandering around the vast interior. With over 1,000 square meters and a price of 100,000 per square meter, this apartment cost around 100 million. Even as a seasoned professor, Fu Guoping would never dare dream of such a life. The place Yi Jinjun had her eye on was situated far from the city, in the outer suburbs. A property within the second ring road was beyond his wildest imaginings. Lian, impressive. Such a grand residence, who provided it for you? Even Yang Lao could not afford such extravagance. It seems you have indeed become entangled with your boss, Lu Yunfeng. Fu Guoping, mind your language. Lin Yulian retorted, furious enough to strike him. In your eyes, my comfortable life is solely due to men, not my own merit, right? Your merit? Laughable, I know exactly what sort of person you are. You rely on others. What talents do you possess? Fu Guoping mocked her, taking pleasure in belittling Lin Yulian. Bound by the cooling off period, Lin Yulian felt a tide of grievances welling up within her, unable to be voiced. Think what you will. I care not. She coldly stated, have you finished looking at the house? If so, please leave. I have not yet completed my tour. I haven't even had a cup of tea, Fu Guoping whined, plopping down on the sofa, refusing to budge. Lin Yulian's teeth ground in frustration. Liang Tian found herself at a loss, caught between a rock and a hard place. Just then, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the space, this is my son's home. You are not welcome here. If you do not leave at once, I will call security to escort you out. The imposing matriarch, MRS.Lu, strode in with authority, accompanied by Lu Yinzhou. Chapter 45. In the dead of night, MR.Lu mistakenly approaches the wrong door. Lu Yinzhou, exuding an air of elegance, donned a sharply tailored white suit that made him resemble a walking mannequin. His striking features and exceptional demeanor rendered him a standout presence amidst the crowd. Fu Guoping's gaze was immediately captivated by this young man, inexplicably feeling a wave of fondness towards him. Yet, he maintained a facade of acerbic sarcasm. Who might this be? Didn't they claim there were no gigolos here? He mistakenly assumed that Lu Yinzhou was the male owner of this lavish apartment, the son referred to by the elderly lady. Fu Guoping, if you continue with your nonsensical chatter, I shall not hold back any longer. Lin Yuetian seized the ashtray from the coffee table. What, do you intend to resort to domestic violence against me? Fu Guoping retorted, suddenly rising and retreating a step. In the past, he had perceived Lin Yuetian as virtuous and gentle, but having now witnessed her fiery temperament, he was reluctant to confront her head-on. This esteemed lady, Lin Yuetian, is my wife. We are currently in a cooling-off period regarding our divorce. Kindly mind your own son. Whether Lin Yuetian and I part ways is yet to be determined. Does he aspire to be a male mistress? Fu Guoping's sharp gaze landed squarely on Lu Yinzhou. The elderly lady snorted. Lian has resolutely decided to divorce you. How could it be otherwise? To be frank, I wish for Lian to become my daughter-in-law. It is she who is unwilling. Fu Guoping was taken aback by her words, incredulously glancing at Lin Yuetian. Auntie, you must be jesting. What could you possibly see in her? Lian is kind-hearted and virtuous, a daughter-in-law one could scarcely find even with a lantern, the elderly lady declared with conviction, no longer wishing to waste her breath on Fu Guoping. Xiaozhou, please call security and have a few people escort him away. Understood, Grandma, Lu Yinzhou replied, pulling out his phone to make the call. Fu Guoping furrowed his brow, finally realizing his misunderstanding. He forced a smile. Auntie, may I inquire as to who your son is? Surely, the one allowing Lin Yuetian to reside in such opulence must be Lu Yunfeng? You have no right to know who my son is. The elderly lady was displeased as she strode forward and settled onto the sofa. The security personnel arrived promptly, standing respectfully before the elderly lady within 2 minutes. No need for you to expel me, I can leave on my own. Fu Guoping scoffed, shooting Lin Yuetian a glare. I never imagined you possessed such capabilities. I underestimated you. As he turned to leave, Lin Yuetian kicked him in the back. Fu Guoping stumbled forward, nearly falling flat on his face. Put. Liang Tian could no longer contain her laughter. Fu Guoping turned back, glaring at her. I'll have the family business deal with you later. Pooh. Liang Tian stuck her tongue out at him. This infuriated Fu Guoping further. The security guards, showing no mercy, each took hold of one of his arms, escorting him out like a criminal. Lu Yinzhou watched as Fu Guoping was led away, his brow furrowed in concern. Aunt Lin's husband was truly a scoundrel, utterly incompetent. Lian, do not allow such a person to enter again. Who knows what he might do next, the elderly lady advised kindly. Lin Yuetian nodded. It won't happen again. Grandma, you don't understand, my dad is truly disgraceful, any woman would find it unbearable. Liang Tian exclaimed. Lin Yuetian tugged at her, she wished to keep family matters private and not trouble the elderly lady further. I just realized you are the boss's mother, Lin Yuetian said awkwardly. Thank you, Auntie, for helping me out earlier, but regarding the comment about me being your daughter-in-law, please refrain from mentioning it again. The boss may not appreciate it. She was aware of her standing. How could Lu Yunfeng, such a remarkable man, ever notice her? You are soon to be single, and Yunfeng is also unattached, the elderly lady remarked seriously, patting the seat beside her. Alien, come sit. Lin Yuetian bit her lip and approached to take a seat. You and Yunfeng are of similar age. I mean no harm, merely hoping you could keep each other company, so when you're older, you can look out for one another. The elderly lady sighed. I've considered younger women, but I am well aware of their intentions. If they agree to accompany Yunfeng, it is likely for his wealth, not for any other reason. Auntie, you can't say that, the boss is quite charming, Lin Yuetian replied with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's eyes curved into crescent shapes. So, you harbor feelings for Yunfeng? Lin Yuetian felt a bit flustered. He is so outstanding, a figure I once could only imagine. Who wouldn't be drawn to such a man, but fondness does not equate to romantic intentions. At this point, her cheeks flushed. He is my boss, I have no ulterior motives. I understand, the elderly lady said, patting her shoulder. You are still entangled in your previous marriage and likely disillusioned with men. Having just emerged from a quagmire, it is only natural you need time to adjust. Do not rush, let things develop naturally with Yunfeng. Lu Yenzhou listened to his grandmother's earnest counsel to Aunt Lin, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation. His father remained blissfully unaware of his grandmother's matchmaking endeavors. Oh, by the way, who is this? We haven't been introduced yet, your daughter. The elderly lady hastily changed the subject. Liang Tian beamed brightly. Grandma, I am my mother's daughter-in-law, but she treats me like her own daughter. I see, what a pity, the elderly lady said, somewhat disappointed. I had hoped you were Alien's daughter. Then I could have played matchmaker between you and Xiaozhou. Lu Yenzhou, his grandmother's penchant for playing matchmaker, no matter the setting, was truly amusing yet bewildering. Grandma, your thoughts? If I were truly my mother's daughter, wouldn't that imply a mother-daughter marriage to a father-son pairing? Now that would be a scandalous headline. Liang Tian exclaimed dramatically. The elderly lady burst into laughter. Look at me, how foolish I am. Meanwhile, at the Guobin mansion, a banquet had just concluded. The Academy of Sciences held a welcome gathering for Yang Lining, with numerous academicians in attendance, including Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng, in high spirits for his mentor, played the role of a shield against drinks, consuming quite a bit himself. As Assistant Jiang helped him into the car, he glanced at the time. It was rather late to return to Xia Gongfu, as the elderly lady would already be asleep. In previous instances, when faced with such a situation, the boss would head to the Jinding building, conveniently close to the office, allowing him to sleep in a little longer after a night of drinking, thus minimizing travel time to the company. Assistant Jiang turned back to glance at the back seat, noticing Lu Yunfeng cradling his head, his eyes already closed. Without inquiring, he instructed the driver softly, to Jinding building. After a journey of over 30 minutes, upon arriving at their destination, Assistant Jiang supported Lu Yunfeng as they entered the building. Lu Yunfeng was already in a dazed state. When they reached the door of room 1601, he waved his hand dismissively. It's getting late, you should head back. Shall I make you a hangover soup? Assistant Jiang suggested. Lu Yunfeng continued to wave his hand. No need for hangover soup, I'm tired. All he desired was to collapse onto the bed and sleep soundly. Very well, Assistant Jiang nodded. Lu Yunfeng pressed his fingerprint to unlock the door, not even turning on the lights, and stumbled into his bedroom in the dark. Chapter 46. Entering Lin Yuelian's room, request to add to bookshelf. Lin Yuelian found herself ensnared in a dream. She envisioned being crushed beneath a massive stone, desperately striving to push it aside, yet no matter how fervently she exerted herself, the boulder remained immovable. In the throes of her nightmare, she broke into a cold sweat, only to be jolted awake. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered herself utterly paralyzed, with someone embracing her and pressing her down with their legs. Tian? In the darkness, she turned her head to gaze at the figure beside her. A closer inspection revealed that the silhouette did not resemble her companion. Startled, she pushed forcefully, scrambling to reach for the bedside lamp. The Golden Summit mansion was notorious for its stringent security measures, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to infiltrate. Yet, to her astonishment, there was another person in her bed, and it was certainly not Liang Tian. As the lamp illuminated the room with its harsh light, Lin Yuelian discerned the face beside her, gasping in shock and covering her mouth. Good heavens, how did her boss end up in her bed? Lu Yunfeng, restless in his slumber and slightly inebriated, felt a throbbing pain in his head. The sudden brightness made him squint, shielding his eyes with his hand. Through his blurred vision, he caught a glimpse of a woman's body. She was clad in a deep purple camisole, revealing a generous expanse of her neck. Upon closer inspection, it seemed she was not wearing any undergarments. Lu Yunfeng shut his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. Perhaps it was the result of prolonged singleness that had driven him to madness. He was not a man of excessive desires, he had consistently restrained his physical urges. He had no intention of settling for a casual encounter to alleviate his needs. Thus, he had maintained a state of celibacy for years. Yet, he never expected that at his age, he would still indulge in such lascivious dreams. No, after a moment of disorientation, he abruptly opened his eyes. This time, he focused intently on the woman sitting beside him, slowly scanning upwards from her waist, the fire within him intensifying with each glance. Indeed, she was without undergarments. When his gaze darted upwards, meeting her face, he was taken aback, throwing off the covers and sitting upright. Secretary Lin, how is it you? Lin Yuelian, bemused and exasperated, retorted, that question should be posed by me to you, boss. This is my room. Your room? Lu Yunfeng rubbed his throbbing head, suddenly regaining clarity. He recalled that this spacious flat had been rented by his mother for Lin Yuelian. My sincerest apologies, I must have taken a wrong turn. Flustered, he leapt from the bed, not even bothering to put on his slippers, and prepared to exit barefoot. As he reached the door, Liang Tian's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Mom, are you okay? Is something wrong? The young girl's voice carried a hint of fatigue, evidently having been roused from her slumber. I'm fine, Lin Yuelian hastily replied, disregarding her shoes as she rushed to Lu Yunfeng's side. Since only she and Liang Tian occupied the flat, she had left the door unlocked while sleeping. That's a relief. Well then, Mom, I'm going back to sleep, Liang Tian continued. Go ahead, Lin Yuelian responded from behind the door. After a brief pause, she cautiously opened the door a crack. The corridor's sensor lights flickered on, confirming that no one remained outside, allowing her to exhale in relief. As she closed the door again, her eyes inadvertently caught sight of the man standing beside her. Lu Yunfeng, preferring minimal attire while sleeping, wore only a pair of shorts, leaving his upper body bare. Years of dedicated fitness had sculpted his physique to perfection, with well-defined chest and abdominal muscles, boasting a robust and fluid muscularity. My word, Lin Yuelian quickly shielded her eyes. Although she had previously seen Lu Yunfeng's impressive physique at the office, the change of setting rendered the situation distinctly awkward. Realization dawned upon her, and instinctively, she wrapped her arms around her chest and turned away. Lu Yunfeng's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp. He had encountered countless women, intelligent, attractive, and in perfect physical condition, but he had never felt compelled to linger on any of them. Yet now, a mere glance at Lin Yuelian had left him bashful and flustered, akin to an innocent young man. Hurriedly, Lu Yunfeng donned his clothes, hastily throwing on a shirt and jacket. I apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave now. Lin Yuelian murmured softly, stepping forward without looking back. Lu Yunfeng, feeling like a thief, crept towards the door, fearful of being discovered. Upon exiting, he found the situation absurd. This was his home, yet he had to sneak in and out as if it were someone else's domain. Thus, at around 2 a.m, Assistant Jiang was jolted awake by an urgent phone call. Hello? Boss? Assistant Jiang yawned, still battling drowsiness. On the other end, a thunderous voice startled him. Who told you to drop me off at Golden Summit Mansion? Ha? Assistant Jiang was taken aback. Unlike Secretary Wang, who would offer explanations, he was at a loss for words. He recognized that he had made a mistake, but the reason why was inconsequential. Even if he inquired about the matter, the boss would not elucidate. Your bonus for this month is entirely forfeited. Lu Yunfeng spoke in a low, firm tone, and promptly ended the call. Assistant Jiang sat on his bed, feeling bewildered, slowly registering. All right then. He listened to the busy signal on the line. How peculiar. Why was Golden Summit Mansion suddenly off limits? In the past, such situations had always resulted in a return to Golden Summit. As the night wore on, Lin Yuelian found it impossible to sleep soundly. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Lu Yunfeng's unexpected visit to her room. The awkwardness of a solitary man and woman sharing the same space was palpable. She couldn't fathom how she would face him at the office after this incident. The prospect of encountering him again filled her with dread. In this manner, as dawn approached, she finally succumbed to a fitful slumber. However, she had barely closed her eyes when she was roused by sounds of commotion outside her room. Rubbing her eyes, she changed out of her nightgown and into proper attire before stepping out. Tian, who are you speaking with? Golden Summit Mansion had strict access controls. To enter, one had to either be a resident or have permission from someone inside. Lin Yuelian assumed it was someone from the Fu family, but upon entering the living room, she froze momentarily. Assistant Jiang had just turned his head to look at her, and they both stood there, momentarily stunned. Secretary Lin? Assistant Jiang? Mom, do you two know each other? This guy is quite strange. Didn't he come in at the dead of night? Now he's here again. I explained to him that I'm a tenant here, but he insisted on calling the police. A misunderstanding. Lin Yuelian felt utterly embarrassed. Assistant John's face was a canvas of confusion. So, Secretary Lin resides in the boss's house? The other secretaries had previously teased about Secretary Lin being neighbors with the boss, but it turned out she actually lived in his home. What on earth was happening? Assistant Jiang, please don't misunderstand. I am merely renting this place, Lin Yuelian stammered, unsure of how to elaborate. Assistant Jiang, full of regret, explained, last night, I dropped the boss off here, and he berated me without warning. I was puzzled as to why I was being scolded, so I came over to investigate and clarify the situation. He fervently defended himself. Liang Tian, however, only caught the crucial point. Mom, so I wasn't mistaken? I heard a man's voice in your room last night. It couldn't have been President Liu, could it? Lin Yuelian choked on her words. Assistant John was left wide-eyed in shock. Chapter 47. Lin Yuelian, he is determined to pursue. At this moment, within the faculty office building of S University, Fu Guoping awoke from a restless slumber on the single bed. The sunlight pierced through the curtains, and he rubbed his hungover head. After being unceremoniously expelled from Jinding building by the old lady Lu the previous night, he had succumbed to his melancholy and purchased several cans of beer. Arriving at his office, he succumbed to his despondency, drinking alone. It was, after all, the anniversary of his acquaintance with Yi Jinjun, marking 11 years, a day that should have been celebrated with joy, yet, it was Lin Yuelian who had disrupted his peace of mind. Old Fu, what is going on with you? Last night, Fu Guoping had called Fong Weidong to join him for a drink, but Fong, having been divorced for many years, had a daughter who was already married and a younger son still in high school. He needed to supervise his son's studies and simply could not spare the time. Arriving early at Fu Guoping's office, he pushed open the door to find a scattering of empty cans littering the floor. The room was thick with the odor of alcohol, oppressive and foul. He stepped directly to the window and flung it open. I truly apologize. I misheard yesterday and caused you to have a quarrel with your wife, Fong Weidong said, clasping his hands together in apology. With his disheveled hair, Fu Guoping approached the sink to wash up. Ignoring him, Fong Weidong followed, curiosity piqued. Your wife is such a wonderful person. How could you bear to seek companionship elsewhere? At this, Fu Guoping was momentarily taken aback before a bitter smile crept across his lips. Indeed, everyone around him praised Lin Yuelian. Deep down, he understood that she was indeed exceptional, hard-working, filial, and dutiful, except for one thing. She could not bear children. It wasn't that she was incapable. They had once had a son named Lele. I cannot simply stand by and watch the Fu family die out, Fu Guoping lamented, expressing his helplessness. I never intended to divorce her, but she is relentless, as if she has seized my weaknesses, creating a ruckus and insisting on separation. And what of the second, younger sister? Is there a child involved? Fong Weidong asked, his curiosity devoid of empathy. Fu Guoping felt as though he had found an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Our son is 10 years old, and there is another on the way. I hope it's a girl. That way, I would have both a son and a daughter, and I would have no regrets. Really? Fong Weidong exclaimed incredulously. So, the child is already that old? No wonder your wife is upset. He had concealed this for a full decade, using their shared assets to support a child with another woman. If this were to come to light, it would surely incite turmoil. As a man, he felt profound sympathy for Lin Yuelian. And what is the current situation with your wife? We are in the process of divorce. I have already filed. There is now a cooling-off period before the divorce can be finalized. I hope that during this month, something might change her mind, Fu Guoping replied calmly. In truth, he felt a sense of relief that the law had been amended to include this cooling-off period. A month could bring about significant change. He hoped Lin Yuelian would reconsider. Once the papers are finalized, you can live a quiet life with the younger sister. It wouldn't be so bad, Fong Weidong advised, though other thoughts began to brew in his mind. He had always envied Fu Guoping, believing him fortunate to have a virtuous wife, unlike himself, who had married a woman content to be lazy and ultimately strayed, running off with another man, abandoning their 2 children without a care or even providing child support. He had pursued legal action, but even the courts could not locate her. After much effort, he learned she had fled abroad. What a heartless and unfeeling woman. In comparison, Lin Yuelian shone like a brilliant star, dazzling and radiant. Such a star, he was determined to pursue. Would you be upset if your wife remarried after the divorce? Fong Weidong inquired cautiously. Fu Guoping washed his face, gazing at his unshaven reflection in the mirror. He retrieved a razor and shaving cream. After a moment's pause, he turned to Fong Weidong, his eyes suddenly cold and fierce. Remarry, who would want her? It would merely be a fling. He implied that despite Lin Yuelian currently residing in a grand house, he believed her prospects were dim, that she could never find true love. Once Lu Yunfeng grew tired of her, he would inevitably discard her. A fling? Surely not. At her age, who would toy with her? If someone were to pursue her, it would surely be with the intention of building a life together. She is so capable. Many men would cherish her. Fong Weidong expressed his genuine thoughts on Lin Yuelian. Fu Guoping, however, scoffed dismissively, letting out a derisive snort. Is that so? If she were to remarry, I would definitely attend the wedding and give her a generous red envelope. A generous envelope? How generous? Would you give her 10,000? Fong Weidong jested. 10,000? I would give her 50,000, Fu Guoping boasted extravagantly. He was convinced that if Lin Yuelian were to remarry, she would never find a suitable partner. IV recorded that. Fong Weidong chuckled, waving his phone. Fu Guoping was unfazed. Record away. It's simply impossible. Fong Weidong smiled silently, having made up his mind. Lin Yuelian, he was resolute in pursuing. Meanwhile, at Jinding Building, after discovering Assistant Jiang's identity, Liang Tian felt deeply apologetic and personally brewed a pot of fine tea to offer him. May I have your contact information? I'd like to treat you to a meal as an apology, she suggested. No, it was my impertinence for intruding on your Secretary Lin's residence, Assistant Jiang replied, both of them exchanging apologies before finally exchanging contact details. Since they were both heading to the company, Lin Yuelian tidied herself up and accompanied Assistant Jiang. As they walked, Assistant Jiang would occasionally steal glances at the middle-aged woman beside him. His mind was filled with questions, yet he chose to keep them to himself. He was not like Secretary Wang. Had it been her, she would have probed relentlessly. Assistant Jiang, I hope you can keep my living arrangement at the boss's house confidential. Lin Yuelian suddenly halted before they reached the company building. Assistant Jiang nodded. Understood, I will keep it confidential. Secretary Lin was likely in a romantic relationship with the boss. A man willing to lend his home to another woman could only mean one of two things. They were either dating or had already begun a relationship. But if he guessed otherwise, he would gladly eat his words. I'm very discreet, you need not worry, he assured her. Thank you. Lin Yuelian was unaware that Assistant Jiang had spun a web of unfounded conjectures in his mind. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Yuelian entered the break room. Recalling the previous night when Lu Yunfeng had barged into her room reeking of alcohol, she decided to brew a pot of hangover tea. Wary of encountering Lu Yunfeng, she first approached Secretary Wang to gather information before delivering the tea. Has the boss arrived? Not yet, I came in early today and haven't seen the president come to work, Secretary Wang responded. Lin Yuelian nodded, suspecting he had likely overindulged the night before. She pushed open the door to the president's office and placed the tea on the desk. As she reached for a sticky note to leave a message, a bronzed figure unexpectedly emerged from the bathroom, wrapped only in a towel. Lin Yuelian gasped in shock. Was the boss really here? Chapter 48. Mr. Lu encourages her. In her mind, the scene from last night suddenly resurfaced, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson as she averted her gaze, unable to meet Lu Yunfeng's eyes. Yet, Lu Yunfeng remained unperturbed, almost as if he had forgotten the previous encounter, and naturally approached his desk. He glanced at the tea before him, noting its distinct appearance. What is this? Da Huang Fulling tea, it helps with hangovers, Lin Yuetian replied, pursing her lips. Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Just a few days prior, he had found Lin Yuetian, his secretary, to be rather unreliable, taking advantage of her connection as his mother's benefactor. However, his perception had shifted recently. He now recognized her thoughtfulness and meticulousness in her role. After indulging in too much alcohol last night, he still felt the lingering effects this morning. To mitigate the impact on his work, he had taken an early shower to regain his composure. Pour me a cup, I wish to try it, he instructed casually. With her head bowed, Lin Yuetian diligently prepared the tea, presenting it with both hands. Upon receiving it, Lu Yunfeng took a sip and inquired, what benefits does it offer? This tea is made from raw da huang, and fulling raw da huang can clear heat and detoxify, benefiting the stomach, while fulling promotes diuresis, eliminates dampness, and strengthens the spleen. This tea can alleviate headaches and nausea associated with hangovers, making it suitable for those who still feel unwell upon waking the next day, Lin Yuetian explained in an encyclopedic tone. Lu Yunfeng chuckled, you seem quite knowledgeable. Lin Yuetian pressed her lips together, choosing not to respond. Her extensive knowledge stemmed from her experiences serving Fu Guoping. Although a university professor, he had a penchant for drinking, often leading to drunken evenings. Consequently, she sought advice from traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and scoured the internet for remedies, gaining expertise through practice. Boss, you should rest after drinking. Why are you here so early? Is there important work to be done? How may I assist you? Lin Yuetian reverted to her professional demeanor, her previously flushed face now returning to its natural hue. After finishing his cup of tea, Lu Yunfeng poured himself another. After leaving your place last night, I came directly to the office to sleep. Ah! Lin Yuetian exclaimed, lifting her gaze in surprise. The calm she had just regained was instantly disrupted. Lu Yunfeng's expression remained impassive. Secretary Lin, last night was a misunderstanding. I had no intention of taking advantage of you. If you felt offended, I sincerely apologize. You already apologized last night, Lin Yuetian replied, feeling embarrassed. Let's put last night behind us. No one should mention it again. Very well, Lu Yunfeng agreed readily. If the woman had already expressed a desire to move on, it would be petty of him to dwell on it. By the way, he continued, shifting the subject, I heard from the teacher that you were exceptionally bright in your youth, having gained admission to the University of Science and Technology of China. We nearly became senior and junior colleagues. Those are all past events, Lin Yuetian said, forcing a smile. She preferred not to reminisce, as such memories often left her feeling foolish. Do not misunderstand, Lu Yunfeng observed her reluctance. I do not wish to stir up painful memories for you. Rather, I would like to inquire if you would consider enrolling in an adult education program, perhaps reapply to the University of Science and Technology? Ah! Lin Yuetian could hardly believe her ears. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with newfound hope. At my age, attending university would be a source of ridicule. She shook her head, yet Lu Yunfeng encouraged her further. Do you know Lu Bang? He was 47 when he rallied support against the uprising of Qin Sheng and Wu Guang. And let us not forget Zhang Taigong, who only found opportunities to showcase his talents in his later years. There is an old saying, a person with ambition is not limited by age. It is never too late to learn, to progress, and to realize one's aspirations. Boss, Lin Yuetian was profoundly moved. Lu Yunfeng had indeed referenced historical figures to uplift her spirit. Tell me, what aspirations do you harbor in this life? What plans do you have for the future? Lin Yuetian lowered her head, contemplating for a moment. In my youth, I wished to become a scientist like my parents, but I became infatuated with love and abandoned my dreams for it. At present, I no longer dream of being a scientist, she sighed bitterly. I once had a son, but he went missing. Now, I merely wish to earn more money to enlist the help of the media in searching for him. Is this truly your life's goal? What if you ultimately discover that the child cannot be found? Lu Yunfeng posed a profound question. Lin Yuetian fell silent, unable to fathom the thought of her son, Lele, remaining lost forever. The emotional pillar supporting her through her husband's infidelity had been her son. But what if you find him, and he does not recognize you, or worse, is ungrateful? Lin Yuetian, your life is your own. You should not pin your life's objectives on others. You do not live for anyone else. Do you understand? Just as you once centered your existence around your husband, that is not the way. Lin Yuetian bowed her head in silence, absorbing Lu Yunfeng's words. However, she needed time to process them. Take a look at this night school. It offers a one-year curriculum that I believe would suit you, Lu Yunfeng said, approaching his desk to retrieve a booklet, which he handed to Lin Yuetian. She examined the booklet and nodded. I will consider it carefully. Very well, return to your work, Lu Yunfeng remarked as he walked toward the cloakroom. With the booklet in hand, Lin Yuetian returned to her workstation and began to study it earnestly. As she perused the testimonials from past graduates, she realized that many individuals her age were still pursuing education. Truly, it reflected the notion that learning knows no bounds. The night school offered a plethora of courses. Cooking, music, finance, nursing. Lu Yunfeng had marked the section for engineering science with a line. Underneath this subject, various subcategories such as mechanics, energy dynamics, and machinery were also underscored. Lin Yuetian's parents had both studied mechanics, and influenced by them, she had constructed a small toy rocket launcher at the age of 12. Now, if asked to create one again, she could manage something with her memories, but to achieve a polished outcome would be beyond her capabilities. Age had diminished her learning capacity and memory. After much hesitation, she finally marked a check in the mechanics section. At 50, she did not harbor expectations of mastering the subject, she merely wished to fulfill a childhood dream. It was time for her to realize some semblance of personal value in her life. With this thought, she opened her computer to research how to register online. Just as she was beginning to grasp the process, a phone call from Fong Weidong interrupted her. Hello, Teacher Fong? Lin Yuetian inquired, her voice tinged with suspicion. She had encountered Fong Weidong several times, but each meeting occurred during gatherings with Fu Guoping. She either delivered items or picked him up when he was intoxicated. Thus, while she was not entirely unfamiliar with Fong Weidong, they were hardly close. Lin Mei, Fong Weidong greeted warmly. I have a favor to ask. My son Fong Zihao is about to turn 18, and I would like to host a birthday celebration at home with friends and family. As you know, I like a female presence at home, and I am not skilled in cooking. Would you be willing to come to my house to prepare a meal? Rest assured, it will be compensated. How does 1,000 yuan for one meal sound? Chapter 49. Your wife truly knows how to live. I apologize, but I am currently occupied with work and cannot spare the time, Lin Yuetian replied politely. Her impression of Fong Weidong was quite favorable. Each time she went to pick up Fu Guoping when he was inebriated, she found Fong Weidong to be sober. During their casual conversations, he explained, I have children at home. It's not appropriate for me to drink too much. Just this single statement led Lin Yuetian to regard him as a commendable father. Have you found a job? Congratulations! Fong Weidong exclaimed, surprised, for he had learned from Fu Guoping that after marrying Lin Yuetian, she had been a full-time homemaker and had never ventured out to work. Fong Zihao's birthday happens to be on Saturday. You should be available then, right? I am free on Saturday, Lin Yuetian replied nonchalantly. She was currently in dire need of money and, while maneuvering the mouse, noticed the enrollment fee for night school online, a staggering 888 yuan for a semester. Very well, I shall send you my address shortly. Can you come over at 9 in the morning on Saturday? Fong Weidong spoke in a businesslike tone, sounding utterly focused. Lin Yuetian nodded, sure. Earning 1,000 yuan a day was indeed an exceptionally high salary. Time flew by, and soon Saturday arrived. Lin Yuetian prepared breakfast and called Liang Tian to join her, explaining her schedule for the day. I will be doing some odd jobs today, so you will need to prepare your own lunch and dinner. I have already laid out the ingredients for you. Alright, Mom, Liang Tian replied, enjoying her meal. Lin Yuetian had taken care of everything for her, making her feel truly cherished. Reflecting on the Fu family, she couldn't help but think how ungrateful they were. After breakfast, Lin Yuetian took the bus and transferred to the subway to reach Fong Weidong's home. The Jinding building was conveniently located within the second ring road, making it easy to access any destination. Fong Weidong's family had long moved from the public housing provided by the school. For the sake of his son Fong Zihao's education, they purchased a property in the third ring road that was within a good school district. The house was a small villa, over 80 square meters in size, with excellent lighting. Upon arriving at Fong's residence, Lin Yuetian rang the doorbell, and shortly after, Fong Weidong answered the door. Lin Mei, I was just about to head out to buy groceries. Would you like to join me? Fong Weidong was dressed in gray suit pants and a white shirt, his hair slicked back with wax, exuding an air of vitality. Like Fu Guoping, he carried the scholarly demeanor typical of a professor, appearing refined and possessing a charming aura. You'll take charge of the cooking, so the groceries will certainly cater to your preferences, Fong Weidong explained with a smile. Lin Yuetian nodded in agreement. There was a supermarket not far from the neighborhood. Fong Weidong pushed a cart, walking alongside Lin Yuetian, their shoulders brushing. Prepare whatever dishes you usually make, just whip up your signature specialties, Fong Weidong suggested. Lin Yuetian had already devised a menu and replied, braised pork, yellow chives with fried eggs, assorted marinated delicacies, poached shrimp, stir-fried 3 delicacies, garlic baby bok choy, mapo tofu, and spicy stir-fried meat, plus a seaweed and pork rib soup. How does that sound? Fong Weidong's eyes lit up with anticipation as he listened to her recite the menu as if it were a treasure. Perfect. We will eat whatever you prepare. Lin Yuetian smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. In comparison, Fong Weidong was genuinely supportive. Unlike Fu Guoping, she recalled the time she had slaved over a feast for Fu Guoping's birthday, only to have him critique every dish, complaining that this one was too spicy and that one too salty. While purchasing pork belly at the butcher's, Fong Weidong excitedly brought over a bag of yellow chives, saying, Lin Mei, is 8 enough? As Lin Yuetian handed over the selected pork belly to be weighed, she glanced at the fish in Fong Weidong's hand and frowned. You shouldn't pick such large yellow chives. Smaller ones are fresher. Is that so? I rarely cook fish and am not very knowledgeable, Fong Weidong admitted, scratching his head. In truth, he hardly ever cooked. Previously, it was his mother who prepared meals at home. However, to spend time with Lin Yuetian, he had specifically sent his mother away, claiming that Fong Zihao wanted to eat crabs from their hometown for his birthday and that she need not worry about the birthday feast. As they ventured into the seafood section, Lin Yuetian placed the yellow chives Fong Weidong had chosen back into the tank and took a scoop, selecting 10 smaller ones instead. Sir, your wife truly knows how to manage a household. For this type of fish, you must select this size for the best flavor, an employee in the seafood section remarked while weighing the goods, unable to contain their admiration for Lin Yuetian, their gaze filled with amusement as it landed on Fong Weidong. Fong Weidong smiled silently, feeling a swell of pride inside. Lin Yuetian hurriedly clarified, you misunderstand, I am not his wife, I am the housekeeper he has hired. Ah, I see. The employee, now somewhat embarrassed, quickly nodded in apology toward Lin Yuetian. Fong Weidong took the yellow chives from her. Lin Mei, you are not my hired housekeeper, we are friends, and you are here to lend me a hand. Helping out while receiving such a high salary, Lin Yuetian pursed her lips. I cannot accept the salary you are offering. That is not what I meant. Fong Weidong hastily waved his hands. You must take the salary. If you don't, I would feel quite awkward. Well then, let us continue shopping, Lin Yuetian responded with a neutral demeanor, maintaining a professional attitude. Fong Weidong, feeling frustrated, rubbed his forehead. He intended to push the cart, but Lin Yuetian had already taken the lead. They seem rather odd, the scales attendant in the seafood section whispered to a colleague. The colleague cast a glance at the pair. The man is interested in the woman, but she likely does not reciprocate. You noticed that? The attendant asked curiously. The colleague raised an eyebrow. Just look at him, he keeps trying to get close to her, yet she walks away quickly. TSK, they both look no longer young, who knows if their relationship is appropriate. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuetian, she was oblivious to the gossip behind her. Swiftly navigating through the aisles of the supermarket, she collected all the necessary ingredients. Fong Weidong felt a bit awkward, attempting several times to engage Lin Yuetian in conversation, but each time she moved away. Upon returning home, Lin Yuetian headed straight to the kitchen to begin her preparations. Fong Weidong stood outside the kitchen door, arms crossed, occasionally frowning in concentration. His gaze scrutinized Lin Yuetian, gradually becoming more intense. Indeed, today Lin Yuetian appeared entirely different from the woman he had previously encountered in the past. She always looked weary, dressed plainly, a quintessential housewife who seemed to have turned into a haggard matron. Today, however, she wore a flowing grayish-purple dress that accentuated her well-proportioned figure. Even at over 50, she retained an enchanting allure, gracefully curvaceous. Her style had transformed, and so too had her appearance. Her skin appeared significantly fairer than before, her lips a vibrant red against pearly white teeth, and her complexion smooth and radiant. The more he looked, the more Fong Weidong felt an itch of desire. How could Fu Guoping have been willing to abandon such a captivating woman? Ding dong, ding dong. Just as he was lost in thought, the doorbell rang out. He turned to answer the door. Congratulations, Teacher Fong, Fu Guoping greeted with a large toy box in hand, smiling jovially. Beside him stood a petite young woman, dressed in Chanel and carrying a Hermes bag, exuding an air of delicacy and softness. Chapter 50. The mistress's embarrassment. Fong Weidong stood in a daze for a while. Fu Guoping quickly draped an arm around Yi Junjun's shoulder, introducing her. Junjun, this is Teacher Fong, the golden bachelor of our College of Arts, whom I often mention. Not at all, Fong Weidong humbly smiled. Hello, little sister-in-law. The casual address of little sister-in-law delighted Yi Junjun immensely. As Fu Guoping prepared to enter with the gifts, Fong Weidong halted him, saying, Old Fu, I'm out of cigarettes at home, could you fetch me a couple of packs? Old Zhang and Old Lu will be coming over shortly. As you know, they both have quite a smoking habit. Fu Guoping frowned slightly. Fong Weidong hastily explained, my mother has gone out shopping, and I need to oversee the kitchen. This implied that he was busy and unable to spare the time. All right then. Fu Guoping handed him the gifts. This is a birthday present for Ziho. Junjun and I will go buy it. Much appreciated, I will transfer you the money later. Treat yourself to a couple of bottles of champagne, I'll cover the bill, Fong Weidong cheerfully replied. Fu Guoping raised an eyebrow. Now that's more like it. With that, he took Yi Junjun and departed. Lin Yuetian was busy in the kitchen with the door closed. Upon hearing the doorbell, she realized someone had arrived but couldn't discern who it was. She didn't concern herself much, continuing with her tasks. Not long after Fu Guoping left, teachers Lu and Zhang arrived together. Shortly thereafter, Fong Ziho arrived with 3 of his good friends. Fong Weidong directed Fong Ziho to take his classmates to his room to play, while he attended to teachers Zhang and Lu in the living room. Lin Yuetian prepared 4 meat dishes in one go, and just as she brought them out, teacher Zhang happened to catch sight of her. Ah? Sister-in-law? Hello, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Lu, Lin Yuetian greeted with a nod, gesturing towards the kitchen. Teacher Fong paid me to cook, so I must get back to it. Do go ahead, Teacher Zhang replied. Once Lin Yuetian returned to the kitchen, he leaned forward and patted Fong Weidong's shoulder. Old Fong, what is going on? Are you stirring up trouble? Isn't Old Fu bringing his little mistress today? Aren't you worried they might clash? Everyone is a cultured person. It won't come to blows. Fong Weidong smirked. Lin Mei needs money, and since I'm looking for a housekeeper, why not hire her? Oh dear, how do I even begin to address you? Teacher Zhang shook his head in exasperation. Today is your son's 18th birthday. Let us not have things turn sour because of those 3. Teacher Lu expressed his concern if Fong Weidong remained indifferent. I merely sympathize with Lin Mei, there is no ulterior motive. Sympathy is one thing, Teacher Lu frowned, we all sympathize. Old Fu really has no sense. Lin Yuetian is such a wonderful woman, and he still goes out to cheat. His illegitimate child is already 10 years old, and there's another one on the way. Yet, this is human nature. Men, after all, keep the red flag flying at home while fluttering the colored flags outside. The three men each harbored their own thoughts. Then shall we not advise him? Are we truly letting old Fu be with the mistress? What is there to advise? I sense old Fu doesn't really want a divorce. He seems to want both sides. Let us not meddle in others' family matters. Fu Guoping and Yi Junjun roamed around, finding none of the cigarettes that teachers Lu and Zhang favored at the supermarket. Thus, they wandered to several other stores. By the time they returned with the cigarettes, Lin Yuetian had nearly finished preparing the meal. It's ready to eat, there is still a crab, but it'll be done shortly. Fanya's mother had bought the crab and handed the items to Lin Yuetian. Fang Weidong called everyone to the table, inviting Lin Yuetian to join as well. As Fu Guoping and Yi Jinjun entered, they happened to witness Fang Weidong inviting Lin Yuetian to sit. Yi Jinjun hesitated, looking up at Fu Guoping. Fu Guoping met her gaze. I didn't invite her. Come, old Fu, and Jinjun, sit down. Fang Weidong warmly beckoned. Lin Yuetian stood frozen, not immediately taking a seat. She had anticipated Fu Guoping's visit today, but NT expected him to bring Yi Jinjun along before they even finalized their divorce. This meant that Fang, Lu, and Zhang had likely known about Fu Guoping's infidelity for some time. A wave of frustration surged within her. Ziho, bring your classmates out for dinner. Fanya's mother called to her grandson. Before long, the table was filled with 10 people. They lit candles, sang birthday songs, made wishes, and blew out the candles. After the series of festivities concluded, the children enjoyed the cake while the adults opened champagne to toast. Teachers Lu and Zhang felt awkward, occasionally searching for topics to discuss, while Fu Guoping, Yi Jinjun, and Lin Yuetian remained silent. Little Fu, why are you and little Lin sitting so far apart? Fanya's mother, unaware of the situation, approached. Having seen Fu Guoping and Lin Yuetian together, she assumed they were still a couple. She believed Yi Jinjun was a colleague of Fang Weidong's, so she walked over and gently patted Yi Jinjun on the shoulder. Why don't you make some room? This young teacher really lacks awareness. The others exchanged glances. Auntie, it's not. Teacher Zhang opened his mouth to explain but found himself at a loss for words. Teacher Lu cast a glance at Fang Weidong, seemingly asking, haven't you informed the old lady about their situation? Fang Weidong pretended not to notice, cheerfully patting the empty seat next to him. Why not take a seat here? Yi Jinjun's brows knitted tightly as she glanced at Fu Guoping. Fanya's mother, displeased, urged, really no sense of propriety, get up. This is truly frustrating. Yi Jinjun felt embarrassed, biting her lip, reluctantly rising to sit beside Fang Weidong. Ah, now that's more like it. Fanya's mother nodded in satisfaction as she guided Lin Yuetian to sit next to Fu Guoping. Come, let us dig in. Everyone, please eat without reservation. The atmosphere grew decidedly peculiar. However, the children remained unaffected, engaging in lively chatter, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Lu and Zhang hastily shifted the focus back to the youngsters, just in time to interject. Which universities are you all planning to apply to? I'm set on applying to the University of Science and Technology of China, Fang Ziho confidently replied. His classmates offered responses ranging from any second-tier university will do to normal university, while one remained silent. Teacher Lu, hearing their answers, expressed his dissatisfaction. You should apply to S University, your father is a professor there. Why not attend S University? Fang Ziho scoffed, studying literature 1T save the nation. I want to build rockets and artillery, that's the hard truth. Ziho mentioned he aims to join the Qianshu as an elite class. Fang Weidong proudly interjected, Ziho's academic performance is excellent. He'll have no trouble getting in. Is that so? That's quite impressive. Teacher Lu nodded. Teacher Zhang instinctively spoke up. Sister-in-law, your parents and stepfather are academicians at the Academy of Sciences, right? Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he felt a bit sheepish. Your parents are academicians at the Academy of Sciences? Fanya's mother seized upon the key phrase, her excitement evident. That's wonderful. She patted Fang Ziho on the back. Make sure to communicate more with Auntie. Fang Ziho's eyes sparkled with admiration. Auntie, may I ask who your parents are? My father is Lin Guodong, and my mother is Ming Xia. I wonder if you've heard of them. Lin Yuetian inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Fang Ziho's eyes lit up. Not just him, but his three friends exclaimed in astonishment, the inventor of single crystal silicon? No way, we're actually meeting the offspring of a textbook celebrity? Chapter 51 Expelling the Scoundrel and the Mistress. Is it truly appropriate to continually exploit the memory of one's deceased parents? Yi Junjun pouted and murmured softly. She dared not stir up trouble overtly, yet she was consumed by jealousy within. Her words were overheard by Fong Weidong, who sat beside her, as well as by Fong's mother on the other side. Fong's mother, in her 60s, had given birth to Fong Weidong at the tender age of 16. The elderly lady was fond of exercising, which had kept her remarkably vigorous, and her hearing was exceptionally sharp. Fong Weidong's gaze drifted to Lin Yuelian, while Fong's mother occasionally scrutinized Yi Jinjun, pondering the nature of her relationship with her son. Since they had invited her into their home, it was evident that their connection was not merely that of ordinary colleagues. Her son had remained single for years and had never before brought a woman home for dinner, thus, it was only natural for her to assume that her son had taken a liking to this young woman, though her initial impression of her was far from favorable. The overpowering scent of her perfume gave her a headache. You claim Shaolin exploits her parents. May I inquire what your parents do? Fong's mother tilted her head, her query blunt and unyielding. Yi Junjun jolted, her mouth agape. How could this old woman be so perceptive? Well, Shaolin doesn't exploit her parents, does she? It was not her who mentioned it, it was Xiao Zhang, wasn't it? Fong's mother shot a glance at teacher Zhang, who immediately slapped his own mouth. It's my fault for being too talkative. I brought it up. As a teacher, how can you be so harsh? Shaolin's parents have passed away. Our mention of them is a remembrance. How does it become exploitation in your words? True exploitation involves seeking media attention for personal gain. Has Shaolin done that? Yi Jinjun found herself rendered speechless by the retort. She had not anticipated the elderly woman to be so eloquent. Despite her age, she was far from muddled. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she bit her lower lip in embarrassment. Fong Weidong withdrew his attention from Lin Yuelian, scoffing coldly. Mom, she is not a teacher. Not a teacher? Fong's mother exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Then what is her occupation? She doesn't have a job, Fong Weidong replied nonchalantly. Fong's mother was baffled. Then what is your relationship with her? Her voice suddenly rose, an edge of hostility seeping through. Fong Weidong remained silent, casting a furtive glance at Fu Guoping, who wore a dark expression, clearly uncomfortable. Fong's mother, unable to contain herself, began to speculate. I wholeheartedly support you in finding a wife, but if it's someone like this, I vehemently oppose it. Dressed provocatively and lacking decorum, such a woman was undoubtedly trouble. Mom, it's Zihai's birthday. Please be mindful of the occasion. Fong Weidong chuckled awkwardly. Fong Zihai furrowed his brow. Dad, who exactly is she? In his view, the matter of a stepmother was not solely his father's decision. If he disliked the prospective stepmother, he would resist. Teacher Lu nudged Teacher Zhang with her elbow, giving him a significant look as if to say, see what you've stirred up. Teacher Zhang innocently pouted, his gaze immediately shifting to Fu Guoping. The atmosphere at the dining table turned tense, with Fong Weidong becoming the center of scrutiny from both his mother and son. Fong Weidong, ever cunning, glanced at Fu Guoping and remarked, Old Fu, my sincerest apologies. He raised his hands in mock surrender to his mother and son. I confess. This lady, Yi Junjun, is old Fu's girlfriend. His girlfriend? Fong's mother seemed to short-circuit. Doesn't he already have a wife? Upon hearing that this woman had no connection to his father, Fong Zihai shrugged and fell silent. Regarding your family's affairs, I shouldn't meddle, but Teacher Fu, what you are doing is utterly wrong. Infidelity is a moral failing. How can you maintain your role as a mentor in such a case? As an elder, Fong's mother admonished the younger generation, and the latter naturally found it hard to retort. Not satisfied with her reprimand of Fu Guoping, she turned her ire toward Yi Jinjun, glaring fiercely. And you, at such a young age, why must you choose to be a mistress? Did your family fail to provide you with proper education? Some immoral acts should be avoided, they can shorten one's life. Yi Jinjun was at a loss for words. This old woman was truly vexatious, even more so than her malevolent mother-in-law. Fong auntie, your words resonate profoundly. Lin Yuelian, who had been silent thus far, stood up, pouring herself a glass of wine. Fong auntie, I toast to you. You may sip your tea, while I shall drink this in respect. With that, she tilted her head back and downed the glass in one go. Take your time, Fong Weidong advised, concern etched on his face. Fu Guoping felt like a cat on a hot tin roof, tormented by the situation. He had not anticipated Fong Weidong inviting Lin Yuelian, nor had he expected Fong's mother to relentlessly interrogate Junjun about her identity. It was utterly exasperating. Classmate Fong Zihai, I once passed the entrance exam for the University of Science and Technology of China, but regrettably, I could not attend. I envy you. You still have the opportunity to enter this esteemed institution soon. Work hard, and you too shall become someone like my parents. Lin Yuelian encouraged Fong Zihai. Fong Zihai felt a surge of enthusiasm. Thank you, Auntie, I will certainly strive to become like Mr. Lin Guodong and Ms. Mingxia, they are my idols. But, Auntie, if you were accepted into this university, why didn't you attend? A classmate of Fong Zihai inquired curiously. Lin Yuelian smiled, her expression one of acceptance. I was foolish in my youth, forsaking my studies for love, but my eyes have since been opened. Fu Guoping. Lin Yuelian's words were veiled criticism, and he was not oblivious to their implications. We understand. Fong Zihai and his three classmates exchanged knowing glances. They were all adults now, no longer naive children. Click. Fong Zihai suddenly pulled out his phone, activating the wide-angle feature, and snapped a photo of Fu Guoping and Yi Jinjun, though his father's presence obstructed the frame slightly. Lin Auntie, we must document this. If we acquire definitive proof of your husband's infidelity, we can ensure he receives a lesser share of the assets during the division, or perhaps nothing at all, leaving him with nothing. Zihai, please refrain from such nonsense. Fong Weidong shot his son a stern look. Fong Zihai rolled his eyes. Dad, like attracts like, it is best you distance yourself from such a scoundrel. Today is my birthday, and I do not welcome this morally corrupt pair. Kindly expel them. You little rascal. Of Fong Weidong was both amused and exasperated, his expression one of helplessness. With Fong Zihai's words hanging in the air, Fu Guoping and Yi Jinjun had no face left to remain any longer. Fu Guoping stood up, awkwardly making his way toward the exit, with Yi Jinjun following suit. Fong Weidong watched the retreating figures, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. His objective had been achieved. Today had served as a means of venting his frustrations on behalf of Lin Yuelian. Chapter 52. Could he already have a rival in love? Please add to bookshelf. Allow me to see you off, he said, rising to pursue them. Fu Guoping waved his hand dismissively. Already feeling utterly humiliated, you should return. Otherwise, your son will surely have more to say about me. Do not hold it against the child, Fong Weidong reassured, patting Fu Guoping on the shoulder. Fu Guoping, feeling as though he had suffered a silent defeat, managed a strained smile. How could I possibly quarrel with a child? Rest assured, I won't. Very well then, I shall not see you off, Fong Weidong replied, gesturing dismissively. He intended to exchange more pleasantries, but Fong's mother strode out with purpose. What is there to send off such people? Donzi, Ziho is correct, like attracts like, you should keep your distance from them in the future. After delivering her verdict, Fong's mother pulled Fong Weidong back and forcefully shut the door behind them. The loud bang echoed through the air. Once inside, Fong Weidong headed to the restroom to make a phone call. He deliberately remained silent before emerging again. In the dining room, Fong's mother was grumbling, clearly displeased that Vixen cannot compare to Shaolin. Shaolin, do not worry, a woman as virtuous as you will have no difficulty finding another man to marry. Thank you, Auntie, for thinking so highly of me, Lin Yuetian replied with a smile, surprised that Fu Guoping and Yi Jinjun's visit had not dampened her spirits. To her astonishment, the Fong family was quite supportive of her. Ziho is right, you must gather evidence and ensure that those two immoral individuals do not escape unscathed. Fong's mother stated earnestly. With Fu Guoping absent, Teacher Zhang felt free to join the conversation. Old Fu is foolish, he has brought back a troublesome ancestor, and he will surely regret it in the future. Ancestor? What do you mean? Teacher Lu inquired curiously. Teacher Zhang snorted, a 30-year-old who does not lift a finger around the house, leaving it all to old Fu. What on earth does old Fu see in her? Fu Guoping, he actually does housework? Lin Yuetian felt a wave of discomfort wash over her upon hearing this. She had always assumed he was too much of a chauvinist to partake in household chores. Only now did she realize that it was not a matter of unwillingness, but rather that in Fu Guoping's eyes, she was unworthy of such affection. Such bad men are all the same. They are inherently despicable. Fong's mother remarked with disdain. Let us not speak of them anymore, let us enjoy our meal. On the other end of the line, Fu Guoping said hello twice, only to overhear them discussing himself and Yi Jinjun. His expression darkened as he listened intently to what they were saying behind his back. Eventually, he could no longer bear it and hung up the phone. Penggu, isn't Fong's mother being a bit excessive? We brought gifts and even ran errands for cigarettes and alcohol, yet we were kicked out without even having a meal? Fu Guoping felt dejected, knowing that Yi Jinjun had been wronged, so he patiently consoled her. It was my oversight. I should not have brought you along today. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinjun suddenly exploded, as if her nerves had been frayed. Are you suggesting that bringing me along is a disgrace? Is that what I meant? Fu Guoping suppressed his irritation. Yi Jinjun, feeling frustrated and unable to vent her anger, I am pregnant, and you, a university professor, are afraid of what others might say about your infidelity and moral decay. Since you are so concerned about appearances, why did you choose to be with me in the first place? Enough, do not act unreasonable. Fu Guoping interrupted sternly, you are with child, and I do not wish to argue with you. I will call a car for you shortly, you can return home on your own. Aren't you coming back? You always evade the issue during our arguments, this is emotional abuse, you know? I can't be bothered with you. Fu Guoping completely lost his composure, storming off with an angry expression. He raced down the stairs, feeling increasingly frustrated. He recalled how, during every argument with Lin Yuetian, it was always she who would coax him back to calmness, but with Yi Jinjun, it was always him who had to concede. He pondered what Yi Jinjun possessed that made her superior to Lin Yuetian. She was merely younger and capable of bearing children. Beyond that, she was utterly lacking, not even worth a single strand of Lin Yuetian's hair. As Fang Weidong had entertained Lin Yuetian for the entire day, she was now responsible for preparing dinner. However, only the 3 members of the Fang family remained for the meal, along with Teacher Zhang, Teacher Lu, and Fang Ziho's 3 classmates, who had gradually departed throughout the afternoon. Lin Yuetian made a special bowl of longevity noodles for Fang Ziho, adding an exceptionally large poached egg to the dish. Having lost his mother's love from a young age, Fang Ziho felt a twinge of emotion as he savored the noodles that Lin Yuetian had prepared. How fortunate those children with mothers must be. Aunt Lin, can you come over to my house to play often in the future? Fang Ziho asked, his large eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Yuetian paused, opening her mouth to explain that she was not familiar with his father. Before she could utter a word, Fang Weidong preempted her. Ziho really likes you. Could you possibly agree to his request? Lin Yuetian furrowed her brow. She genuinely adored children, especially considerate ones like Fang Ziho. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded, all right. Aunt Lin, shall we add each other on WeChat? At 9:30 in the evening, Fang Weidong escorted Lin Yuetian downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, Lin Yuetian quickly spoke up, Mr. Fang, this is far enough. Shall I drive you home? I have nothing else to attend to, he offered. That would be too much trouble, I've taken your money and now I would also impose on you for a ride, she replied. There is no need to feel embarrassed. From now on, we are friends of friends, do not keep score, unless, of course, you find me undesirable and do not wish to befriend me. Not at all. Under Fang Weidong's persistent coaxing, Lin Yuetian finally agreed to let him give her a ride. Meanwhile, in front of the Jinning building, a discreet Maybach was parked beside a cypress tree. Shortly after the vehicle came to a halt, the elderly matriarch Lu urged Lu Yunfeng from the back seat, call Alien and ask if it is convenient for us to come up now. Lu Yunfeng wore a reluctant expression, clearly unwilling. If you wish to invite her to accompany you to the charity gala, just make a phone call. A phone call lacks sincerity. It is far more genuine to personally seek her opinion, the matriarch replied with a smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. She was determined to create opportunities for her son and Lin Yuetian to meet and bond. She firmly believed that a woman as splendid as Lin Yuetian would surely capture her son's heart given enough time together. Lu Yunfeng frowned. Fine. He took out his phone. The matriarch blinked at him, put it on speaker. Without a word, Lu Yunfeng activated the speakerphone. When the call connected, Lin Yuetian answered respectfully, Boss, what brings you to find me at this late hour? I have a matter to discuss with you. Is it convenient for my mother and me to come upstairs now? Lu Yunfeng spoke in a deep tone, adopting the demeanor of a corporate president. Lin Yuetian was taken aback. I am currently out, but I should arrive home in about 10 minutes. All right, I will wait for you, he replied before hanging up without waiting for Lin Yuetian's response. Is something wrong? Fang Weidong glanced at the passenger seat. Should I drive faster? Lin Yuetian nodded. The boss is looking for me. Upon hearing this, Fang Weidong's brow furrowed deeply. Isn't today Saturday? Why would he come looking for you at this late hour? Perhaps he has something important, Lin Yuetian replied, not giving it much thought. However, Fang Weidong felt a pang of discomfort and glanced at the navigation. Ever since he learned Lin Yuetian's address, he had harbored some questions. Isn't the rent for Jinning building rather steep? Lin Yuetian understood what he was implying and responded candidly, it's a long story. The apartment is rented to me by the boss's mother. Oh? Fang Weidong raised an eyebrow, suddenly on high alert. Could he already have a rival in love? Chapter 53. He enjoys May-December relationships. Your boss, he can't possibly have feelings for you, can he? Fang Weidong asked casually, his tone seemingly indifferent as he drove with great concentration. Lin Yuelian rested her chin on one hand, gazing out of the window. Upon hearing his words, she immediately turned her head. Teacher Fang, you mustn't speak so recklessly. The reason I can stay in my boss's residence is due to the influence of old Madame Lu, and my entry into the Lu family business is also thanks to her. My apologies, my apologies. Noticing Lin Yuelian's agitation, Fang Weidong hastily offered his regrets. It's my fault for being too talkative. Though he said this, his heart was filled with delight. It turned out he had no rivals in love. The fewer people who recognized a treasure like Lin Yuelian, the better. He could enjoy her company all to himself. Teacher Fong, you needn't drive to the underground parking. Just drop me off at the intersection, Lin Yuelian suggested. Fong Weidong nodded, glancing at her with a smile that radiated warmth. From now on, let's drop the formalities. Calling me Teacher Fong feels too distant. Since we are friends, let us be more familiar. Then, Fonggo. Lin Yuelian hesitated, finding it challenging to pronounce. Fong Weidong's eyes narrowed into slits. Call me Donggu instead. After a pause, he added, may I call you Lian? That's fine, Lin Yuelian replied, still adjusting to the newfound intimacy of their address. Fortunately, they soon arrived at their destination, and the car came to a stop by the roadside. Lin Yuelian hurriedly exited the vehicle, waving her hand. Thank you for your trouble today. You should head back and rest. What trouble? We're friends, Fong Weidong replied, clearly relishing the moment. Lin Yuelian waved goodbye and turned towards the building, retrieving her phone to call Lu Yunfeng. As she walked away, Fong Weidong felt a twinge of disappointment, pondering how he might hasten his pursuit to win Lin Yuelian's heart. Hello? Boss, I'm downstairs at the building, where are you? Beep, beep, beep. Just as Lin Yuelian finished her sentence, a car horn blared from her right. Turning her head, she saw old Madame Lu exiting the vehicle, beaming as she greeted her. Auntie? What brings you here? Lin Yuelian exclaimed, taken aback, and promptly ended her call to approach her. Lu Yunfeng, sitting in the car, remained inside, not making any move to get out. Don't indulge him. It's after work hours, he has hands of his own, let him come down himself, old Madame Lu said, grasping Lin Yuelian's arm. Lu Yunfeng wore a dark expression, clearly unimpressed. Not a problem, it's just a short walk, Lin Yuelian reassured her, accustomed to their hierarchical relationship, whether in or out of the workplace. Opening a car door for him wouldn't cost her anything. Lian, I need to discuss something with you. How about we find a CAF to sit? Old Madame Lu inquired with a smile. Lin Yuelian nodded. Shall we go to that Western restaurant? The ambience is quite pleasant. Absolutely, old Madame Lu agreed cheerfully. As they began walking towards the nearby restaurant, a voice called out from behind them. Lian, wait a moment. Fong. Donggu, what's the matter? Lin Yuelian turned around, surprised. Fong Weidong held out a silk scarf. You left this behind. Look at my forgetfulness, Lin Yuelian chuckled, tapping her forehead. She had taken off the scarf while cooking at noon, placing it at the corner of the sideboard, intending to remember to take it with her when she left. I found it on the sideboard at my home, Fong Weidong said with a warm smile, his demeanor as gentle as his appearance, reflecting his meticulous nature. I won't keep you if you have matters to attend to, he added with a slight nod. Your cooking is delightful. I hope there will be another opportunity to savor your culinary creations. Certainly, there will be opportunities, Lin Yuelian replied softly. Their conversation flowed naturally, and Fong Weidong's intentions remained ambiguous. Old Madame Lu observed the exchange from a distance, subtly moving closer to Lu Yunfeng, feeling a sense of urgency. Lian actually went to that man's house. Yunfeng, I'm not saying this lightly. If you don't make a move soon, your future wife might just run off with someone else. Mother, please stop matchmaking. What future wife? Lin Yuelian is merely my subordinate. Lu Yunfeng retorted, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Old Madame Lu pouted. Alright, if you truly have no feelings for Lian, then I shall adopt her as my goddaughter. Ull regretted later. Lu Yunfeng rubbed his temples in exasperation. Did he really have to forge a special relationship with Lin Yuelian, not as a couple, but rather as siblings? It was indeed quite exasperating. At the Western restaurant, Lin Yuelian had insisted on paying the bill, allowing old Madame Lu to order. The old lady claimed she had already dined, opting only for a cup of hot milk tea. Lin Yuelian, feeling full herself, ordered the same. When she turned to Lu Yunfeng for his order, he coldly replied, lemon water. Lian, tomorrow I have a charity gala to attend. I heard from Yunfeng that you've been searching for your child who went missing years ago. Coincidentally, the president of the Reunion Association will also be present, and I can introduce you both, old Madame Lu explained. After a long day, Lin Yuelian felt a bit fatigued. However, upon hearing the possibility of locating Lele, her spirits lifted instantly. Really? That would be wonderful, but given my status, I fear I won't be able to attend. Indeed, the invitations are limited, and not everyone can gain entry, old Madame Lu acknowledged, then added, however, you can enter as Yunfeng's companion. It's an unspoken rule at such events that those with families can bring their partners along. Companion-y family. Lin Yuelian mulled over the unusual titles. She was merely Lu Yunfeng's secretary, a humble life assistant among many others. Auntie, are you allowed to bring a family member? Can I accompany you inside? Lin Yuelian asked earnestly, her eyes shining with hope. Old Madame Lu, perceptive as ever, had invited Lin Yuelian to the charity gala specifically to foster a connection between her and her son. I can't. One can only bring their significant other. If I had a partner, that would be permissible, she said with feigned seriousness, spinning a tall tale. Lin Yuelian, inexperienced in high society, believed old Madame Lu's words wholeheartedly, especially since she was an elder. Meanwhile, Lu Yunfeng, sipping his lemon water, rubbed his temples, nearly choking on his drink. His mother truly excelled at deception. Mother, you know I never attend charity galas or banquets, Lu Yunfeng said bluntly, effectively snuffing out Lin Yuelian's hopes. Old Madame Lu rolled her eyes. She was genuinely worried about her son, yet he remained unappreciative. You'll just die alone, she snapped, gritting her teeth as she glared at Lu Yunfeng. Lin Yuelian felt a wave of hope followed by disappointment. However, she held no grudge against anyone. She was grateful that old Madame Lu had even shared such news with her. Auntie, what is the name of the president of the Reunion Association? Where is the association located? Since she could not attend the charity gala, she would visit on her own later. His name is Tang Yan. Yan is derived from the character for color, minus the right half, old Madame Lu patiently explained. I'll send you the address later via WeChat. Let me tell you in secret, Tang Yan is only 35 this year and still unmarried. He has dated several girlfriends, all of whom were older than him, particularly favoring women like you. You catch my drift? Auntie, Lin Yuelian chuckled, amused. She was there to search for her child, not to find a romantic partner. No worries. Searching for your child and dating one T interfere with each other. Old Madame Lu said, taking Lin Yuelian's hand and playfully adding, some things cannot be forced, let them be. Beside them, Lu Yunfeng could only sigh in silence. It's settled then. Tomorrow, you'll accompany me to the mall, and we'll pick out something fabulous. Old Madame Lu declared enthusiastically. Let us dazzle that Tang Yan. Chapter 54 Awaiting imprisonment. The following afternoon, the venerable matriarch, Madame Lu, dispatched a luxurious vehicle to escort Lin Yuetian. The opulent car conveyed her to a high-end shopping mall within the Guomao district. The establishment was replete with international luxury brands, an entire building where the staff outnumbered the patrons. It was Lin Yuetian's inaugural visit to such an upscale venue, and as she stood before a jewelry store, she casually glanced at the necklaces displayed in the window. She began to count them, one by one. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. Good heavens, the price exceeded 300,000. Upon noticing a pair of earrings nearby, she was astounded to find their value reached a staggering 1 million. The realm of the wealthy was utterly incomprehensible to her. The most extravagant piece of jewelry she had ever worn was the dowry prepared by her parents over 30 years ago. At that time, gold was priced at over 90 yuan per gram, and her 30-gram bracelet was merely worth around 2,700 yuan. Lin Yuetian felt somewhat immobilized, scrutinizing the items in the window, eager to discern what rendered them so exorbitantly priced. Not far away, Lu Ran was arm in arm with Yi Jinjun. Yi Jinjun, in a foul mood, had summoned Lu Ran to accompany her on a shopping excursion. Lu Ran, a department supervisor at a publicly traded company, was regarded as a distinguished figure among her elite peers. She often indulged in luxury goods, sharing a similar taste with Yi Jinjun. Both women delighted in acquiring designer handbags, viewing brands like Chanel and Hermes as remedies for all ailments. Jinjun, don't be so disheartened, a new handbag will surely lift your spirits, Lu Ran encouraged. Yi Jinjun, with a cautious glint in her eyes, lamented, has An contacted you recently? An, he has been rather peculiar lately. I send him messages, yet he doesn't respond. I was hoping you might know what's amiss. How would I know? Perhaps he is simply busy. Yi Jinjun replied, tugging at the corner of her mouth. Lu Ran nodded in agreement. True, sometimes he vanishes when engrossed in his experiments. Alright, cheer up and help me select an outfit, will you? I may have encountered my destined soulmate. Really, Yi Jinjun exclaimed, her spirits soaring, as she tightened her grip on Lu Ran's arm. Do tell, what are his qualifications? He is the son of my landlord, accomplished and compassionate, having established a kinship association. He is quite the philanthropist. Yi Jinjun furrowed her brow. That sounds familiar. Who is he? Tang Yan, have you heard of him? Lu Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. Upon hearing the name, Yi Jinjun's smile abruptly faded, her emotions swung from initial joy for her friend to a tinge of jealousy. No way, your luck is extraordinary, you rent a room and manage to meet a billionaire. Indeed, I was just as surprised. It was Tang's mother who sought me out, otherwise, with my background, I wouldn't have had the chance to mingle with such high society. Ran, I genuinely envy you, Yi Jinjun expressed, her words laced with envy. Despite their many years of friendship, they had grown up together, both hailing from humble beginnings in a small town. Yet, why had their fates diverged so drastically? Lu Ren not only secured a position in a prestigious company but also found a golden husband. As for Yi Jinjun, she had been the mistress of an older man for 11 years, merely hoping to lead a life of luxury. Yet, she found herself unable to purchase the villa, burdened with a growing belly while caring for her son. Just yesterday, she had quarreled with her older partner, who remained silent and distant, engaging in a cold war. Junjun, don't lose heart. With your looks, remarrying shouldn't be difficult, Lu Ran offered kindly. Yi Jinjun pouted. How can I remarry with a dependent? There are good men willing to embrace fatherhood. Society has changed significantly, you need not be so pessimistic. How could she not be? A bitter ache filled Yi Jinjun's heart. As she raised her gaze, she fortuitously spotted Lin Yuetian. The pent-up frustration within her seemed to activate a trigger. It was all Lin Yuetian's fault. Were it not for her, she wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Wait, is that her? Lu Ran also noticed Lin Yuetian. The last time, due to their mutual acquaintance, she had almost turned Lin Yuetian away. Thankfully, her actions hadn't been scrutinized closely, otherwise, a mere salary deduction would have been trivial compared to a formal reprimand. Junjun, you mentioned having a past grievance with that woman. Precisely what transpired between you two? Lu Ran inquired, her brow furrowing as she observed Lin Yuetian. She was genuinely curious about the individual singled out by the vice president for placement in the president's office. She seduced my husband. It is because of her that I became a single mother. Yi Jinjun seethed through gritted teeth. Seriously, no way, how could an older woman? Lu Ran's worldview was profoundly shaken. Yi Jinjun scoffed, older women are cunning, they can be both pliable and ruthless, resorting to any vile tactics. I never imagined she was such a person. The vice president personally endorsed her for the president's office. So, it seems she possesses some degree of influence. Lu Ran furrowed her brow. Just wait, I am acquainted with the manager of this jewelry store. I shall ensure they give that woman a hard time. Sounds good. Yi Jinjun's eyes lit up. Having endured humiliation at Fong Weidong's residence the previous day, she relished the prospect of venting her frustrations today. Ding ding ding. As Lin Yuetian stood entranced before the window display, she was suddenly startled by a flurry of alarm bells. Before she could comprehend the unfolding situation, two shop attendants strode toward her, followed by a sharply dressed woman. Manager, I suspect this is the individual who stole. Just moments ago, Venus's love was here, and during that time, no other customers entered. The moment she arrived, the item vanished. Unbelievable, in broad daylight, you dare to steal. Do you have any idea how much Venus's love is worth? To dare to steal it, prepare to be incarcerated. Chapter 55. The disappearance of Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian found herself taken aback, staring blankly at the woman before her who was accusing her with indignation. The woman, brimming with arrogance, scrutinized Lin Yuelian from head to toe. Upon noticing her shabby attire, she immediately launched into a scathing mockery. Do you even know where you are? This is the CBD of Guomao. Anything in my store costs at least 6 figures. With your pitiful appearance, you can't afford anything here, so your only option is to steal, isn't it? After a moment of composure, Lin Yuelian swiftly organized her thoughts. She responded with a measured calmness, your store has lost an item. Which display case was it in? Instead of wrongfully accusing an innocent person, wouldn't it be wiser to review the surveillance footage first? The store manager was momentarily taken aback. Typically, when faced with such accusations, one would panic, argue vehemently, or even wail in distress. However, Lin Yuelian's composed demeanor caught the manager off guard. The intent behind maligning Lin Yuelian was not truly to report her to the authorities but rather to teach her a lesson and to humiliate her. I will certainly review the footage, but until we locate Venus's love, you are not permitted to leave. You must remain in the store, the manager declared in a fierce tone. Lu, the manager, had instructed to confine this woman, even if it meant letting her go hungry for a meal. I have matters to attend to today, Lin Yuelian replied coolly, maintaining her emotional stability as she reasoned with the manager. How about we report this to the police instead? Upon hearing the mention of the police, the manager's brow furrowed deeply. This was not a situation to involve the authorities. We will definitely call the police, but you are not allowed to move. Who knows if you might contact an accomplice, the manager warned, directing 2 employees. You two keep an eye on her while I check the footage. Lin Yuelian frowned slightly as she watched the manager depart. Though she claimed to be reviewing the surveillance, the manager did not return for quite some time. During this interval, Lin Yuelian's phone rang several times, and when she attempted to answer, the 2 employees, eyeing her as if she were a criminal, forbade her from rummaging through her bag for her phone. You have no evidence. You cannot treat me this way. Lin Yuelian protested against the 2 employees. Through her bag, she managed to feel her phone. It had an emergency call feature that Secretary Wang had taught her, which allowed her to send a distress signal by pressing the button 5 times consecutively. During the lesson, Secretary Wang had conducted a demonstration, assuring her that if she successfully activated the emergency call, Wang would receive the alert. She tried to calm herself as she pressed the side button of her phone 5 times through the fabric of her bag. After completing the action, she felt uneasy, uncertain whether her signal for help would indeed succeed. "Where is your manager? Bring her here. I have not taken anything from your store. If it turns out that I am innocent, I will not let this matter rest." Just as Lin Yuelian finished speaking, a sharp and scathing voice cut through the air. Turning her head, she saw Yi Junjun swaggering in, leaning on her waist, with Lu Ran following closely behind, casting her a curious glance. "What is happening here?" Lu Ran feigned ignorance. The employees promptly replied, "An item called Venus's Love has gone missing, and we suspect she is the thief." The manager has gone to review the footage. "A thief? How could my sister possibly steal anything?" "You must be mistaken." Yi Jinjun raised her voice, almost loudly enough to draw the attention of other customers outside the store. This tactic proved effective. Shortly thereafter, a mother and daughter were drawn in, halting in their tracks. "Sister, if you truly took something from the store, you should return it quickly. Otherwise, once the footage is reviewed, it will serve as evidence of your theft. If they report you, you could end up in jail. We are VIP members of this store and have a good relationship with the manager. Sister, if you return the item and admit your mistake, we might settle this privately." Lu Ran chimed in and the two of them collaborated seamlessly, painting Lin Yuelian as a common thief. Lin Yuelian scoffed quietly. What sort of people were Yi Jinjun and Lu Ran? They were clearly in cahoots. There was no way they would genuinely assist her. It was a miracle if they didn't conspire against her. Meanwhile, in the Chanel store on the same floor, the elderly Madame Lu sat in the lounge, staring at her phone's call log, which displayed unreachable. What could be the matter? The driver had called her not long ago, informing her that he had picked up Lin Yuelian and brought her to the CBD building, yet, why was she not answering her calls? "You two, go and search for her," the old lady commanded. However, without a photograph of Lin Yuelian, she could only provide her body type and appearance to the bodyguards. On the other side, Secretary Wang was at home watching television. She kept her phone on during weekends, concerned that the president might need her. As the show grew dull, she decided to find a snack when suddenly, her phone rang with an urgent tone. To her surprise, it was a distress signal from Lin Yuelian. Could it be a mistake? After all, Lin Yuelian was still somewhat unfamiliar with modern smartphones and its myriad functions. After contemplating, Secretary Wang decided to return the call. Better safe than sorry. However, after several attempts to reach her, each time met with silence, her anxiety began to escalate. At the Yihao Club, Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yanzhou were engaged in a game of golf. Lu Yunfeng exhibited remarkable skill, consistently outplaying Lu Yanzhou during their matches. Taking a break, Lu Yanzhou handed his father a towel, saying, "Dad, you truly are ageless. With your talent, you must enchant countless women." "My prowess is not meant to charm women but to impress competitors," Lu Yunfeng replied, taking a long drink of water. "Women only serve to slow him down and create obstacles." Lu Yanzhou chuckled softly, realizing that he, too, shared similar sentiments. Work seemed to bring greater joy than romantic pursuits. As the father and son enjoyed their drinks and wiped away their sweat, they planned to rest for a moment. At that moment, a caddy approached respectfully, presenting Lu Yunfeng with his phone. "Mr. you have a call." Glancing at the screen, he answered nonchalantly, "Hello?" His expression remained unchanged, exuding the poise of someone in a position of power. On the other end, Secretary Wang's voice was frantic. "President, I just received a distress signal from Secretary Lin. I can't reach her by phone, and I'm worried something might have happened." "President, you have the resources, could you help locate her?" "Understood." Lu Yunfeng hung up and immediately called his mother. "Is Secretary Lin with you?" The old lady was taken aback. "No, she was picked up at the CBD, but after entering the building, we lost contact. IVE sent bodyguards to find her." Without waiting for his mother to elaborate, Lu Yunfeng hung up and dialed Lin Yuelian's number. Hearing the incessant beep, beep, beep on the other end, he instantly felt a surge of unease. Chapter 56. Mr. Lu arrives. "Xiaozhou, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Enjoy yourself." After hanging up the phone, Lu Yunfeng strode forward, taking the suit jacket from the caddy's hands. Lu Yanzhou rarely witnessed his father's flustered demeanor. Even when billions in business were at stake, his father remained composed and unfazed. "Is there a major issue?" he queried, hastening to match Lu Yunfeng's pace. As Lu Yunfeng donned the suit jacket, his expression remained indifferent. "Secretary Lin is missing. I need to investigate." Lu Yanzhou was momentarily taken aback. "It was concerning Aunt Lin? I will accompany you." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yanzhou seized his own suit jacket. Within the CBD shopping center, Lin Yuelian continued to endure her plight. The store manager, after a prolonged delay, finally emerged from the logistics room. What unfortunate luck, the surveillance system malfunctioned today, so we couldn't capture your entire act of theft. The manager's tone dripped with sarcasm, a derisive snort escaping her lips. You truly are fortunate. Without evidence, even if you report this, it would be futile. How about this? Let us negotiate. We shall share the responsibility equally. The Venus love piece is valued at 1 million. As the manager, I bear some responsibility for the loss, so I will take on half, while you shall compensate for the remaining half. The manager's demeanor shifted, adopting a tone of negotiation, even feigning consideration for Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian was no fool. Despite her years as a homemaker, she possessed sufficient worldly wisdom. The manager had no evidence to accuse her of theft, and now claimed the surveillance was faulty while feigning goodwill and splitting the blame. What were the odds of such a coincidence? On a day when a significant item was lost, the surveillance system just happened to fail. It seemed likely the item had been missing long before, and the manager was simply seeking a scapegoat to bear the blame. You think you can extort 500,000 from me with mere words? Young lady, if everyone ran their businesses like you, countless shops would fold. Lin Yuelian scoffed, her stance clear. I will not pay a single cent. Call the police if you wish, or let us linger here. I am not concerned about wasting time. Time is hardly valuable to me. What about you? With your doors wide open, do you still wish to conduct business? With that, she cast a glance at the few customers in the store. These patrons were clearly there to witness the commotion. This shop is a scam. I stood by the window for just a few minutes, and they falsely accused me of being a thief. When I suggested calling the police, they refused. When I asked to check the surveillance, they claimed it was broken. I advise everyone to leave this place at once, or they might label you thieves as well. What? Let's go, let's go. The customers, upon hearing this, were horrified and turned to exit. The manager, witnessing potential clients fleeing, was beside herself with panic. Please, everyone, don't leave. We would never unjustly accuse a customer of theft. Yet no matter how she pleaded, the departing patrons refused to re-enter, opting instead to stand outside and watch the spectacle unfold. Lin Yuelian remained unperturbed, reclining on the sofa, crossing her legs with an air of tranquility. You lose one customer, and I gain another. I have nothing but time. The manager trembled with rage. She had no enmity with Lin Yuelian, and had it not been for Mrs. Lu's request, she would not have waded into this murky water, and now, matters had spiraled out of control, losing customers and damaging the store's reputation. If this affected the store's performance, she, as the manager, would be summoned by the headquarters, with the possibility of termination looming. All right, I concede, just leave, the further away, the better. The manager was desperate to prevent further escalation, eager to usher Lin Yuelian out. However, Lin Yuelian remained steadfast, unyielding in her seat, saying nothing further. The manager, nearly frantic, tapped a nearby staff member. Go, fetch a glass of water for her. Sister, once you've had your water, please leave. If you continue to cause a scene, it will affect my business. The manager's sudden shift in demeanor, bowing to Lin Yuelian, was too much for Yi Junjun to bear. Manager, if you simply retreat in the face of a rogue, you will only be further exploited. Yi Junjun held her head high. Last time, I hesitated over that pink crocodile bag, but today I have decided. Wrap it up for me, I shall purchase it. Her lavish spending caught the manager's attention. Money talks. The manager's attitude underwent a dramatic turnaround. Of course, please wait a moment. Let us halt operations for today. If she wishes to linger, then so be it. Understood, we shall follow your lead. The manager responded cheerfully. Ran, are you buying or not? If not, shall we go together? Yi Junjun, feeling that her display of wealth was insufficient, beckoned Lu Ran. With a sense of righteousness for her old classmate, Lu Ran nodded. I'll take that diagonal stripe bag. Very well, Ms. Lu, ms.ye, please proceed to the VIP area to relax. Quickly, prepare tea for the two ladies, and close the store. We are suspending operations. Yi Junjun let out a cold snort, casting a glare at Lin Yuelian as she departed. Sister, the impoverished cannot contend with the wealthy. Should you cause this jewelry store to go under, beware. They might send someone after you. Send, how so? In a manner that leaves no trace. Lu Ran chuckled, covering her mouth. Why? Yi Junjun raised an eyebrow. In any case, it will not end well for you. Lin Yuelian clenched her fists, remaining silent. She had nearly turned the tide, only to find herself outmaneuvered by Yi Jinjun. She even began to suspect whether this entire debacle was orchestrated by Yi Jinjun. Sister, spare yourself further embarrassment and depart. Otherwise, the mall security will surely escort you out, and that would be truly humiliating. Yi Jinjun smirked, her spirits lifted. This farce had ended in utter defeat for Lin Yuelian, who was unjustly branded a thief. In the aftermath, the store offered no apology, instead attempting to force her out. How pitiful. Still not leaving? If you don't, I will truly call security. The manager was as fickle as a reed, swaying with the breeze. Just as Lin Yuelian felt the pressure mounting, unable to find a way to negotiate, a voice rang out. Mr.Lu, welcome, welcome. The staff, preparing to cease operations, greeted him with enthusiasm. Manager. Manager, Mr. Lu is here. The exclamation sent the manager into a frenzy. She nearly stumbled, hastening to ingratiate herself before Lu Yunfeng. Having arrived in haste, Lu Yunfeng had driven himself, accompanied by Lu Yinzhou. The father and son, exuding an aura of elegance, rendered the dazzling jewels around them momentarily dim. Lu Yunfeng pressed his lips together, his brows furrowing. His cold gaze swiftly surveyed the store before settling on Lin Yuelian, besieged by several individuals. In an instant, he disregarded everyone and made a beeline for Lin Yuelian. What has transpired? Why were you not answering your phone? Chapter 57. A major turnaround, boss? Lin Yuetian was momentarily taken aback. There was something. I was unable to answer the call just now. She bit her lip, contemplating how to explain the situation to Lu Yunfeng. Should she candidly admit that she had been wrongfully accused of theft by someone in the store? How would the boss react? Would he come to her defense, or would he feel she had brought him disgrace? Mr.Lu, do you two know each other? The store manager's eyes darted between Lin Yuetian and Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng maintained a stern expression, his demeanor dark and forbidding. On the way here, he had even imagined the worst. What if something truly terrible had happened to her? Upon seeing her safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was irked by her habitual neglect to answer calls from others. Did she not realize that her silence could cause concern? This lady is my father's secretary. Lu Yinzhou, unlike Lu Yunfeng, was calm and composed. He addressed Lin Yuetian courteously. Aunt Lin, what exactly transpired? Lin Yuetian furrowed her brows, hesitating for a moment before responding. About an hour ago, I waited outside this store for a few minutes. Shortly thereafter, the store manager approached me, claiming that the Venus love item was missing and suspecting that I was the thief. Such an incident occurred? Lu Yinzhou's brows knitted tightly as he glanced at Lu Yunfeng. After grasping the situation, Lu Yunfeng's expression softened slightly. Lin Yuetian continued, her demeanor calm. What struck me as odd was that their first reaction was not to search me or demand that I return the item. When I suggested calling the police, they continually evaded the issue. I insisted they check the surveillance footage, and they claimed the cameras were malfunctioning. During this time, they effectively detained me, preventing me from making or receiving calls. Thankfully, Secretary Wang had taught me how to make an emergency call on my phone. Boss, it was Secretary Wang who informed you of my predicament, prompting you to come to my rescue, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunfeng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Lin Yuetian would remain so composed and clear-headed in the face of adversity, able to argue her case with the store personnel and seek external assistance. Her intelligence was entirely unexpected for someone who had been a housewife for 30 years. You are quite perceptive. Lu Yunfeng cast her an appreciative glance. Standing tall with his hands in his pockets, he exuded an imposing presence. Come stand by my side, he instructed, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Lin Yuetian obediently moved beside him, feeling an overwhelming sense of security emanating from his formidable aura. Xiao Zhou, go investigate what happened with the surveillance footage, Lu Yunfeng ordered. Lu Yinzhou nodded, striding forward with the same regal demeanor as his father, radiating an air of authority. You lead the way. The store manager frowned, discreetly casting a pleading look towards Lu Ran. Lu Ran wished she could vanish. The moment the president and vice president entered the store, she had stealthily hidden behind a display cabinet. Seeing her distance from the proceedings, the store manager reluctantly turned to lead the way. Let us wait here. Lu Yunfeng strode confidently toward the sofa, gesturing to a nearby small couch. You should sit as well. Okay. Lin Yuetian nodded. Boss, is it possible to delete the surveillance footage on your own? I fear the cameras may not actually be broken, but rather the manager has erased the recordings. You seem to know quite a bit. Lu Yunfeng crossed his legs, leisurely observing the woman standing before him. The more he looked at her, the more he found her appealing, even developing a sense of admiration for her. Rest assured, Xiao Zhou is a computer whiz. Is he a hacker? Lin Yuetian's eyes widened, sparkling with intrigue. She had seen similar scenarios in some American films, where hackers could infiltrate others' computers, rendering passwords utterly meaningless to them. One could say that, Lu Yunfeng replied, propping his head on his hand as he casually surveyed the surroundings. He spearheaded the establishment of the Lu Corporation's cybersecurity department. The recent investigation into the rumors on the university's forum was conducted by Xiao Zhou's team. Impressive! Lin Yuetian exclaimed sincerely. How proud must his parents be to have such an outstanding son? Lu Yunfeng's attention drifted to the glass display cases filled with exquisite jewelry. He inexplicably fixated on a ruby necklace adorning a mannequin, envisioning how splendid Lin Yuetian would look wearing it. June. We should leave quickly, Lu Ran whispered from her hiding place. Yi Junjun felt a pang of jealousy from Lin Yuetian's words. It seemed she had signaled another secretary for help. That secretary then informed Lu Yunfeng, who rushed over with his entourage. It seemed absurd for a billionaire CEO to mobilize such resources over a mere secretary. This was not the first time Lu Yunfeng had defended Lin Yuetian, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. If one were to assert that the two had no intimate connection, she found it hard to believe. Why Yi Junjun realized that if she lingered any longer, she would surely face dire consequences. As she stealthily turned to follow Lu Ran's lead, Lin Yuetian caught sight of them. Where do you think you're going? We're not going anywhere, Yi Junjun retorted, forcing a smile. Weren't you just buying a bag? Why abandon it now? Lin Yuetian raised an eyebrow. Why Yi Junjun's smile faltered, and she replied tightly, if you have matters to investigate, I won't intrude any further. I can always buy the bag another time. How could that be? The jewelry store has ceased operations because of you two. If you run away, what happens to the store's losses? Didn't you say that if the store suffered losses, you'd be in big trouble? Cough, cough, cough. Yi Junjun nearly choked on her own words. She had not anticipated Lin Yuetian to be so articulate and adept at turning the tables. Once the store manager fails to provide evidence to prove that I stole anything, I will create a scene right here. For every customer that enters, I will confront them. At that moment, my husband's sister warned me that the poor cannot compete with the wealthy. If I were to ruin this jewelry store's business, I should be wary of retribution of the deadly kind. Upon hearing Lin Yuetian's declaration, the two store employees and Lu Ran were left utterly astonished, particularly Lu Ran, who felt as though her worldview had been shattered. June. What did the aunt just say? You are her husband's mistress? Don't listen to her nonsense. Yi Junjun seethed, clenching her fists. Lu Ran clearly did not believe her. You said you had a grudge against her, claiming she was trying to seduce your boyfriend? What is the true nature of this situation? If she was harassing a good person repeatedly just because of a woman who spewed lies, she would be hard-pressed to absolve herself of the blame and would feel a pang of guilt. Was she not merely aiding and abetting wrongdoing? Such actions would surely invite retribution. I am your good classmate. Whom do you trust, her or me? Yi Junjun lowered her voice, her emotions surging as she became increasingly agitated. She attempted to flee, only to be stopped by a cold voice. Where do you think you're running off to? With Lu Yunfeng's command, Assistant Jiang and the bodyguards promptly intercepted. At that moment, Lu Yanzhou emerged from the backroom, followed closely by the store manager, who was huddled in on herself like a frightened quail. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly collapsed, sitting on the ground. Young Master Lu, it truly has nothing to do with me. It was Lu Ran who coerced me into this. Chapter 58. Lin Yuelian is mine, Dad. The surveillance footage has been restored. Take a look. Lu Yanzhou transferred the video to his phone and handed it to Lu Yunfeng. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuelian leaned in closer. The video revealed the store manager standing before a display case, glancing around nervously. Shortly after, he took a string of necklaces from the case and stuffed them into his pocket. The evidence is right here. Lu Yanzhou nonchalantly tossed the necklace into view. The pendant was an extraordinarily radiant pink gemstone, dazzling and captivating. The stolen goods lay before everyone, accompanied by video proof. In Lu Yunfeng's eyes, there was no trace of human emotion, as if he were gazing down upon a mere ant. When dealing with a dog, one must consider its master. Do you dare frame my secretary, Lu Yunfeng? I was wrong, Lu. I truly was, but I'm just an employee. I was coerced by others. The store manager pleaded desperately, pointing at Lu Ran. Lu Ran, utterly terrified, had collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Lu Yanzhou cast a glance at her, furrowing his brow. Dad, I recognize her. She is the supervisor of the logistics department at Lu Corporation. An employee from our own company. Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, his finger tapping rhythmically on the armrest of the sofa. Each tap resonated like a death knell. Terminate her employment. As for the store manager, she has committed theft. We will report her to the authorities. His tone was devoid of warmth, reminiscent of Yama deciding the fates of souls. Lu, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, grant me another chance. The store manager sobbed on the floor. Lu Yunfeng found her cries bothersome and waved his hand dismissively. Jiang, take her away. Understood. Assistant Jiang gestured to the bodyguards. The store manager was swiftly dragged to a small room in the logistics area, her cries fading into silence. Lu Ran sat on the floor, choking back her sobs, looking up at the true instigator, Yi Jinjun. Tell me the truth, were you really involved with someone else, whose child is Xiao Guang? Yi Jinjun gritted her teeth. Ran, I have my reasons, I will explain later. Lu Ran felt a wave of disappointment wash over her spirit seemingly shattered, and she began to weep uncontrollably. After years of hard work, she had finally secured a position in a prestigious company, believing she was acting honorably by helping a friend, only to find herself betrayed in such a grievous manner. Lu, I still have a mortgage to pay. If I lose my job, I'm finished, she cried, struggling to justify herself. Lu Yunfeng's expression remained impassive, his demeanor frosty. You were fully aware of Secretary Lin's identity and still conspired to frame her? Your foolishness and poor judgment leave you no one to blame but yourself. Indeed, she had no one to blame but herself. Lu Ran wept in despair, contemplating her predicament. Yi Jinjun had left her with no way out. Suddenly, Lu Yunfeng stood up abruptly, striding towards Yi Jinjun. Once, twice, first Peng Wen, then Lu Ran. He had not anticipated the cunning of this mistress, who had so easily manipulated those around her, coaxing them into serving her. I warn you, Lin Yuelian is under my protection. Should you trouble her again, I will not show mercy. Lu Yunfeng's voice was a fierce admonition. He could easily rid himself of Yi Jinjun, as one would crush an ant. Yet he refrained from acting, not out of compassion, but because he felt that his relationship with Lin Yuelian was strictly professional, not warranting intervention in her private affairs. Yi Jinjun was the mistress of Lin Yuelian's husband. How to handle a mistress was a matter for Lin Yuelian to resolve. He had asked Lin Yuelian if she needed assistance. She had replied that she would speak up when the time came. Until she did, he would not overstep his bounds. All right, the matter is settled. You should go find my mother. She is anxiously looking for you. Okay, Lin Yuelian nodded in gratitude, pulling out her phone to call old Madame Lu. Old Madame Lu inquired about their location. I happen to be near that store. I'll come find you. 2 minutes later, the old lady entered the store, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing both her son and grandson. What is going on? Lu Yenzhou approached her with a smile, leaning down to whisper. Dad was frantic when he discovered Aunt Lin was missing. He even skipped golf to come looking for her. Really? Old Madame Lu exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening. Lu Yenzhou teased Grandma, it seems there might be something serious brewing here. Old Madame Lu beamed with joy, walking up to Lin Yuelian. Alien, this necklace is perfect for you. I'll buy it as a gift. How can I accept this? Lin Yuelian waved her hands in refusal. The old lady stepped closer, her smile radiant. Nonsense, you need to look your best for the charity gala. Didn't you say I couldn't go without a male companion? Lu Yunfeng asked seriously. Old Madame Lu raised her eyes, animated. I've already arranged with Xiao Tang that Alien will attend as his partner. Xiao Tang, who is that? Lu Yunfeng furrowed his brows. Tang Yan, why are you so familiar with him now? I'm friends with his mother. Old Madame Lu chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. She turned to the store staff. Wrap up this necklace. I'll take care of the bill. Alien, let us go buy you a new outfit, she exclaimed, pulling Lin Yuelian along. Lin Yuelian wanted to refuse but could not withstand the old lady's enthusiasm. You should reach out to Tang Yan. He might not help you, but trust me, with this charity gala, he will surely go the extra mile for you out of respect for me. Old Madame Lu spoke earnestly, fearing Lin Yuelian would decline again, adding, if you really don't want the necklace, you can donate it at the gala. It would still count as a good deed. Alright. After much hesitation, Lin Yuelian finally relented. She truly wished to find her son, Lele, regardless of the outcome. At least she would have tried, and thus, she would have no regrets. What is going on here, Dad? Did Grandma introduce Aunt Lin to someone? Lu Yenzhou, ever the instigator, looked teasingly at Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng's icy demeanor remained unchanged. Let them be. Lu Yenzhou shrugged, choosing not to expose the situation. Let them be. Such a casual dismissal. When they learned of Aunt Lin's troubles, it was unclear who had been so anxious. Yi Jinjun, stop right there. In the underground parking lot of the CBD shopping mall, Lu Ran chased after her. Yi Jinjun rubbed her belly. Ran, please don't get worked up. I'm pregnant. You deceived me terribly. You've ruined my life. Lu Ran felt a murderous rage rising within her. Yi Jinjun looked down pitifully. I know, I harmed you, but I am also a victim. I was coerced. Ran, you still have Tang Yan. Your life isn't ruined. As long as you become Mrs. Tang, you'll be fine. Unlike me, my life is truly over. As Yi Jinjun desperately tried to defend herself, Lu Ran's phone suddenly vibrated in her bag. She glanced at the caller ID, landlady auntie, instantly composing herself. Hello, Auntie Zhao. Her voice became sweet, her eyes sparkling, but in the next moment, the light in her eyes vanished. Ran, I'm so sorry, but my Yan has already chosen his partner. I could not refuse a request from a friend. Lu Ran was agitated. What? Who is it? Chapter 59. A radiant and waiting bride. It is inconvenient for me to disclose the specific identity. The voice on the other end of the line carried a hint of regret. How about this? I will waive a few months' rent for you. Let us make it a year instead. After all, I have broken my promise. Aunt Zhao, I did not mean to place blame on you. Lu Ran bit her lip, her heart a tumult of emotions. Mother Tang offered her solace. I understand that I have disappointed you, however. It is all right. You can still attend the charity gala this evening. I shall come to pick you up, so do dress beautifully. All right. Lu Ran replied with excitement. After hanging up the phone, her emotions remained tumultuous. She had lost her job, but she could not afford to lose her love as well. Ran, please let me explain. Professor Fu exploited me, and I was powerless to resist. I know that my actions led to your job loss. How about this? Hesitant face. University is currently recruiting for autumn, and they are in need of counselors. Although the salary is not as high as that at Yunfeng Group, it is still a respectable and stable position. Yi Junjun grasped Lu Ran's hand, her tone earnest in seeking to rectify her mistake. With your qualifications as a logistics supervisor for a listed company and your master's degree from a prestigious university, combined with Professor Fu's referral, you are almost guaranteed success. Initially, Lu Ran was consumed by anger and considered severing ties with Yi Junjun. Yet, after some coaxing, her heart softened. She reminisced about their journey together, leaving their small town to strive for a better life in the capital. During her graduate studies, Yi Junjun had supplemented her living expenses with her own salary. They had once been as close as sisters. Grateful for her friend's support, Lu Ran vowed that she would go to great lengths to assist Yi Junjun whenever needed. I never intended to destroy anyone's family. However, what options do girls like us, who are alone and come from a small town, have when confronted with power? Should we resist fiercely, only to end up battered and bruised? Yes, I could have done that, but upon discovering I was pregnant, I admit I faltered. As a mother, my sole desire was to bring my child into the world and nurture them. Is that wrong? Yi Junjun wept softly, her tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Unlike Pang Wen, who had severed ties immediately, Lu Ran, as a woman, felt a deeper empathy for Yi Junjun. She enveloped her friend in a comforting embrace, gently patting her back. It is all in the past, Junjun. We are good sisters. If we do not support one another, who will? Inside the LV store, the elderly Madame Lu selected over a dozen evening gowns for Lin Yuetian to try on. Liu Yunfeng and Lu Yanzhou had not departed. As the matriarch insisted, they remained to assist in the selection. Two grown men, both single, found the task of choosing dresses for women rather daunting, particularly for Lu Yunfeng, who sat on the sofa with his chin resting on one hand, utterly disinterested. Was it truly necessary to make such a grand effort for a charity gala? No matter how splendidly one dresses, can they ever compare to a movie star? He could not resist voicing his skepticism. Madame Lu huffed, as long as Tang Yan likes it, that is all that matters. Lu Yunfeng responded with silence, disregarding him. Madame Lu turned to Lu Yanzhou for his opinion. Which outfit do you think works? I find that black dress and the deep purple one quite appealing. They are dignified yet still exude luxury. What about that red one? Madame Lu blinked playfully. Liu Yanzhou shook his head. It is too bright, not befitting Aunt Lin's age and demeanor. Furthermore, the plunging neckline lacks propriety. Who said it is meant for the charity gala? Madame Lu leaned in closer to Lu Yanzhou, lowering her voice conspiratorially. It could be worn casually, perhaps for your father. What do you think? Ah? Lu Yanzhou's eyes widened in astonishment as he froze for a moment. That is not out of the question, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon his father, who wore a serious expression. Cough, cough, cough. He nearly choked on his own words. Is it possible for a middle-aged man to experience a passionate romance, especially someone like his father, a proverbial iron tree, blooming at last? That settles it. Madame Lu declared, no longer seeking her grandson's input, and instructed the shop assistant, have her try on that red dress as well. Moments later, Lin Yuetian emerged, surrounded by several shop attendants. Feeling embarrassed, she kept pushing them away, unwilling to leave the changing room. This is far too revealing. It is simply not suitable for my age. Nonsense, madam, your figure is splendid, how could it not suit you? This evening gown is specifically designed for women aged 30 to 55, embodying intellect and passion. A renowned actress has worn this very dress on the red carpet. Alien, do not be shy, let us see. Madame Lu squinted her eyes, beaming with delight. The attendants united in their effort, ushering Lin Yuetian out. Once she reached the VIP reception area, she instantly became the focal point of attention. The red gown clung to her form without appearing garish, the lace mermaid design accentuating her figure exquisitely. Her originally fair skin appeared even more luminous against the vibrant red, enhancing her radiance. Dressed thus, she resembled a radiant bride, poised to embark on her new journey. Absolutely stunning, Yunfeng, do you not agree? Madame Lu patted Lu Yunfeng on the shoulder. Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on her graceful form before swiftly diverting his attention, not at all appealing. You simply lack taste, Madame Lu retorted, nose wrinkling in disapproval. This is the one. To attend a charity gala dressed like that? Lu Yunfeng's voice involuntarily rose. Indeed, I find it quite fitting, Madame Lu replied cheerfully. I have my plans. Lu Yunfeng smirked. His mother truly treated Lin Yuetian as if she were her own daughter. Was tonight's charity gala merely an opportunity to find Lin Yuetian a wealthy suitor? The CBD shopping complex buzzed with activity, while the second hospital ward was in a state of chaotic commotion. Lu Chuanhua's incessant noise had led to multiple complaints from the relatives of other patients in the same room. With no other option, Fu Guoping had to move his mother to a private room, incurring additional expenses. For the past few days, a caregiver had been attending to the elderly lady, costing 500 yuan per day. Coupled with the various medical examinations she required, the expenses were mounting rapidly. Today would bring the final diagnosis report, but the circumstances had changed since her admission. When Lu Chunhua was first brought in, the entire family had gathered, expressing their concern. Yet now, only Fu Guoping remained by her side. Lu Chunhua, feeling unsettled, demanded that her children come to visit. Mom, please calm down. And Junjun is at home tending to the children, and Ai is away on a business trip. Your beloved daughter has been busy pursuing a lucrative tea business deal worth millions and simply cannot spare the time. Fu Guoping patiently explained. Deep down, Lu Chunhua was acutely aware that her family no longer held her in high regard. What about Alien and Tian Tian? Are they too busy? The more isolated she felt, the more she realized how fortunate she had been when Lin Yuetian had taken care of her. Ah, Ping. Lu Chunhua suddenly grasped Fu Guoping's hand, her gaze laden with meaning. Why don't you and Alien reconsider the divorce? I have come to realize that she truly cares for me. I cannot bear to be without her. Chapter 60. A desperate pleas. Still spouses. Fu Guoping lowered his head in silence. It was not only his mother who recognized Lin Yuelian's virtues. He too was acutely aware of them. Mother, in the presence of so many uncles at the Fu family ancestral hall, I already consented to the divorce and even signed the agreement. If you urge me to retract my decision now, where shall I place my dignity? Lu Chunhua forcefully patted his shoulder. Is face more important, or is your happiness in the latter part of your life? Unlike me, you still have 20, 30 years, or perhaps even longer ahead of you, without Alien, who will cater to your needs comfortably. Do you expect Yi Jinjun to do that? She may bear children, but can she care for others? It's not that I belittle the post-90s generation, it's simply that they are not accustomed to hardship. Fu Guoping clenched his fists, remaining silent. Did he regret his decision? Indeed, there was a tinge of remorse, yet, rather than lowering himself to mend things with Lin Yuelian, he hoped she would return on her own accord. He was gambling, waiting, and felt confident. Mother, let's wait a little longer. Once Alien can no longer endure the hardships outside, she will naturally come back. She thinks the outside world is beautiful, but she is unaware of the treachery of human nature. Mother, let us not discuss this anymore. Once the diagnosis report is out, I must leave for an academic exchange meeting in the evening. Lu Chunhua, feeling disappointed, closed her eyes and leaned back against the bed. Go ahead, go ahead. Half an hour later, the diagnosis results were released, and Fu Guoping sought out the attending physician. The doctor informed him that Lu Chunhua had a cyst in her lung, but the biopsy results indicated it was benign. They would arrange a follow-up treatment plan, which involved a minor surgery, assuring him and the family not to worry. In the hospital room, Lu Chunhua felt a sudden urgency to urinate, but the nurse seemed to have disappeared. She called for the nurse, who assured her they would arrive shortly. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes with no one in sight, she could no longer hold it and wet her pants. Oh dear aunt, with your bad leg and a clear head, how could you have incontinence? Are you 3 years old, unable to control your bladder? The nurse, upon discovering Lu Chunhua's predicament, was furious. She scolded her relentlessly and rudely assisted her off the bed. While changing the sheets, she continued her tirade. Lu Chunhua felt ashamed and humiliated. In the past, she would have berated the nurse mercilessly, but now she dared not, fearing that if she drove the nurse away, no one would care for her. Previously, she had felt invulnerable, bolstered by the presence of the nurse and Lin Yuelian. After changing the bedding, the nurse approached Lu Chunhua and directly began to remove her pants. What are you doing? Lu Chunhua exclaimed in terror. The nurse pulled out an adult diaper. Put this on, and you won't wet the bed. I refuse to wear that, it's uncomfortable. Besides, I hired you to take care of me, didn't I? Lu Chunhua retorted, agitated. You're not much younger than my daughter-in-law. Do you treat your in-laws like this at home? She asked, striving to keep her temper in check. The nurse flung the diaper aside. Wear it if you want. If you wet the bed again, I will go directly to tell your son and daughter to take care of you. Lu Chunhua was infuriated, her heart racing. The nurse, with a cold demeanor and little patience, replied, Time to eat, I'm going to get the meal. Without waiting for Lu Chunhua's response, she walked away. Lu Chunhua remained seated, unable to move. She felt utterly helpless and pitiful. In the evening, around 6, Lin Yuelian entered the luxurious car of the old lady. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number without a contact name. However, since the IP address indicated it was from Beicheng, she hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Hello, she inquired cautiously. Hello, alien, a familiar voice on the other end, devoid of its usual malice and cunning. It's me, Lu Chunhua choked out. Lin Yuelian immediately considered hanging up. She had long since blocked Lu Chunhua's contact. Don't hang up, please, don't hang up. I finally made it to the nurse's station and borrowed a phone, Lu Chunhua pleaded anxiously. Alien, I beg you, come back. A ping knows he was wrong, truly knows he was wrong. Can you give him another chance? You are still husband and wife, and we are still mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Lin Yuelian felt utterly bewildered. Just days ago, when she visited the hospital, Lu Chunhua had been forceful, sharp-tongued, and acerbic. How had she changed in such a short time? There is no possibility of reconciliation between Fu Guoping and me. Please stop calling me from various numbers, this is harassment. Alien, who is it? The old lady noticed Lin Yuelian's agitation and grasped her hand to comfort her. Lin Yuelian shook her head. It's my ex-mother-in-law. Why are you even entertaining her? Alien, out with the old and in with the new. If tonight doesn't work out with Tang Yen, I have other good men to introduce to you. Lin Yuelian found the situation absurd and, refusing to engage with Lu Chunhua any longer, hung up the phone. Lu Chunhua, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure and felt frantic. In a rush, she dialed Fu Guoping. A ping. Is it absolutely necessary for you to attend the academic exchange meeting tonight? Mother, I've told you, I am extremely busy. You can't expect to keep me tethered to your side indefinitely. I am not Lin Yuelian, who has nothing better to do than revolve around you. Oh no, that's not it. Lu Chunhua exclaimed in a panic. I just spoke to Alien and heard an elderly lady's voice on the line. That old woman said she wants to introduce a wealthy suitor to Alien. You must hurry and find Alien. Stop this. How outrageous. Fu Guoping felt as though a heavy stone had lodged itself in his chest upon hearing this. Hadn't Lin Yuelian said she wouldn't seek another partner until after the divorce was finalized? Was she merely deceiving him? Old Fu, why are you standing outside and not coming in? Just as Fu Guoping was seething with frustration, Fong Weidong appeared. The academic exchange meeting was to be held at the Wangfu Peninsula Hotel, occupying the entire second floor. Fu Guoping spoke into the phone. Mother, I'll call you back. After hanging up, he found himself at a loss. I was just on the phone with my mother. How is Aunt's health? I heard she was hospitalized a few days ago. I had planned a visit, but it coincided with Ziheo's birthday, so I couldn't make it. My mother is doing well. She only needs a minor surgery, nothing serious. That's good to hear. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Fong Weidong produced a cigarette and lighter, offering one to Fu Guoping. They stepped outside the hotel to smoke, engaging in casual conversation. Wow, there are quite a few luxury cars, Fong Weidong remarked, observing the steady stream of high-end vehicles entering the hotel's underground parking lot. Fu Guoping, unhurried, exhaled a cloud of smoke. There is a charity gala on the 6th floor, many affluent families and celebrities will be attending. No wonder, Fong Weidong nodded, somewhat disdainfully. Charity galas are merely for show. The world is unfair, we intellectuals don't earn as much as those entertainers. Even the venue for the meeting is vastly inferior. The cost of booking the 2nd floor doesn't even reach half of that on the 6th. What is the use of comparing ourselves to those who are steeped in vulgarity? Fu Guoping said, looking down his nose at them. After finishing his cigarette, he tossed it to the ground and extinguished it with his foot. As he raised his head, by sheer coincidence, a luxurious extended Bentley glided past him. The rear window rolled down, and the occupant held up a phone to capture the grandeur of the hotel building. Once the phone was moved aside, he stood frozen, both surprised and bewildered. Was that Lin Yuelian? What was she doing here? He recalled his mother's words about an elderly woman trying to set Lin Yuelian up with a wealthy suitor. Chapter 61. Dressed like this, who is she seducing? As a luxury car whizzed by, Fu Guoping was momentarily captivated by Lin Yuelian's stunning appearance this evening. She wore a white mink fur shawl draped over her shoulders and a striking red gown underneath. Her hair was elegantly styled in an updo, and around her delicate neck sparkled a resplendent ruby necklace. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to the once dowdy woman who had spent years in the Fu household. To the unknowing observer, she could easily be mistaken for a prominent socialite. Old Fu, isn't that alien? Fang Weidong also caught sight of the woman in the car, exuding charm and grace. Those of their ilk, accustomed to the thrill of the hunt, would certainly not overlook such a prize. Fu Guoping felt a tightening in his chest, as if a heavy stone were pressing down upon him. Alien? Are you quite familiar with Lin Yuelian? You seem rather intimate in your address. Not particularly, Fang Weidong replied with an awkward chuckle. But isn't it true that everyone starts as strangers before becoming acquainted? What purpose do you have in becoming familiar with her? Fu Guoping asked disdainfully, shoving his hands into his pockets as he strode towards the hotel lobby. Fang Weidong followed closely behind, a teasing tone in his voice. I intend to pursue her, is that so wrong? Fu Guoping stopped abruptly, momentarily taken aback upon turning to see Fang Weidong's beaming face. He initially thought he was jesting. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Lin Yuelian, who had been married to him for 30 years, had never attracted suitors before. How could it be that now, amidst their marital discord, admirers suddenly appeared? Moreover, what could an older woman possibly offer? She lacked the ability to bear children. With a cold smirk, Fu Guoping dismissed the notion. Suit yourself. Really, old Fu, you said it yourself, Fang Weidong insisted, keeping pace with him. Fu Guoping, still full of arrogance and scorn, retorted, I did say that. Fang Weidong felt a weight lift from his heart. He glanced at the phone he clutched tightly in his hand. Moments ago, he had activated the recording feature, capturing Fu Guoping's agreement in its entirety. With evidence in hand, there would be no room for regret. Meanwhile, Lin Yuelian descended from the luxury car alongside old lady Lu. The charity gala had designated attendants to escort them upstairs. Lin Yuelian adjusted her fur shawl, feeling slightly unsteady on her feet. Walking in high heels proved challenging, especially after spending so many years as a full-time housewife with little opportunity for self-adornment. Nearly 360 days a year, she wore flat shoes, as high heels were impractical for her daily tasks. The slender stilettos she wore tonight were particularly taxing. Noticing her discomfort, old lady Lu offered her arm for support. Beauty comes at a price. Tonight, you shall undoubtedly be the center of attention. Auntie, why must I be the focus of the gala? I am merely here to meet Mr. Tang. Lin Yuelian was perplexed by the old lady's intentions. Old lady Lu smiled, that's a secret for now. The two women followed the attendant, flanked by bodyguards for their protection. Upon entering the private elevator, they were swiftly transported to the gala's venue. Old lady Lu produced an invitation card, which the doorman recognized instantly. With utmost respect, he bowed and invited them inside. As they entered the banquet hall, the two immediately became the focal point of the gathering. Conversations paused, and guests turned their attention toward Lin Yuelian. Old lady Lu actually brought a woman with her. Who is she? Does anyone know? I don't recognize her, but she looks mature and has an air of a celebrity. Any actress standing beside old lady Lu must be noteworthy. Yet, I can't recall her face. While the crowd murmured in speculation, Tang's mother and Lu Ran arrived outside the banquet hall. Rather than rushing inside, Tang's mother pulled out her phone to call her son, Tang Yin. Have you arrived? Almost there. Ding. In the next moment, Tang's mother heard the sound of her son's footsteps echoing. In reality, turning her head, she saw him emerging from the elevator. Ran, this is my son, Tang Yin. Tang's mother exclaimed with excitement, pulling Lu Ran forward. Tang Yin frowned, dressed casually, his hair cropped short. He exuded a strong, clean-cut masculinity. Had she not known he was a wealthy heir, Lu Ran might have mistaken him for a soldier. Hello, I'm Lu Ran, she stammered nervously, extending her hand for a handshake. Tang Yin, with his hands tucked in his pockets, glanced at Lu Ran's pale hand with indifference. Is this the female companion you arranged for me tonight? She was originally, but old lady Lu intervened and arranged someone else for you. I couldn't refuse, Tang's mother explained. Oh, as long as it's not her, Tang Yin replied blandly, turning to walk away. Lu Ran stood frozen, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Aunt Xiao, it seems your son doesn't take a liking to me. Don't take it to heart. That's just his nature. He's always busy with his charity work. When I bring up marriage, he gets annoyed. I mentioned you to him, hoping he would consider you as a potential daughter-in-law, which is why he is resistant, Tang's mother reassured Lu Ran patiently. Lu Ran nodded, a shy smile gracing her lips. Tang's mother patted her hand gently. Rest assured, I will not allow anyone else to be Tang Yan's partner tonight. The other woman is far too old, not significantly younger than me. I simply cannot accept that. It's merely a favor to old lady Lu. You need to trust that I see you as my future daughter-in-law. Alright. Lu Ran felt a sense of relief wash over her, as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Tang's mother had previously explained to her that Tang's father started with nothing. In their youth, they had faced countless hardships together. Thus, she held a disdain for the pampered daughters of wealthy families, believing them to be spoiled and incapable of enduring hardship. She preferred someone like Lu Ran, who emerged from a small town, excelled academically, and succeeded in entering a prestigious university and a top-tier corporation. They appreciated girls who demonstrated resilience and determination. Come, let us go inside and meet Tang Yan's companion. Remember to stay quiet, Tang's mother instructed. Lu Ran nodded obediently. Inside the banquet hall, old lady Lu was disinterested in mingling with others, sipping on a glass of juice while scanning the room. Lin Yuelian assumed she was searching for Tang Yan, unaware that the old lady was actually looking for Lu Yunfeng. Could it be, is he really not coming? She muttered to herself. The plan to matchmake Lin Yuelian with Tang Yan was simply a tactic to provoke her son's interest. One of her strategies in her dating handbook was to establish a potential rival to ignite a man's possessiveness. If her son had genuine feelings for Alien, this tactic would surely be effective. Conversely, if he lacked any affection, then the scheme would be in vain. Alien, why don't you grab something to eat while I visit the restroom? Old lady Lu placed her untouched juice on a waiter's empty tray and gently patted Lin Yuelian's shoulder as she departed. Okay, Lin Yuelian nodded. Feeling somewhat out of place at her first such event, she remained focused on her objective for the evening: to meet Tang Yan, request his assistance in locating Lele, and discreetly donate the gemstone necklace that old lady Lu had given her for charity. Unsure of Tang Yan's identity, she decided to find a corner to grab a bite. When Lu Ran entered the banquet hall alongside Tang's mother, she immediately spotted the vivid splash of red. Tang's mother, harboring disdain for wealthy heiresses and celebrities, assumed that the woman in red was yet another star seeking to make a name for herself tonight. How garish, doesn't she consider her age? Dressed like that, who is she trying to seduce? Tang's mother scoffed. Lu Ran halted in her tracks, taken aback. What's the matter? Tang's mother inquired. Puzzled, Lu Ran bit her lip. Aunt Zhao, I know her, chapter 62. How shameless. Do you know each other? Tang's mother inquired, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Lu Ran had been renting a room from her for several years, and through their interactions, they had grown acquainted with one another's lives. To her knowledge, Lu Ran's social circle was remarkably pristine, devoid of any unsavory characters. She is not a celebrity. Lu Ran clenched her fists, reflecting on the predicament that arose from her mistreatment of Lin Yuetian, which led to Lu Yunfeng terminating her employment. Initially, she had attributed this incident to her classmate Yi Jinjun, but upon discovering Yi's circumstances, she had reconsidered her stance and resolved to ally with Yi Jinjun instead. Not a celebrity? Then who is she? Tang's mother immediately piqued with interest. She had attended numerous charity galas and banquets, where new faces frequently appeared, all of whom were, without exception, individuals from the entertainment industry. They were either there to seek the limelight or to expand their connections within the affluent circles. Her name is Lin Yuetian, and she is the new secretary hired by Mr. Lu Ran stated solemnly. Tang's mother clicked her tongue. A secretary at such an age? It was not that age precluded one from being a secretary, but the ostentatious attire of an older secretary could be somewhat off-putting. Aunt Zhao, you may not know, but despite her age, she possesses remarkable skills. She lacks formal education, yet she managed to secure a position at Yunfeng Group and even directly entered the president's office. Such capability? Tang's mother smirked. It matters not, after all, it's Lu Yunfeng we're discussing, not my son. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression froze. The old matriarch of the Lu family had just made a phone call and happened to encounter Tang Yan, bringing him before Lin Yuetian. Ah Lian, this is Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang, this is Lian, the one I mentioned to you. Hello. Tang Yan glanced at Lin Yuetian's attire and frowned slightly. Lin Yuetian felt a bit awkward and extended her hand for a polite handshake. Mr. Tang, forgive my audacity in meeting you this way tonight. I heard from Auntie that you have a missing persons association that has assisted many families in locating their lost children. Indeed. Tang Yan raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lin Yuetian's choice of opening line for their conversation. Lin Yuetian was visibly excited, gripping the hem of her dress tightly. 20 years ago, my son Lele went missing, and he has yet to be found. Mr. Tang, could I implore you to assist me? Tang Yan was taken aback. Fearing that he might refuse, Lin Yuetian hurriedly added, whatever reward you require, please do not hesitate to ask, I will do my utmost to fulfill it. I require no reward, my assistance is voluntary, Tang Yan replied, his brow furrowed, his resolute face reflecting determination. So, you approached me solely for this matter? Yes. Lin Yuetian nodded earnestly, I am but a humble individual, lacking the means to connect with someone of your stature. Were it not for Auntie's help, I would have encountered numerous obstacles. Nearby, the old matriarch's eyes curved into crescents, she is my savior, it is only right that I assist her. Tang Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise but refrained from probing further, instead stating seriously, let us find a private room where you can provide me with detailed information about your son. Old madam, would you like to join us? He inquired, seeking the old matriarch's consent. The old matriarch waved her hand dismissively, no need, you two discuss your important matters, I shall refrain from intruding. Very well, we shall take our leave for now. Tang Yan politely nodded and walked ahead, guiding Lin Yuetian. The old matriarch then took out her phone, capturing a photo of the two departing together, which she sent to Lu Yunfeng. Frowny face Yunfeng, look how well matched they are, they've gone off to a private room, I shall not disturb them. Anqiao, look at them. Lu Ran's gaze remained fixed on Tang Yan, closely observing his every move. Tang's mother, initially intending to greet the old matriarch, suddenly felt displeased. What is that old woman up to? Her son had a penchant for relationships with older women, and she had previously turned a blind eye, considering those women were only a few years older than him, still capable of bearing children. However, this woman appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, some women experience menopause early, and by their 40s, they are no longer able to conceive. Tang's mother was infuriated. Ran, you stay here for a moment. I will go see what they are up to. The banquet hall featured numerous private lounges, each modestly sized, around 10 to 20 square meters. Many of these rooms were already occupied, forcing Tang Yan to lead Lin Yuetian to a more secluded area. Upon finding a private room, he instructed the waiter to prepare a pot of fine tea and invited Lin Yuetian to take a seat and speak at her leisure. Lin Yuetian had long prepared the necessary information, all stored on her phone. 20 years ago, my mother-in-law and I took my son Lele to the market. At that time, my mother-in-law went to the restroom, and I took Lele to buy his grandmother's favorite snack. After purchasing the snack, I turned around and found Lele had vanished. I searched the market for several years, returning daily, yet I could not find him. I posted missing person notices and reported to the police, but at that time, surveillance was not widespread, making it difficult to track down missing persons. This dragged on, and here we are, 20 years later, with no word. As she recounted her son's disappearance, memories of his adorable face flooded her mind, and she could not help but shed tears. This is a photo of my son taken 2 months before he went missing. On the day he disappeared, he wore brown corduroy pants and a blue sweater, which had a small bear pattern sewn on the left side of the chest, a detail I personally crafted. Additionally, he is left-handed. Since birth, he has always eaten with his left hand and written with his left. She elaborated on every detail of her son's disappearance, each step familiar and heart-wrenching. Tang Yan observed the woman before him, overwhelmed with emotion, her tears flowing freely. After 20 years, a mother still recalled every minute detail of her missing child. She must have borne the weight of guilt for 2 decades and longed for her son throughout that time. Lin Yuetian, Tang Yan gazed at the photo on her phone, which was a missing person notice posted on a utility pole 2 decades ago, with the contact name prominently displaying Lin Yuetian. Rest assured, Lin Jia, I will take care of this matter. Our association has numerous successful cases of locating missing persons, and we will do everything in our power to help you find Lele. Thank you, I am truly grateful. Lin Yuetian clasped her hands together, tears streaming down her face, yet she managed to smile through her sorrow. Have some water. Tang Yan, feeling empathetic, offered her the prepared tea. Lin Yuetian, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, failed to grasp the cup, and due to the scalding temperature of the tea, it slipped from her hands. The cup, along with the hot tea, cascaded onto Lin Yuetian's red dress. She quickly recoiled. Tang Yan was startled, immediately springing up to grab a few tissues to assist her. At that moment, Tang's mother barged in, and from her vantage point, it appeared as though her son was bent over, leaning intimately towards Lin Yuetian, engaged in an inappropriate act. How shameless! Chapter 63. If you wish to marry me, then choose an older woman. Tang's mother swiftly advanced, opting not to pull her son back but instead aggressively shoved Lin Yuetian. Reacting quickly, Lin Yuetian moved aside just in time to avoid the impending danger, leaving Tang's mother to stumble and nearly fall. Mother, what on earth are you doing? Tang Yan questioned discontentedly, retracting his hand that had been brushing his companion's skirt. Tang's mother huffed, her demeanor unwavering. What I want to know is what you are doing. Is it so comfortable to defy the family? The women you choose are getting older by the day. This one here could easily be called your aunt. Mother, this is different from before. Please, do not make a fuss, Tang Yan said, trying to remain patient. He was not one for explanations, especially with a mother so unreasonable. He often resorted to cold silence, however. Today was different. Lin Yuetian was already a pitiful woman, and being misunderstood by his mother only exacerbated his sense of guilt. Making a fuss? You never said that before. Tang's mother's emotions flared instantly. You are Lu Yunfeng's secretary, and out of respect for him, I shall refrain from acting against you. But dignity is paramount. There is more than a decade between you and my son. If you were to be with him, it would be akin to an old cow grazing on tender grass, utterly shameless. Auntie, I believe you are mistaken. I sought Mr. Tang's assistance for something very important, and I have no intention of being his companion. Rest assured, I will maintain my distance from Mr. Tang moving forward, Lin Yuetian explained patiently. Yet her words fell on deaf ears. How shameless. Originally, there was another choice for Yen's companion, but you insisted on having Lu Laofuren swap it out for you. Could it have possibly been you otherwise? Shameless, wretched woman. The term wretched woman struck a nerve within Tang Yan. His rebellious nature stemmed from a long history with his domineering mother. She had built their family fortune from the ground up, with his father entrusting all assets to her management. One would think such heartfelt investment would yield a more caring maternal figure. However, the reality was far different. When his father's business faltered and he was ousted from his role as CEO, he became a mere shadow of his former self. During those years, his father drowned his sorrows in alcohol, receiving neither pity nor comfort from his mother. Instead, after each drunken episode, she berated him for being spineless and lacking courage. With foresight, she had purchased 10 buildings when property prices were low. As the market soared, her wealth flourished, leading her to dismiss her husband entirely. When his father strayed, taking up with an older maid in their household, his mother reacted with fury, denouncing him for his lack of shame and labeling the woman a repugnant old sow. She employed ruthless tactics to sever their relationship, even traveling to the maid's hometown to publicly shame her. The maid, pregnant and hiding her condition, soon found herself bereft of her child, which Tang's mother had taken and discarded in a place no one could find. In the wake of losing her son and unable to return home, compounded by Tang's mother's relentless torment, the maid soon succumbed to despair, taking her own life with sleeping pills. As for Tang's father, he became mute, retreating to a villa to live a solitary life, tending to flowers and birds, appearing to vanish from society altogether. What had once been a harmonious family was now shattered. Who was to blame in this tragic saga? They all bore fault, the father for his infidelity, the maid for her role as an interloper, and the mother for her myriad missteps. Yet, at its core, if only his mother had shown a modicum of understanding and provided encouragement and solace to his father, perhaps the outcome might have been different. Mother, after all these years, it's high time you reconsidered your temperament. If you wish to avoid losing me entirely, practice some kindness and engage in good deeds. Tang Yan's thoughts snapped back to the present as he raised his voice at her. Accustomed to dominance, Tang's mother could hardly bear such rebuke from her son. She raised her hand, preparing to slap Lin Yuetian across the face. However, just as her hand was about to descend, it was caught firmly by a strong, muscular grip. Aunt Xiao, Secretary Lin is my companion for the evening. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Lu Yunfeng's voice was calm, yet it held an underlying chill. His piercing gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixed on Tang's mother. Feeling a shiver run down her spine, Tang's mother momentarily froze. Lu Yunfeng smirked slightly. I helped her choose this outfit. If she isn't my companion, then who is? She merely exchanged a few words with Tang Yan. Is that so? Tang's mother's tongue stumbled over her words. Lu Yunfeng forcefully released her hand, ignoring her further as he turned his intense gaze toward Lin Yuetian. Have you concluded your conversation? Yes, we have finished. Lin Yuetian nodded emphatically, surprised at Lu Yunfeng's presence. Hadn't he claimed to avoid such charity events? Then let us depart, Lu Yunfeng instructed, striding ahead with his hands in his pockets, his imposing figure exuding an air of authority. Lin Yuetian furrowed her brow, quickening her pace to keep up. After a couple of steps, she felt a sharp pain in her heel. Her new shoes were unyielding, and she had unwittingly rubbed her heel raw. Yet she remained silent, persevering through the discomfort. As she brushed past Tang Yan, she nodded in his direction. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Tang. Rest assured, Tang Yan replied politely. Their exchange was courteous, and their relationship appeared entirely normal. Witnessing this, Tang's mother opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Once they had departed, Tang Yan retrieved a cigarette and lighter, feeling frustrated as he prepared to find a place to smoke. Tang's mother, oblivious to her own faults, hastily followed, exclaiming, What did that old woman ask of you? Tang Yen was exceedingly sensitive to the term old woman. His hands stilled over the lighter. What business is it of yours? Must you meddle in everything? Is your need for control so overwhelming? If you wish to manage something, why not focus on my father? I am not your concern. You, Tang Yen, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Everything I do is for your benefit. Tang's mother cried, her voice trembling with emotion, feeling utterly wronged. Was she truly such a wicked person that both her husband and son sought to escape her? Tang Yen took a deep drag from his cigarette, contemplating a retort but ultimately swallowing his words. Striding away, he declared, in my life, I will either remain unmarried or, if I do wed, it will be to an older woman. You, Tang's mother gasped, clutch. In the corridor, Lu Yunfeng moved swiftly, his strides confident. Lin Yuetian, still enduring the pain in her heel, struggled to match his pace. Upon glancing back, Lu Yunfeng noticed she had fallen several meters behind. Is the optimal distance between a secretary and her boss not clear? Why are you so far away? Gritting her teeth, Lin Yuetian quickened her step. Thank you, boss, for coming to my rescue. What is the point of attending such charity events? Lu Yunfeng frowned in dissatisfaction. I have a gathering with a business associate. You will accompany me. Very well, Lin Yuetian nodded in agreement. As Lu Yunfeng prepared to leave, he suddenly turned back. In that moment, he caught sight of Lin Yuetian bending down, stuffing something into her shoe. Chapter 64. And Mr. Lu's words do not reflect his heart. Lu Yunfeng furrowed his brow, his gaze landing on Lin Yuelian's other fair ankle. What are you dawdling for? He inquired casually, eager to vacate the premises. Should a female celebrity spot him, he would undoubtedly be besieged once more, with toasts and idle chatter awaiting him. I'm not dawdling, boss, let's go, Lin Yuelian replied, straightening up as she hastily stuffed a piece of tissue into the heel of her other foot. At this moment, Lu Yunfeng clearly observed her discomfort and frowned. Have you worn your foot raw? Just a little, but it's nothing serious, Lin Yuelian nonchalantly replied. A trivial scrape was something she had long since grown accustomed to. In the past, while cooking at home, there were instances when Lu Chunhua would cause delays, leading her to frantically chop vegetables and occasionally cut herself. Compared to being sliced by a knife, the pain of a worn heel was truly negligible. After placing the tissue in her shoe, the pain in her heel felt akin to a mere mosquito bite, and Lin Yuelian swiftly approached Lu Yunfeng, taking 2 steps at a time. When Lu Yunfeng paused, she respectfully waited for him. As he resumed walking, she promptly followed suit, ever mindful of her position as his secretary, not daring to overstep her bounds. Lu Yunfeng was quite pleased with her response, deliberately slowing his pace. Let us exit through the back door, he said casually, intentionally avoiding the throngs of people milling about in the front hall. As they neared the exit of the banquet hall, Lin Yuelian caught sight of the ruby necklace adorning her neck. Boss, I haven't donated this necklace yet. My mother will donate 10 million tonight. Your necklace is merely a drop in the bucket. It matters not whether you donate it or not, Lu Yunfeng replied indifferently. If you truly wish to donate, perhaps next time. Alright, as you say, boss, Lin Yuelian acquiesced. Noticing Lu Yunfeng's urgency to depart, she assumed he was hurrying to a gathering with competitors. Soon, the cacophony of the crowd faded into the distance. Once seated in the Maybach, Lin Yuelian neatly closed her legs, sitting upright. Lu Yunfeng leaned back with one hand propped against his forehead, eyes closed in a moment of repose. In the passenger seat, Assistant Jiang turned to inquire, President, where to? Has the Yihao gathering dispersed? If not, head there, Lu Yunfeng replied, still with his eyes shut. The Assistant Jiang was taken aback. The Yihao gathering? Was there a gathering at Yihao Club tonight? Hadn't the president mentioned canceling all events for the evening? His mind raced before landing on Lin Yuelian, and he suddenly realized, President, the gathering at Yihao has indeed concluded. Concluded, then let us proceed to Jinding Tower, Lu Yunfeng stated nonchalantly. The primary intention was to escort Lin Yuelian home, unbeknownst to her, as she remained oblivious to the scheming nature of her superior. She waved her hand dismissively. Boss, if there is no gathering requiring my company, I can just take the subway home. Jinding Tower was situated in the city center, conveniently located above the subway station, making it easy to go anywhere. I need to retrieve something. Then that's fine, Lin Yuelian said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had thought her boss was making a special effort to see her home, but it seemed she had overestimated the situation. Half an hour later, the Maybach arrived at the base of Jinding Tower. Lin Yuelian promptly exited the vehicle and hurried around to Lu Yunfeng's side to open the door for him. Assistant Jiang stood by with a subtle expression, remaining hands-off and uninvolved. Once the door swung open, Lu Yunfeng stepped out with an air of authority, striding purposefully towards the entrance. After a few paces, he glanced back at Lin Yuelian, who was closely following. His eyes instinctively dropped to her heel, only to find that the tissue had vanished without a trace. He frowned again. Does your foot not hurt? A bit, but it's nothing to worry about, Lin Yuelian replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed. Liu Yunfeng's frown deepened. It's bleeding, and you say it's nothing? Without waiting for Lin Yuelian's response, he turned to Assistant Zhang and commanded, fetch a clean pair of slippers. There is no need for such trouble, Lin Yuelian interjected, removing her high heels and holding them in her hand. We've arrived home. I can simply go barefoot. Lu Yunfeng's expression hardened, radiating an air of unyielding authority. Stop with the excuses. I don't want you to catch a cold and miss work tomorrow because you went barefoot. I won't, Lin Yuelian retorted, somewhat exasperated. She wasn't a delicate flower, illness would not easily befall her, her previous absences had been due to genuinely pressing matters. Listen to me, Lu Yunfeng stated firmly, his face devoid of expression. His powerful presence left no room for dissent. With no other option, Lin Yuelian complied and stood beside him. The stark difference in their heights rendered her somewhat delicate in appearance. Assistant Zhang acted swiftly, heading to a nearby convenience store and soon returning with a brand new pair of plush slippers. Autumn in Beijing was neither too cold nor warm, and while the building was heated, it was not yet the season for central heating. Walking barefoot on the tiled floor could easily lead to a chill. Assistant Zhang bent down and respectfully placed the plush slippers before Lin Yuelian, treating her as though she were the future president's wife. Lin Yuelian glanced at the fuzzy slippers, feeling an inexplicable sensation that she couldn't quite articulate. What are you waiting for? Do you enjoy the cold breeze that much? Lu Yunfeng urged, clearly displeased by her scant attire. Lin Yuelian nodded and quickly slipped her feet into the warm slippers. As she held her high heels, she prepared to assist Lu Yunfeng with the access door. Understanding her intent, Assistant Jiang stepped forward and took the heels from her grasp. Allow me, Secretary Lin, you can summon the elevator for the president. Oh, all right. Lin Yuelian responded, her steps quickening in the slippers. Wearing high heels engaged her calf muscles, causing them to tense, but in flat shoes, her muscles relaxed. Liu Yunfeng's gaze inadvertently fell upon her fair calves, noting that her legs appeared straighter and more aesthetically pleasing in the flats. He frowned, quickly realizing that his thoughts were wandering. What was he thinking? In room 1601, Liang Tian lay on the couch, her face covered in a mask while she watched a Korean drama. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, prompting her to spring up. Coming. She had heard from her mother-in-law that they were to attend a charity gala that evening, where many celebrities were expected to appear. Excitedly opening the door, she was taken aback upon seeing the tall and imposing Lu Yunfeng, her eyes blinking in disbelief. Such a prominent figure, she had only seen on television before. Although she knew her mother-in-law worked as his secretary, encountering him in person left her utterly flustered and at a loss. Lu, she stammered, unsure of how to address him. Lu Yunfeng, upon seeing the unfamiliar face before him, felt no curiosity about her identity and instead instructed in a deep voice, make sure to apply some iodine to her heel wound later. Ah. Okay. Liang Tian instinctively responded, unable to defy Lu Yunfeng's commanding presence. Without further ado, Lu Yunfeng turned to leave. Lin Yuelian, momentarily perplexed, called out, Boss, didn't you say you came to retrieve something? Indeed, to retrieve something. I can manage that. Assistant Jiang placed Lin Yuelian's high heels at the entrance and glanced at Liang Tian. Do you have any slippers? Yes. Liang Tian hurriedly replied, fetching a pair of disposable slippers, feeling somewhat bewildered. Assistant Jiang changed into the slippers and made his way to Lu Yunfeng's room, casually picking up a pen from the desk. As he exited, Lin Yuelian eyed the pen in his hand and furrowed her brow. Was all this hassle merely to procure a single pen? Mom, what is going on? Why did President Lu personally escort you back? Liang Tian asked eagerly, her curiosity piqued once the door closed. Just as Lin Yuelian opened her mouth to explain, her phone rang unexpectedly. The unfamiliar number displayed an IP address from Beijing. After a moment of hesitation, she answered the call. A young woman's voice quickly came through, Mrs. Fu, your husband is quite intoxicated, could you come to fetch him? He just vomited a considerable amount in the restroom, and it seems he may be experiencing gastric bleeding. Chapter 65. Do you wish to uncover the truth behind Leilei's disappearance all those years ago? Is he experiencing gastric bleeding again? Lin Yuelian furrowed her brows at the words from the other end of the line. Fu Guoping, indulgent in his vices, had a poor tolerance for alcohol. There was a time when he drank excessively and vomited blood, necessitating a trip to the hospital for emergency treatment. It nearly exhausted her. She busied herself attending to him, pleading with him to drink less. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears, and he chided her, insisting that men must socialize and that women like her could not possibly understand. If it weren't for the family, would he truly let himself descend to such depths? Since that incident, Lin Yuelian ceased her entreaties. Though she felt pity for him and his social endeavors, she explored every possible remedy for hangovers and cared for him with meticulous attention. Yet now, she finally grasped the meaning behind Fu Guoping's claim of doing it all for the family. He did it for his disabled mother, for the mistress he kept outside, and for the illegitimate child who cried for sustenance, but never once did he consider her. I am in the process of filing for divorce with Fu Guoping. Please refrain from calling me again, his life and death are of no concern to me. Lin Yuelian declared before decisively hanging up the phone. Liang Tian entered with a cup of warm water, blinking innocently. What happened to Dad? He drank too much. Leave him be, Lin Yuelian replied, her enthusiasm waning and fatigue evident in her demeanor. I'm going to wash up and sleep. Okay, Mom, good night. Liang Tian nodded obediently. Once Lin Yuelian made her way to the bathroom, she retrieved her phone, which she had silenced earlier. She stepped onto the balcony and answered the call. Fu Jia, why are you still harassing me? Tian, I was wrong. I've come to understand my mistakes. Our marriage is our own. I should not pass my responsibilities on to you. Please come back. Let us close the door and live our own little lives. The grievances of our parents have nothing to do with us. Being filial to grandma is Dad's responsibility, not ours. Hearing her husband's sincere words, Liang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her decision to leave home was not in vain. Her husband finally recognized his errors. Fu Jia's tone turned gentle. How about I pick you up for work tomorrow morning? You should pack your things tonight. So soon? Liang Tian blinked in surprise. A short separation can reignite the spark of marriage, my dear. Don T, you wish to reconnect intimately. It's time we consider starting a family of our own. Oh, stop it, I know. Liang Tian hung up the phone with a smile, cradling her device close to her heart. After all, her husband was different from her father-in-law. She was willing to grant Fu Jia an opportunity for redemption. Meanwhile, at the second city hospital, Fu Guoping was rushed to the emergency room due to gastric bleeding. Fang Weidong, along with teachers Zhang and Lu, anxiously awaited outside the door, fidgeting restlessly. The law now dictated that if someone died from alcohol consumption, all those who drank with him could share the liability. How is it? Have you called old Fu's family? Yes, his son and that woman will be coming, Fang Weidong replied, slipping his phone into his pocket nonchalantly. Shortly after 1 a.m, Fu Jia and Yi Jinjun arrived in a flurry. Fu Jia initially intended to come alone, but Yi Jinjun called him, expressing fear about hailing a cab alone at night. Thus, he picked her up, which delayed their arrival. As Fang Weidong, Lu, and Zhang waited, they grew drowsy with the passage of time. Uncle Fang, Uncle Lu, Uncle Zhang, Fu Jia greeted each of them. Fang Weidong rubbed his eyes. Finally, you're here. I'll leave everything to you too. You came empty-handed? Lu scrutinized the pair. Why? Yi Junjun looked bewildered. Were we supposed to bring something? No one mentioned it over the phone. Given old Fu's condition, he will certainly need to be hospitalized. Toiletries, a change of clothes, things like that, Lu advised, frowning slightly after speaking. Zhang quickly elbowed him, smiling to lighten the mood. The hospital has a shop that's open 24 hours. Let Jia buy whatever is needed later. Hospital items are expensive, Lu retorted, dismissing the conversation. Let us go, get some rest. We have classes to teach in the morning. Fang Weidong remained silent, sneering quietly. The younger generation seemed incapable of managing life. Compared to Lin Yuelian, Yi Jinjun was truly lacking. After the trio left, Yi Jinjun and Fu Jia exchanged glances, both inexperienced in caring for the sick and unsure of where to begin. A nurse entered the ward to change the dressings, advising, call me when the medication is finished. All right, Fu Jia nodded. Little mom, why don't you lie down for a bit? I'll keep an eye on the floor. Yi Junjun bit her lip, but that would be so embarrassing. It's fine. You re-pregnant, Fu Jia said supportively. Why? Yi Junjun nodded and settled onto the nearby fold-out bed. Jia, you're so filial. Your sister is truly heartless. How could she let such a wonderful son go like this? Just say she doesn't want you. Don't mention her. Fu Jia gritted his teeth. Just the thought of Lin Yuelian made him furious. Why? Yi Junjun displayed an apologetic expression, settling down quietly. However, the fold-out bed was far too small, and she tossed and turned, unable to find comfort. The following morning, after purchasing breakfast, Fu Jia returned to the ward, instructing Yi Jinjun, Little mom, I need to go pick up Tian. Please take care of Dad for me. I'll come back with Tian after work tonight. Okay, Yi Junjun replied, though internally she was seething. Leaving a pregnant woman behind to endure a night vigil for someone else, was that truly humane? Fu Jia did not linger, leaving as soon as he finished his instructions. In the ward, only Fu Guoping, deep in slumber, and the disgruntled Yi Jinjun remained. Hearing Fu Guoping snoring, she even contemplated murder. Perhaps she could smother him with a pillow. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Gripping her phone, she stepped into the bathroom to call Fu Shangting. Accustomed to the nocturnal lifestyle, Fu Shangting ignored the initial calls, but eventually answered out of annoyance. Shangting, your brother is hospitalized due to gastric bleeding. Can you come by today to help take care of him? I'm busy. I didn't sleep all night. Fu Shangting replied grumpily, her voice thick with fatigue. Ye Junjun frowned, but I'm pregnant, he drank too much, so it's his own fault. Don't trouble yourself with it. And what about mom? Pingdu can't go today, so it should be your turn. Before Yi Junjun could finish her sentence, Fu Shangting cut her off sharply. This is something my sister-in-law always handled. If you want to take her place, you must take on her responsibilities, you understand. If you don't do it well, with my brother's temperament, that illegitimate child won't see a penny from him. Hello? Hello? Yi Junjun wanted to argue further, but Fu Shangting hung up without hesitation. Coincidentally, just as her call ended, Fu Guoping's phone rang again. Awakened by the noise, Fu Guoping answered the call. Penggu, Yi Junjun emerged from the bathroom. Fu Guoping glanced around, rubbing his aching head, and responded, all right, understood. I'll head over shortly. What is going on? Yi Junjun asked with a forced smile, already suspecting the worst. Fu Guoping sat up, noticing the 4 drips still attached to his hand. You should check on my mother in her ward. The caregiver said she wet the bed twice. Please see what is going on. All right, and what about you? Yi Junjun feigned calmness, though her inner turmoil was nearing a breaking point. Fu Guoping's expression hardened. I'm fine, focus on mom for now. Okay, Yi Junjun nodded reluctantly before leaving. Fu Guoping, having emptied his stomach the previous night, felt ravenous. Spotting breakfast on the bedside table, he opened the container. After taking a few sips of pumpkin porridge, he found himself reminiscing about Lin Yuelian's cooking. Her pumpkin porridge was rich and fragrant. Whenever he felt unwell, a bowl would revive him completely. But now, the more he thought about it, the more unsettled he became. In the past, when he was hospitalized, Lin Yuelian seemed to possess superhuman abilities, caring for him while also managing the needs of his elderly mother in the nursing home. But now, he was stuck eating takeout while his mother had wet the bed twice, and the caregiver was utterly irresponsible. A wave of troubling thoughts washed over him, making Fu Guoping realize just how capable Lin Yuelian truly was. He began to waver, questioning whether he should continue to do nothing and wait for Lin Yuelian to regret her departure. What if she never came back? Yet he had already humbled himself to ask for forgiveness several times, and still, her heart remained unyielding. What could he possibly do to make her reconsider? The more he pondered, the more disheartened he became, reflecting on what Lin Yuelian's weakness might be. Meanwhile, in room 1601 of the Jinding building, Lin Yuelian awoke well rested and prepared to make breakfast. Liang Tian entered the kitchen to assist her. Mom, Jia apologized to me last night and has realized his mistakes. I've decided to forgive him and will return with him today. Is that so? Lin Yuelian paused, momentarily taken aback. You two should focus on your own lives. Jia doesn't listen to me, and I can't impart any wisdom to him. But if you find yourself suffering in his company, you are always welcome to come back here. My door will always be open for you. Okay. Liang Tian nodded emphatically. Lin Yuelian smiled and turned to fetch some pumpkin. Seeing this, Liang Tian quickly intervened. Mom, are you making pumpkin porridge? Could we perhaps cook something else? I am not in the mood for pumpkin porridge today. Lin Yuelian hesitated for a moment but didn't dwell on it. Alright, then how about mung bean porridge? That works. Liang Tian said, and after helping out in the kitchen, she sent a text to Fu Jia. Mom made mung bean porridge this morning, so I won't be bringing any for Dad. Let us prepare some pumpkin porridge ourselves to take to the hospital tonight, shall we? Fu Jia replied, never mind, it's too much trouble to cook, let us just buy from the cafeteria. It's the same. Liang Tian agreed that is fine. After sending the message, she glanced toward the kitchen. Since her mother-in-law treated her like a daughter, she couldn't betray that trust by secretly assisting her husband's family against her mother-in-law. After putting the porridge on the stove, Lin Yuelian decided to take care of her skin and apply some light makeup. Just as she entered the bathroom, her phone on the sink chimed. It was a message from Fu Guoping. Do you wish to know the truth behind Leilei's disappearance? I long for your millet pumpkin porridge. Please bring some to the hospital and I will tell you. Chapter 66. Professor Fu whines for affection. Lin Yuetian stared at the text message on her phone, frozen in shock for what felt like an eternity. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly called Fu Guoping, demanding, what do you mean? Are you trying to deceive me into coming over with Leilei's matter? Oh Fu Guoping, this back and forth is truly pointless. This time I'm not lying, whether you believe it or not, Fu Guoping replied in a subdued tone, lacking his usual condescending demeanor towards Lin Yuetian, now laced with a hint of desperation. They say that a person is most vulnerable when ill. Consider me in my weakest state, I simply wish to savor the porridge you make and see you rest assured, once the divorce cooling off period is over, I will certainly agree to the divorce and will not trouble you further. Why are you chopping pumpkin again? Liang Tian inquired curiously as Lin Yuetian returned to the kitchen. I'm taking it to Fu Guoping at noon, I have matters to discuss with him, Lin Yuetian replied with a blank expression. Liang Tian frowned, is Dad still pestering you, how shameless can he be? It's nothing, the hospital is a public place, I want to see just how shameless he can get, Lin Yuetian retorted. Then should I accompany you at noon? Liang Tian asked. No need, you carry on with your own things, she replied. In the morning, Lin Yuetian arrived at the office punctually. She had stored the cooked pumpkin porridge in an insulated lunchbox, so she wouldn't have to return home for it later. After work, she planned to head directly to the hospital with the lunchbox in hand. In the past, she had foolishly gone to great lengths to prepare fresh meals for Fu Guoping, not realizing the value of his stomach. Now, however, those days were behind her. Hey, Secretary Lin, I assume that lunchbox isn't prepared for the president again, is it? Secretary Wang opened the refrigerator and immediately spotted the insulated lunchbox. Lin Yuetian smiled, no, from now on, I'll prepare meals for the boss that are freshly made, ensuring he won't have to eat leftovers. Lu Yunfeng was her benefactor, she needed to be even more attentive than she had been with Fu Guoping. If one is to get paid, one must strive to do better, to work harder, right? What are you making for the president at noon, can I snag a bite? Secretary Wang leaned closer with a playful smile. As the most senior secretary in the president's office, she was quite the seasoned veteran. Seeing her drooling, Lin Yuetian couldn't help but laugh. Is that permissible? If so, I have no objections. It is merely a matter of quantity. Of course, the president won't mind. Secretary Wang winked at Lin Yuetian. With little professional experience, Lin Yuetian was easily swayed. All right then, I'll make a bit more for lunch today. How about 3 dishes and a soup? That sounds perfect. You have no idea how tired I am of the company cafeteria and the nearby restaurants. Since Lin Yuetian joined the company, Lu Yunfeng's lunches had become akin to a surprise box. Previously, the secretaries would only order from a few establishments, but now, with Lin Yuetian's creativity, even Lu Yunfeng himself was often unaware of what he would be having until mealtime arrived. When the 3 dishes and soup were presented before him, he raised an eyebrow in delight. Though they were merely home-cooked dishes, they were visually and aromatically appealing. After tasting a spoonful, he was pleasantly surprised by the flavor, reminiscent of his father's cooking from childhood. Where's Lin Yuetian? Lu Yunfeng inquired after a couple of bites, noticing her absence. Secretary Wang stepped forward. Secretary Lin had matters to attend to at noon. She assured me it wouldn't hinder her afternoon work. Matters? Lu Yunfeng frowned. Did she have lunch? Secretary Wang blinked rapidly. When did the president become so considerate, even worrying about whether his subordinates had eaten? Why wasn't he concerned about her? She was hungry too. Never mind, you should go eat as well, Lu Yunfeng said casually, casting a glance at the useless Secretary Wang. After all these years, what delicious food hadn't she tasted? Why did she suddenly act like a ravenous stray cat upon seeing Lin Yuetian's cooking? Achoo! Lin Yuetian sneezed unexpectedly as she arrived at the second hospital, her sneeze echoing the sentiment of being scolded or thought of by someone. The porridge has arrived, she announced as she entered the hospital room without preamble. Fu Guoping, reclining on the hospital bed, greeted her with a broad smile. Lian, I knew you couldn't bear to leave me alone. Don't be so self-important, I'm here for news about Lele. Now tell me, what is the truth behind her disappearance years ago? There's no rush, let's discuss it after I finish eating, Fu Guoping said contentedly, cradling the lunchbox. He furrowed his brow. It's warm? Go heat it up for me. I'm not going out. If you want to eat, then eat, Lin Yuetian replied firmly. Pouting, Fu Guoping ceased his complaints and opened the lunchbox. Although the porridge was warm, he felt a sense of satisfaction as it entered his stomach. Indeed, Lin Yuetian's porridge was suited to his taste. Seeing the notoriously picky Professor Fu actually drinking warm porridge, Lin Yuetian couldn't help but scoff. Some men truly were pathetic. When she had treated him sincerely, he had cast her aside like a worn-out shoe. Now, he resembled a wretched dog, wagging its tail for affection. Delicious. Fu Guoping devoured the porridge hungrily, placing the empty box aside with a look of contentment. How could a bowl of the simplest pumpkin porridge taste so extraordinary? Lin Yuetian shook her head, too weary to delve deeper into the matter, and coldly stated, Can we speak now? Chapter 67 Identity Swap. Fu Guoping furrowed his brow. How could he possibly reveal the truth about Lele's disappearance to Lin Yuelian? If Lin Yuelian were to learn that it was his mother who had lost Lele all those years ago, she would certainly cease to care for his mother, perhaps she would even harbor resentment, blaming him and refusing to reconcile. With this thought, he resorted to deceit. Lien, Lele went missing because of you. I understand this has become a burden on your heart, but I do not hold it against you. In truth, if it weren't for the child we had together, my affection would not be as profound. The reason I had a child with Yi Jinjun was solely to carry on the Fu family lineage, to prevent our family line from fading away. As Fu Guoping spoke with growing emotion, he was moved even by his own words. Lien, our bond of 30 years, my greatest love is you. Lin Yuelian felt nauseated, an overwhelming discomfort washing over her. At 50 years of age, was he still prattling on about love? Surely, he had uttered such words to Yi Jinjun, charming her into submission, believing his sweet nothings were universally applicable to all women? I knew you were deceiving me, Lin Yuelian replied, her emotions surprisingly steady. It was Fu Guoping, the one who spun a web of lies, who was the true embodiment of reality, was it not? If there ever came a day when Fu Guoping bared his soul to her, that would indeed be a sign of the apocalypse. Not wishing to linger any longer, Lin Yuelian cast a glance at the empty takeout box on the bedside table. Consider it as having fed the dog. Fu Guoping, the wolf is at the door, and you are permitted to use this deception only once in my presence. That opportunity has now been squandered, you shall not deceive me again. Aliani Fu Guoping exclaimed, desperation overtaking him as he sprang upright, clutching the 4-drip in pursuit. He was weakened, having expelled the contents of his stomach, and only consumed a small amount of porridge. Lin Yuelian, robust in health, strode with purpose. Alien, please do not leave. Can you not stay with me a while longer? Lin Yuelian remained unresponsive. Fu Guoping, feeling utterly diminished, found his legs giving way as he pursued her, ultimately stopping against the wall, striking it in frustration. He vented his pent-up resentment, yet no matter how he expressed his discontent, it could not mend his emotional wounds. Not far off, Yi Jinjun witnessed the scene unfold, her own grievances igniting like a volcano after being recently harassed by Lu Chunhua. She descended the staircase from the other side, catching up to Lin Yuelian, who, while glancing at her phone, realized she had insufficient time for a break and decided to summon a ride. Just as she selected her destination, a figure loomed, blocking her path. Old woman, what do you mean by this? Did you not proclaim you wanted a divorce? Why do you persistently haunt the Fu family? The last time the old lady visited the hospital, you were there. Now, with Pingdu hospitalized, you are still present. Is it that you believe you are capable of managing this household? Yi Junjun unleashed her frustrations, disregarding the situation, her voice raised in a tantrum. Lin Yuelian frowned, observing Yi Junjun's hysterical demeanor with an air of indifference. Indeed, it seems that any woman who serves her husband's family inevitably descends into madness. Although Yi Jinjun was adorned in Chanel, exuding an air of elegance, her demeanor had transformed completely, a stark contrast to her previous self. Yi Jinjun, do not project your inadequacies onto me. This has nothing to do with me. Lin Yuelian's composure remained unshaken. With a mother-in-law incapacitated for a decade, do you genuinely believe that mere caregivers can ensure peace of mind? And with Fu Guoping's brand of male chauvinism, where he considers himself a king, should you not cater to his every whim, he will deem you useless. Oh, and should you remain at home without earning, in his eyes, you are still worthless. Lin Yuelian scoffed lightly. Fortunately, I have escaped the abyss. How should I put it? I wish you success. With that, she brusquely pushed past Yi Junjun, brushing her aside. Lin Yuelian. Yi Junjun trembled with rage, expending all her strength to scream. This could not be her fate. She would not suffer the same fate as Lin Yuelian. Engaging in self-hypnosis, she reflected on her 11 years of sacrifice, having lived like a rat in the gutter, playing the role of the mistress in the shadows. She endured the trials of pregnancy and painstakingly raised her child. After enduring so much hardship and incurring such sunk costs, how could she continue to suffer? Had she endured all this pain merely to face even greater suffering in the future? No, absolutely not. Upon returning to Fu Guoping's hospital room, Yi Junjun radiated an oppressive atmosphere. Disheveled and silent, she placed the payment receipt on the bedside table. I shall return home to rest. You can settle the expenses yourself. Fu Guoping observed Yi Junjun's disheveled state and immediately contrasted it with Lin Yuelian, who had just left. Lin Yuelian was impeccably dressed, adorned with perfume, exuding an aura of beauty and grace. Turning his gaze to Yi Jinjun, he noted her unkempt hair and disheveled appearance. For reasons unknown, a feeling of disdain welled up within him. You are leaving, who will take care of me? I am still connected to Infor, Fu Guoping protested. Yi Jinjun let out a derisive snort, recalling how he had chased after Lin Yuelian with the 4 in tow, clearly full of vigor. You are a grown man. Cannot you care for yourself? I must return to prepare dinner for Jia Guang, and besides, I am with child who will express concern for me. Did you suffer any indignities at my mother's hands? Fu Guoping sensed the palpable tension emanating from Yi Junjun. Yi Junjun forced a smile. I have endured countless grievances, does anyone care? Fu Guoping furrowed his brow, well aware of his mother's temperament, and softened his tone. Very well, take a cab, but do not overexert yourself. Yi Junjun remained silent. Of course, she would not allow herself to be wronged. Utilizing Fu Guoping's auxiliary card, every expenditure triggered a notification to him. Ding, the first message indicated a transaction of 68 yuan for the taxi fare. After a while, ding, another notification for a takeout expense of over 260 yuan. Ding, shortly thereafter, Fu Guoping received yet another alert for an 18 yuan charge for a cup of milk tea ordered by Yi Junjun. What a spendthrift! Watching the litany of expenses accumulate, Fu Guoping could not help but curse under his breath. Remembering Lin Yuelian, who could stretch 5,000 yuan as if it were a small fortune, he could not fathom how frugally she managed her finances, yet Yi Junjun appeared to spend without a care, purchasing whatever she desired. He lay in the hospital, subsisting on porridge, while she indulged in lavish meals at home. The sense of frustration welled up within him, prompting him to post on social media, specifically excluding Yi Junjun from his audience. When a man errs, is he forever sentenced to a life of solitude? In the small colleague chat group, Teacher Zhang was the first to react to Fu Guoping's post. Old Fu, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to chase after your wife in a funeral pyre? Before long, Teacher Lu chimed in, it seems your sister-in-law will not turn back. Teacher Zhang replied that merely indicates it has not yet reached the stage of a funeral pyre. In my opinion, you should kneel in the rain beneath her building to apologize, or perhaps stage a dramatic scene of despair to coerce her into returning. Teacher Lu retorted, you are truly lacking in moral integrity. Fang Weidong observed the conversation on his phone, remaining silent. He exited the chat interface and opened a local errand service app. Chapter 68. She is not bad, a fake nanny, a true secretary. Upon returning to the company, Lin Yuelian hastened to prepare the conference room, as Lu Yunfeng had a meeting scheduled for the afternoon and no time to spare. She meticulously checked whether the height of Lu Yunfeng's chair was appropriate and if the angle of the backrest suited his preferences. Lu Yunfeng had 6 secretaries, with Secretary Wang as the chief, overseeing the 5 subordinates. Lin Yuelian served as the personal secretary, responsible for Lu Yunfeng's daily affairs. The other secretaries included 2 administrative secretaries, tasked with taking minutes, drafting, printing, and archiving documents for the president's signature. The remaining 2 were executive secretaries, responsible for arranging meetings, managing the president's daily schedule, coordinating with the president and his assistant to disseminate important company information and notifications, and welcoming company guests. Each individual had a clearly defined role and fulfilled their duties accordingly. However, the other secretaries regarded Lin Yuelian's position with disdain, seeing her as little more than a personal caretaker for the president. Daisy, the youngest and most beautiful among the secretaries, held the highest educational qualifications, boasting an impressive Harvard degree and fluency in authentic English. Bending over, she clicked the mouse, transferring the documents and materials needed for the meeting onto Lu Yunfeng's laptop and downloading them to the desktop. Upon opening the files, she realized that the version she had translated was nowhere to be found. Song, what is going on? I've lost my files. Daisy anxiously inquired of Heat Song, who had just entered. Heat Song, also an administrative secretary responsible for taking meeting minutes, responded, Isn't it in the recycle bin? He leaned down to take a glance. No, Daisy exclaimed in frustration, I spent the entire morning on that. What are we going to do? The meeting starts in half an hour. Shall I help you translate it again? We can divide the work, or perhaps inform Sister Wang so that the other secretarial staff can assist. Alright, that's the only option left. Daisy, flustered, was about to seek Secretary Wang's help. Just as she took a few steps, she bumped into Lin Yuelian, who had entered with a lumbar cushion for Lu Yunfeng's designated seat. Daisy frowned, her sharp gaze instantly fixed on Lin Yuelian. Did you touch my computer? Lin Yuelian was momentarily taken aback. She found it puzzling why Secretary Lu would ask such a question. She would never meddle with someone else's belongings, yet Daisy, unconvinced, retorted, just now, the only people in the conference room were you and me. I stepped out briefly to grab a coffee while my computer was on standby. Tell me, did you delete my translated document? Daisy's aggressive demeanor suggested she had already deemed Lin Yuelian the culprit. Caught off guard by this unexpected accusation, Lin Yuelian felt it was quite troublesome. She had always believed that maintaining professional boundaries would prevent conflicts, but now, I did not touch your computer. There are surveillance cameras in the conference room, feel free to check the footage, Lin Yuelian calmly asserted. Daisy glanced at the camera in the corner, huffing, I will definitely check the footage, but there's no time right now. Daisy, calm down, why would Lin's secretary meddle with your computer? Song interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Daisy scoffed dismissively, who knows, maybe she was just curious I heard she can't even figure out her own phone and needs Sister Wang to guide her. She is probably curious about the company's tech products, and who knows, maybe she accidentally deleted my files. Daisy's tone was filled with mock seriousness. Lin Yuelian couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the saying trouble comes from nowhere was indeed true. I did not touch your computer, she firmly reiterated. After a brief pause, she added, you mentioned translating files, right? Yes, what? Did you suddenly realize it was your own clumsiness? Daisy pressed on aggressively. She had earned her position in the president's office through capability and looked down upon those who relied on connections. This was a significant affront to her, a high-achieving individual. From the moment Lin Yuelian joined the secretarial office, Daisy had taken an instant dislike to her and had incited the other secretaries to isolate Lin Yuelian. If it weren't for Secretary Wang's support, Daisy's plan would have succeeded long ago. I already told you, I didn't touch your computer, Lin Yuelian maintained her composure, reiterating her earlier statement. What I want to say is, if you need someone to translate the document, may I give it a try? How many words is it? I should be able to translate it in half an hour. Lin Yuelian's proposition was astonishing, prompting Daisy to burst into laughter. You want to translate, dear? Do you think it's as easy as shopping at a market? Have you taken the IELTS or TOEFL? What level of English do you possess? Have you studied abroad? Not to belittle you, but you probably can't even recognize all the Chinese characters. Daisy's words dripped with disdain, completely disregarding Lin Yuelian's capabilities. Song tugged at her, signaling her to tone it down. However, Daisy paid no heed, glaring at Lin Yuelian with malice. I don't have time to joke around with you. If today's meeting is disrupted because of you, rest assured, I will report it to the president. Didn't you say you wanted to find someone from the secretarial office to help? I am also part of the secretarial office, Lin Yuelian replied coolly. She wasn't being a do-gooder for Daisy's sake, she was merely considering the repercussions on Lu Yunfeng. She wasn't helping Daisy. She was attempting to alleviate Lu Yunfeng's troubles. I want to find someone from the secretarial office, but what do you count as? Daisy shot Lin Yuelian a disdainful glance. Their quarrel quickly attracted the attention of their fellow secretaries. Secretary Wang, with a stern expression, admonished Daisy, what is all this noise about? The multinational video conference with the overseas group is about to start, and instead of preparing, you're here bickering? Sister Wang, Lin Yuelian deleted my translated document. We're trying to figure out what to do. How about we divide the work and quickly produce a new translation? What, you lost the translated document? Secretary Wang looked shocked as she turned to Lin Yuelian. Feeling utterly helpless, Lin Yuelian repeated, I didn't do it. Also, I can help. I used to tutor my son in English, and he has always performed well, even obtaining a TM8 certificate. Are you seriously flaunting your middle school English here? Daisy retorted, on the verge of gagging. It was absurd for a woman of her age to seek validation in such a manner. What did she have to do with this? Enough. Secretary Wang interrupted the escalating dispute with a cold demeanor. Get on with it, what are you still arguing about? Do you want the entire secretarial office to face repercussions? Whereas the original document, she asked in a commanding tone, exuding authority that silenced her subordinates. Daisy hurriedly presented her laptop to Secretary Wang. After a cursory glance, Secretary Wang instructed, all right, send this document to the secretarial group chat. Each of us will translate 5 pages, and Lin Secretary, you will assist with the last page. Given her position and her relationship with Lin Yuelian, Secretary Wang wished to be considerate and not undermine her. If Lin Yuelian's translation fell short, it would only be 1 page, and she could assist in remedying it later. Lin Yuelian understood the apprehensions surrounding her, they doubted her abilities. However, she did not wish to showcase her prowess either. It was essential for everyone to work together and navigate this immediate challenge first. All right, let us get to work. Secretary Wang clapped her hands. Shortly after, the 6 members of the secretarial office settled down. Everyone immersed themselves in their tasks, with some even bringing in Oxford dictionaries. With approximately 4,000 characters on 1 page, 5 pages equated to over 20,000 characters. It required not only speed in translation but also accuracy. I've completed my translation. Lin Yuelian's voice shattered the silence of the conference room just 2 minutes later. Chapter 69, A Twist, stunning everyone while everyone else was engrossed in their work, the sound of keyboards clattering resonating throughout the room. There was an unusual silence emanating from Lin Yuetian's corner. Yet, she boldly claimed to have completed her translation. The secretaries raised their heads in unison, casting incredulous glances towards Lin Yuetian. Unable to contain her derision, Daisy scoffed, "What could you possibly translate in 2 minutes? This isn't elementary school English. Do you think this is child's play?" The other secretaries nodded in agreement, shaking their heads at Lin Yuetian's apparent ignorance, especially at such a critical juncture. Disregarding the cold mockery from the group, Lin Yuetian turned to Secretary Wang, stating, "I truly have completed the translation. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could assign some additional documents to me." "You've finished? How did you manage that, through sheer thought alone?" Daisy remarked, clearly exasperated. He Song, seated beside Lin Yuetian, glanced at her computer, astonished to find it had yet to be powered on. How audacious of her to claim completion without even switching on her device. Secretary Wang, eager to prevent any escalation, quickly intervened. "Secretary Lin, I appreciate your diligence and effort, but today's meeting is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford any errors." "I understand," Lin Yuetian nodded. "I'm not very adept with computers, and I type slowly." "Don't you have a voice recognition pen, Secretary Wang? May I borrow yours along with all the documents?" "Just give it to her, Wang. It's infuriating, let her entertain herself elsewhere," came the murmurs from the group. "Goodness, at her age, doesn't she realize how bothersome she is?" several whispered. With no other option, Secretary Wang handed over the voice recognition pen and the compiled 26-page document, clearly signaling her intent to dismiss Lin Yuetian. Taking the materials, Lin Yuetian exited the conference room and hurried to the storage room. Secretary Wang had instructed her on how to use the voice recognition pen before, and she had always believed that this cutting-edge technology would come in handy someday. Little did she know that day would come so swiftly. Her focus shifted rapidly as she translated page by page. Meanwhile, the other 5 in the conference room were laboring intensely to meet their deadlines, perhaps due to nerves. Song, after translating 2 pages, realized he had 3 more to go and felt a wave of panic wash over him. Half an hour spent hastily translating. What if there were mistakes? Moreover, translation was not his strong suit, and he feared he wouldn't finish in time. Only Daisy was a professional translator, and having relied on her earlier translations, she worked quickly to complete her tasks. She then inquired with her colleagues for additional documents to translate. "I can't help you, Daisy. My spoken English is good, but my written skills leave much to be desired," Song finally confessed, surveying his own work. "These 2 pages will likely require redoing." "Same here. Cece, I feel my translation is also rather mediocre," chimed in Executive Secretary Han Xiaoshu. In Hui, upon hearing this, bit her lip and added, "I can manage, but I'm rather slow." All the secretaries were graduates from prestigious 985 or 211 universities, yet high academic credentials did not necessarily equate to proficiency in English, nor did it guarantee strong translation skills. Secretary Wang was versatile and could assist Daisy, but her reach was limited. "This cannot continue," Secretary Wang observed the group's progress with concern. "Daisy, perhaps you should consider simultaneous interpretation. You are familiar with the content." "Simultaneous interpretation?" Daisy nearly bit her tongue in disbelief. While she had experience in this during her studies abroad, the complexity of this particular task was daunting. Without regular practice, it would feel foreign and difficult to keep pace. "Secretary Wang, I really don't think I can manage." Daisy clenched her fists, unwilling to face the challenge head-on. If an error were to occur during the meeting, it would be embarrassing on an international stage. Losing face for herself was one matter, but for the president, she shuddered at the thought of the potential repercussions. "What will we do if you can't manage it?" Secretary Wang's anxiety mounted as time dwindled. Only 5 minutes remained. In such a situation, her experience dictated that she should report to the president without delay. "Daisy, I'm afraid we cannot share the blame on this. I must report the facts to the president," Secretary Wang concluded after a moment's deliberation. Daisy, upon hearing this, sprang to her feet in a panic. "Secretary Wang, this is not my fault. I have been translating all morning. Secretary Yin can vouch for me." In Hui remained silent, unwilling to draw trouble toward herself. Seeing her lack of response, Daisy became frantic. It was Lin Yuetian. She is the one at fault, and she must take responsibility. "What responsibility do I bear?" Lin Yuetian entered, clutching the documents and holding the voice recognition pen. "Secretary Wang, time is of the essence. Please print out the contents of these documents." Secretary Wang paused, momentarily taken aback by the pen in Lin Yuetian's hand. Lin Yuetian's unwavering gaze betrayed her determination. Secretary Wang furrowed her brow, contemplating the situation. It was either Daisy or Lin Yuetian who would be accountable. Given Lin Yuetian's willingness to take on the responsibility, it seemed reasonable to trust her this once. In due course, Secretary Wang printed the documents, 26 pages of English, which translated down to merely 8 pages of Chinese. After a cursory glance, she was astounded. Lin Yuetian's translation was succinct and to the point, devoid of any elaborate embellishments, yet it captured the essence beautifully. Some passages even referenced classic literature, employing a semi-literary style that was more vivid than the original English text. "Is this truly your work?" Secretary Wang asked incredulously. "The woman who served tea and water had such remarkable translation skills?" "There may be a few typographical errors, but there is no time to correct them now. I will explain to the boss later," Lin Yuetian replied, her focus unwavering from the translated documents. Secretary Wang nodded, addressing the others. "Pack up and leave, we need to clear the conference room for the meeting." "What about our translations?" Han Xiaoshu stammered. Secretary Wang shot her a look. "You lack confidence in your work. Do you honestly think I would present it to the president?" "Oh," Han Xiaoshu pouted, chastened, and immediately gathered her laptop. In the conference room, Heetsong and Daisy remained behind. Secretary Wang handed the translated documents to Daisy. "Don't lose this." "Secretary Lin, please prepare tea, the meeting will commence in 5 minutes." "Certainly." Lin Yuetian responded enthusiastically, striding towards the water station. Daisy reluctantly accepted the documents, frantically transferring the contents from the voice recognition pen to her computer desktop. Heetsong glanced at Lin Yuetian's translated document, flipping through it casually. After merely half a page, he could not help but exclaim, "Secretary Lin is impressive. Her translation is exceptional. This level of skill is indicative of not only her English proficiency but also her command of Chinese." "Is it really that good?" Daisy shot a few glances at the document. "Pfft, merely showing off. The president does not appreciate that kind of flair. If he places blame on me later, I will surely expose her." Chapter 70. Mr. Lu's surprise and curiosity. The meeting was conducted smoothly. Upon returning to her workstation, Lin Yuetian had scarcely settled in when her desk phone rang. It was the receptionist from the first-floor lobby. "Secretary Lin, we have received a bouquet of flowers addressed to you. Could you please come downstairs to collect it?" "Flowers? Are you certain it's for me?" "Indeed, it is for you. Please come down now, the courier is awaiting your signature." "All right." The Yunfeng Group had stringent access controls. One could only enter the work area by swiping an employee ID. Deliveries, whether takeout or courier services, had to be dropped off at designated points or wait in the lobby, as they were not permitted inside the building. Lin Yuetian hurriedly took the elevator down, her mind swirling with curiosity. Who could possibly be sending her flowers? Could it be Fu Guoping? Upon meeting the courier, she declined to accept the signature pen. "I want to accept these flowers. Please return them." "I'm sorry, ma'am, but they cannot be returned. The flowers are different from other items. This is a custom order, and once dispatched, they cannot be sent back. If you do not wish to keep them, you may dispose of them yourself later." Lin Yuetian furrowed her brow. "May I inquire who sent them?" "The sender's information is not specified, only the surname, Fong." "Fong?" Lin Yuetian exclaimed, her eyes widening. The only person she knew with the surname Fong was Fong Weidong. Could it be him? "Thank you," she said, signing for the flowers and cradling the magnificent bouquet in her arms. The stunning champagne roses, accompanied by baby breath, were exquisite. She was unfamiliar with the language of champagne roses, having rarely received flowers throughout her life, save for a bouquet of red roses during her marriage to Fu Guoping and a bunch of carnations from the Fu family when she was accepted into university. As for champagne roses, she had only seen them on television and had inquired about them from Liang Tian, who informed her that they were quite fashionable and suitable for a wide array of recipients, including loved ones, friends, and elders. Once back at her workstation, she discreetly placed the flowers beneath her desk. She then picked up her phone and called Fong Weidong. "Brother Dong, did you send me flowers?" "Yes, did you receive them? Do you like them?" His voice was gentle on the other end. Lin Yuetian knitted her brows. "I received them, but Brother Dong, why would you send me flowers?" "I truly appreciated your help during Zihai's birthday, so I wanted to express my gratitude." Lin Yuetian's expression remained tense. "You're being overly courteous. I cannot accept these flowers. When will it be convenient for you? Should I return them to you, or will you come and collect them?" "It's merely a bouquet," Fong Weidong replied with a generous tone. "If you do not like them, just toss them in the trash. Once given, it's unreasonable to take back a gift." "Tossing them away would be a waste," Lin Yuetian said, feeling a pang of distress at the thought of wastefulness, yet she did not want to keep the flowers. "Could I give them to someone else?" Fong Weidong paused, a hint of frustration creeping in. Was she truly this difficult to pursue? If you genuinely feel uncomfortable, how about treating me to dinner tonight, he suggested. Switching tactics, Lin Yuetian hesitated for a moment. What's the matter, are you reluctant to treat me? Fong Weidong teased, his tone light-hearted. Aren't we friends? Alright, Lin Yuetian acquiesced with a nod. It wasn't that she was unwilling to spend money, rather, she was wary of getting too close to Fong Weidong, as he was a colleague of Fu Guoping. You choose the venue and let me know the time once you have decided, Fong Weidong said earnestly. Lin Yuetian responded affirmatively. Understood. After hanging up, she pondered as she held her phone. Dining out was a rare occasion for her, she usually cooked at home, she was not well versed in the culinary delights of the capital. After some thought, she decided to choose a restaurant near the company. 7 p.m., Yunhan Noodle House. The meeting lasted for 2 hours for Secretary Wang. Those 2 hours were excruciating. Should the meeting not proceed smoothly, both Daisy and Lin Yuetian would bear the brunt of the blame, and as their superior, she would inevitably share the responsibility. When the meeting concluded, a throng of executives gradually emerged from the conference room. Secretary Wang beckoned Lin Yuetian to wait, hardly daring to breathe. Soon, Lu Yunfeng strode out, his expression stern, one hand in his pocket, his long strides taking him directly to the secretary's office. Daisy and Hitsong followed closely behind, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. The atmosphere in the secretary's office grew tense, everyone was bewildered. Daisy, you didn't handle the translation documents this time, did you? Lu Yunfeng inquired, his gaze piercing. He scanned the room, his voice low and ominous. Who did? The question sent shivers down everyone's spine. Daisy, unwilling to take the fall, stepped forward and pointed at Lin Yuetian. It was Secretary Lin. She lost my translation documents and had to improvise. Lin Yuetian did this? Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, his sharp eyes now filled with skepticism. It was her. Han Xiaoshu couldn't help but chime in. She too held a dislike for Lin Yuetian. In fact, everyone in the secretary's office, except for Secretary Wang, had an aversion to her privileged status. She insisted on showing off, Yin Hui added. It was clear that the three were united in their intent to distance themselves from the situation. Lin Yuetian, however, stepped forward unflinchingly. I did not touch Secretary Lu's documents. The translation the boss used in the meeting was indeed done by me. Did you not realize there were typos? The probability of errors in a 1,000-character document is 3. How could you be so careless? Lu Yunfeng was genuinely astonished. Upon seeing the translation for the first time, he had been impressed. It was evident that this was not Daisy's handiwork, nor that of any other secretary. He had assumed Daisy had enlisted an outsider, a grave concern given the potential breach of company confidentiality. But now, he realized that it was an internal translation, done by his unassuming personal secretary. Lin Yuetian could actually speak English, her translation skills were remarkably proficient. This revelation took him by surprise and earned her newfound respect. The time was tight and the task heavy. I typed slowly and used voice recognition software. That you know how it is, if the pronunciation isn't precise, it can lead to errors, Lin Yuetian explained candidly. Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, surprised that she was capable of using voice recognition software. Yet, on the surface, he maintained his aloof and domineering demeanor. How tight could the time have been? Fearing that he might blame Lin Yuetian, Secretary Wang quickly intervened. It was just over 20 minutes. Secretary Lin translated so many documents in that short span, which accounts for the numerous typos. Daisy's documents were misplaced half an hour before the meeting, so it was indeed a race against time. Over 20 minutes? Lu Yunfeng absorbed this astonishing figure. For such a lengthy document, it would typically take him at least 20 to 30 minutes. Lin Yuetian, a mere housewife, had managed to match his level? Lin Yuetian, what's your situation? Lu Yunfeng asked, a mixture of surprise and curiosity in his voice. Chapter 71 is Secretary Lin, you've been unmasked. I have tutored my son for 9 years, and occasionally, I provide private lessons for the neighbors' children to earn a bit of pocket money, Lin Yuetian stated with an air of nonchalance. However, I only tutor for 2 hours on weekends. Secretary Lin, you've even been a tutor? Impressive! Secretary Wang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Lin Yuetian nodded. Although her husband, Fu Guoping, is a university professor who educates others outside the home, he has never assisted their son with his studies. The responsibility of educating their child has entirely fallen upon her shoulders. As Daisy and the others, however, found it hard to believe that a mere housewife could possess such impressive tutoring skills. Lin Yuetian, it appears your admission to the University of Science and Technology of China was well deserved. You have truly applied your education over the years, not squandering your efforts, Lu Yunfeng remarked, coming to a realization. Lin Yuetian is no ordinary housewife. She is a distinguished offspring of a heroic legacy, cherished by numerous academicians from the Academy of Sciences. She herself is far from mediocre. She was among the top scorers in the entrance examinations for the University of Science and Technology of China in the 1990s, and her name can still be found in the records to this day. What? Secretary Lin graduated from the University of Science and Technology of China? Secretary Wang was taken aback. Lin Yuetian had been parachuted into the position, and her resume had not passed through her hands, leaving Secretary Wang largely unaware of Lin Yuetian's true background. I merely gained admission. I never attended, Lin Yuetian quickly clarified. Her understated comment instantly commanded respect from Yi Song. So you are a science student, Secretary Lin, and yet your English is so proficient? Yes, my parents are exceptionally skilled in English and provided me with bilingual education from an early age. My proficiency in English is nearly equivalent to my native Chinese, Lin Yuetian explained calmly. Both of her parents were scientists at the Academy of Sciences and had studied abroad in the United States. They impressed upon Lin Yuetian the necessity of mastering English, as contemporary top-tier academic papers and materials are predominantly written in that language. Their command of English had to be superior, even surpassing that of native speakers. They also expressed a hope that one day, these scientific documents could be composed in Chinese, a goal achievable only through the persistent efforts of generations. Lin Yuetian had kept abreast of recent news, noting that China's space station and spacecraft utilize Chinese. Times have changed. Foreigners are now learning Chinese to conquer the field of space exploration. Lin Yuetian understood that she lacked her parents' lofty ambitions and patriotic fervor, yet she vividly recalled their words. To master English in order to utilize foreign techniques for one's own advantage. English is actually your mother tongue, my goodness. Secretary Wang exclaimed, her eyes widening as she scrutinized Lin Yuetian. It dawned on her that Lin Yuetian was far from an ordinary individual. It was their own arrogance that had led them to perceive her as someone utterly lacking in merit. Enough, Lu Yunfeng interjected, his patience waning with the trivialities. Now that we have clarified the matter, it is time for fairness and justice. Daisy, your bonus for the quarter is hereby forfeited. Lin Yuetian, you are to receive a quarter's reward. With Lin Yuetian's monthly salary at 10,000, this translated to a reward of 30,000 for the quarter. In contrast, Daisy, earning 20,000 per month, would see a deduction of 60,000. How could she accept such a loss? President, the surveillance footage has yet to be reviewed. I distinctly recall translating that document, yet it mysteriously vanished from my computer. The only other person in the conference room was Secretary Lin. If it wasn't her meddling, who else could it be? I suspect this is all a scheme to misplace my translation, allowing her to shine and capture your attention. Daisy argued, quite convincingly, her logic seemingly sound. Lin Yuetian was taken aback by the intricacy of Daisy's analysis. It almost led her to believe it herself. A scheme. They were truly overestimating her capabilities. In the workplace, she was merely a novice, lacking the acumen for such devious maneuvers. Lin Yuetian, what do you have to say? Lu Yunfeng queried, his brow furrowed. He found it hard to believe that Lin Yuetian harbored such cunning intentions, yet Daisy's assertions held a degree of validity. Lin Yuetian straightened her back, unflinching. Let us review the surveillance footage. After all, this was not her first experience with unfounded accusations. The last time it occurred at the CBD mall, the footage had exonerated her. She remained confident that history would repeat itself. Very well, let us check the footage, Lu Yunfeng replied, a hint of intrigue in his gaze as he regarded Lin Yuetian. He moved to her workstation, crossing his legs in a distinctly domineering fashion, only to inadvertently nudge something beneath the desk. Upon glancing down, he discovered a bouquet of flowers hidden away. Instantly, his brow furrowed. For reasons unknown, he felt an unwelcome pang of irritation. His thoughts wandered, contemplating who could have sent the flowers. Assistant Jiang, undeterred, promptly contacted the security department to request the surveillance footage from conference room 1. The security team, not daring to delay, quickly retrieved the footage and sent it to his email. President, the footage has arrived, Assistant Jiang announced, approaching Lu Yunfeng while cradling a laptop. He shifted Lin Yuetian's computer aside to place his OWN. Lu Yunfeng's thoughts were finally drawn back to the matter at hand as he propped his chin on one hand, instructing, open it. A crowd of secretaries gathered around, with Daisy at the forefront, her demeanor haughty. She was eager to witness the evidence that would render Lin Yuetian defenseless. Secretary Lin, step forward and observe closely. Daisy insisted, pulling Lin Yuetian into the spotlight. As the video commenced, Lin Yuetian was seen crouching beside Lu Yunfeng's designated chair, adjusting its angle and position, meticulously pressing the support frame of the chair with her hands, every motion executed with care and precision. Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise, but more so in satisfaction. He had not anticipated such meticulousness. She did not overlook even the smallest detail, unlike previous secretaries who would have disregarded such tasks. Moments later, Daisy entered the conference room with a laptop, standing briefly before sitting down. I stepped out for coffee during this time, she exclaimed, intent on reminding everyone that Lin Yuetian was alone in the room, poised to execute her plan. However, throughout the video, Lin Yuetian never interacted with Daisy's computer. Instead, she merely glanced at Daisy's chair and replaced it with a new one. When Daisy returned with her coffee, Lin Yuetian had already departed to retrieve some cushions. The wheels on that chair were problematic, and I reported it to administration. They mentioned they would come to replace it shortly, Secretary Wang noted, suddenly realizing, Secretary Liu, Secretary Lin never touched your computer. In fact, she even provided you with a more comfortable chair. Daisy's face flushed crimson. With the evidence laid bare, she could no longer argue her case. Secretary Liu, I recall your document was saved on a USB drive, but in the footage, I didn't see you insert the USB, In Hui interjected, a realization dawning upon her. This reminder rendered Daisy speechless. She recalled that she had saved the translated document on her USB drive, having taken it home the previous day to prepare for research. Company computers were not permitted to leave the premises, so she had made a copy and reported it to the Risk Control Department. At that moment, the truth emerged. Secretary Liu, it appears you have wronged Secretary Lin. Secretary Wang could not help but exclaim. Chapter 72. Secretary Lin, your rival approaches. The secretary's office fell into an eerie silence, the supporters of Daisy rendered mute. They had not anticipated that the outcome would devolve into such farce. It was revealed that Daisy's poor memory had led to a significant blunder. I'm so sorry, Daisy hastily apologized, her heart a tumult of emotions, grappling with an indescribable feeling. She never imagined that she had wrongfully accused Lin Yuelian. Although Lin had taken an unconventional path, she undoubtedly possessed genuine talent, perhaps even surpassing Daisy's own abilities. I accept your apology, Lin Yuelian replied coolly, showing little concern. Human nature is such that even one can be betrayed by a partner of 30 years, how much less can one expect from a colleague known for only a short while? It was, after all, quite normal to be backstabbed by others. President Liu has already imposed a penalty on you according to company regulations. I hope you take this as a lesson, Lin continued. Secretary Lin, you truly are magnanimous. Secretary Wang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and surveying the others. Let us all learn from Secretary Lin. We are colleagues in the same office, and we must strive for harmonious coexistence, working together with a unified spirit. Secretary Wang, the quintessential Good Samaritan, sought to smooth over the situation. Yet, Liu Yunfeng was a man who would not tolerate any form of insubordination. Secretary Liu, it seems this position in the secretary's office is ill-suited for you. Please report to the finance department. You need not come back tomorrow, Liu Yunfeng stated, his voice as light as a whisper yet laden with authority. Yet he resembled a judge with the power to dictate the fates of others. Upon hearing she was to be dismissed, Daisy was plunged into a state of panic, trembling uncontrollably. President, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. I promise I will never commit such a foolish error again. Please. Liu Yunfeng's expression remained impassive. Have you not yet grasped where you went wrong? His voice turned icier still. While he held high expectations of his subordinates, he was not one to deny them the opportunity to learn from their mistakes. Errors in work could be forgiven, provided there was sincerity and a willingness to rectify them. However, unfounded slander and insults were behaviors that he could not abide. I realize my error. I should not have defamed Secretary Lin, nor should I have wronged an innocent person, Daisy desperately attempted to explain, striving to elicit sympathy from Liu Yunfeng. The other members of the secretary's office dared not speak up. They typically shared a camaraderie with Daisy, often exchanging milk teas and dining together. Yet, when it came to a pivotal moment, they chose to distance themselves, fearing repercussions, wishing to escape the turmoil. Daisy was left alone, pleading for Liu Yunfeng to afford her another chance. With a thud, the young woman knelt at Liu Yunfeng's feet, prostrating herself in desperation. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuelian furrowed her brow. Employment was hard to come by nowadays, particularly for one dismissed from a prestigious company. Other firms would likely be reluctant to hire her. Should Daisy leave Liu's company, her prospects would diminish to the point of seeking work in distant locales or minor establishments. After years of diligent study, a single mistake could lead to a life of desolation, an irreversible fate. There is a saying, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Perhaps, Lin Yuelian thought, it was an act of compassion for all young workers struggling in today's society. Boss, how about granting her another opportunity? One chance may not pose a significant loss for the company or for you, but it could be a lifeline for her, Lin Yuelian earnestly implored. Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise, scrutinizing the woman before him. She seemed to radiate a light, one that transcended the mundane. Were this matter in the hands of other secretaries, they would likely seek revenge to eliminate any future threats. Yet here was Lin Yuelian, altruistically advocating for someone who had sought to undermine her? Such a bleeding heart. Lu Yunfeng scoffed coldly. Lin Yuelian remained silent, pressing her lips together. Daisy and Lin were of similar age, and Lin understood the challenges young professionals faced in the workplace. She was willing to extend a single opportunity, but if Daisy faltered again, her heart would become as unyielding as stone. Since the parties involved are not pursuing the matter and are even attempting to clean up the mess, I, as the employer, see no need to be excessively harsh, Lu Yunfeng concluded, albeit with lingering irritation. As he stood to leave, he deliberately kicked over a bouquet of flowers Lin had placed beneath her desk. What has the president so upset? Secretary Wang inquired, frowning at Assistant Jiang. Assistant Jiang merely smiled enigmatically, choosing silence. As he departed, he approached Lin Yuelian, gesturing toward the fallen flowers. They're quite lovely, but the president doesn't care for those flowers. You might as well dispose of them. Ah? Lin Yuelian gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. Just as she was about to respond, Assistant Jiang had already hurried after Lu Yunfeng. The president indeed has no fondness for flowers, but he does have an affinity for plants, Secretary Wang added seriously. Lin Yuelian furrowed her brow as she gathered the bouquet. Perhaps I'll give them to the receptionist, she seems to enjoy flowers. Go ahead, Secretary Wang replied dismissively. After Lin had left, she shot Daisy a glare. You better tread carefully. Secretary Lin has a heart big enough to forgive, I hope you remember her kindness. Daisy said nothing, returning to her workstation, staring blankly at her computer screen for an extended period. She believed she had good relationships with the other secretaries, yet in that critical moment, no one had stood up for her. Ironically, it was Lin Yuelian, whom she had previously looked down upon and offended, who had pleaded on her behalf. What is the workplace, if not devoid of genuine feelings? It was only because Lin Yuelian was relatively new to the professional world that she could approach others without defenses. Daisy pulled out her phone, opened the secretary group chat, found Lin Yuelian's profile, and sent a friend request. Lin Jia, can we be friends? I am sincere. As Lin Yuelian descended the stairs with the bouquet, her phone chimed. She handed the flowers to the receptionist, who was initially reluctant to accept them, but after some persuasion, the young woman finally took the bouquet. While riding the elevator, Lin checked her phone. Seeing the friend request from Daisy, she hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Daisy responded almost immediately. Lin Jia, can I call you that from now on? I am truly sorry, Lin Yuelian. It's alright, let us not dwell on the past, but look toward the future. Daisy, I feel quite embarrassed. Could I treat you to dinner one evening as an apology? Lin Yuelian, dinner one tea work. I have plans. Daisy, then next time. Gazing at her phone, Daisy bit her lip. It was okay. She had patience and determination. She was determined to cultivate a friendship with Lin Yuelian. Upon returning to her workstation, Lin Yuelian resumed her tasks. A few moments prior, Lu Yunfeng had sent her an email regarding an upcoming birthday of a female business associate, asking her to select a gift. Lin Yuelian opened a shopping website, resting her chin in her hand, utterly perplexed. Choosing gifts was not her forte, as she herself seldom received them. Lacking experience made the task all the more daunting. Wang, are you aware of who this female business associate of the boss is? He mentioned her birthday is imminent and asked me to select a gift, Lin Yuelian inquired humbly. Secretary Wang paused, momentarily taken aback. Isn't the record of all business associates documented in the work log? Their preferences should also be noted. The work log only lists male associates, there are no females, Lin Yuelian replied, feeling increasingly disheartened. Secretary Wang tapped her forehead, raising her voice slightly. A female business associate? You mean the president has female associates? Yes, Lin Yuelian affirmed earnestly. Secretary Wang shook her head. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Rather than guessing here, why not ask directly? A gift must resonate with the recipient's heart to be deemed successful. Otherwise, even the most extravagant gift would be in vain. Understood, Lin Yuelian replied gratefully, appreciating Secretary Wang's workplace wisdom. She closed her computer and walked towards the president's office. As she prepared to knock, she noticed Secretary Han respectfully ushering in a sharply dressed businesswoman. Chapter 73. A Decade's Pact. Let us marry President Yao, please come in. Han Xiaoshu bowed at a perfect 90 degrees, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Yao Liren, striding in her high heels, exuded an aura that reached 2 meters and 8 centimeters. As she was about to enter Lu Yunfeng's office, her peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Yuetian, instantly captivated by her elegance. Who is that? Yao Liren inquired. Han Xiaoshu replied dismissively, she is the secretary in the secretary's office. A secretary? Yao Liren raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. She had not anticipated that Lu's group would be so accommodating towards women, allowing a woman of such age to remain in the workforce. With purposeful strides, she entered the office, her energy palpable. Shingo Lu Yunfeng was on the phone with Madame Lu, lamenting about Lin Yuetian being exceedingly kind-hearted. He had never before shared such thoughts with his mother, nor did he gossip behind people's backs, yet, for reasons unclear, Lin Yuetian had become an exception. That's so alien of her. If she weren't such a good person, how could she have saved your mother? Without her, I might have been lying in a hospital bed with broken limbs. This society has turned many into miserly, indifferent souls, but when a kind-hearted individual appears, one cannot criticize her merely for not being wicked enough, can they? You must believe that good deeds will be rewarded. Has she not encountered me, she will undoubtedly meet more benefactors in the future, and this is all a testament to her kindness, Madame Lu earnestly conveyed over the phone. Her perspective diverged from her son's, solidifying her determination to have Lin Yuetian as a daughter. In this era, rife with materialism and rapid pace, individuals like Lin Yuetian truly are rare gems. Let's not discuss this further. We have business associates visiting. Lu Yunfeng had initially hoped his mother would persuade Lin Yuetian to temper her excessive kindness. However, he found himself rendered speechless by her arguments. After hanging up, he rubbed his temples and glanced at the nearly empty teacup. Habitually, he contemplated using the landline to request Lin Yuetian to brew a fresh pot of tea, but upon noticing Yao Liren seated not far away, he altered his decision. Secretary Han, please prepare a pot of tea, he instructed. Ha? Han Xiaoshu was taken aback. Wasn't brewing tea a task Lin Yuetian typically handled? Why was she being summoned instead? Yet, the boss's word was law. Despite her confusion, Han Xiaoshu bowed and exited the office. Shingu, it's been ages. Yao Liren stood, extending her hand. Lu Yunfeng grasped it, yet, Yao Liren hesitated to release her grip, a smirk playing on her lips. How unfair, time has left no mark upon your visage. You too, appear remarkably youthful, Lu Yunfeng complimented. Only then did Yao Liren relinquish his hand, returning to the sofa, crossing her legs. It has been 7 years since we last met, hasn't it? Indeed, Lu Yunfeng replied nonchalantly, settling into the chair opposite her. He opened a drawer and retrieved a box of fine cigars. Even before lighting one, the rich scent of nicotine permeated the air. Yao Liren waved her hand dismissively. I don't smoke, I've quit. Lu Yunfeng expressed surprise. An old chain smoker like you has truly quit? Indeed, Yao Liren chuckled, her gaze filled with affection. Do you remember our pact from 10 years ago? If 10 years later, you remain unmarried and I too am unwed, we shall marry. Her eyes bore into his, brimming with longing, as if she could leap into his embrace at any moment should he respond. However, Lu Yunfeng remained composed, his reaction light and airy. A drunken jest, and you take it seriously? Why shouldn't I? Yao Liren scoffed lightly. We are far too alike, we would sacrifice anything for our careers, yet now, we are both financially free, with more wealth than we could ever spend. Looking back on the first half of our lives, we realize we have lost so much. You know my stance on solitude, Lu Yunfeng stated, lighting his cigar, the smoke curling around his handsome, mature features. Yao Liren laughed heartily, her entire being trembling with mirth. Still not forgotten about Ningxia, for her sake, you even changed your name. It's been 30 years, surely such devotion should be set aside? It has nothing to do with Ningxia. I have grown accustomed to being single for so long. Life is short, I have no desire to let someone intrude upon my existence. Lu Yunfeng maintained an unfazed demeanor, flicking away the ash. Yao Liren gazed at his cool demeanor, entranced. No matter how many years passed, she remained captivated by his allure and temperament. Enough of that, let us change the subject, she said quickly. I have completely severed ties with Wall Street and am now with Dongsheng. We shall be partners moving forward. Would it be too much to ask you to host a dinner for our collaborators tonight? Of course, that is no problem, Lu Yunfeng responded with a smile. Then let us go to Yunhan Noodle House. I wish to dine there. Yao Liren decisively chose the location. 7 years ago, when she departed from the capital for Wall Street in the M country, her last meal had been at Yunhan Noodle House. She knew that the flavors from this establishment echoed those of Lu Yunfeng's father, which was why he had been a regular patron. From the initial price of 30 yuan for a bowl of noodles, it had climbed significantly over the years. It was rumored that a bowl of luxurious lobster meat sauce noodles now commanded a price of 1,888 yuan. This was all attributable to Lu Yunfeng's support, which had propelled the establishment to new heights. Very well, then. We shall go to this noodle house. I will have my secretary reserve a table in advance. Lu Yunfeng took out his phone, intending to call Lin Yuetian, yet, for reasons unknown, upon seeing her name, he abruptly halted. No need to make a special reservation. I have a private room at that restaurant. For reasons he could not fathom, he found himself reluctant to call upon Lin Yuetian in Yao Liren's presence, despite the fact that she was his secretary and such tasks fell within her purview. Outside the office, Lin Yuetian waited, growing increasingly restless upon seeing Han Xiaoshu enter the tea room and shortly emerge with tea. She expressed her skepticism. Secretary Han, why are you the one brewing tea? Who knows? Perhaps the president has grown weary of your tea and wishes to try something different. Han Xiaoshu shrugged. I shan't linger, I must return inside to deliver the tea. Lin Yuetian continued to wait outside. A few minutes later, when Han Xiaoshu reappeared and saw her still there, she asked, why are you still here? I have a few matters to discuss with the boss. I suggest you return to your workstation and wait until the end of the day. I just overheard that the president and President Yao are having dinner together. They are reminiscing, and the president likely won't have time to attend to you in between. I see. Lin Yuetian nodded. Should I make reservations for the dinner? No need. The president has already taken care of that. He and President Yao are old acquaintances and good friends privately. Their meeting doesn't require going through company procedures. Understood, Lin Yuetian replied, not giving it much thought. Returning to her workstation, she pondered over gifts for a while. As the end of the workday approached, she glanced at the president's office. Seeing the door firmly shut, she decided to pack her belongings and leave. Secretary Wang, I'm heading out now. I have plans for the evening, she informed Secretary Wang as she departed. Secretary Wang nodded. Go ahead, I'll be leaving shortly as well. Suddenly, Lin Yuetian's eyes lit up with realization. Her curiosity piqued. To Sister Lin, you mentioned you have plans? What kind of plans? Surely it can't be a date, can it? Chapter 74 of The Collision of Two on a Date. Adrenaline soars. It is indeed with a male friend, but not in the way you might be thinking, Lin Yuelian stated earnestly. Secretary Wang's eyes curved into crescent shapes. What do you mean by the way I'm thinking? Oh dear, Lin Yuelian chuckled helplessly. I won't discuss this any further. With that, she left, her small handbag slung over her shoulder. As it was peak commuting time, the elevator queue was lengthy, compounded by the throngs of people on the street. By the time Lin Yuelian reached the Yunhan Noodle House, it was already past 6:40. Their rendezvous was set for 7 o'clock, so she had arrived a bit early. To her surprise, upon entering the noodle house, Fang Weidong was already seated at a table by the window, intently studying the menu. Brother Dong, how long have you been here? Lin Yuelian approached him, feeling slightly embarrassed. Though she was not late, she felt a twinge of guilt for his early arrival. Fang Weidong smiled and looked up. Not for long. Do you frequent this noodle house? Any special recommendations? Lin Yuelian furrowed her brow in contemplation. This was her first visit, but her boss, Lu Yunfeng, had been a regular here for years. The fact that a billionaire tycoon favored this establishment surely indicated its exceptional quality. It would be hard to go wrong. However, lacking knowledge of the house specialties, she recalled Lu Yunfeng's preferences. Perhaps the lobster meat sauce noodles, they should be quite delightful. Should be? Fang Weidong gazed intently at her. Lin Yuelian smiled awkwardly. Actually, I've never dined here before, but my boss loves this place. Ah, I see. Fang Weidong nodded. Then allow me to treat you today. That won't do, we agreed that I would treat. Lin Yuelian asserted firmly. She did not wish to owe Fang Weidong anything, preferring a situation of mutual independence to minimize future interactions. However, her insistence was misinterpreted by Fang Weidong. In his view, a woman initiating payment during a meal was a commendable gesture, unlike many contemporary women who believed friendship necessitated male expenditure. He found that mindset akin to that of opportunistic women. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes. Fang Weidong relinquished the battle over who would pay. He considered that if Lin Yuelian covered the bill this time, he would have an opportunity to treat her on their next outing. This reciprocity could potentially cultivate deeper feelings over time. Yes, listen to me. Lin Yuelian requested a menu from the waitress. Upon opening the menu, she was taken aback to find the signature lobster meat sauce noodles listed at 1,888 yuan per bowl. One bowl, is that truly the price? May I take your order? A nearby waitress inquired politely. Lin Yuelian hurriedly flipped through the menu, scanning it hastily until she reached the very end, where the cheapest noodles were listed. She pointed. 1 bowl of vegetable and shredded pork noodles, and 1 bowl of the signature lobster meat sauce noodles. Brother Dong, would you like any appetizers, and what would you like to drink? No appetizers, just plain water will suffice. Fang Weidong smiled, having already discerned the flicker of distress in Lin Yuelian's eyes. He found it quite amusing that she insisted on maintaining appearances of affluence. Then let that be our order. Lin Yuelian closed the menu, strategically taking a sip of water. Fong Weidong was about to tease her when the noodle house door swung open, and a man clad in an administrative jacket strode in. The man, imposing and wearing silver-rimmed glasses, appeared quite refined, yet his expression was anything but. He approached Lin Yuelian and Fong Weidong's table with an air of fury. What is going on here? Why are you two dining together alone? Fu Guoping interrogated them with barely concealed rage. He had arranged for his discharge from the hospital, anticipating a visit from his son and daughter-in-law after work. However, disliking the sterile scent of medications and the stark white environment of the hospital, he had wandered aimlessly after completing the discharge formalities. During his aimless wandering, he thought to find Lin Yuelian at the Jinding building. Yet, on the way, he spotted her leaving work and followed her, only to stumble upon this jaw-dropping scene. Both Lin Yuelian and Fong Weidong were utterly unprepared, especially Fong Weidong, who was startled. He found it puzzling that Fu Guoping was not still in the hospital. What I do with whom is none of your business. Lin Yuelian leaned back against her chair, lifting her gaze to the agitated man beside her, who exuded no trace of a professor's scholarly demeanor, but rather appeared quite volatile. Go to hell. Fong Weidong, how dare you steal my woman? Fu Guoping's emotions were on the verge of explosion. Without further ado, he seized Fong Weidong by the collar, raising his fist to strike. Fong Weidong dodged but not entirely, receiving a solid punch to the corner of his mouth. Stunned by the blow, Fong Weidong tasted the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. He spat out the coppery-flavored. Lin Yuelian, exasperated, pulled out her phone and dialed 110, warning Fu Guoping, if you continue to cause a scene, I will call the police. Fu Guoping, unyielding, radiated an aura of animosity. Go ahead and report it. I have no qualms about escalating this to the police station. We haven't even finalized our divorce yet. People will only say you lack propriety. Lack propriety? Oh, Fu Guoping, please refrain from hurling baseless accusations. I am merely dining with Fong Weidong in broad daylight. How does that equate to impropriety? Lin Yuelian was infuriated. She was increasingly disillusioned with Fu Guoping. In truth, Fu Guoping was merely jealous, unable to tolerate the sight of Lin Yuelian with another man. Noticing that he had lost his composure, Fong Weidong decided to stoke the flames further. He pushed Fu Guoping away, wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue, and shoved Fu Guoping back. Fu Guoping, let me be frank. I am pursuing Lian. I have feelings for her. I want to marry her. His declaration ignited a spark. Fu Guoping's eyes widened in disbelief, and without hesitation, he raised his fist, intent on striking Fong Weidong with all his might. Fong Weidong, unyielding, smirked. Did you truly think I couldn't take you on? I was merely sparing you from embarrassment for Lian's sake. However, for a scoundrel like you, I have no reason to show leniency. Ah, Lian? How endearing, you're asking for trouble. How dare you? I previously asked you what you would do if Lian got married. You said you would give her a generous gift. I also inquired about your thoughts on my pursuing her, and you said it was fine. I have a recording. Do you wish to renege on your word? How could you have set a trap for me? You even recorded it. The two university professors exchanged increasingly vulgar insults as they engaged in a brawl, creating a chaotic scene in the restaurant. The owner was not in a hurry to call the police, intending instead to seek compensation from both parties once the ordeal concluded. The restaurant had surveillance cameras, capturing the entire debacle. They could not evade responsibility. Lin Yuelian, utterly exasperated, had no desire to intervene. Grabbing her bag, she attempted to leave. Indifferent to their fight, their fates were of no concern to her. Just as she turned, however, her left hand was seized by one man, while the other grasped her right arm. Both men, evenly matched, faced off, nearly in unison. Lian, don't go. When did you and Fong Weidong become involved? Is your determination to divorce because of him? Fu Guoping questioned. Chapter 75. Coveting her for 7 years, Lin Yuetian was utterly speechless. Fu Guoping, how can you turn the tables like this? Are you completely oblivious to the reasons behind my divorce? Perhaps the profanity was contagious. Having just overheard those two men hurling expletives at each other, Lin Yuetian found herself cursing as well. Fu Guoping was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Lin Yuetian speaking so vulgarly. At that moment, Fong Weidong stepped forward, resembling a towering figure, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Yuetian. Fu Guoping, it is I who harbors unrequited feelings for a Lian. Do not slander her. A woman is virtuous as she deserves to be cherished, and if you fail to do so, rest assured, someone else will. Unrequited love, damn you, I took every precaution, yet I never expected the greatest threat would come from within my own home. Fu Guoping's emotions surged once more. Fong Weidong, undeterred, raised his voice, more forceful than before. Every time we had a gathering, after everyone had too much to drink, only Lian would come to fetch you. What about old Lu and old Zhang's wives? They wouldn't care if their husbands drank themselves to death outside. Who doesn't know that your mother has been paralyzed for a decade? You treat your visits to the care facility like a vacation, only occasionally glancing at her. You leave all the dirty and laborious tasks to alien. And you have never once taken responsibility for your family's affairs. The reason your child was able to gain admission to university, an esteemed 211 institution, and secure a position at a major corporation post-graduation, is entirely due to alien's efforts. What do you have to do with it? Food-whopping, a wife like her, so rare to find, and yet you have taken her for granted. You truly deserve all that comes your way. Food-whopping opened his mouth, rendered speechless, for Fong Weidong's words rang true. Trembling with rage, he recognized that he had indeed wronged Lin Yuetian, yet he stubbornly refused to admit it. What man of pride would willingly bow his head and acknowledge his faults? After a lengthy pause, Fu Guoping finally calmed himself, his voice hoarse and deep. When did you start coveting your brother's woman? Fong Weidong replied with an air of boldness. 7 years ago, on the day Alien organized your birthday banquet, exhausted yet scolded by you, I saw her pitiable state and truly wished to rush over, give you a beating, and comfort her in my embrace. You bastard! Fu Guoping could no longer contain himself. So this scoundrel had been fixated on his wife for such an extended period. He swung his fist, and a brawl ensued between him and Fong Weidong. Both men were not to be trifled with, retaliating fiercely. They overturned tables and chairs, creating chaos that rendered the establishment unfit for business. Other patrons were affected. Some watched the spectacle, recording videos on their phones, while others fled in fear, abandoning their orders. The owner did not intervene, knowing that the consequences would ultimately fall on these two troublemakers. Lin Yuetian felt utterly drained, while the two men showed no concern for their dignity. She found herself embarrassed by their antics. What is going on? Why are these two old men fighting so fiercely? Isn't it over that old woman beside them? TSK, I didn't expect middle-aged men to be so reckless. That auntie is something else. Beauty brings disaster, regardless of age. I just heard that old auntie is cheating. That bespectacled man is her husband, and the other is a colleague. Oh, how scandalous! Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows, and yet these two are brazenly carrying on under her husband's nose? Truly shameless. As Lu Yunfeng's Maybach pulled up outside Yunhan Noodle House, he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance. Yao Liren exited the vehicle, peering through the glass and frowning at the disarray within. What is happening? It seems like there is a fight inside? Lu Yunfeng, hands in his pockets and face cold, replied, let us dine elsewhere. He despised such raucous environments. Yao Liren nodded, somewhat displeased. Who was responsible for ruining her chance to eat at this establishment? Unable to resist, she turned for one last glance inside, her gaze landing on Lin Yuetian. Chenggu, isn't that your secretary? She remembered Lin Yuetian well. After all, it was quite rare for a president of a publicly listed company to have an older woman as a secretary. Secretary? Lu Yunfeng's brow furrowed. Which of his secretaries had the audacity to cause a scene in his favorite restaurant? President, it's Secretary Lin. Assistant Zhang peered inside. Disgruntled upon hearing Secretary Lin, Lu Yunfeng halted in his tracks. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and strode into the establishment. Assistant Zhang gestured for the bodyguards to clear a path. The owner, casually snacking at the cash register, was startled when he caught sight of Lu Yunfeng and hurried to greet him. Mr. Lu, welcome me, but there has been a bit of a disturbance. Perhaps we could move to a private room in the back? Lu Yunfeng's piercing gaze fell on the two men still locked in combat. Onlookers were chiming in, some even directing insults at Lin Yuetian. Shameless man and woman, how can they still show their faces here? Your husband caught you red-handed, and instead of fleeing, you retaliate. In this day and age, the male mistress is so audacious. Without knowing the full circumstances, it is unwise to comment. Don't you understand this principle? Lin Yuetian shouted at those who insulted her. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears. They only believed what they wished to think, or aware that she could not win a verbal battle against the crowd. Lin Yuetian turned to leave. However, a meddlesome bystander stepped forward to block her path. Trying to leave? Where do you think you're going? I've called the police. You two scoundrels will have to explain yourselves. Let go of me. What right do you have to stop me? Lin Yuetian retorted, exasperated. The well-meaning bystander smugly declared, because I am a champion of justice. His companion recorded the incident on his phone, preparing to post it on social media, already drafting the caption, Judgment Day at the Noodle House. Catching the male mistress and cheating wife in action. If this video were to be released, they would surely go viral. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuetian, the intentions of these two-inch good Samaritans were far from noble. Rumors could destroy a person, even if she was entirely innocent. Let me go. Lin Yuetian shouted, but her pleas were in vain just as the standoff escalated and she felt utterly helpless. A tall and imposing figure swiftly intervened. He shielded her from the crowd, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, protecting her within his embrace. Assistant Jiang signaled the bodyguards to clear a path. Liu Yunfeng wasted no time, leading Lin Yuetian out, disregarding the murmurs of onlookers and the flashes of cameras. Shanggood Yao Liren was separated from the crowd, attempting to follow Lu Yunfeng. However, he had already escorted Lin Yuetian out of the noodle house and safely into the Maybach. Seal all news regarding tonight's events. Those who are filming and recording inside, tell them to shut their mouths. Lu Yunfeng commanded coldly, his eyes filled with fury. Understood. Assistant Jiang remained behind to manage the aftermath, not following them into the car. Lu Yunfeng promptly instructed the driver to depart, rolling down the window as they left to order a car to take President Yao home. Yes, Assistant Jiang replied respectfully. By the time Yao Liren squeezed through the crowd, she found that the Maybach had already sped away. What was happening? Had they truly abandoned her? Chapter 76. Secretary Lin, do we appear to be a couple? Mr. Yao, please wait outside for a moment. I have already summoned a car for you, Assistant Jiang said, bowing deeply to Yao Liren as he hung up the phone. Yao Liren stared in disbelief at the direction the Maybach had vanished, her mind reeling. I haven't seen Shingo for 7 years, and he actually left me behind? Wasn't he supposed to treat me to dinner and welcome me back? I truly apologize. Assistant Jiang maintained his 90-degree bow, pondering how to articulate the situation. He certainly couldn't divulge that Secretary Lin was no ordinary secretary. The president held her in exceptionally high regard. Why would Shingo be so concerned about a mere secretary? Yao Liren frowned, a mix of frustration and anger brewing within her. Standing upright, Assistant Jiang's thoughts raced. What you may not know, Ms. Yao, is that Secretary Lin is the savior of the old madam's life. Naturally, the president treats her differently from others. Savior of her life? Yao Liren mulled over the phrase, skeptical yet perturbed. Nonetheless, she felt a wave of irritation. Even if she is a savior, she shouldn't just abandon me. Inside the Maybach, Lin Yulian remained on edge, her mind momentarily blank, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of grievance. It was Fu Guoping who had betrayed her, who had taken a mistress and fathered an illegitimate child, yet, why was she the one being vilified and insulted in the end? She had initially resolved to cause a scene at the university after the divorce, hoping to secure a larger share of the marital assets. Now it seemed that more than any financial gain, it would be far more satisfying to see Fu Guoping meet his downfall, to witness him suffer the consequences of his own actions, never to harass her again. Driver, please take me to S University. Lin Yulian's voice trembled as she spoke. Having just been surrounded by so many onlookers, she felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation, utterly powerless and despondent. Do as she says, head to S University, Lu Yunfeng instructed the driver. The driver nodded and quickly set the navigation towards S University. Everything is alright now, you are safe, and that crowd will not disturb you again. Tonight's events will not be made public, Lu Yunfeng reassured her in a hushed tone. He was not skilled in offering comfort and was uncertain of what a woman needed most during her most vulnerable moments. Thank you. Lin Yulian turned her head slightly, her deep-set eyes glistening with unshed tears. If it weren't for your intervention, I might have been verbally assaulted by that crowd, perhaps even on the verge of a breakdown. Boss, you are my savior, she said earnestly. You overstate it. A savior is a grand title. Lu Yunfeng felt a tumult of emotions within him. It was the first time he had seen Lin Yulian so fragile. In his eyes, she was an exceptionally strong woman, seemingly unyielding. Yet just moments ago, he had witnessed her reddened eyes. It is my fault, I have been too greedy, Lin Yulian pouted. I should have caused a scene at the school much earlier, forcing Fu Guoping into suspension. Instead, I thought I could secure a larger share of living expenses and alimony after the divorce, planning to completely sever ties only after obtaining the funds. My relentless forbearance has only emboldened him further. You have been a full-time housewife for 30 years. It is only natural for you to plan for your life post-divorce. You deserve every penny, even to demand that the scoundrel leaves with nothing. Lu Yunfeng's heart ached more with each word. By some inexplicable impulse, he felt a surge of protectiveness. In fact, I can hire a lawyer for you, to assist in your case and ensure your ex-husband leaves with nothing. Hiring a lawyer must be expensive, and I don't want to trouble you. Lin Yulian bit her lip. Lu Yunfeng sighed. Sometimes, it is okay to show vulnerability. You are not a superhero. Lin Yulian, I genuinely wish to assist you. You can lean on me from time to time. He held back these words, instead opting for a different approach. The lawyer's fees can be deducted from your salary. Your translation work at this international conference was excellent, and you received a bonus for 3 months, so it can be deducted from there. Is that permissible? Lin Yulian's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Lu Yunfeng found himself softening. Of course, the company has humanitarian considerations for its employees. That's a relief, then. I would greatly appreciate your help in finding a lawyer. Lin Yulian lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lu Yunfeng smirked. The company has aided you, so how will you repay it? I will work extra hours every day, or perhaps you could assign me other tasks, boss. Lin Yulian declared with enthusiasm. Lu Yunfeng shook his head. You workaholic, I am not some malevolent capitalist intent on exploiting you alone. It's alright, I don't view it as exploitation, it's my way of giving back to the company, Lin Yulian replied earnestly. Lu Yunfeng found himself amused. Perhaps it was not the company she should repay but rather him as her boss? Alright, Secretary Lin, since you insist, I cannot feign refusal without appearing insincere. Given your proficiency in English, you shall serve as my translator from now on. Ha! Lin Yulian blinked. Isn't your translator Daisy? Boss, you aren't planning to dismiss her, are you? Who said I was going to let her go? She will remain my written translator, while you will be my oral translator. Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. What, just earlier, you mentioned wanting to repay the company. I can do that, it is absolutely no problem, Lin Yulian said, biting her lip. Lu Yunfeng understood her internal conflict. Rest assured, Daisy's salary will not be reduced. Then it's settled. Lin Yulian lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Lu Yunfeng chuckled helplessly. She truly was a soft-hearted person. 30 minutes later, the Maybach arrived at S University. As the car pulled into the campus and parked by the roadside, several students approached to gawk. I wonder which wealthy young master is here to pick up his girlfriend. Who knows, perhaps it's a hookup. The students chattered away. Lu Yunfeng propped his hand against his temple, leisurely observing Lin Yulian. What do you intend to do here? The sky had darkened, the night enveloping them. Scanning the distant academic building revealed only a few scattered lights. Lin Yulian awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. I initially planned to create a scene at the school, but it seems the academic office has closed for the day. Perhaps another day, she could enlist Wang Ju to accompany her for the ruckus. Suddenly, Lin Yulian's stomach growled, punctuating the air with its timing. Lu Yunfeng couldn't help but laugh. Shall we head to the school cafeteria for a quick bite? That works, as long as you don't mind, boss. There is a noodle shop nearby that serves quite well, Lin Yulian stammered. Lu Yunfeng glanced at the vibrant young students outside, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt a whim to stroll through the university. I don't mind, he said with interest. Then it's settled. I'll treat, Lin Yulian declared, patting her chest. Lu Yunfeng nodded in agreement. The two exited the car, and upon seeing a middle-aged couple, the students swiftly dispersed. Guess we were mistaken, it's not a rich second generation picking up his girlfriend, but rather wealthy parents coming to fetch their child. How enviable. When will I be able to become their child? A handsome dad, a beautiful mom. Wealthy parents truly are different. Lu Yunfeng listened to the students' chatter, unable to suppress a smile. Walking alongside Lin Yulian, he turned to her. Secretary Lin, do we appear to be a couple? Chapter 77. Let us part ways. Lin Yuetian suddenly halted in her tracks. Lu Yunfeng chuckled with ease. That group of little kids said it, not me. That's not true, boss. You are a paragon of excellence. Our temperaments are fundamentally different. They probably couldn't see clearly due to the darkness. When daylight breaks, they might exclaim, oh, that lady must be his maid. Secretary Lin, you. Lu Yunfeng found himself both amused and exasperated. That joke is quite cold. The two walked along the tree-lined path at the school, dimly lit street lamps casting elongated shadows of the pair. Lin Yuetian focused on the shadow beneath her feet, suddenly struck by a thought. By the way, boss, you mentioned I should give a birthday gift to a business associate. May I inquire who this associate is? I wish to gather her preferences so that I can choose a suitable gift. Lu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had initially intended for Lin Yuetian to select any valuable gift at her leisure, but he hadn't anticipated her earnestness. Yao Liren, previously on Wall Street, now at Dongsheng. She works in finance and is quite an impressive investor. Yao Liren, oh, I see, she is the Yao general from earlier, right? Lin Yuetian realized belatedly there had been so many people at the noodle shop that she had only vaguely caught sight of Yao Liren. Indeed. Lu Yunfeng casually placed his hands in his pockets. Just buy her something nice, pick something expensive. How can it be so casual? Secretary Han mentioned you are old acquaintances. Since it's a gift for an old friend, it must be thoughtful. Lin Yuetian insisted earnestly. Lu Yunfeng felt somewhat helpless. Secretary Lin, it's after work. Let us not discuss work. All right. Lin Yuetian nodded apologetically. She had heard that Lu Yunfeng was a workaholic, tirelessly engrossed in work for 24 hours a day, yet just moments ago, when the topic of work arose, he seemed rather distracted. It appeared that the rumors were unfounded. The big boss was not as he was portrayed. As they continued walking, they finally arrived at the 6th canteen. The 6th canteen is relatively far and frequented by fewer students, but there is a place here that serves really delicious sauce noodles. Lin Yuetian expertly led Lu Yunfeng to the restaurant to place their order. Lu Yunfeng sat down, scanning the surroundings and noting the scarcity of dining students. "Did you and your ex-husband frequent this place?" Lu Yunfeng's gaze was penetrating as he observed Lin Yuetian breaking her chopsticks, preparing to indulge. Lin Yuetian paused, biting her lip. "He never dined with me at school. Perhaps he felt I wouldn't measure up and was afraid of being seen by his students. Sometimes he would be busy at school, sleeping there. I would come early the next morning to deliver clean clothes to him and take the opportunity to eat here. So that was it." Lu Yunfeng nodded, choosing to remain silent. One could only say that Fu Guoping was indeed not a good person. "This place does taste quite good, but it doesn't compare to the dishes you prepare, Secretary Lin," Lu Yunfeng remarked after finishing his meal. Lin Yuetian was taken aback. "Really, I consider my cooking to be quite ordinary. The most challenging cuisine is indeed home-cooked meals. It embodies the essence of home." Lu Yunfeng rose, stepping towards the exit. Lin Yuetian paid the bill and quickly followed. Just as they exited the 6th canteen, a young girl of about 10 approached, carrying a flower basket. "Uncle, would you buy a bouquet for the lady? My flowers are very effective. They're called happiness and fulfillment. If you give my flowers to the lady, you will surely find happiness together." "Little one, don't speak out of turn. This uncle and I do not share the relationship you think," Lin Yuetian replied, somewhat taken aback. She had heard from Assistant Zhang and Secretary Wang that the boss was not fond of flowers. Perhaps he was allergic to pollen. The little girl blinked in confusion. "So you're not a couple? I thought you were." It turned out she had misunderstood. The two might just be colleagues at the university. "I'm sorry," the little girl said apologetically, clutching her bouquet and turning to leave. Lu Yunfeng furrowed his brow, calling out to her, "How much for a bouquet?" The little girl's face lit up. "All my flowers are grown by my grandmother, completely natural, no additives. A bouquet is 520 yuan. What kind of flowers are so expensive?" Lin Yuetian asked, exasperated. While she rarely bought flowers, she wasn't entirely ignorant. A beautifully packaged bouquet at a flower shop typically cost 100 or 200 yuan, and even the most extravagant wouldn't exceed 300. 520 yuan seemed outrageous. "I told you, these are grown by my grandmother. Her garden is small, and the quantity of flowers is limited each year. This is what they call rarity." The little girl was quite articulate. Lu Yunfeng chuckled knowingly. He had always wanted a daughter, but regrettably, the child his mother brought home was a boy. Later, when his mother intended to adopt a girl, various circumstances delayed it, and it ultimately fell through. The little girl's spirited demeanor was not off-putting to him. In fact, it brought him joy. "All right then, I'll take this red bouquet." "Uncle, you're going to be rich." "Auntie, this uncle is worth it. You cheer up." The little girl presented her QR code for Lu Yunfeng to scan. After he completed the transaction, she waved and skipped away. "Boss, is this bouquet for General Yao? You could have instructed me to purchase it from a flower shop," Lin Yuetian stated earnestly. Lu Yunfeng thrust the bouquet into her arms. "It's not for her." "Ah?" Lin Yuetian was left perplexed. "Don't you like flowers?" Lu Yunfeng declared with a domineering yet cold demeanor. "The bouquet you have hidden under your desk is too tacky and ugly. Replace it with this one." "Ah?" Lin Yuetian blinked in astonishment, utterly bewildered. The boss claimed the champagne roses were tacky. She didn't see it that way. "But this is a red rose." "Boss, I can't accept this. If I tell you to accept it, then accept it. This is a company perk. Tomorrow, the company will distribute red roses to all female employees." "Ah?" Lin Yuetian was left in a state of shock, her mind racing. Tomorrow wasn't International Women's Day. Why would the company provide such a benefit? Lu Yunfeng maintained a serious expression, not allowing Lin Yuetian the opportunity to process her thoughts. At that moment, a Maybach pulled up beside him, and he stood tall by the car, exuding an imposing aura. "Aren't you coming to open the door?" "Coming." Lin Yuetian hurriedly clasped the bouquet and jogged over to open the door. Subsequently, she nestled into the seat beside him, still holding the flowers. Upon returning to the Jinding building, it was already past 10 o'clock. Lin Yuetian cradled the bouquet, wandering around the room in search of a vase. Having found none, she drank a bottle of mineral water, repurposed the bottle, and arranged the flowers within it. On the coffee table, Liang Tian had left a note. Frowny face. Dear Mom, I've reconciled with Jaya, and I've collected all my belongings. From now on, I won't be around, so please take care of yourself. You can visit me and Jaya on weekends. We'll cook for you, love, your sweetie. Reading the neat, densely packed handwriting, Lin Yuetian smiled knowingly. While life here was tranquil, chaos reigned at the Xiqing police station. A sudden drizzle began to fall, the autumn air laced with icy pellets. Ye Junjun held an umbrella, waiting outside the police station. Fong Weidong and Fu Guoping exited one after the other, both bearing bruises on their faces. Fong Weidong brushed past Yi Junjun, deliberately bumping into her without courtesy. Yi Junjun stumbled slightly. What are you doing? Fong Weidong ignored her, casting a disdainful glance that invited her to draw her own conclusions. Pingu, what exactly happened? Why did you end up fighting with Teacher Fong? Yi Junjun inched closer to Fu Guoping, shifting the umbrella toward him. Fu Guoping, enveloped in a low-pressure aura, replied in a subdued tone, Junjun, let us part ways. His voice was swallowed by the rain-soaked night, sounding pale and feeble. Chapter 78 Men, wanting both ways. Separation. What does that mean? Yi Junjun was utterly unprepared, completely bewildered. With her burgeoning belly, she had braved the torrential rain to fetch Fu Guoping, hoping he would appreciate her virtues, not to sever their ties. Only by breaking up with you will Alien reconsider her feelings. Fu Guoping adjusted his glasses atop his nose. The glass lenses concealed his heartless gaze, and his expression remained detached. Yi Junjun felt a mix of anger and amusement. She had believed her youth and fertility gave her an advantage over the older Lin Yuelian. Yet, at this moment, she realized Fu Guoping was devoid of compassion, weighing the pros and cons, placing her and Lin Yuelian on the same scale to assess their worth. But how could she accept that, 11 years of her youth, if we part ways, what about the child, Xiao Guang, and this unborn baby in my womb? Do you have the heart to let them grow up without a father? Yi Junjun forcibly suppressed her fury, her face a portrait of grievance and vulnerability. Yet if you have made up your mind, then fine, I agree to separate. I shall become a pitiful single mother. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. I came to find you in this condition, only to face such an outcome. Pingu, without you, I cannot survive. With that, she flung aside her umbrella and leapt into the downpour, sprinting towards the road. Fu Guoping, taken aback, was still mired in the melancholy of betrayal by his brother and the loss of his beloved. By the time he realized Yi Junjun was intent on self-harm, he hurried after her into the deluge. With all his might, he pulled her back into his embrace. Are you trying to get yourself killed? A passing driver yelled, rolling down his window in disgust. The splashing water drenched the two in an embrace, rendering them soaked to the skin. Yi Junjun, have you lost your mind? Fu Guoping shouted in anger. Yi Junjun, her voice quivering with tears, replied, yes, I have lost my mind. I would die for you. Can Lin Yuelian say the same? She wants nothing more than to cast you aside. Stop this madness. Don't joke with your life. Before Fu Guoping could finish, Yi Junjun suddenly rose on her toes and kissed his lips. In the pouring rain, they shared a long, passionate kiss. Upon returning to the apartment, Yi Junjun gently pushed Fu Guoping towards the bedroom. Though he initially retained some composure, the sight of the young, alluring woman, drenched and fervent, proved too much to resist. They spent a night wrapped in warmth. The next day, Fu Guoping awoke naturally. Yi Junjun had long risen, prepared breakfast, and was quietly chatting with Fu Jiaguang in the living room. Mom, I'm full. I'm going to school now, Fu Jiaguang announced, slinging his backpack over his shoulders. Mom, I scored 100 on my test. Didn't you say Dad would reward me? Be good, Xiao Guang, your father has been troubled lately. Perhaps next time. Yi Junjun gently caressed her child's head, understanding. Fu Jiaguang nodded. All right then. Fu Guoping, standing behind the bedroom door, watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a smile. After a night of turmoil, his mind had finally cleared. He had such a young and beautiful woman by his side, who had given him such a bright and obedient son. How could he bear to part ways? Pingu, you're awake. Yi Junjun turned to tidy up the dishes when she spotted Fu Guoping emerging. He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and kissed her cheek. Is the baby alright? In 3 months, everything will be fine, and we can have a normal married life. Yi Junjun shyly tilted her head. Your stubble hurts me. Ignoring her protest, Fu Guoping continued to kiss her. Yi Junjun pouted. Pingu, can we not separate? Starting today, I will learn to be a virtuous wife and mother. Whatever Lin Yuelian can do, I can do too. Alright, Fu Guoping replied hoarsely, his heart utterly softened. In truth, he desired a perfect wife, one who could manage the household and was beautiful, and if she could also earn money, that would be a definite bonus. Yi Junjun occasionally took on part-time work to earn extra income, being young and attractive, and that was already commendable. Now that she had started doing housework, she was increasingly aligning with his ideal of a perfect wife. We won't separate, we will not part ways, Fu Guoping murmured. Asa man, wanting both is not unreasonable. He desired Yi Junjun, but he would not relinquish Lin Yuelian either. Meanwhile, Lin Yuelian had already arrived early at Yunfeng Group, carrying a thermal bag. She entered the secretary's office. Secretary Wang, have you had breakfast? I made some steamed buns at home this morning. Would you like to try one? I was just about to head downstairs to the cafeteria, Secretary Wang exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she rummaged through the thermal bag. When she pulled out a plump, white bun, she gasped, Sister Lin, you're amazing. These buns are better than what we have in the cafeteria. After taking a large bite, she hummed in delight, they are so delicious. Lin Yuelian beamed with joy, her eyes narrowing happily. She loved to share food with those she had a good relationship with. Secretary Wang had always looked out for her, so she wished to reciprocate. Sister Lin, can I have a taste of the bun you made? Daisy, seated nearby, had been watching Lin Yuelian for quite some time. Hearing this, Secretary Wang shot her a glare. If you want one, you'll have to pay for it, $10 each. Sure, I'll transfer you the money right now. Daisy quickly took out her phone, not feeling the slightest shame. Lin Yuelian found it amusing. It was just a bun, after all, but Secretary Wang was protective. Keep your money, don't be polite with her with that. She handed Daisy a bun. Daisy eagerly bit into it, her reaction mirroring Secretary Wang's. It's really delicious. The other secretaries watched the two with exasperation, shaking their heads in disbelief. It was just a simple bun. How could it be that good? Daisy had been so disdainful of Lin Yuelian before, yet after yesterday's incident, she seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, suddenly fawning over her. How shameless. Hey, what a rarity. Have you all seen the company email? They're giving female employees a benefit. Each gets a bouquet of red roses. Hot, is there a special holiday today? Let me check the calendar. It is not a holiday, who cares? If there's a benefit, let us go get it. Secretary, could you help us collect them? Several female secretaries surrounded the male secretary, He Kong. In a department dominated by women, it was indeed a sad plight. He Song could only smile wryly and said, all right, I'm willing to serve my esteemed sisters. Turning to Secretary Wang and Lin Yuelian, he asked, do you both want me to collect yours as well? Secretary Wang nodded. Absolutely, I don't need it. I've already received flowers from the boss. Lin Yuelian responded softly. Having received flowers from the boss the previous night, she felt it would be excessive to take company flowers as well. You received flowers? Where are they? Secretary Wang looked around, not spotting any roses. Lin Yuelian smiled awkwardly, unsure how to explain. Let us just say you don't need to collect mine. Take your time, Wang, I'll just head to the restroom. Lin Yuelian took her leave, fearing she might say too much. After washing her hands, she remembered something and took out her phone. She found her best friend Wang Ju's contact information. Hello, Ju, do you have time this evening? I'd like to visit S University to consult with the discipline inspection office there. Chapter 79. Has Brother Shen secretly married? Are you ready to report that scoundrel Fu Guoping? I have no objections. What time do you finish work? I will come to find you. I finish at 6 o'clock. I will send you the address shortly. No need, it's Yunfeng Group, right? I have recently learned how to use navigation with my daughter, so I can find the place. All right. Lin Yuelian nodded with satisfaction. Although they were advancing in years, they must continue to learn and keep pace with the times, otherwise, they could easily be left behind by the era. While Lin Yuelian was on the phone, Lu Yunfeng, by coincidence, was also engaged in a call. An international long-distance call to New York. Hello, Shen, what's the matter? There is a 12-hour time difference between the two countries. It was just past 9 in the morning in the capital, while it was still 9 at night in New York. You need to return to the country in the next few days. There's a lawsuit I need your assistance with, Lu Yunfeng said. On the other end of the line, Dennis straightened up. He was a highly esteemed international lawyer, renowned globally for representing celebrities in legal matters. Recently, he was in New York assisting a corporate president with a divorce case. The subject of the contract amounts to $500 billion, and he has agreed with the parties involved to a lawyer's fee of $0. One of the subject matter, which totals $15 million. Are you in such a hurry? I have just wrapped up a major case and was planning to take a few days off in Hawaii, Dennis stated candidly, removing his glasses and pinching the bridge of his nose. Lu Yunfeng crossed his legs, his fingers curled, rhythmically tapping on the surface of the desk. I am quite urgent on my end, you can take your vacation another day. Dennis could not help but adopt a serious tone. What case is it? What is the amount involved? A divorce case, the amount might be several million, came the reply. Several million? Dennis's tone was laced with evident skepticism. For such a minor case, what need would there be for his international legal expertise? The cases he handled typically involved tens or hundreds of billions. It's settled then, I will have my secretary book you a flight back home for tomorrow. Before Dennis could utter another word, the call was abruptly disconnected. Beep, beep, beep. Dennis listened to the busy signal, casting a glance out the window at the night sky, feeling utterly disoriented. He had not yet agreed. How could it be finalized? Bewildered, he rummaged through his contacts and called Yao Liren. Yao Liren and Lu Yunfeng had all grown up together in the same compound. Coincidentally, all three were single and workaholics. Hello? Yao Liren answered the phone sluggishly, her voice tinged with sleepiness. Dennis frowned slightly. Your Highness, are you still in bed? Did you not join Dongsheng? Aren't you going to work? What's the rush? I'll go in around noon. I'm only working half a day. Living the good life, Dennis teased, shaking his head. By the way, I need to ask you something. What is Ashen up to lately? He suddenly asked me to help him with a divorce case, and he is quite insistent that I return home tomorrow. A divorce case? Yao Liren sat up in surprise. Has Xingu secretly gotten married? It's not Ashen. The amount is only a few million, probably someone else. I find it puzzling. He doesn't have many friends in ISNT particularly warm-hearted, whose case is he assisting? Dennis remarked. My lawyer's fees start at 7 figures. He must be doing this for the sake of appearances, but I suspect there is more to it. Yao Liren understood Dennis's implication. Aren't you returning home this time to pursue Ashen? I think it's necessary to inform you about his situation. Thanks. Yao Liren was now fully awake, her drowsiness dissipating. For some reason, her sixth sense told her that the person Xingu was helping was a woman. Assisting a woman with a divorce case, what could be his intentions? After hanging up, Yao Liren immediately called her assistant, instructing him to investigate Lin Yuelian. There's a secretary named Lin beside President Liu. I want results in half an hour. During the subsequent half hour, Yao Liren leisurely went about her morning routine, applying a facial mask and casually selecting an outfit in her dressing room. Today, Dongsheng was holding an induction ceremony for her, inviting numerous business associates to celebrate. A small party would be hosted in the company's banquet hall at noon, and she would be the star of the event, the most radiant presence. Lu Yunfeng, being one of the notable business partners, was sure to attend. Yao Liren meticulously chose the most exquisite jewelry to wear and selected a silver satin evening gown. Holding her high heels, she admired herself in the mirror, thoroughly pleased with her appearance and figure. A childless woman with wealth tends to appear younger and more refined than her peers, who could tell that she was already 48. She looked no different from someone who was 38. Lost in reverie, Yao Liren envisioned herself standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yunfeng, admired by a throng of employees and associates. Just as she was about to change, her assistant's call came through. She switched to speaker mode, speak. While listening to her assistant's report, she continued dressing in front of the mirror. President Yao, we have clarified the information regarding the secretary named Lin. She originally applied for a position at Lu's cleaning services, but for some reason, the young President Lu specifically requested her to the office of the president. She is 50 years old, and her resume states she is divorced, but in reality, she is currently undergoing divorce proceedings. Her husband is a professor at S University. She has a son who, quite coincidentally, works at Dongsheng. Upon hearing this crucial information, Yao Liren paused. You mentioned she is in the process of getting divorced? Yes. After hanging up, Yao Liren remained silent for a long while. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, she suddenly lost her composure, grabbing her high heels and smashing them against the mirror. Was she a fool? How could she have believed Xingu's words, those lofty declarations of being a savior? Last night, Xingu had been so protective of that secretary, which was indicative of deeper feelings. She had never anticipated that Xingu had such peculiar tastes, favoring someone of her age. At Yunfeng Group, Lin Yuelian diligently went about her tasks. Lacking inspiration for a birthday gift for Yao Liren, she sent a text message to her daughter-in-law, Liang Tian, seeking her advice. The young girl, being knowledgeable, quickly provided a multitude of useful suggestions. Aware of Yao Liren's passion for jewelry, Lin Yuelian located a niche yet prestigious brand, Klin, which had received numerous awards. Yes, I would like to order the necklace titled Winter Queen. When can I come by to pick it up? Ms. Lin, if this necklace is for President Liu, we can deliver it to you today. Klin is not far from Yunfeng Group, and we can have it delivered within an hour. Very well, please have it sent over. After placing the order, Lin Yuelian proceeded to the finance department to submit a request, taking the approved documents to knock on Lu Yunfeng's office door for his signature. At Dongsheng Group, Fu Jia sat in his cubicle, intently focused on a stream of numbers on his computer screen. To prevent himself from losing concentration, he consumed cup after cup of coffee. As an ordinary financial trader, his daily duties revolved around monitoring stock market trends and a multitude of figures. His future and all his emotions were tethered to the daily market fluctuations. Manager Fu, put your current work aside. An order has come down from above. You're getting a promotion. The human resources supervisor called Fu Jia into a small room, patting him on the shoulder. Fu Jia was taken aback. A promotion, his performance was mediocre, and his results were average. There were plenty of colleagues eligible for promotions and raises, surely, he was not among them. You sly dog, so low-key, the new president specifically requested you for the president's office, promoting you to special assistant. Just don't forget me when you hit it big. Fu Jiaye was bewildered. The new president requested me specifically? What was going on? How could such an unexpected stroke of luck fall upon him? Chapter 80. Mr. Lu's charisma at its peak at this moment. On the 66th floor of Yunfeng Group, Lu Yunfeng cast a glance at the contract Lin Yuetian had handed him, elegantly extracting the pen from the pocket of his suit. His slender fingers deftly removed the cap, and with a gentle swish, he began to write on the document. His cursive handwriting was exquisite, having won accolades in calligraphy competitions. As he signed, his head slightly bowed, revealing long, elegant eyelashes. His chiseled features and three-dimensional facial structure were accentuated by the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a radiant glow on his profile, enhancing his noble and bright demeanor. A mature and handsome man does not fade with age, rather, he becomes like fine wine, more fragrant and rich with the passage of time. Sending jewelry is quite commendable, Lu Yunfeng remarked as he lifted his gaze after signing. Let me see the item. Lin Yuetian carefully retrieved a red velvet gift box from her handbag. The necklace within was valued at 180,000, equivalent to her annual salary. Her caution only served to highlight Lu Yunfeng's nonchalance. Upon opening the box and glancing at the gemstone necklace, he declared, "This will do. We'll present it to her." Isn't a birthday gift supposed to be given on the birthday itself? Lin Yuetian blinked in confusion. Were they not old acquaintances? Were they not good friends? Good friends typically attend each other's celebrations. I have prior commitments on her birthday and cannot attend, Lu Yunfeng replied, never one to offer explanations to subordinates, but he made an exception for Lin Yuetian, patiently answering her various impertinent inquiries. Although she lacked a clear understanding of workplace protocols, her emotional intelligence was intact. She recognized that as a mere secretary, there were questions best left unasked. Understood, she nodded. Upon returning to her workstation with the gift, Secretary Wang was busy booking flights on the airline's official website. Secretary Lin, please order a bouquet of flowers for me. We need to pick someone up at the airport tomorrow morning at 9, Secretary Wang instructed. What kind of flowers should I order? Lin Yuetian inquired thoughtfully. Just tell the florist it's for an airport pickup. They will know what to do, Secretary Wang replied after a moment's consideration. All right, Lin Yuetian nodded, refraining from further questions. If Secretary Wang wished to share more, she would do so without prompting. If not, asking would yield no results. In the workplace, Lin Yuetian had learned a valuable lesson. Ask less, do more. She settled at her desk, took a brief respite, and sipped some water. After pre-ordering the bouquet for the airport pickup, it wasn't long before Lu Yunfeng emerged from his office. He had changed into a new outfit, black suit, red tie, more formal than ever. Assistant Jiang had been waiting for some time, trailing behind him. He strode with an air of authority, akin to a monarch surveying his court, as he entered the secretary's office. The secretaries reacted diversely. Some were filled with anticipation, while others appeared nervous and reserved. Lu Yunfeng, hands resting in his pockets, exuded a domineering coldness. Secretaries Lin and Wang, just the two of you today. Secretary Wang quickly rose, and upon seeing this, Lin Yuetian grasped the gift for Yao Liren and followed closely behind Lu Yunfeng, mirroring his every step. The group departed in a grand manner, leaving the remaining secretaries in the office with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Why does she get to accompany Mr. Lu? Today is the induction party for General Manager Yao from Dongsheng, with many bigwigs in attendance. She's only been here a few days, can she even hold her own? Whether she can hold her own is debatable, but she certainly can't handle drinking with the president. How amusing, who wants to drink with an older woman? It's much more enjoyable to drink with us young and beautiful ladies. Han Xiaoshu and Yin Hui exchanged barbs, each matching the other's wit. He Song, wary of the gossip circulating among the women, transformed into a mere observer. Unlike before, when Daisy was the most vocal critic, she now seemed to tune out her colleagues' chatter, engrossed in her own tasks. This was Lin Yuetian's first time attending such a high-end corporate event. The previous charity gala was also upscale, but comparatively, it felt more liberating. Last time, she could blend into the background. This time, however, she could not. Walking in Lu Yunfeng's shadow, he commanded attention wherever he went, and as his secretary, she was required to maintain a perfectly poised smile. Ah, Mr. Lu, trying something new? Lin Yuetian's presence beside Lu Yunfeng undoubtedly made her the center of attention. Women of her age rarely occupied such positions in the workplace unless they were executives. A secretary, like her, was a rarity. And who might this be? A curious executive inquired about Lin Yutian. Lu Yunfeng, unperturbed, made the introductions. This is Secretary Lin. Secretary Lin, would you care for a drink? The newcomer asked. In the presence of a bigwig, refusing a drink would signify a lack of sincerity, yet Lin Yutian rarely indulged in alcohol. She could not fathom what was enjoyable about it. It was both harsh and acrid, with a slight bitterness. Nonetheless, with the executive extending the invitation, she had no choice but to muster her courage and accept a glass of champagne from the server. Secretary Lin, you must drink it all, the executive said, his gaze fixed on her, laced with playful mockery. The surrounding crowd began to gather, finding it amusing to pressure an older woman into drinking, far more entertaining than coercing a younger girl. Lin Yutian forced a smile, raising the glass with a spirited demeanor. Just as she was about to down the drink, a hand clasped around hers, and her glass was assertively snatched away. She still has duties to attend to, getting drunk would be unwise. Lu Yunfeng's expression was stern, his voice cold, projecting an air of authority. I'll drink it for her, he said icily, lifting the glass and downing the contents in one swift motion. In that instant, silence enveloped the room, eyes darted among the crowd, taken aback. They had anticipated teasing a new secretary, yet here was the president himself stepping in to shield her from the alcohol? His act of drinking was a significant gesture indeed. The executive who had just pressured Lin Yutian to drink suddenly turned pale, hastily grabbing 2 glasses from a nearby server with both hands, he proclaimed, Mr. Lu, I shall drink 2 in penance. How could he dare let Lu drink? That would be sheer folly. Without hesitation, the executive downed both glasses in quick succession. Seeing this, Lu Yunfeng smirked coldly. What purpose does it serve to force my new secretary to drink? Today's guest of honor is General Manager Yao, you should be toasting her. Of course, the crowd dispersed, none daring to provoke Lin Yutian further. Wow, Secretary Wang was utterly astonished, exchanging a glance with Assistant Jiang. Assistant Jiang was accustomed to such occurrences and refrained from engaging with her gaze. Secretary Wang was left in a whirlwind. What was happening? Why did she sense an unusual dynamic between the president and Secretary Lin? Assistant Fu, did you witness that? In the lounge, Yao Liren stood by the window, observing the unfolding events in the banquet hall. The window was obscured from prying eyes, allowing a clear view of the outside while concealing the interior. Fu Jia stood beside Yao Liren, his brow furrowed. Yao Liren shot him a cold glance. Lu Yunfeng and I have been childhood friends. My return to the country is with the intention of marrying him. However, it seems your mother is rather restless, harboring intentions towards Lu. Chapter 81. Is she Lu Yunfeng's fiancée? Fu Jia's countenance darkened, and he bowed his head, at a loss for how to respond. Yao Liren was a formidable woman in her own right, exuding a powerful aura. Moreover, as the newly appointed CEO, she embodied the quintessential image of a female boss, reminiscent of Wu Zetian. Fu Jia, by contrast, was the type to be subservient in the workplace. Under the weight of Yao Liren's words, he felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. He felt his mother was truly embarrassing him. At her age, why was she still trying to carve out a place for herself in the professional world? If she had achieved success through competence and skills like Yao, everyone would be singing her praises. But it was evident that his mother was resorting to unscrupulous means. What kind of person was Lu Yunfeng to shield his mother from the wine? Their relationship clearly transcended the ordinary, as his stepmother had pointed out. Despite her age, his mother possessed an undeniable talent for seducing men. He felt nothing but disdain for her actions. Assistant Fu, as long as you can persuade your mother to distance herself from President Lu, Yao Liren said, her eyes glinting with sharpness beneath her lowered lashes, I am not an unreasonable person. To be frank, if you can bring your mother to Dongsheng, I will offer her double the salary. If you manage to recruit her, I will appoint her as my secretary, and you, I shall directly assign to lead a project. How does that sound? Fu Jia could scarcely believe his ears. Lead a project? Yao Liren's gaze was piercing, her lips curling into a commanding smile. I have a project worth 100 million. It is quite straightforward. Follow my plan, and I shall grant you a 10 share of the profits. 10%. Fu Jia quickly calculated that amounted to 10 million. With such a sum, he would leap across social classes. Are you considering it? Yao Liren coaxed gently. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Jia nodded emphatically. Rest assured, President Yao, I will be your loyal vanguard, ever at your command. Yao Liren was pleased. Today, I have a task for you. Find a way to keep your mother occupied. I wish to dance with President Lu at the ball, and I do not want her in sight. Understood, I will ensure it, Fu Jia replied obediently. Yao Liren raised an eyebrow, playing with the large gemstone adorning her finger. Very well, it is time for me, the main character, to make my entrance. With an air of arrogance, she strode toward the door, her high heels clicking with authority. Just then, a knock sounded at the door of the lounge. President Yao, Secretary Lin from President Lu's side wishes to see you. She says she has something important to discuss. Yao Liren raised an eyebrow in surprise. Who? A Secretary Lin. Oh. The mention of her name piqued Yao Liren's interest. A sly smile crept onto her lips. Let her in. Lin Yuelian stood outside the lounge, holding a gift, waiting for a brief moment. Upon entering, escorted by Yao Liren's secretary, her gaze immediately fell upon her son, Fu Jia. She was taken aback. What brings you here? Yao Liren interrupted Lin Yuelian's thoughts, leaning back against a nearby chair with her legs crossed, exuding an air of royalty. As merely a secretary, Lin Yuelian's presence felt somewhat diminished. She respectfully stepped forward and bowed. President Lu asked me to extend his congratulations to you, President Yao. The gift is 100 bottles of premium red wine air freight from Bordeaux, which have already been delivered to the party. And there is more. She paused before continuing. President Lu sends his early birthday wishes and this gift he prepared for you. Early birthday wishes? What does that mean? The proud Yao Liren sat up straight, her emotions stirred. Lin Yuelian maintained a professional demeanor. President Lu mentioned that he has prior engagements on your birthday and cannot celebrate with you, so he wanted to express his apologies through this early gift. The more Yao Liren listened, the more discomfort brewed within her. Her birthday was merely 2 days away. What could possibly be so pressing? After 7 years apart, was there truly nothing that could be postponed or set aside for her? Her earlier good spirits evaporated. As Lin Yuelian approached with the gift, Yao Liren inexplicably felt her ire rising. Did you choose this gift? Yes, Lin Yuelian nodded. I hope President Yao will like it. Yao Liren brusquely opened the red velvet box, glanced at the gemstone necklace inside, and scoffed. The Klin brand certainly had taste, and she was rather fond of this jewelry line. However, since it was from Lin Yuelian, her appreciation vanished instantly. The taste is rather poor. I do not favor this style or design. Furthermore, I am not fond of niche brands. Yao Liren's expression hardened, devoid of mercy. I do not want this, take it back. Lin Yuelian stood dumbfounded. She had not anticipated encountering resistance given the relationship between her boss and Yao Liren. Logically, President Yao should have graciously accepted the gift. President Yao, may I inquire which jewelry brands you prefer? Lin Yuelian remained unflustered, seeking to remedy the situation. It was acceptable to make a mistake in work, but timely rectification was the correct approach. Before she could finish, Yao Liren, growing impatient, turned to Fu Jia and said, "See Secretary Lin out. I must make my entrance and not waste any more time." Of course, President Yao. Fu Jia stepped forward, gesturing for Lin Yuelian to follow. Lin Yuelian frowned slightly, placing the jewelry back into her handbag, as Fu Jia hurried her out of the lounge. Jia, what are you doing here? Lin Yuelian asked in surprise. Fu Jia tugged at his tie, his expression utterly indifferent. I got promoted. Promoted? That's wonderful. Lin Yuelian felt genuine joy for her son. However, Fu Jia's demeanor remained cold. Mother, you genuinely want me to thrive, don't you? Fu Jia guided her toward the emergency exit. How about this? You switch jobs to Dongsheng, they will offer you double the salary. Lin Yuelian was bewildered by her son's sudden proposition. Switch jobs? I lack the qualifications and experience, Jia. One must be practical. I'm quite content at Lu's. If you are well, I am not. Fu Jia snapped. Do you not realize that President Yao is President Lu's fiancée? What do you mean by trying to have President Lu shield you from wine at today's welcome party? Are you declaring war or provoking her, intentionally putting President Yao in an awkward position? Lin Yuelian was dumbfounded. Yao Liren, she is Lu Yunfeng's fiancée? How can you, as Lu Yunfeng's secretary, be unaware of your own boss's situation? Fu Jia, lacking patience, scowled. His fiancée is currently dissatisfied with you. If you wish for me to continue at Dongsheng, you must resign immediately. Rest assured, Dongsheng will offer you a position that will not shortchange you. Fu Jia believed he was acting in his mother's best interest. Offering her double the salary as a middle-aged woman was a rare opportunity. Moreover, this could allow him to rise in his career, breaking through class barriers. It was a win-win situation. Why not seize it? Do not dawdle. After the party, you must submit your resignation to Lu Yunfeng. Chapter 82. Not his only son. Lin Yuetian furrowed her brow deeply, hesitating to voice her opinion. Fu Jiaye, lacking in patience, nonetheless made a concerted effort to suppress his emotions. Mom, consider it a plea from me, you can always find another job, but a son, I have only one. This statement struck a chord deep within Lin Yuetian. She did not have just one son, she also had Lei. However, in order to shield Jiaye's feelings, both she and Fu Guoping had remained tight-lipped, including Lu Chunhua and Fu Xiangting, who had never mentioned the existence of his elder brother, lost to the winds of fate. The son to whom she was truly related by blood, her only flesh and blood. Lin Yuetian wiped her reddening eyes, on the verge of tears, and swiftly composed herself. I shall not leave the Lu family. Old Lady Lu and Amr.Lu have treated me exceptionally well, I cannot forsake my principles for personal gain. To jump ship merely because of a higher salary elsewhere would be irresponsible and lacking in conscience. Jiaye, we must approach our work with both diligence and pragmatism. We should only undertake tasks commensurate with our abilities. Anything beyond that is not for us to covet. Allowing desire to ensnare us will only lead to a burdensome existence, Lin Yuetian counseled earnestly. She was acutely aware of the likely outcome. Ever since his childhood, Jiaye had been oblivious to her words, dismissing her as merely a housewife devoid of insight, prone to rambling. As anticipated, her sentiments elicited Jiaye's discontent. His patience evaporated, and he frowned deeply. Mom, are you truly this heartless? Lin Yuetian felt wronged. How was she being heartless? Fine. Jiaye clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Without uttering another word, he stormed out, locking the door to the emergency exit behind him. Lin Yuetian hurried after him, only to find the door unyielding. Jiaye, open the door. On the other side, Fu Jiaye had already departed. In the banquet hall, the star of the evening, Yao Liren, was the center of attention. Holding a tall goblet, she delivered a heartfelt speech, concluding with a toast. I hope everyone drinks to their heart's content. Shortly, we shall commence the dance segment. To my esteemed partners, I wish you all a delightful time. The crowd raised their glasses in unison, the aroma of wine wafted through the entire hall. As the waltz music began to play, a group of executives eagerly anticipated the chance to warm up. Yao Liren, in her high heels, gracefully approached Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng had never been fond of such boisterous gatherings, finding them noisy. He glanced at his watch, planning to leave once Lin Yuetian returned. He had already made an appearance and presented a gift, which sufficed to honor Yao Liren. As for the dance, he had no interest in participating. Bored, he watched the second hand of his quartz watch tick away. Feeling the time drag on. He contemplated calling Lin Yuetian. Just then, a dazzling expanse of decollage invaded his field of vision, accompanied by the intoxicating scent of perfume. Yao Liren had opted for a striking crimson deep V gown instead of the silver satin evening dress. She maintained her figure remarkably well. One would hardly guess she was nearing 50. She exuded an air of elegance, both commanding and alluring, reminiscent of a resplendent peony or a thorny rose. Mr. Lu, may I have the honor of a dance? Yao Liren leaned in provocatively, unabashedly presenting herself to Lu Yunfeng, yet, he displayed no interest, averting his gaze with indifference. I don't dance. It has been many years since I did. Can't you make an exception for me? Yao Liren teased, her tone hinting at a playful challenge. Lu Yunfeng remained stoic, his expression unwavering. There are plenty over there eager to dance with you. I have no interest in them, Yao Liren declared haughtily, lifting her chin defiantly. What are they to me, worthy of a dance? Lu Yunfeng, preoccupied, wished to conclude their conversation promptly. Not dancing? I shall visit the restroom, he stated abruptly, rising and striding away with an air of authority, hands in pockets. Yao Liren pouted, feeling slighted, yet not angry. The more he rejected her, the more she yearned to conquer him. Men, much like careers, become increasingly alluring with greater challenges. Lin Yuetian, finding the emergency exit door unyielding, descended a floor unexpectedly. She entered the office area. Unfortunately, the elevator there required a swipe of an access card. Without it, she could neither ascend nor descend. With no other option, she returned to the emergency exit, descending further until she reached the company lobby, seeking assistance from the front desk. Hello, I am Lu Yunfeng's secretary. Could you please help me swipe my card? I need to access the 8th floor banquet hall. The front desk staff had already received instructions from Fu Jiaye and were unwilling to grant Lin Yuetian access. Sorry, the banquet hall is currently exit only. Perhaps you could wait on the sofa over there until the event concludes? Lin Yuetian, left with no alternatives, pulled out her phone to call Secretary Wang. At that moment, Secretary Wang was engaged in a dance with a prominent businessman, his phone nestled in his bag, which lay on the chair. Thus, while the call connected, no one answered. With no choice left, she resorted to contacting Assistant Jiang. However, Assistant Jiang was preoccupied with tallying Bordeaux red wine and reconciling accounts, leaving the call unanswered as well. To make matters worse, Lin Yuetian soon realized her phone was running low on battery. Just as she ended the call, the screen went black. Desperate, she returned to the front desk to borrow a power bank. Yet, the front desk staff remained adamant in their refusal. Sorry, we don't have any. Although the staff member had her own power bank and charger, she could not lend them out, nor would she dare to, as Fu's assistant had instructed to delay Lu Yunfeng's secretary and offer her no assistance. Lin Yuetian was in a state of distress, entirely unaware that her son was the one orchestrating her predicament. Suddenly, the hall was filled with the sound of an alarm. The noise lasted only a few seconds and did not incite much commotion. However, on the 8th floor, Fu Jia could not remain seated. Reports indicated that the alarm had originated from the emergency exit, signaling smoke detection, likely a fire. He immediately thought of his trapped mother and rushed over in a panic. Lin Yuetian, clutching her dead phone, exited Dongsheng, just as Lu Yenzhou descended from his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, carrying a bouquet of flowers in one hand. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he exuded an air of confidence. Lin Auntie? Lin Yuetian was called and looked up to see the dashing Lu Yenzhou, in his 20s, remarkably handsome. Young Master Lu, being in a professional setting, Lin Yuetian refrained from overstepping her bounds. Lu Yenzhou, unfazed, regarded her with respect and genuine concern. Is there something urgent, Lin Auntie? My phone is dead, and I need to borrow a power bank from the CAF outside. Nowadays, most restaurants and CAFs allowed patrons to borrow power banks via a scan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yenzhou frowned slightly. There's no need for such trouble, you can simply ask the front desk. I did, but they said they have none. Lu Yenzhou's frown deepened. Rather than engage in a debate, he took decisive action. Lin Auntie, may I see your phone? Lin Yuetian handed it over. Noticing the Tap-C interface, he spoke gently. Follow me, Lin Auntie. Alright, Lin Yuetian nodded, closely trailing behind Lu Yenzhou, holding the bouquet. He turned heads wherever he went. His striking features and charm were unparalleled, rivaling even the most celebrated male stars in the industry. Not only was he handsome, but he also came from an affluent family, truly a high-status gentleman. Lu Yenzhou strode confidently to the front desk and got straight to the point. I need a power bank and a Tap-C charging cable. The young lady at the front desk was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the lobby manager who rushed over to bow respectfully, she might have been lost in admiration. Young Master Lu, please hold on a moment. The manager, exceedingly attentive, urged the front desk staff to retrieve the items swiftly. The young lady, almost instinctively, turned to the counter and fetched the power bank and charging cable, presenting them to Lu Yenzhou with utmost respect. Lu Yenzhou took the items and promptly handed them to Lin Yuetian. She was taken aback, exclaiming, so this is how it works. When I inquired about a power bank earlier, you said there were none, yet, upon young Master Lu's request, they suddenly appear? The front desk girl was startled. She hadn't anticipated that Lu Yunfeng's secretary would be so assertive. Typically, in such situations, one would expect the secretary to defuse the matter rather than escalate it. After all, creating a scene could lead to repercussions, especially in Dongsheng, which was not Lu's Yunfeng group where one could act recklessly. However, the reality was, Lu Yenzhou was indeed acting recklessly. What is going on? The lobby manager furrowed her brow, glaring at the front desk girl. The girl leaned in to whisper. It was Assistant Fu's instruction. Ah, the manager was instantly at a loss. If it was Assistant Fu's directive, it was akin to a command from President Yao herself. They couldn't fathom how this woman had offended President Yao, compelling her to undermine her own authority to make things difficult for such a lowly secretary. It was merely a misunderstanding. We truly had no power banks available earlier, they had been borrowed. The manager had no choice but to fabricate a story. Logically, this should have been enough to appease the situation, and Lu Yenzhou as secretary ought to have accepted the olive branch. Yet, unexpectedly, it was not Lin Yuetian who persisted, but Lu Yenzhou. In a company of this scale, how could there be only one power bank at the front desk? Lu Yenzhou placed the bouquet on the counter and, with hands in pockets, exuded an aura of authority. If I do not receive a reasonable explanation, I will not let this matter rest. The manager and the front desk girl exchanged startled glances, both bewildered. It was merely a matter of not lending a power bank. Why was young Master Lu personally involved? Assistant Fu, your timing is impeccable. Just as the manager and the front desk staff found themselves at a loss, they caught sight of Hope as Fu Jia emerged from the emergency exit, rushing into the lobby, his expression fraught with anxiety. Chapter 83. His future mother. Overcome with excitement, he completely disregarded the others around him, his eyes fixated solely on Lin Yuetian. He strode over, grasped her firmly, and led her towards a secluded corner. What were you doing in the emergency exit? Did you start a fire? Fu Jia, recalling that he had locked his mother in the emergency exit, wondered if she was unable to escape and had deliberately set a fire. He felt this was something an unsophisticated mother might do. Lin Yuetian, bewildered, responded, "Start a fire. Why would I set a fire when everything is fine?" Committing arson was a criminal act, and she would never engage in illegal activities. The emergency exit is equipped with a smoke detector. When I mentioned a fire, I did not mean an actual fire, Fu Jiaye clarified, rephrasing his inquiry. Did you perhaps light a cigarette after I locked the door to the exit? Trigger the smoke detector to prompt someone to let you out? The more Lin Yuetian listened, the more confused she became. I don't smoke, and I don't even have a lighter on me. How could I light anything? In that moment, Fu Jiaye was blinded by anger, unable to consider any other explanation. Just after he had locked his mother in the emergency exit, the smoke detector had gone off. What a coincidence that seemed. I just got promoted. Are you intent on ruining my career? His eyes widened in fury, his expression a menacing snarl. Lin Yuetian felt a sense of dread, disbelief coursing through her. Having raised her son for over a decade, she understood his temperament was akin to his father's, yet, in her heart, she believed her son was far superior to his father. However, the murderous glare he had just cast rendered her utterly defenseless. What are you doing? Before Fu Jiaye could utter another word, Lu Yenzhou strode over, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Yuetian. Without even acknowledging the newcomer, Fu Jiaye instinctively glared. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? As the assistant to the president, he believed himself to be above others. However, upon lifting his gaze to recognize Lu Yenzhou's appearance and demeanor, he was immediately intimidated. With a light chuckle, Lu Yenzhou exuded the air of a domineering CEO. Yunfeng Group, Lu Yenzhou. His introduction was soft-spoken yet carried an undeniable authority that demanded respect. And who might you be? Lu Yenzhou furrowed his brow, his icy gaze radiating intimidation. Do you not realize that this lady is Secretary Lu's mother? Do you dare to provoke her? Fu Jiaye, a man with an eye for status, would never dare to cross Lu Yunfeng or Lu Yenzhou. His once proud posture instinctively bent, the arrogance he had displayed moments ago vanished entirely. She is my mother. This is a family matter. Lu Xiao.it should not concern you. Though he feigned respect outwardly, inside he seethed with resentment. Lu Yenzhou, towering over him, regarded Fu Jiaye with a dismissive expression, as if contemplating an insignificant insect. So, you are Lin Yi's son. He let out a scoff, lacing his tone with mockery. He had always perceived Lin Yi's son as an unworthy individual. Now, witnessing his audacity to scold his own mother in public, he couldn't help but judge him even more harshly. Lin Yi, what on earth is happening? Shouldn't you be by my father's side? Why have you come down here alone? Lu Yenzhou inquired, sensing something was amiss, and patiently sought clarification. Lin Yuetian succinctly recounted her predicament of being trapped in the emergency exit and lacking an ID badge to access the 8th floor banquet hall, deliberately omitting the details regarding Fu Jiaye. As Fu Jiaye had stated, this was a family matter, and family disgrace should not be aired in public. How could you possibly end up trapped in the emergency exit? Lu Yenzhou's brow furrowed deeply. Furthermore, the emergency exit should never be locked without authorization. I believe we should report this incident to the authorities. The individual who locked it has violated fire safety regulations and jeopardized public safety. Such unlawful behavior deserves a permanent mark on their work record. Fu Jiaye, initially confident, felt a surge of panic at the suggestion of involving the police in tarnishing his record. Mom, is it really necessary to delve deeper into this? It is all a misunderstanding. He glanced at Lin Yuetian, his eyes softening, adopting a pitiful expression. Lin Yuetian sighed, unwilling to irreparably sever her relationship with her son. However, given the circumstances, there was little left to salvage. Young Master Lu, I feel ashamed to say, she bit her lip, I was unaware that General Manager Yao was the boss's fiancée, but I assure you, my relationship with Mr. Lu is strictly professional, with no personal transgressions. I can understand that General Manager Yao sent my son as a mediator. I am willing to leave the president's office and the secretary's office, but I do not wish to leave Lu's company. I will speak with the boss to clarify and request a transfer to another department. General Manager Yao is my father's fiancée. Who told you that? Lu Yenzhou was taken aback, astonished at the audacity of someone to spread such rumors about his father. Fu Jiaye told me. Lin Yuetian furrowed her brow in suspicion. Fu Jiaye quickly interjected, I didn't speak out of turn, General Manager Yao said it herself. So, you are willing to please your boss at the expense of your own mother? Lu Yenzhou finally grasped the situation's intricacies. Anger surged through him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap Fu Jiaye. Fu Jiaye remained oblivious to his wrongdoing, only focused on justifying his actions. I had no choice. I am just a minor player, insignificant, not in control of my own fate, ha. Lu Yenzhou let out a cold laugh. Those are mere excuses. He lacked the authority to demand that Lin Yuetian sever ties with such a son, but he possessed other means. Lin Ai, if you would not mind, may I adopt you as my godmother? His unexpected proposal left Lin Yuetian utterly speechless. Not only her, but Fu Jiadi also stood frozen, as if he had heard the most absurd tale. I have longed for maternal affection since childhood, never knowing what a mother truly is. For some reason, when I see you, Lin Ai, I feel an immediate connection and fondness. Lu Yenzhou spoke candidly, revealing his emotions without reservation. His affection for Lin Yuetian was not derived from his father or grandmother. Even if she never ended up with his father, he still wished to recognize her as his godmother. Lin Ai, is that acceptable? He asked, his gaze intense. Seeing Lin Yuetian in a state of shock, he quickly added, there is no rush. Think it over when you return. Now I will discuss it with my grandmother and father. If you agree, I will arrange a formal recognition ceremony. How sudden! Lin Yuetian was caught off guard, yet her heart swelled with joy and excitement. To gain a son so remarkable, handsome, and capable, she felt as if she might wake up smiling from a dream. However, she was acutely aware of her own identity and understood that Lu Yenzhou's calling her godmother was not a trivial matter. This decision would require the consent of Madame Lu and Lu Yunfeng. Lin Ai, shall we go? Lu Yenzhou glanced at his watch. There were still half an hour left until the ball concluded. Originally, he had come to congratulate Yao Liren, but now he had changed his mind. If he were to need a mother in the future, that mother would undoubtedly be Lin Yuetian, and never Yao Liren. Chapter 84. The dominant little Lu protects his mother. When Lin Yulian followed Lu Yenzhou back to the banquet hall on the 8th floor, Lu Yunfeng had grown increasingly impatient. Upon seeing them finally return, a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. When will you learn to answer your phone? Didn't I get you a new one? Why is it still unreachable? Lu Yunfeng launched into a tirade. Understanding the situation, Lu Yenzhou discreetly stepped away, allowing the two of them some privacy. Lin Yulian offered a sincere and earnest explanation. My phone ran out of battery. I just borrowed a power bank. She clutched the power bank in her hand, currently charging her phone. This, Lu Yunfeng's anger dissipated significantly, though he still did not let Lin Yulian off the hook. Next time you're unreachable during work hours, I'll deduct your salary. Alright, Lin Yulian replied, steeling herself. She felt no desire to elaborate further, nor did she know how to explain. It was hardly appropriate to divulge that it was because Yao Liren had sent her family to trouble her, and that she had struggled for quite some time to borrow a power bank, resulting in her missed calls. Though she had only recently entered the workforce, she was acutely aware of which matters warranted explanation and which were better left unsaid. Enough, grab your bag and let us go. Lu Yunfeng grimaced, his head pounding from the cacophony surrounding him. Had it not been for waiting for Lin Yulian, he would have departed long ago. Okay. Lin Yulian nodded and approached the chair, noticing that Secretary Wang's bag was still there. Glancing back, she spotted Secretary Wang in the center of the dance floor, dancing with a prominent businessman, her expression one of shyness and apparent enjoyment. Aren't we waiting for Secretary Wang and the others? Lin Yulian surveyed the surroundings again but did not see Assistant Jiang. Not waiting, let us leave. Lu Yunfeng's brow furrowed in annoyance. It's too noisy. Lin Yulian ceased her inquiries, grasping her bag and following closely behind him. As Lu Yunfeng prepared to exit, Yao Liren, who pretended to be engrossed in conversation with others, promptly placed her wine glass onto a vacant tray held by a waiter and hurriedly made to pursue him. Yet, before she could take 2 steps, she was intercepted by Lu Yenzhou. Aunt Yao, it's been a while. Congratulations on becoming the CEO of Dongshang. Xiao Zhou? Yao Liren expressed surprise. 7 years ago, when Lu Yenzhou had just started university, he had been a bright, sunny boy. Now, he had transformed into an undeniably handsome man. Xiao Zhou, I have something to attend to, so I won't chat with you now. Yao Liren's thoughts were solely on Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yenzhou smirked, seemingly ignoring her words. Aunt Yao, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance? Can we wait a moment? Yao Liren's urgency grew. A glance in the distance revealed that Lu Yunfeng's figure had already vanished. Lu Yenzhou frowned, feigning displeasure. Aunt Yao, are you refusing me? No. Yao Liren was flustered. She thought, why not, today, if she couldn't dance with the elder, dancing with the younger would suffice. After all, the younger would eventually call her mom, so she ought to cultivate a good relationship early on. In the center of the dance floor, the spotlight enveloped the two. The couples dancing nearby became mere background figures. Standing at 186 centimeters, Lu Yenzhou had long legs and arms, resembling a character stepped out from a comic book, naturally drawing attention. Meanwhile, Yali Ren donned a striking red chiffon dress, her figure impeccably maintained. Their dancing skills were commendable, and they effortlessly became the center of attention. Yali Ren felt a pang of regret, pondering how much envy would ensue if her dance partner were Lu Yunfeng instead. Aunt Yao. Lu Yanzhou's melodious voice interrupted her thoughts. Yali Ren lifted her gaze slightly, curious. Lu Yanzhou smiled, his demeanor courteous. I've met a wonderful lady and wish to recognize her as my godmother, Aunt Yao. Since you share a close bond with my father, I hope you can witness the ceremony of my godmother recognition. Recognizing a godmother? Yali Ren's brows furrowed, momentarily stunned. Her steps faltered, and Lu Yanzhou inadvertently stepped on her foot. Apologies, Aunt Yao, I stepped on you. It's fine. Yali Ren gritted her teeth in pain but did not halt her movements, continuing to dance. Memories flooded back from years ago when she had broached the subject with Lu Yunfeng about becoming Lu Yanzhou's godmother. Lu Yunfeng had replied, you need to ask Xiao Zhou for his opinion. When she had inquired, Lu Yanzhou had adamantly declared, I only have one mother. There will never be a second. But your mother abandoned you, didn't she? She had coaxed gently, yet the young Lu Yanzhou had been resolute. Can I not live without a mother? I can. My father might have a new wife, but I will never have a new mother. She vividly recalled the hatred in the child's eyes as if she were a villain seeking to intrude upon his family. He had been so adamant back then, so resistant to the idea of a new mother, yet now, he was the one proposing to recognize a godmother. How amusing. Children know nothing. Now that he has matured, he understands. She pondered whether the witness role was merely a ruse. Perhaps this young man intended to surprise her. When she arrived as the witness, he would immediately kneel before her and call her mom. Xiao Zhou, you've finally come to terms with it. Recognizing a godmother is great, it truly is. When you marry and have children, having a mother can only be beneficial, not detrimental. Aunt Yao, do you feel the same? Lu Yanzhou's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Yali Ren. Yali Ren beamed widely, of course. In the future, I hope Aunt Yao can become friends with my godmother. She is an incredibly charming woman. Sure, that sounds good, Yali Ren responded, suddenly realizing, Xiao Zhou, are you saying I should become friends with her? Who is the godmother you wish to recognize? She's a secretary by my father's side. I doubt Aunt Yao knows her. Lu Yanzhou intentionally withheld details. Yali Ren was taken aback, her dancing abruptly halting. The person you mentioned, is her surname Lin? Lin Yulian? Indeed, it's her. I didn't realize you were acquainted. Lu Yanzhou's eyes twinkled with amusement, also coming to a stop. Yali Ren remained silent, feeling a tightness in her chest as if something were lodged there, leaving her feeling utterly suffocated. At her age, having achieved success as a strong woman in her career, she now recognized the absence of a family as her greatest regret. In her remaining years, she longed to rectify this, to build a family with Lu Yunfeng, to embrace the roles of wife and mother. Yet, her meticulously crafted plans had encountered an unexpected flaw, and Lin Yulian was that flaw, one that was exceedingly difficult to amend. Stepping away from the dance floor, she approached a waiter and downed a glass of champagne in one gulp. Not satisfied with just one, she quickly finished off 2, then 3 glasses. Nearby guests observed in silence, for at that moment, Yali Ren emanated a palpable aura of hostility that radiated around her. Yao Aunt, curb your antagonistic feelings towards Lin Aunt. Your pursuit of my father is your own affair, but if you harm Lin Aunt, I will not hesitate to retaliate. If my father does not protect Lin Aunt, I shall. Lu Yanzhou strode over, speaking in a cold tone. He offered no courtesy, bluntly stating, I bought a bouquet of flowers to congratulate you, Aunt Yao. They are at the front desk. If you don't want them, feel free to discard them. With the blessings and flowers delivered, I'll take my leave now. His tone was not one of negotiation, but of declaration. Having said this, Lu Yanzhou turned and walked away without a backward glance. Yali Ren stood frozen, furious enough to shatter her glass. Today was supposed to be a day of celebration for her, yet she found no joy in it whatsoever. Darn it, it was all that Lin Yulian's fault. Out inside the Maybach, Lu Yunfeng, reeking of alcohol, rubbed his temples, propping his head up with one hand. Believing he had overindulged, Lin Yulian rummaged through the car's mini fridge and retrieved a bottle of fresh milk. After pouring it into a cup and warming it in the hot water tray, she handed it to him. Boss, having a sip will make you feel better. Lu Yunfeng accepted the milk, casually glancing down at the ground beside Lin Yulian. Why haven't you disposed of that bag? Lin Yulian looked down, embarrassed, and lowered her head. I forgot to report to you, boss. It was my oversight. President Yao mentioned she didn't tea like the birthday gift I selected and returned it. She doesn't tea like it? Lu Yunfeng set the milk aside and extended his hand. Bring it here. Lin Yulian, not thinking too much, bent down to retrieve the red velvet gift box from the bag, presenting it to Lu Yunfeng with respect. However, he did not take it but instead pushed it away with his hand. Since she doesn't like it, keep it. Ha! Lin Yulian exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yunfeng's response was indifferent. The finance department has already processed the payment. It cannot be returned. Then I can't keep it, it counts as company assets. Why are you so obstinate? If I tell you to keep it, then keep it. Lu Yunfeng's expression hardened, adopting an air of authority that brooked no dissent. If you refuse to listen to my words, then resign. This statement struck a nerve in Lin Yulian. Biting her lip, she clutched the red velvet box tightly in her hands. Boss, as it happens, I have something I want to discuss with you. May I switch positions? I wish to leave the president's office. Chapter 85. The blind date from years ago was named Lu Yongshan. As she spoke further, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Lu Yunfeng lifted his cup, leisurely sipping his milk. Halfway through, his movement stilled. What did you say? You wish to change positions? You no longer desire to work by my side? Yes, Lin Yuetian nodded. I am acutely aware that my abilities do not meet the requirements of the secretary's office. In truth, I am better suited for the logistics department. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yunfeng rudely interrupted. Driver, pull over. The driver in the front seat hesitated for a moment before hastily steering to the right and braking abruptly. Lu Yunfeng fixed his icy gaze ahead and commanded, Get out. Lin Yuetian was taken aback, belatedly realizing that her boss was instructing her to exit the vehicle. Boss, is there something you need me to do? She inquired as she opened the door. Lu Yunfeng ignored her. A sense of confusion washed over Lin Yuetian. Did she sense anger emanating from her boss? Was it due to her mention of a position change? Before she could comprehend the situation, Lu Yunfeng pressed a button, shutting the door on her side, and ordered the driver to proceed. Thus, Lin Yuetian found herself inexplicably abandoned by the roadside. It is often said that serving a powerful figure is akin to cohabiting with a tiger. A magnate like Lu Yunfeng is not unlike an ancient monarch. Those in the role of secretaries resemble the eunuchs of yore, perpetually attempting to discern the ruler's sentiments, an endeavor fraught with uncertainty and elusiveness. Glancing at her phone, Lin Yuetian noted that the battery was at 36. If she were to check the navigation and take a bus back to the company, it might not suffice. She had relinquished her power bank to the receptionist when leaving Dongsheng, and seeking another now would consume excessive time. After deliberating, she decided to indulge herself and summon a ride-hailing service. Just as she opened the app and prepared to place an order, a white BMW approached and honked in her direction. Lin Yuetian looked up to see the passenger window roll down and the door unlocked. In the driver's seat, Fong Weidong gestured to her. Alian, what a coincidence, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride. Lin Yuetian had no inclination to engage with him and shifted aside. Fong Weidong, undeterred, exited the vehicle. Alian, why are you ignoring me? Teacher Fong, our relationship is quite ordinary. I have resolved to distance myself from Fu Guoping, and that includes his network, Lin Yuetian stated plainly, wishing to sever any ties with him. Yet Fong Weidong persisted. I am not part of Fu Guoping's circle, Alian. I have applied to teach at Beijing, and my application has been approved. I will no longer have any dealings with Fu Guoping. Alian, I fell in love with you at first sight. Can you grant me a chance? Zihao is very fond of you, as am I. Both father and son wish for you to be the matriarch of the Fong family. The sky began to drizzle. The weather in the capital had been dreary for the past few days, and the forecast had proven inaccurate, predicting overcast skies only for rain to suddenly fall. Lin Yuetian shielded her head with her hands and dashed toward the eaves by the roadside. Fong Weidong turned back to the car, retrieved an umbrella, and hurried after her. Alian, I am serious. At that moment, Lin Yuetian had no desire to engage in conversation, especially out in the rain. She was keen to return to the office and clarify the matter of her position change with Lu Yunfeng. Alian, Fu Guoping relentlessly pursued you back in the day, why should I not be able to? When you went on that blind date, you were robbed on the way, and Fu Guoping intervened. Do you truly believe that was mere coincidence? What do you mean? Lin Yuetian finally reacted, fixing her gaze intently on Fong Weidong. Fong Weidong's expression turned grave, his brows furrowing tightly. Fu Guoping often boasts about this, claiming it was all part of his meticulous planning. He had long known who you were, that you were the daughter of a war hero, the adopted child of Dr. Wu, and that academician Yang shared a close bond with Dr. Wu, arranging a marriage for you. The dormant memories within Lin Yuetian resurfaced, transporting her back over 30 years. She recalled Yang Bo saying he would introduce her to one of his esteemed students. Time had dulled her memory of whether the name was Lu Yongshan or Lu Yongshan. All she remembered was being robbed on the way to the blind date, with Fu Guoping stepping in to fight off the thief and sustaining an injury in the process. She had expressed her gratitude and accompanied him to the hospital, thereby missing the blind date. Young and naive, she had believed she had encountered a hero and had fallen for foogwoping, allowing herself to be swept away by infatuation. Now, Fong Weidong's revelation shattered those cherished memories. The so-called heroic rescue was nothing but a fabrication. Her heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy object, constricting and suffocating. Fong Weidong, sensing her disbelief, urged, "I have a recording, would you like to hear it?" "No need," Lin Yuetian struggled to articulate, exerting every ounce of strength she had. "Before, I never believed he could do such a thing. Now I do. Fu Guoping's affection for you is not genuine. He approached you with ulterior motives, seeking to leverage Dr. Wu and academician Yang's connections. His admission to S University was solely due to Dr. Wu's strong recommendation." "Enough, please stop," Lin Yuetian replied weakly, feeling inexplicably drained, her entire body devoid of energy. Clutching her phone, she opened the ride-hailing app to summon a car. Seeing her request a ride, Fong Weidong implored, "Please, don't bother with the ride-hailing service. Wherever you need to go, I can take you." "No, thank you," Lin Yuetian replied, shifting away from him. "Fu Guoping pursued me with a purpose. What about you? What is your intention?" Fong Weidong hastily defended himself. "I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to build a home with you. Companionship in old age is not as idyllic as you suggest. It amounts to merely cohabiting, each meeting their own needs." Lin Yuetian scoffed, "You seek a woman capable of managing a household. I regret to inform you, I cannot fulfill that role." "That is not necessary. If you do not wish to manage the household, then do not." "If I do not manage the household, then what shall I do?" Lin Yuetian glanced at the man, who appeared to be evasive, unable to even lie convincingly. What else could she provide at her age? Her needs in that regard had long since diminished. "My ride has arrived, Teacher Fong. Please remain here. I in the future, if there is nothing of consequence, kindly refrain from disturbing me," Lin Yuetian stated firmly. Fong Weidong said nothing further, and as she prepared to leave, he handed her the umbrella. "Take this, autumn rain can be quite chilly, don't catch a cold." "No, thank you." Lin Yuetian departed with determination and decisiveness. After borrowing the umbrella, she turned back to return it. Such entangled connections were utterly wearisome. Braving the rain, she entered the ride-hailing car. Noticing her shivering frame, the driver kindly inquired, "Would you like me to turn on the heater?" "Just a little, please." Lin Yuetian hugged herself, feeling thoroughly chilled. The driver activated the heater and asked for her phone's last 4 digits. Upon reaching her destination, he discovered that the passenger in the back seat had already fallen asleep. "Hello, we have arrived," the driver called out twice. Lin Yuetian rubbed her aching head and touched her forehead, realizing it was feverishly hot. "Do you need to go to the hospital?" the driver asked again. Concerned, Lin Yuetian waved her hand dismissively. "Thank you, but no." After 30 years of laboring for the Fu family, she had seldom fallen ill, for she could not afford to be unwell. She trusted her constitution. She should not be so fragile. As she stepped into the company, her phone rang from her pocket. Taking it out, she saw it was Secretary Han calling. "Hello, Secretary Lin. The president has asked for coffee for all the employees in the executive office today. You are still outside, correct? When you return, please pick some up. A total of 18 cups, 3 cups of iced Americano without sugar, 4 half-sweet cappuccinos, 6 iced Americanos with regular sugar and milk, 2 caramel macchiatos with 70 sugar, 2 lattes without sugar, and the final cup for the president, requiring a water temperature of 41 degrees, a latte without sugar." Chapter 86. The Princess Carrie Lin Yuetian possessed an exceptional memory. In her youth, during her school days, she would recite texts with remarkable speed and accuracy. Therefore, Han Xiaoshu felt as though she was placing Lin Yuetian in a position of difficulty, yet Lin Yuetian remained utterly oblivious, responding, "All right, I've noted it down." "Have you truly remembered? If you end up purchasing the wrong items, don't say I didn't explain clearly," Han Xiaoshu replied with a sardonic tone over the phone. Outside, the rain poured down, and Lin Yuetian merely wished to complete her coffee purchase quickly and ascend to her office, not wanting to squander any more time. "I'll talk to you later. I am going to buy coffee now." With that, she hung up the call. Having forgotten her umbrella, she first borrowed one from the company reception. The office was heated, yet stepping outside met her with a biting cold wind. Lin Yuetian, already feeling feverish, found her symptoms exacerbated by the abrupt temperature changes. However, at that moment, she merely felt a slight dizziness, thinking that once she bought the coffee and returned to her desk to take a packet of cold medicine, she would be fine. Not far from the coffee shop, Fong Weidong sat in his car, observing Lin Yuetian's every move. He watched as her slender figure struggled to carry numerous cups of coffee. Was this the affair between Lin Yuetian and Lu Yunfeng that Fu Guoping and Yi Junjun claimed? It certainly did not appear to be anything of the sort. Lin Yuetian was simply a diligent worker, and he wondered if perhaps, due to being a newcomer in the workplace, she was being bullied by her colleagues. Fong Weidong could no longer bear to watch, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lin Yuetian. From the moment he witnessed her being mistreated by Fu Guoping, he felt a deep compassion for her. "May I assist you?" he offered, braving the rain as he stepped out of the car and approached Lin Yuetian. Lin Yuetian looked up, visibly surprised. "How did you find me here?" "I have no classes this afternoon," Fong Weidong quickly explained. "Seeing the rain, I was genuinely concerned for you, so I came to check. I'm not a little girl." "Why would you be concerned?" Lin Yuetian felt somewhat harassed by his presence, yet Fong Weidong remained undeterred, his demeanor humble. "Please, don't feel burdened. I mean no harm. I just wish to help you carry these coffees upstairs, and then I'll leave." Accessing the building requires an employee badge, and strangers must apply for visitor access. "Deliveries and couriers are not allowed inside," Lin Yuetian patiently explained. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have to come here myself." Well, Fong Weidong clenched his fist. He yearned to assist Lin Yuetian, but she was far too self-reliant to accept his help. With her hands laden with coffee, she glanced up at the overcast sky and said, "Teacher Fong, you should head back." "All right," Fong Weidong nodded, refraining from further comment. He believed that with unwavering effort, he would eventually win her heart. He felt certain that unlike Fu Guoping, Lin Yuetian would find happiness if she were to marry him. Lin Yuetian spent 5 minutes carrying the coffee upstairs. She was drenched, droplets of water clinging to her hair. As she hurried into the president's office, Yin Hui, who had just emerged from the restroom, couldn't help but tease, "Xiaoshu, why are you sending the poor auntie to fetch coffee?" Han Xiaoshu pouted, visibly displeased. "Fetching coffee is her job. It has strange these past few days. The president keeps assigning me tasks that should be Lin Yuetian's, yet he hasn't raised my salary. Isn't that a good thing? Those who are capable should take on more work. Those who do less will eventually be phased out." Yin Hui comforted her. Han Xiaoshu, however, disagreed. What should be her responsibility must be fulfilled by her. "Come on, let us get the coffee." Lin Yuetian placed the coffee in the pantry, inviting everyone to collect their drinks. She then discreetly took Lu Yunfeng's cup and made her way toward the president's office. At that moment, Lu Yunfeng reclined in his executive chair, idly toying with a pen. His back was to the desk, and he gazed out at the skyline through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his eyes vacant and lost in thought. When Lin Yuetian entered with the coffee, her gentle voice jolted him back to reality. "Boss, here is your coffee." Lu Yunfeng slowly swiveled his chair to face the smiling woman. He accepted the coffee, his expression frosty. "Aren't you supposed to be changing positions? You won't need to handle these tasks anymore. They'll be assigned to Secretary Han." Lin Yuetian nodded. "So you've agreed. Once Secretary Wang returns, I'll apply for the position change. However, until that happens, I will continue to fulfill my responsibilities. The work that is mine must be done by me." "Ha, if every employee in this company were as diligent as you, I would truly have nothing to worry about." "I'd be laughing in my dreams," Lu Yunfeng retorted sarcastically. "Please leave," he added, not wishing to see Lin Yuetian at that moment, especially not her serious demeanor. Her mention of a position change irritated him. Lin Yuetian said nothing more, her cheeks flushed as she exited the room. After work, the employees of the secretary's office gradually departed. Lu Yunfeng, feeling disgruntled, decided to leave early and head to the club for a game of billiards. As he stepped out of the president's office, he was met with the melodious sound of a mobile phone ringing. Lin Yuetian had adjusted her phone settings, keeping it on vibrate during work hours and switching to ringing mode after hours. Most of the staff in the president's office had left, with only a couple remaining to finish up. Lu Yunfeng, with one hand in his pocket, passed by the secretary's office, initially intending to ignore it. However, the ringing compelled him to glance inside. There he saw Lin Yuetian slumped over her workstation, seemingly asleep. The source of the ringing was indeed her phone, its screen aglow. Given the volume, it should have awakened her by now, yet it did not. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yunfeng strode into the office and gently tapped Lin Yuetian's shoulder. "Lin Yuetian, wake up." Hearing his voice, she turned her face, her eyes barely opening, unfocused before slipping shut once more. Noticing her pallor, which had turned a shade of red, akin to a cooked shrimp, Lu Yunfeng reached out to touch her forehead, finding it alarmingly hot. "Do you realize you have a fever?" he asked, his voice low and laced with irritation. How could she be so unaware of her illness, sleeping here in this condition? Wouldn't she call in sick if she felt unwell? At that moment, Lin Yuetian, dazed from the fever, struggled to open her eyes to respond to Lu Yunfeng. Her throat felt parched, and her body was ablaze, leaving her utterly drained of strength to explain anything. Seeing her in such a state, Lu Yunfeng hesitated, his mind racing. After a moment, he resolutely lifted her from the chair, his muscular arms enveloping her, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. One arm secured her waist while the other cradled her horizontally against him. Though his face remained stoic and his gaze calm, his hurried steps betrayed his current anxiety. He was alarmed. Lin Yuetian was burning with fever, and he was worried. He strode purposefully toward the president's office, where a large medical kit awaited, stocked with various emergency medications, including antipyretics. He placed Lin Yuetian onto the couch, ensuring she was comfortable. "I will fetch some medicine and water." Just as he turned to leave, Lin Yuetian suddenly grasped his elbow, murmuring, "Don't go." Chapter 87. Mr.Lu was actually very gentle. Lin Yuetian found herself immersed in a dream, vividly recalling a day from her 12th year. In the morning, she departed for school after sharing breakfast with her parents, engaging in discussions about her studies. However, in the afternoon, her adoptive father abruptly arrived at her school, bearing dreadful news that her parents had met with an accident. When she finally laid eyes on them, they were already lying on the cold slab of the mortuary, their bodies draped in white sheets. She longed to lift the covering, but a female doctor restrained her, preventing her from looking at the subsequent funeral. The mortician meticulously prepared her parents for their final rest. As she gazed upon their faces, she was struck by the horror of discovering her mother was missing an arm and her father's legs had vanished. Later, she learned from her parents' colleagues that an explosion had occurred in the laboratory, and they had been unable to escape. When her parents were pushed into the cremation furnace, Lin Yuetian's composure finally shattered. "Dad, Mom, don't go, please don't leave me behind." It is often said that in moments of vulnerability, one recalls their parents. When her adoptive father passed away, she experienced hallucinations, believing that her father had come to take her away. Tears blurred Lin Yuetian's vision as she reached out, whispering, "Take me with you." In her dream, her parents smiled down at her, gently stroking her hair. "Little Lian, do not weep. You cannot join us just yet, wait for several decades, and we shall come for you." Lu Yunfeng stood frozen in place, attempting to free his hand from her grasp, yet he felt Lin Yuetian holding onto him with a tenacity that seemed to be a desperate attempt to cling to life itself. Her palms were clammy with sweat as she clutched his elbow, refusing to release her grip. Lu Yunfeng remained silent, allowing her to hold on. Time ticked by until Lin Yuetian finally regained her composure, at which point he gently loosened her grip. He retrieved a delicate silk blanket and draped a corner over her abdomen. Once the blanket was in place, he turned to fetch the medical kit, extracting antipyretic medication and pouring a glass of water. Mixing hot and cold water, he tested the temperature on the back of his hand to ensure it was not too hot before presenting the cup to Lin Yuetian. "Here, take the antipyretic," he murmured softly, bending down to whisper in her ear. Lin Yuetian, still groggy, gradually awoke from her dreams. She opened her eyes and, upon recognizing Lu Yunfeng's face, was momentarily taken aback. Mechanically, she accepted the tablet and swallowed it down with a gulp of water. Just then, her phone rang again, its sound penetrating through the heavy office door without any hindrance. Upon hearing the ringtone, Lu Yunfeng took the cup away, exited the CEO's office, and went to the secretary's office to retrieve the phone. He glanced at the caller ID. A Jew. This individual had called twice already, suggesting an urgent matter at hand. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer. "Apologies, but Lin Yuetian is currently unavailable to take calls." "Ah? Who are you?" came the breathless voice of Wang Ju from the other end, accompanied by the patter of raindrops. "I am her boss. May I inquire about your relationship to her?" Lu Yunfeng asked in a low tone. Wang Ju responded with confusion, "I am her good friend. How is her phone in your possession?" "She has a fever." Lu Yunfeng paused for a moment, then added, "If you have the time, I would appreciate it if you could come to Yunfeng Group and take her home." "What?" "She has a fever. I'm currently downstairs at your company, but I cannot get in." "Please hold on, I will have security grant you access." A few minutes later, Wang Ju hurriedly ascended to the 66th floor. She had only seen such grand corporations in television dramas, and her eyes wandered in awe at the opulent decor. However, her pace did not falter, as she was eager to check on Lin Yuetian's condition. This way, Lu Yunfeng had already been waiting in the office area, waving her over. Wang Ju followed him closely, somewhat hesitantly asking, "Where is Alian?" "Follow me," Lu Yunfeng replied, leading the way with his tall, athletic frame. His mere silhouette was enough to captivate anyone. Goodness, Wang Ju could not help but internally lament. Working alongside such a dashing boss, how could anyone focus on their tasks? Upon entering the CEO's office, she was astounded by the luxurious furnishings. So this is what the office of a billionaire CEO looks like. After a quick scan of the space, her gaze landed on Lin Yuetian, who lay sprawled on a high-end leather sofa. She rushed over, calling out, "Alian, Alian?" Gently placing her hand on Lin Yuetian's forehead, she exclaimed, "I remember there's a pharmacy downstairs. I'll go buy some fever medication." I've already administered one dose. Refrain from giving her any more antipyretics within 6 hours, Lu Yunfeng said in a steady voice. I will take her home shortly. If possible, please stay with her tonight. Of course, I am more than willing, Wang Ju nodded. Her husband was often absent, preoccupied with drinking and gambling. He wouldn't return home that night. Wang Ju lifted Lin Yuetian's arm over her shoulder. Both women were quite capable, possessing considerable strength and stamina. Lin Yuetian was slender, while Wang Ju was more robust, so assisting her was hardly a challenge. Observing this, Lu Yunfeng led the way, embodying the humility of a multi-billionaire as he opened doors, pressed elevator buttons, and even held the car door open for them. Wang Ju settled into the back seat with Lin Yuetian, stealing a glance at Lu Yunfeng's chiseled profile in the rearview mirror, noting how ruggedly handsome he appeared. Why did she sense something unusual? Wasn't it rather peculiar for a boss to fuss over a sick secretary? As they traveled from Yunfeng Group to Jinning Building, Wang Ju transitioned from one surprise to another. She was aware that Lin Yuetian had moved out, but she had no idea she lived in such luxury. When Lu Yunfeng skillfully navigated the entrance and unlocked the password-protected door, Wang Ju could no longer contain her astonishment. Billionaire boss, how do you have access to Alien's residence? You even know the entrance code. What is your relationship with her? She asked, shrinking slightly and forcing a smile. Lu Yunfeng shot her a glance. This is my home. Lin Yuetian is my tenant as part of the company's employee benefits. What? Wang Ju exclaimed in disbelief. Aren't you all capitalists? Would you truly show such compassion for your employees? She muttered under her breath. Lu Yunfeng ignored her, standing at the doorway, gentlemanly and considerate. The storage compartment in the living room contains a medical kit. Please retrieve the alcohol and apply it to her limbs. Do not cover her with too heavy a blanket. Also, there are fever patches in the kit. Please apply one. After issuing his instructions, he glanced at his watch. It is now 8 in the evening. Please check her temperature at 9. If it remains above 38 degrees, call my private doctor. Make sure she drinks plenty of water, and close the windows to prevent her from catching a chill again. Understood, Wang Ju nodded vigorously. This is the private doctor's business card. Lu Yunfeng produced a card from his wallet. Wang Ju took it, supporting Lin Yuetian. Rest assured, I care for Alien even more than you do. Why did she sense that the esteemed Mr.Lu was showing an excessive amount of concern for Alien? Very well, then close the door behind you. Lu Yunfeng pressed his temples. Once the door was securely shut, he waited an additional 2 minutes before departing. Just as he stepped into the elevator, someone emerged from another lift. Fu Guoping, dressed sharply in a suit, carried a thermal food container. He had managed to blend in with a couple living in the building. Having sweet-talked his way in, standing outside room 1601, he straightened his collar, pressed the doorbell, and called out, Alien, open up, it's me, a ping. I need to apologize for yesterday's events. Chapter 88, tomorrow, she will be my daughter-in-law. Wang Ju had just assisted Lin Yuelian back to her room, but in her confusion, she inadvertently led her to Lu Yunfeng's room instead. The spacious flat was indeed vast, and Lin Yuelian, living alone, had little need for so many rooms. Even during Liang Tian's brief stay, she had only occupied the guest room. In Lu Yunfeng's chamber, most of his belongings had already been taken, yet a few inconspicuous items remained, forgotten in the corners. Wang Ju, already panting from her wandering in the expansive flat, was startled by the doorbell's insistent ringing, causing her to fumble in a flurry of activity. Ah Lian, you should lie down for a moment. It is probably that clingy boss of yours, Wang Ju muttered under her breath, hastening her steps. Coming. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung open the door, only to freeze in surprise at the sight of the man standing before her. Fu Guoping appeared equally taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Are you here to see Alien? What nonsense, Wang Ju silently cursed. Originally, she had arranged with Alien to visit S University to report Fu Guoping to the disciplinary committee. However, fate had conspired against them, as Alien had fallen ill. I intend to report you, you dog of a man, and you talk of visiting. Wang Ju rolled her eyes, her demeanor instantly turning resolute. What do you want? I came to apologize to Alien, Fu Guoping replied, a broad smile adorning his face as he lifted the insulated food container in his hand. Doesn't Alien love braised pork with taro? I made it for her. How rare, Professor Fu can cook. Wang Ju replied sarcastically, her sturdy physique blocking the doorway. But I'm afraid Alien has already gone to bed. You can keep your nonsense braised pork with taro for yourself. With that, she grasped the door handle, intending to shut the door firmly. Seeing this, Fu Guoping quickly thrust a foot forward to prevent the door from closing. Sister Ju, please, have mercy, will you? I truly know I was wrong, and I've broken things off with that woman outside. Alian and I have been together for 30 years, we share feelings for one another, just let me go in, give her the food, apologize, and I promise I'll leave. Fu Guoping's demeanor caused Wang Ju to waver. Women of their age, unlike young girls, no longer held any illusions about love. Take her, for instance, having endured domestic violence, with a husband either gambling or drinking, she had daily borne such a life, contemplating divorce. Yet reality was harsh. For women of their age, the obstacles to divorce were formidable. In their words, if the husband recognized his mistakes, perhaps forgiving him once would suffice. Among her acquaintances, who didn't have their own share of troubles by middle age? They were all practically halfway in the grave, with little time left to spare. Enduring a little longer seemed the easier path. Reflecting on this, her gaze fell, appraising Fu Guoping. Hand the food over to me. I'll wait until tomorrow when Alian feels somewhat better to eat. Is she unwell? Fu Guoping's expression grew tense. Wang Ju nodded. She has a fever. Upon hearing this, Fu Guoping's temper flared. Alian has been at home for 30 years, rarely falling ill. How is it that after just a few days of work, she collapses? I've told her repeatedly to come back and not suffer outside. He muttered, pushing Wang Ju aside. Alian and I haven't divorced yet. We are still husband and wife. Let me in, I need to take care of her. Wang Ju found herself at an impasse. Indeed, he had a valid point. Legally, Fu Guoping had that right. The divorce cooling-off period was merely a month, yet it felt interminable. Now you care for Alian. Where was this concern before? Alian has me to look after her. You, a big man, are just clumsy. It's best you return home. Wang Ju pushed him away in disdain, yet Fu Guoping was resolute, shedding his shoes and, seeing no other slippers, stepped inside barefoot. Where is Alian's room? He wandered about the flat like a headless fly. Wang Ju, exasperated, pointed, the last room at the end. Following her directions, Fu Guoping entered the final chamber. Upon stepping inside, he found the decor decidedly masculine. However, he gave it little thought and strode directly to Lin Yuelian's side. Leaning down, he placed his hand on her forehead. Still hot. I plan to apply a cooling patch and use alcohol to wipe her down, Wang Ju remarked. Fu Guoping sat at the edge of the bed. You go fetch the supplies. I will take care of Alian. Once you hand over the supplies, you can leave. I will take care of Alian, she insisted. How can that be? Wang Ju gasped in surprise. Why not? Fu Guoping's expression turned serious. Wang Ju pouted. You two are about to divorce, a man and a woman alone together. It's inappropriate, but we've been like this before. What's inappropriate about it? I've seen every part of her. Look at you, your concerns are quite peculiar. That may be true, Wang Ju conceded, feeling somewhat outmatched. After a brief hesitation, she insisted, no, it's truly not appropriate. You should go home. I can care for Alian. I am her husband. You are her friend, who should stay. But Alian wants to divorce you. Wang Ju struggled against Fu Guoping's confidence, attempting to dominate the conversation. At that moment, Fu Guoping's demeanor softened. He appeared like a scholar, calmly reasoning. Alian doesn't actually wish to divorce. She is merely upset by my betrayal. However, a prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. You always encourage Alian to leave me. What about you? Why don't you leave? Are you pleased to see us separated? Nonsense. What are you talking about? Wang Ju found herself at a loss for words, feeling inferior in intellect compared to Alian, who could articulate her thoughts eloquently. If Alian were here, she would have decisively berated that scoundrel by now. Yet Wang Ju could only stammer, unable to find her voice. In any case, I want leave, unless Alian wakes up and tells me to go, allowing you to stay, then I will depart. Wang Ju, weary of further argument, turned to fetch the medicine box. Following Lu Yunfeng's instructions, she quickly located the medicine box. Discovering it was well stocked with emergency supplies, she retrieved the alcohol and cooling patches, first handing the latter to Fu Guoping. I'll apply the alcohol. Don't think of taking advantage of Alian. Fu Guoping chuckled. She is my wife, what advantage could I take? At that moment, Lu Yunfeng was driving alone in his Maybach. Upon returning to Xiaganfu, he headed straight for the kitchen. Sir? Good evening, sir. The kitchen staff were taken aback, as Lu Yunfeng rarely ventured into the kitchen. Is there something suitable for a sick person to eat? Prepare a portion and pack it up, he instructed. He thought about how Lin Yuelian had not had dinner. Should she wake after her fever subsides, she would likely be hungry. A sick person? Who is sick, Yunfeng? Are you unwell? Upon hearing the commotion from the kitchen, the matriarch strode over. It's not me. Lu Yunfeng felt somewhat guilty, unsure of how to explain. A friend is ill. I am bringing her something to eat. A friend? The matriarch's expression darkened immediately. She was aware of Yao Liren's return to the country and understood her character well. It seemed she was feigning illness to garner Yunfeng's concern. With takeout being so convenient these days, why not just order her some? It is no trouble to prepare something at home, the matriarch huffed, visibly displeased. Lu Yunfeng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It's Lin Yuelian who is sick. Ah Lian is ill. Quickly, chef, prepare 3 dishes and a soup. No, it's too slow for just you. Summon the other chefs. When the meal is ready, Yunfeng, you must personally deliver it. The matriarch was in a flurry of excitement. A solitary man and a woman, especially one who was unwell, how suggestive. It goes without saying that Alian would surely understand the implication. By the end of this evening, she would likely become his daughter-in-law. Chapter 89. He wants to stay asleep, madam. Sir, we have esteemed guests arriving. As the kitchen began to bustle, the butler approached with his report. Esteemed guests? Who? Old Madame Lu fixed her gaze on the kitchen, unwilling to budge an inch. The butler respectfully inclined his body. It's President Yao from Dongxing Group. Having served the family for over 2 decades, he was acutely aware of the relationship between Yao Liren and Lu Yunfeng. Upon hearing that Yao Liren was present, old Madame Lu's brows furrowed deeply, her welcome decidedly lacking. In truth, she held a certain admiration for Yao Liren, an independent woman, a role model for their generation. However, her presence was a source of vexation as Yao Liren persistently pursued her son Yunfeng. Yao Liren was an unabashed workaholic, having sacrificed her marriage for her career years prior. She had entertained the notion of matchmaking Yao Liren with Yunfeng, and under the pressure of her maternal insistence, Yunfeng had reluctantly agreed to give it a try. Yet Yao Liren had declared, marriage is acceptable, but I shall not bear children. We can live as a dink couple, especially since he has adopted a child. I can be a stepmother to that little one. This had sent old Madame Lu into a tailspin. How could the Lu family allow their lineage to be extinguished? Ultimately, after much back and forth, Yunfeng chose to remain single. She harbored a sense of resentment towards Yao Liren, feeling that the one opportunity Yunfeng had to relent had been squandered by her. Yao Liren had suggested, let's revisit the topic of marriage in 7 years. I will focus on my career for now, and by then, if neither of us is married, we can be together. Strangely, Yunfeng had agreed at that moment. Thus, the matter was perpetually postponed, leading to the present situation. Yunfeng, go attend to her. I must supervise the kitchen. I must personally ensure that what Alien eats is satisfactory, otherwise, I cannot rest easy. Old Madame Lu pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Lu Yunfeng maintained a stoic expression, saying little in response. He and Yao Liren were friends and business partners. Regardless, appearances must be upheld, and he could not allow her to feel unduly embarrassed. Yao Liren was escorted by a servant to the hall, where she surveyed her surroundings. The residence remained largely unchanged from 7 years ago. She believed that her feelings for Lu Yunfeng were similarly steadfast, unchanging. President Yao, would you care for a drink? A servant inquired with utmost deference. Yao Liren waved her hand dismissively. Has Xingu finished his meal? If not, I shall stay and dine with him. Just a glass of warm water will suffice, no need to prepare anything elaborate. Understood, the servant replied, bowing respectfully before departing. At that moment, Lu Yunfeng emerged from the kitchen, his suit jacket unbuttoned, exuding an air of dominance and charm. Yao Liren's lips curled into a smile as she stood to greet him. Xingu, I've just returned to the country a few days ago, and my kitchen hasn't been operational yet. I hope you don't mind if I join you for dinner? Not at all, make yourself comfortable, Lu Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. Yao Liren beamed, everything here feels just as it did before. Which room did I used to stay in? I would love to see it. Have the servant guide you, Lu Yunfeng said, glancing at his watch, ever mindful of the time. Noticing his distraction, Yao Liren pouted, Xingu, do you have something scheduled? Lu Yunfeng's expression remained impassive. I do, I must step out shortly. How unfortunate, Yao Liren replied, her enthusiasm waning slightly. Oh, by the way, Dennis is returning to the country tomorrow on the morning flight. Are you free to join me in picking him up? We'll discuss it later, Lu Yunfeng replied tersely, his thoughts elsewhere. Yao Liren endeavored to spark conversation, yet she could not ignite his enthusiasm. Eventually, the atmosphere between them grew somewhat strained. Lu Yunfeng stated lightly, feel free to wander, dinner will be ready shortly. Xingu, won't you accompany me? Yao Liren asked with hopeful eyes. Lu Yunfeng glanced at his watch, I need to make a phone call. You may explore on your own. Very well, Yao Liren pouted, summoning a servant to guide her. Bored and aimlessly looking around, she found herself at the end of the corridor and suddenly inquired, has your master ever brought any female companions home? Ah? The servant was caught off guard by the unexpected question, female companions? No, never. For instance, his secretary or someone similar. Has he never brought anyone home? Yao Liren pressed on, determined to elicit a different response. The servant shook her head firmly. No, however, Assistant Jiang has come by a few times, but only for work-related matters. I see. Having received the answer she sought, Yao Liren's mood brightened considerably. It seemed that only Lu Yenzhou had unilaterally wished to acknowledge Lin Yuelian as a godmother. Xingu apparently harbored no special feelings for her. Previously, she had investigated and learned that Lin Yuelian had entered the president's office due to Lu Yenzhou. Strangely, what spell had Lin Yuelian cast on Lu Yenzhou to enrapture him so? Has your master not dated anyone in recent years? Yao Liren continued her inquiries. The servant shook her head. He has been wholly devoted to his work and has not pursued any relationships. Upon hearing this, Yao Liren's expression transformed into one of delight. She could hardly claim to forget their 7-year pact. It was evident that he had preserved his chastity for her. She was confident that someone like Ningxia, a capricious woman, could never ensnare Xingu, ensuring his continued bachelorhood. The reason for his singleness must undoubtedly be her, however, since she had chosen her career over love. Perhaps he was harboring resentment towards her, which explained his aloofness. With this thought, all her negative emotions dissipated. Come, let us go see the room I used to stay in. In the garden of the Xia Gongfu, Lu Yunfeng took out his phone to call Lin Yuelian. After the first call was abruptly cut off, he frowned. Surely, Lin Yuelian's friend Aju was by her side. Why had Aju hung up on him? After waiting in the garden for 2 minutes, he dialed Lin Yuelian once more. Again, the call was instantly disconnected. In room 1601 of the Jinding building, Fu Guoping glanced at the caller ID displaying Lin Yuelian's name. After cruelly ending the call, he pressed and held the power button to shut off the phone. How did it go? What was the temperature? Wang Ju entered with a basin of cold water. Fu Guoping held a thermometer and remarked, 37.8. The fever is gradually subsiding. That's good to hear, Wang Ju replied, placing a hand over her heart. It's getting late. You should return home. I will stay the night, Fu Guoping declared as he rose to his feet. I'm going to take a shower and then sleep alongside Alien. What? Wang Ju nearly stumbled in shock. Yet, Fu Guoping remained unfazed. You needn't flit about like a light bulb in front of me. Perhaps after tonight, Alien and I will reconcile, and she may hold you accountable for disrupting our marital bond. Alien would never do that, Wang Ju retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration. Fu Guoping playfully nudged her, attempting to usher her out of the room. All right, I need to shower. It's inconvenient with you here. Oh, I'm not leaving. How can you be so shameless? Shameless? Alien is my wife. Is it not perfectly normal for us to share a bed? It is not normal. Alien is in the process of filing for divorce. Lin Yuetian felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, roused by the commotion around her. She steadied her spinning head, opened her eyes, and beheld 2 figures pushing against one another. Upon closer inspection, she recognized one as her dear friend Wang Ju and the other as her ex-husband, Fu Guoping. What are you two arguing about? Lin Yuetian croaked, slowly propping herself up. Her head throbbed, and she attempted to recollect her thoughts. She remembered sitting in the office, feeling drowsy, and then it seemed someone had lifted her. Uncertain if it was a dream or reality, she recalled that the one who had carried her appeared to be her boss. Chapter 90. You regret, reluctance to part ways. Aju, how did he end up here? Hurry and drive him out. Lin Yuetian instinctively cocooned herself in the quilt, a reflexive act of self-preservation, perceiving Fu Guoping as an unwelcome intruder. Bolstered by a sense of confidence, Wang Ju boldly raised her voice, directing a fierce shout at Fu Guoping. Did you hear that? You are not welcome here. Why don't you just leave? Fu Guoping brusquely shoved her aside, his gaze unwavering and intense, fixed solely on Lin Yuetian. Noticing her pallor, his tone softened, imbued with humility. You're unwell. How can I bear to leave? Alien, let us not let anger consume us. Please allow me to stay and care for you. Fearing that his words might not sway Lin Yuetian, he hastily added, Don't you adore my braised taro and pork ribs? I made some today. Would you like to try? I can fetch it. Observing his eager demeanor as he turned away, attempting to ingratiate himself, Lin Yuetian felt not a flicker of gratitude but rather a surge of irritation. Fu Guoping had never been one to cook. It was only a decade ago that, on a whim, he ventured into the kitchen to learn the art of cooking. The very first dish he prepared was braised taro and pork ribs. Initially, he struggled, and it was she who guided him through the process. It was not that she particularly relished this dish, but rather that Fu Guoping insisted she be the first to taste his culinary creation. How is it, Alien, does it taste good? At that moment, he had beamed with the joy of a boy. Lin Yuetian, not pondering too deeply, assumed her husband was simply being considerate. It's delicious. In truth, the first attempt had been far from palatable. It took several attempts before he finally mastered the recipe. Yet later, when she playfully remarked, "Ah Ping, I wish to savor your taro and pork ribs again," each time she expressed her eagerness, he would respond with impatience and indifference, "Can't you make it yourself? If you want it, cook it, I'm busy." Lin Yuetian's thoughts snapped back to the present, a sardonic smile curling her lips. Fu Guoping, tell me, was it I who cherished this dish, or was it Yi Jinjun? Did you practice at home, treating me as your test subject while I provided you with emotional validation, all the while you naively believed I adored your cooking? When Fu Guoping entered with the insulated food container, his face was alight with anticipation, reminiscent of Lin Yuetian's former self, humble and pleading. Yet her cold water of disdain swiftly extinguished his enthusiasm. "You don't want to eat? Are you just teasing me?" His disbelief was palpable. Lin Yuetian's eyes brimmed with irritation. Her patience had worn thin. "Bring the food container here." Upon hearing her words, Fu Guoping's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "Let me open it for you." He was convinced that all women were stubbornly reticent, and a little coaxing would soften their hearts. He had employed this tactic successfully with Yi Jinjun, and he was certain Lin Yuetian, who had seldom experienced his tenderness, would be equally susceptible. Lin Yuetian remained silent, her expression icy. As Fu Guoping eagerly opened the container and presented it to her with a grin, she swung her legs out from under the quilt, rising to accept the food container. Striding purposefully towards the nearby trash bin, she showed no hesitation as she disposed of the contents within. Wang Ju gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Fu Guoping was equally taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Yuetian had actually discarded the fruits of his labor? "Leave now, or I shall summon security," Lin Yuetian declared, her temper still simmering, her body straining against the turmoil. Fu Guoping felt his heart shatter, all remnants of pride evaporating. "Is your anger truly so fierce, Alian? I genuinely wish to reconcile with you. I do not wish for our marriage to end. As long as I do not sign the divorce papers once the cooling-off period concludes, we cannot part." "You!" Lin Yuetian felt her blood boil, fury surging to her head. She stormed towards the entrance, where a visual intercom stood beside the door, equipped with a button to contact the security office. Meanwhile, at the Xia Gongfu residence, Lu Yunfeng had little appetite, merely picking at his dinner. The matriarch of the Lu family, having a light dinner by nature, barely touched her food. The two hosts had hardly eaten, leaving only the guest, Yao Liren, to devour her meal with enthusiasm, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Mother, I must be on my way," Lu Yunfeng announced, glancing at his watch. "Yes, do go. If you delay too long, you might as well stay there," the elder lady replied with a bright smile. Lu Yunfeng remained silent, rising from his seat. The butler promptly approached with a prepared insulated box. "Sir, shall I arrange for someone to accompany you?" "No need," Lu Yunfeng replied curtly, accepting the box. He preferred to avoid any unnecessary company that would only hinder him. "Is Xingu going out so late?" Yao Liren inquired, setting down her chopsticks, completely losing her appetite. The matriarch, however, did not respond to her but coldly instructed, "It's getting late, Liren. Finish your meal and return home promptly." Yao Liren felt the unmistakable sting of an overt dismissal from the elderly woman. "Auntie is right, I shall take my leave now," she managed to smile, hastily wiping her mouth with a napkin. She departed with a resolute demeanor. Moving swiftly. Upon reaching the parking lot, she spotted Lu Yunfeng driving away in his Maybach. Without hesitation, she climbed into her Maserati and followed closely behind, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. Half an hour later, the Maybach came to a halt at the base of a high-rise. The security personnel, recognizing the arrival of Mr.Lu, rushed to assist with parking. Noticing the insulated box in Lu's hand, they exchanged puzzled glances, yet they understood that matters concerning Mr. Lu were beyond their purview, so despite their curiosity, none dared to comment. Lu Yunfeng, however, paused mid-stride, abruptly asking, "Has anyone gone up to the 16th floor?" The security office kept meticulous records of who ascended which floors at what times. "My private doctor, has he visited?" "Are you referring to Dr. Zhang? He has not come, but someone did go up to the 16th floor about half an hour ago." Half an hour prior, that coincided with the moment he had his call abruptly terminated. Lu Yunfeng's brows knitted tightly as he strode into the security office. Without needing to give instructions, the guards immediately began reviewing the surveillance footage. When the monitor revealed a well-dressed Fu Guoping, holding an insulated food container, Lu Yunfeng nearly shattered the screen in fury. "Didn't TI expressly forbid this man from entering? Can the facial recognition system not capture him? Must I reiterate my orders?" The guards bowed deeply, scrambling to explain, "The facial recognition system has been under maintenance these past few days. Rest assured, Mr.Lu, that it will be fixed by tomorrow. At that moment, Lu Yunfeng had no desire to argue over right or wrong. Striding purposefully towards the elevator, he dialed his assistant Jiang, locate Lin Yuetian's ex-husband S mistress and inform her that Fu Guoping is here. She must find a way to remove him. Chapter 91. In Mr. Lu's frantic restraint. A few minutes later, Yi Junjun received a call from an unfamiliar number. At that moment, she was assisting her son with his homework. Didn't you score full marks? Why are you unable to solve these problems? Yi Junjun was scolding her son when she noticed the incoming call and vented her frustration on the caller. I'm not buying insurance. I am not taking out a loan, with hands and feet. Why can't you find a decent job? Why must you come to deceive people? Is this Miss Yi Junjun? On the other end, Assistant Jiang maintained an exceptionally calm demeanor. His voice was melodious and magnetic. Upon hearing such a pleasing voice, Yi Junjun's anger dissipated somewhat, though she still remained guarded. Who are you? Who I am is not of paramount importance. However, I wish to alert you that Fu Guoping is currently at the Jinding building. You should find a way to remove him, or else the security will be called to evict him, and he will be the one to suffer the embarrassment. Before Yi Junjun could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. The sudden silence left her feeling unsettled, as the words she wished to express remained lodged in her throat. Fu Jiangguan looked up, utterly disinterested in his homework. In truth, his perfect score had been achieved by copying from others. He had a deal with a top student who would let him copy in exchange for 100 yuan. At that moment, Yi Junjun was too preoccupied with her son's studies to attend to him, so she exited his room and locked herself in the bathroom, promptly dialing Fu Guoping's number. Hello, Pingo? Where are you at this late hour? Why haven't you returned home? I'm working overtime at school, with only 2 months to go until finals. Several colleagues and I are preparing the exam papers. I see. I am struggling a bit to help Xiao Guang with his studies and was hoping you would return to assist. Hasn't he scored full marks? Don't burden him with Olympiad questions. At his age, boys should be allowed to be free-spirited, not stifled. I can't talk now, I'm busy. Before Yi Junjun could inquire further, the call was cut off. Holding her phone, Yi Junjun activated the location tracking system. One day, she had secretly implanted a Trojan in Fu Guoping's phone. This Trojan could accurately trace the location of the other party during calls. According to Fu Guoping, he should be at school now. However, the location indicated was the very place the caller had mentioned, the Jinding building, ISNT, that where Lin Yuetian resides. He actually went to find Lin Yuetian again. Not only did he go, but he also lied to her? In an instant, Yi Junjun was filled with fury, contemplating an immediate confrontation. Yet, after some reflection, she managed to restrain her impulsive emotions. Fu Guoping and Lin Yuetian had not yet formally divorced. What stance would she take in confronting them? She feared she might end up humiliated by that older woman. Although Yi Junjun had calmed her emotions, it did not signify that she would let this matter rest. Meanwhile, at the Jinding building, Lu Yunfeng ascended the stairs and pressed the doorbell. Lin Yuetian was just about to call security when she saw the figure outside on the video intercom. It was as if she had spotted a savior, and she promptly opened the door. Boss, what brings you here? Her heart surged with indescribable excitement, even a hint of joy. It was undeniable that, unbeknownst to her, she had begun to feel a profound sense of security in Lu Yunfeng's presence. Intruding upon private property, should I call the police? Last time, you weren't detained for fighting, but this time is different. Lu Yunfeng strode inside and happened upon Fu Guoping, who immediately became agitated. Just days prior, he had fought with Feng Weidong, all because Lu Yunfeng had taken Alien away. In their conflict, Lu Yunfeng had emerged as the opportunistic third party. Alien, you rarely fell ill at the Fu household. Look at what you've become after a few days of being with Lu Yunfeng. Fu Guoping, emboldened by some unknown source, refused to back down and insisted, "This is my wife's rented apartment. What problem is there with me staying here? As for you, as the landlord, harassing the tenant intermittently, I could just as easily report you." Hey, Fu Guoping, how can you be so shameless? Wang Zhu, an outsider, found it hard to intervene but could no longer tolerate Fu Guoping's relentless harassment of her good friend. Lu Yunfeng was not one to explain himself for Lin Yuetian's sake. He had been exceedingly patient and tolerant of Fu Guoping. However, he had a limit. No one dared challenge his authority more than twice. If Fu Guoping could heed his warning and leave, he might let the matter slide. If he failed to comprehend reason, then extraordinary measures would be necessary. Before long, the head of security arrived with 2 guards, each wielding a stun baton. Fu Guoping stubbornly refused to leave, prompting the guards to jab him with a stun baton, dragging him away like a limp ragdoll. Call the police, contact Lawyer Gua, and let him spend a few days in the station for some reflection. Lu Yunfeng's voice was calm yet authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. Observing the scene, Wang Ju sighed in relief, grateful that this farce was finally resolved. The ordeal had been exhausting. She could only imagine how much more torment Lin Yuetian had endured. Was she on the brink of a breakdown? You're still unwell. Come inside. Once the chaos subsided, Lu Yunfeng changed into slippers and entered with a thermos. Are you hungry? I had someone prepare 3 dishes and a soup for you. A little, Lin Yuetian nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How can I trouble the boss to bring me food in person? My mother insisted. You know how much she treasures you as her savior. Upon learning that you were ill, she repeatedly urged me to take care of you personally. Lu Yunfeng explained nonchalantly, as if he were indeed being coerced by the matriarch. Lin Yuetian nodded, so that's how it is. She felt immense gratitude towards the old lady. She had merely assisted an elderly woman once but had since received numerous favors in return: work, housing, even care during her illness. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. If she truly wished to repay me, she had already done so long ago. Lin Yuetian lowered her head, biting her lip, feeling undeserving of such kindness. Lu Yunfeng unpacked the food from the thermos and set it on the dining table, glancing at Wang Ju beside him. You've worked hard taking care of Secretary Lin. Come eat with us. I get to join too? Wang Ju was pleasantly surprised. Her straightforward nature prevented her from being coy, and she urged Lin Yuetian to join. Then, boss, will you eat with us? Wang Ju enthusiastically invited. Lu Yunfeng chuckled. You two enjoy. I've already eaten. Not if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Ah, are you leaving so soon? Wang Ju felt a twinge of disappointment when Fu Guoping arrived. She had wished he would leave quickly. Yet now, with Lu Yunfeng present, she yearned for him to stay. If Alien ended up with him, wouldn't she become a wealthy lady? Having been through it herself, she had long sensed Lu Yunfeng's interest in her friend Alien. However, it was likely that he had restrained himself due to Alien's ongoing divorce. Lu Yunfeng did not linger long, opening the door, but at that moment, a smiling face belonging to Yao Liren suddenly appeared. Chapter 92. My future boss's wife, Shingo. We truly share a deep connection. Just as I arrived at your door, you opened it for me? Yao Liren exclaimed enthusiastically, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, radiating vitality and energy. However, her smile faltered within moments, abruptly doused by a cold splash of water from Lu Yunfeng. Have you been following me? Lu Yunfeng's brow furrowed deeply, his hawk-like gaze sharp and piercing, as if he regarded the woman before him as prey. Yao Liren felt a chill run down her spine, instantly engulfed by guilt. Yes, she had indeed followed Lu Yunfeng, eager to uncover the mystery of his late-night activities. Carrying a thermal box, he was undoubtedly delivering something to someone. I wasn't following you. I live right here. Yao Liren's face paled, yet she feigned calmness. Prior to her return to the country, she had conducted her research and was aware that Lu Yunfeng owned a spacious flat in Jinding Plaza, from time to time residing there, which prompted her to purchase the adjacent 1602 unit. Initially, she had intended to buy a property directly in Ziyagongfu, but that would have appeared overly conspicuous, as if she were desperately trying to attach herself to him. After all, she was a female CEO, possessing her own pride and dignity. In this emotional contest with Lu Yunfeng, they were evenly matched. It would be more accurate to say she held the upper hand. 7 years ago, she had chosen her career over him. Throughout those 7 years, he had remained chaste and single, clearly waiting for her. You live here, where? Lu Yunfeng questioned incredulously, his eyes scrutinizing her as if attempting to see through her very soul. Yao Liren had prepared for this, remaining unflustered. I reside in room 1602. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Xingu, how is it that you are here? As her words lingered in the air, a voice emerged from the living room. Who is your boss talking to? I'll go take a look. Moments later, a middle-aged woman clad in blue jeans and a black knit top, with a round face and a curvaceous figure, emerged. The earthy aura she exuded caused Yao Liren to furrow her brow in confusion regarding the woman's identity. Boss Lu, who is this? Wang Ju inquired of Lu Yunfeng. He remained silent, prompting Yao Liren to interject. I live across the hall. I am an old friend of Shinji Yi. Is this your home? Wang Ju blinked, quickly sizing up Yao Liren. The air of a strong woman was palpable. She appeared striking and full of spirit, exuding an impression of being quite formidable. This is Boss Lu's residence. I came to visit, as my friend is renting from him. Just as Wang Ju finished speaking, Lin Yuelian approached. A fever patch adorned her forehead, and she looked rather unwell. Are there any esteemed guests? She asked as she reached the entrance, her gaze landing on the resplendently dressed Yao Liren. Yao Zong? You? Both women were taken aback. Their eyes locked, and an awkward tension filled the air. Yao Liren forced a smile, her lips twitching slightly. So, Xingge, you've rented the place to your secretary? She had initially intended to create more opportunities for chance encounters with Lu Yunfeng by moving nearby, but now she found herself living next to a rival. Xingge, you are quite generous with your subordinates, Yao Liren remarked with a hint of envy. Wang Ju raised an eyebrow at this, her voice booming. Isn't that right? Boss Lu even sent over 3 dishes and a soup. How can there be such a wonderful boss in this world? It makes me want to work for Lu Company. Yao Liren felt speechless. Wang Ju, however, continued cheerfully, Boss Lu, would you consider hiring me as a cleaner at your company? Look at my strong arms. I have plenty of strength. Lu Yunfeng couldn't help but chuckle, his gentlemanly demeanor shining through. If you truly wish to join, I could assist you with your application. You are the boss. Can you perhaps give me a little favor? Wang Ju teased. Lin Yuelian awkwardly tugged at her. Wang Ju pouted, oh come on, I was just joking. After a brief pause, she added, Lian isn't feeling well. I'll have our meal and then go to bed. Boss Lu, you don't need to see us off. Understood. Lu Yunfeng replied, his hands tucked in his pockets, his expression serious. As he departed, he glanced at Lin Yuelian, you don't need to come to work tomorrow, I'll give you a day off. All right. Lin Yuelian nodded. Though she verbally agreed, she contemplated that if she felt better by tomorrow, she would not require the day off. Wang Ju unceremoniously closed the door, huffing, Lian, you have a competitor now. Lin Yuelian raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wang Ju stepped closer, linking her arm with Lin Yuelian's, adopting a serious demeanor. Is that woman a long-term resident next door, or did she just move in? Recently, I believe she just returned to the country, Lin Yuelian replied indifferently, not giving it much thought. Returning to the dining table, she resumed her meal. Wang Ju sat down as well, appearing astute. It's quite evident she has come here for your boss. I thought your boss lived here. Who would have known it was you instead? Yes, I am aware, Lin Yuelian responded, her mood subdued. The fever had left her feeling drained, and she wished to finish her meal quickly so she could take a hot shower and retire for the night. You know? Are you aware of her ulterior motives towards your boss? Wang Ju's eyes widened with intrigue. Lin Yuelian smirked slightly, returning a smile. She is the boss's fiancée, destined to be the future president's wife of Lu Corporation, my future boss's wife. What? Wang Ju could scarcely believe her ears. That doesn't seem right. Your boss showed no warmth towards her, even less than he does towards you. I am the old madam's lifesaver. Because of that relationship, my boss treats me exceptionally well, Lin Yuelian stated, her expression remaining impassive, her emotions stable. Wang Ju furrowed her brows, unsure of how to counter this. She sensed that her intuition was correct. Boss Lu certainly did not harbor feelings for the woman they had just encountered. She appeared haughty and aloof, as if someone owed her a debt, leaving a rather unfavorable first impression. In the corridor, Lu Yunfeng strode decisively, intent on leaving. Observing this, Yao Liren rushed forward to block his path. Xingge, would you care to come to my place for a glass of water? It has been ages since we last caught up. Didn't your mother say, if you return home too late tonight, you need not go back? Upon uttering these words, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she smiled, resembling a youthful maiden. Lu Yunfeng remained expressionless, casting a glance at the eager woman, his response rather tepid. Let us wait until Dennis arrives tomorrow to reminisce. After all, you both returned to the country within a few days of each other. I could organize a welcome dinner for both of you. The topics of conversation among 3 are quite different from those of 2, it's rare that we both have time tonight. If possible, shall we share a drink? Yao Liren persisted, making her intentions abundantly clear. Sharing drinks, just the 2 of them, could easily lead to more intimate encounters. You have only just returned to the country. It hasn't been long enough for you to fully adjust to the time difference, has it? You should rest well and we can discuss it another day. Lu Yunfeng patted her shoulder, his intention to leave resolute, disinterested in whatever she had to say. Yao Liren, feeling utterly helpless, could only watch his retreating figure with disappointment. Once Lu Yunfeng entered the elevator, she clenched her fists tightly, suppressing a surge of frustration before turning to ring the doorbell of room 1601. She pressed it with fervor, the urgency of her actions echoing like a death knell. Chapter 93. The child's father is another man. Who could it be? Wang Ju furrowed her brows upon hearing the doorbell. This evening, one interruption after another. Was there no peace left for a proper meal or rest? With Alien feeling unwell, why couldn't they simply enjoy some tranquility? Take your time eating, I will go answer the door, Wang Ju said as she rose and made her way to the front entrance. Upon seeing the visitor through the video doorbell, she promptly activated the intercom. Is there something you need? We are about to retire for the night. Nothing urgent, really. My birthday is the day after tomorrow, and I would like to invite Secretary Lin to join us. After all, we are neighbors, and it would be nice to cultivate a rapport, came the response. Alright, understood. I will convey your message. That will be all, Wang Ju replied, disconnecting the call before Yao Liren could respond. Standing outside, Yao Liren was left fuming at the abrupt dismissal, yet, being a female executive of stature, she deemed it beneath her dignity to stoop to the level of a woman who appeared as unsophisticated as Wang Ju. Bang! Just as Wang Ju turned away, the sound of the neighbor's front door slamming echoed loudly, reverberating through the entire floor. Alien, the woman next door mentioned her birthday is in 2 days and has invited you to attend, citing our proximity as neighbors, Wang Ju relayed. Put. Lin Yuetian chuckled at her friend's words. She was well aware of Yao's temperament. It was inconceivable that she would graciously extend an invitation. Got it, Lin Yuetian replied, wiping her mouth with a napkin after finishing her meal. She stood up to clear the dining table, but Wang Ju quickly intervened. You are the patient here. Go rest, I can manage this. I noticed there's a dishwasher in the kitchen, and I will use it later. Fine, but do be sure to sleep early after you're done, Lin Yuetian conceded, too fatigued to continue the pleasantries. Wang Ju reveled in the domesticity of the lavish apartment, intrigued by the modern appliances. Were it not for her friend's assistance, she might never have the opportunity to use such luxuries as a dishwasher in her lifetime. Not to mention the robotic vacuum and mop, these innovations were a marvel to her. At midnight, Yi Junjun lay beneath her covers, dialing a number saved as community property management. Auntie, how has Fan been faring lately? She whispered, covering her mouth. Despite the door being securely locked and Fu Guoping not being home, she remained cautious. On the other end, an aged voice responded, Junjun, you are a wonderful daughter-in-law to the Yu family, yet Fan is nothing but a reckless fool. He is unworthy of your concern. Auntie, I will wait for Fan's return, but I cannot visit him at the moment. Please convey my message that he must focus on his rehabilitation, she implored, as the elder wept profusely on the line. After hanging up, Yi Junjun found herself unable to quell her tumultuous emotions. 11 years prior, she had met a young delinquent named Yu Chaofan. Their love blossomed rapidly, culminating in a promise to marry after her graduation. However, fate dealt a cruel hand when Yu Chaofan, during an attempt to collect a debt, accidentally took a life. He turned himself in, compensated the family, and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. It was during his imprisonment that Yi Junjun discovered she was pregnant. With no other recourse, she sought the assistance of her university professor, Fu Guoping, knowing he had a seemingly perfect marriage with a devoted wife. Yet, human greed knows no bounds. Despite his wife's virtues, the professor's heart remained restless. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Junjun skillfully ensnared Fu Guoping in a romantic entanglement, ultimately leading him to assume the role of her child's surrogate father. While Pang Wen and Lu Ran failed to comprehend her actions, labeling her as the vile mistress intent on destroying a family, she knew herself to be a devoted mother who never wavered in her commitment to her unborn child. She was a true champion of love, willing to wait for her beloved even behind bars. Though she cast her net wide, it was Fu Guoping who ultimately fell into her trap. Thus, for all these years, she felt no guilt, believing she owed him nothing. On the contrary, the more time they spent together, the more she perceived Fu Guoping as a hypocrite, far from the gentleman he pretended to be. Ding ding ding. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep after her conversation with her ex-boyfriend's mother, her phone rang, displaying an incoming call from a landline. Hello? Yi Junjun answered, knitting her brows in confusion. Junjun, it's me. You need to find a lawyer to arrange for my bail, came the urgent plea. Upon hearing this, her expression darkened like a stormy sky. Did you get into another fight with Teacher Fong? Her patience had long since worn thin, yet her dependence on Fu Guoping for financial support forced her to acquiesce. This time it wasn't he with Fong Weidong, but rather Lu Yunfeng abusing his power to get me locked up. You must find a lawyer, or I will face disciplinary action from the school. Alright, I understand, Yi Junjun replied tersely before ending the call. She truly wished to avoid cleaning up his mess. However, she had no choice. Both she and her daughter relied on him to provide for their household. Should he falter, they would be left to fend for themselves. At 4 in the morning, Yi Junjun waited outside the police station, wrapped in a layer of mink fur, though it did little to shield her from the autumn chill. Fu Guoping emerged, looking disheveled and weary, his hair tousled and his demeanor ragged. Junjun, I am grateful for your patience, he said apologetically, casting a glance her way. Yi Junjun managed a slight smile. It's nothing. Let us get in the car, the family awaits. As Fu Jiaya saw his father exit, he quickly stepped out to open the door. Once they were all settled in, he began to voice his grievances. Mom is truly relentless. Does she wish to drive you to despair? Dad, perhaps it would be best to divorce her. She has sent you to the station multiple times, Why continue to tolerate such a malicious woman? Your mother is simply upset. I bear her no ill will, Fu Guoping countered, surprising everyone with his newfound leniency towards Lin Yutian. It is often said that one only learns to appreciate what they have once it is lost. This was precisely the mindset Fu Guoping now bore. He was determined to win Lin Yutian back, no matter the cost. Enough of that, Jia, let us find a breakfast spot and get your father something warm to eat, Yi Junjun interjected, displaying her thoughtfulness. Fu Jia felt increasingly appreciative of his stepmother, baffled by his father's intentions. Wasn't a divorce and remarriage to a younger woman a cause for celebration? All right, he replied sullenly, starting the car. After a few minutes of driving, he suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but vent. Mom is utterly heartless. I was just promoted to the executive assistant at Dongsheng, and manager Yao promised me an opportunity worth 100 million if she agrees to come on board. I begged Mom, yet she not only refused but even summoned manager Liu from Yunfeng Group to chastise me. 100 million, is that true? Yi Junjun's eyes sparkled at the mention of such a fortune. She had long desired a significant sum of money, but Fu Guoping had always kept a tight grip on finances, allowing her only a supplementary card for her expenses. Each time she spent even a cent, it required his approval. These years of suffocating existence had left her bewildered as to how she had managed to endure. Indeed, 100 million, Fu Jia boasted, raising his brows as he continued. With that money, I could put down 3 million for a small apartment with Tian, freeing us from the burden of rent. I would save another 3 million for Dad's retirement, and the remaining 4 million for our future children. I have my own finances, and I do not require your assistance, Fu Guoping insisted, his pride and hypocrisy evident. He had never intended for Fu Jia to inherit his empire, yet hearing such filial intent from his adopted son filled him with unexpected joy. You may not need it, but your wife and children certainly do, Fu Jia responded, exuding confidence as he implied the money was already theirs. Dad, you have raised me for so many years. 3 million is but a trifling sum. Jia, your thoughtfulness is commendable, Yi Junjun exclaimed, her excitement palpable. If this money could indeed benefit her and her daughter, then her sacrifices over the past 11 years would not have been in vain. However, if Mom refuses to join Dongsheng, then we shall be unable to access those funds, Fu Jia lamented. Such a windfall will slip from our grasp. Should your mother agree to join Dongsheng, we will surely claim that money, correct? Yi Junjun's eyes gleamed with hope and anticipation. Fu Jia nodded affirmatively, absolutely. Brother Ping, perhaps you could devise a plan. Having sister join Dongsheng would be beneficial for the entire family. It is a win-win situation, Yi Junjun urged excitedly, wrapping her arms around Fu Guoping's. Chapter 94. You have experienced a miscarriage. Fu Guoping felt somewhat exhausted. His mind was solely focused on reconciling with Lin Yuelian, and he did not wish to complicate matters further by involving himself in other issues. However, 10 million is not an insignificant sum, especially since the family business promised him financial security in his old age. After much hesitation, he finally relented. Let me finish my breakfast, return to the school office, and rest before I devise a plan. You all should also come up with some ideas. Many hands make light work. Dad, the solution is actually quite simple. Fu Jia had already devised a plan in his mind but hesitated to voice it initially. Fu Guoping raised an eyebrow. What solution? Mom wants a divorce from you now, and the initiative lies in your hands. This cooling-off period for divorce is not a legal requirement. As long as one party has a change of heart, the divorce cannot proceed without legal action, right? Litigation is cumbersome and can drag on for a long time. Given my mother's decisive nature, she likely wants to reach a divorce agreement with you as swiftly as possible. Are you suggesting that I propose conditions? Fu Guoping, being a university professor, quickly grasped the implication. Fu Jia glanced at the rearview mirror and smiled knowingly. Dad, you're clever. Just tell Mom that if she agrees to transfer to Dongsheng, you will immediately consent to the divorce. Moving to Dongsheng is not a matter of life and death for her. Anyone with sense knows what choice to make. Upon hearing this, Fu Guoping did not respond immediately but maintained a prolonged silence. He did not wish to divorce Lin Yuelian. After 30 years of shared emotions, it was not something that could be easily severed. 3 million was a mere fraction compared to 30 million, insufficient to sway his resolve. I will think it over. Yi Junjun, sitting beside him, felt a surge of anxiety. How could Fu Guoping even contemplate choosing Lin Yuelian over 3 million? A rational person would undoubtedly choose the substantial sum without hesitation when faced with the option of an older woman or a large fortune. Oh, right. As the car glided along, Fu Jia recalled something of great importance. He slowed the vehicle. Dad, Xiaoma, the day after tomorrow is President Yao's birthday, and she wishes to invite both of you to her birthday party. Invite us? Yi Junjun exclaimed incredulously. Fu Jia, brimming with confidence, replied, President Yao holds me in high regard. She mentioned promoting me in the future and expressed a desire to meet my parents. The mention of parents struck a chord with Yi Junjun. Though she longed to attend such a prestigious gathering and witness the lives of the truly affluent, she felt unworthy of the title of mother. Then you should invite your mother. It would be inappropriate for me to attend. Yi Junjun pouted, reluctantly declining the invitation. Fu Jia dismissed her concerns. I explained our family situation to President Yao, mentioning that my mother cannot bear children, and that it is natural for Dad to seek companionship elsewhere. Furthermore, Dad has not mistreated Mom over the years. As for you, Xioma, you need not worry. Dad and Mom are in the process of divorce, and your official status is merely a matter of time. President Yao said she does not mind. In fact, she admires your courage in pursuing love regardless of age and wishes to meet you and befriend you. Is that so? Yi Junjun's heart soared at the thought of the female CEO wanting to befriend her. Was this not akin to winning a lottery? Rest assured, the guests at President Yao's birthday party will be prominent figures. They will have no time to gossip about your relationship with Dad. Conversely, Dad could use this opportunity to expand his network with the wealthy. It is undoubtedly beneficial. You are right. Yi Junjun was completely persuaded and even felt a surge of enthusiasm. She turned to Fu Guoping, playfully asking, What do you think, Peng Gu? Should we go? With you two harmonizing so well, how could I possibly refuse? Fu Guoping's emotions were rather subdued. Meeting a few influential businessmen could indeed prove advantageous. Perhaps it would assist him in his career. The following day, Lin Yuelian awoke refreshed after a sound sleep. After breakfast with Wang Ju, the two hailed a taxi to S University. Fu Guoping had been persistently bothering Lin Yuelian, much to her annoyance. Since she had resolved to report Fu Guoping to the school's disciplinary committee, she preferred to act swiftly. Alien, are you truly feeling better? The campus was relatively empty, the autumn breeze chilling against their skin. Lin Yuelian smiled, I am fully recovered, my constitution is strong. Indeed, having managed the household for half a lifetime, we have developed an indomitable resilience, for we dare not fall ill. Wang Ju empathized, humorously self-deprecating. The two linked arms and soon stood before the disciplinary office of the Academic Affairs Department. Inside, two young staff members looked up in curiosity at the sight of the two middle-aged women. May I ask what brings you here? I wish to file a formal complaint against my husband, a professor in the Chinese department. What is his name? The staff member began to jot down notes. Fu Guoping, with Guo meaning country and Ping signifying peace. Upon hearing the name, the staff member abruptly lifted their head, clearly taken aback. What issue do you wish to report regarding him? Regarding his personal conduct. He has engaged in an extramarital affair for 11 years and has fathered an illegitimate child. The staff member's grip on the pen tightened. After a moment of stunned silence, they finally responded, Understood, we will conduct a prompt investigation. Please leave your name and contact information here. Lin Yuelian nodded and picked up a pen. Do you require evidence from me? If you have any, please provide it. I do. Lin Yuelian retrieved a USB drive from her bag and solemnly handed it to the staff member. Very well, I will notify you once we have news. After exiting the Academic Affairs office, Wang Ju frowned. Why do I feel like that staff member's reaction was rather tepid? A bit. Lin Yuelian also sensed the lack of urgency. Let us wait for the committee's feedback. If they do not take action, I will post about it on the school forum and escalate the matter. Yes. Wang Ju nodded in agreement, greatly admiring her friend's audacity and decisiveness, qualities she often envied, as she herself tended to be more cautious and hesitant. At this moment, in the obstetrics and gynecology department of Jingda Hospital, after finishing breakfast with Fu Guoping, Yi Junjun called her friend Lu Ran to accompany her for a checkup. Uncertain if it was due to recent stress, she felt a persistent heaviness in her lower abdomen and discomfort, compounded by some spotting that morning. Initially, she had hoped Fu Guoping would accompany her, but he had spent half the night at the police station and claimed he needed to rest. Though she felt a twinge of grievance, her lack of love for him dulled her sadness. In the ultrasound room, Lu Ran stayed outside the curtain, waiting for her. Doctor, how is it? My pregnancy symptoms seem to have lessened significantly. Yi Junjun felt a flutter of anxiety as she tried to catch a glimpse of the screen. The doctor meticulously examined her abdomen for a considerable amount of time before finally stating, there is no fetal heartbeat or movement. You will need to undergo a blood test. What do you mean by no fetal heartbeat or movement? Yi Junjun panicked, sitting up and staring at the monitor in confusion and fear. The doctor, accustomed to such situations, responded calmly, "The fetus has no heartbeat or embryo. The ultrasound indicates a miscarriage. You should have a blood test to check your HCG levels." The clinical tone of the doctor's words fell on Yi Junjun's ears like a heavy blow. She was completely unprepared, her mind reeling. "Are you saying I have had a miscarriage?" Chapter 95 Professor Fu's infertility. Yi Junjun's legs felt weak, and she was supported by Lu Ran as they exited the ultrasound examination room. Subsequently, Lu Ran went to settle the payment for her and assisted her in undergoing a blood test. When the doctor received Yi Junjun's blood test report, he adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Has your husband arrived? You both should undergo a comprehensive examination together to ascertain the reasons behind the miscarriage." "My husband is quite busy, he cannot come." Yi Junjun was still grappling with the reality of the miscarriage. The doctor, upon hearing this, expressed his displeasure, stating, "No matter how busy he is, he must make time for the examination, unless you both no longer wish to have children in the future. If you experience habitual miscarriages thereafter, it will be you who suffers." "All right, thank you, Doctor. I will ask him to come for the examination," Yi Junjun replied as she emerged from the outpatient room, feeling as though her soul had been lost. Lu Ran, anxious from waiting, hurried over upon seeing her and asked with concern, "How did it go? What did the doctor say?" At this display of care, Yi Junjun's emotions suddenly unraveled, and she collapsed into her friend's embrace. Lu Ran, unsure of how to console her, could only gently pat her back, saying, "It's all right, you are still young, you can still have children." "I can have children, but it seems impossible for old Fu." Yi Junjun reflected on her arduous decade-long journey of trying to conceive. Being with Fu Guoping, she had always longed for a child that resembled him. Even if they were to part ways in the future, the child could serve as a bargaining chip. However, for 10 years, she had tried every conceivable method to no avail. Initially, she believed the issue lay with her, but after a thorough examination, it became evident that her health was perfectly fine. The doctor had advised her multiple times, suggesting that infertility issues might not solely rest with the female partner and encouraged her to bring her male counterpart for testing, but she hesitated to speak up. Revealing such information would mean exposing the truth that Xiao Guan was not his child. Just as she was about to give up on the idea of having a child with Fu Guoping, a miracle occurred. She was unexpectedly pregnant. After 10 years with Fu Guoping, she had finally conceived. Heaven knows how desperately she wanted to bring this child into the world, but the outcome, the more she pondered, the more her heart ached. She knew that Fu Guoping must have some issues in that regard. The likelihood of her conceiving another child with him seemed dim. Why is Professor Fu unable to? Is it something regarding him? Isn't this child conceived naturally, wasn't it through IVF? Lu Ran inquired with curiosity. Yi Junjun wiped her tears and led her to a more secluded area. Instead of answering her questions, she grasped Lu Ran's hand with utmost seriousness and said, Ran, could you do me a favor?" Lu Ran was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly responded, "Of course. My new job is thanks to you and Professor Fu. You both are my benefactors. I would help you with 1 favor, 2 favors, 3 favors, or even 10 favors. You are truly wonderful, Ran. Yi Junjun said with a grateful smile. "Could you please help me keep the news of my miscarriage a secret? Conceal?" Lu Ran, puzzled by her friend's intentions, wondered if she planned to continue faking her pregnancy and eventually bring another child to pass off as her own. "Yes, conceal. I just don't want anyone to know that I found out about the miscarriage today." Yi Junjun tightened her grip on Lu Ran's hand, her palm sweaty. Lu Ran grew increasingly perplexed. Junjun, don't scare me. You're not planning to do anything foolish, are you?" Yi Junjun managed a smile, one that appeared more painful than joyful. "Rest assured, I still have Xiao Guang. I would never do anything reckless. It's just that this miscarriage cannot be attributed to me. Someone else must take the blame." "Ha?" Lu Ran's eyes widened in shock. "Junjun, are you implying I cannot divulge my plans to you just yet, but you must trust me?" "I have my reasons." Before long, 2 days later, Yao Liren was hosting a birthday party at the Lanqi Manor, having booked the entire estate. As a rising figure in the capital's business circle, numerous celebrities and elites attended her birthday celebration, some even coming specifically to curry favor. Lin Yuelian, residing across the hall, was approached by Yao Liren, who knocked on the door of room 1601 and invited her to join her in the car. Upon arriving at the manor, Yao Liren warmly ushered Lin Yuelian into her lounge. "Secretary Lin, I truly apologize for the last incident. I must confess, I am not particularly fond of small brands like Klin. I hope you weren't reprimanded by Shingu?" Yao Liren took Lin Yuelian's hand and led her to the vanity mirror. Lin Yuelian maintained her composure, demonstrating the minimum respect owed to a competitor. She replied coolly, "No, the boss is quite amiable, he did not scold me." Though she did not inquire, she deduced from Yao Liren's words that this Shingo referred to Lu Yunfeng. That's good to hear. Yao Liren forced a smile, her eyes betraying a hint of malice. I heard you are quite skilled at brewing tea. Would you mind preparing the tea for my birthday party? Rest assured, it will be compensated. How does 10,000 yuan a day sound? Since the gift I sent to you last time was unsatisfactory, if you appreciate my skills, I will take care of the tea without any payment, Lin Yuelian responded in a professional manner, fully aware of her relationship with Yao Liren not as friendly neighbors, but as business rivals. The jewelry necklace originally intended for Yao Liren had been accepted by Lu Yunfeng, thus, offering her services for free would mean they were even. Very well, if you insist on not accepting payment, consider this your birthday gift to me, Yao Liren smiled. Lin Yuelian nodded, it's not from me, it's from my boss, the quantity of tea will be considerable, I shall get to work now if there is nothing else. Alright, I appreciate your hard work, Yao Liren maintained her pleasant facade. However, as soon as Lin Yuelian departed, her smile vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. In the party hall, Lin Yuelian quickly located the tea area, she glanced at the menu, which featured an array of beverages. Milk tea, fruit tea, black tea, green tea, and pu'er, each with various flavors. The extensive selection might overwhelm others, leading them to feel short-staffed, yet, for Lin Yuelian, it was a mere trifle. Calmly, she prepared the ingredients, placing them into different glass teapots, and set the appropriate brewing modes. As for the milk tea, due to the fresh milk, it required boiling over an open flame. Please put on this work uniform. Just as Lin Yuelian was about to start boiling the milk tea, a youthful voice interrupted her. She turned to see a very young face. I am Amy, the coordinator for this event. You must be the tea master that Mr. Yao mentioned? Tea master? Lin Yuelian frowned, feeling as though the title was somewhat derogatory. Indeed. Amy responded firmly. Mr. Yao said you are exceptional at brewing green tea, please prepare a larger quantity of green tea, as many of the big bosses prefer it. Understood. Lin Yuelian awkwardly tugged at her lips, sensing a slight mockery in Amy's tone but lacking any evidence to confront her. Taking the work uniform, Lin Yuelian surveyed her surroundings and asked, where is the changing room? Over there, just around the corner, Amy pointed in the direction. Lin Yuelian nodded in gratitude. Just as she was about to leave, a figure followed closely behind her. Chapter 96. Like a fool, Lin Yuelian arrived at the changing room indicated by AMY.to her surprise. The location was rather secluded, situated at the far end of the corridor. She swiftly changed into her work attire. Emerging from the cubicle, she stood before the large mirror to inspect her appearance. Just then, someone entered from outside. Before she could see the person, a strong scent of perfume wafted toward her. Lin Yuelian adjusted her work uniform and, as she turned to leave, bumped directly into the newcomer. Ah, a sister, is that really you? I must be mistaken. Yi Jinjun was dressed in a Chanel ensemble worth 30,000 yuan and carried an Hermes handbag valued at 18,000. She had even taken the time to style her hair and do her nails, radiating an air of opulence. Unfortunately, this elegance was overshadowed by a hint of pretentiousness. Alongside her was Lu Ran. This time, no matter what, Mrs. Tang insisted that she accompany Tang Yan, thus seamlessly gaining entry into high society. However, her attire paled in comparison to Yi Jinjun's. Although the price of her outfit was similar, her handbag was nearly worth 10,000 yuan. This was a strategy imparted by Yi Jinjun for her first appearance as Tang Yan's partner. It was unnecessary to splurge excessively. If she were to become Tang Yan's partner again, he would willingly spend to ensure she looked the part. Though Lu Ran disapproved of such scheming behavior, she did not outright reject it. The two stood closely side by side, naturally forming a barrier. Lin Yuelian attempted to sidestep them, but they shifted positions to block her path. Their intention was clear, to deliver some biting remarks and provoke Lin Yuelian. Sister, how is it that after leaving Pinggu, your circumstances have declined so drastically, unlike me, whose life is becoming increasingly comfortable? Look at this, Pinggu has even brought me to such high-profile events, claiming that I am the companion he can be proud of. Yi Jinjun boasted, admiring her manicured nails as she spoke. Lu Ran chimed in, of course, you are presentable, otherwise, would he bring along the middle-aged woman here? Just look at her in that work uniform, someone might mistake her for a cleaning lady. What cleaning lady? She is a tea art master personally invited by President Yao. Yi Jinjun smirked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Lu Ran chuckled. However, this time the two were wiser, refraining from directly provoking Lin Yuelian, lest President Lu have them regretting their actions. Sister, you must know that I am attending as Mrs. Ping. On the guest list, I am referred to as Fu, Tai. Yi Jinjun articulated each word, laden with provocation. I heard from Pinggu that he never brings you to such events. TSK, I feel sorry for you, a legitimate wife, ultimately overshadowed by me, the much-maligned mistress? Yi Jinjun's words were sharp and cutting. It would be impossible for Lin Yuelian not to feel the sting. Reflecting on 30 years with Fu Guoping, she could not help but feel a sense of bitterness. It was disheartening to have toiled for so long, only to be denied the opportunity to stand alongside him, to be addressed as Mrs. Fu. Meanwhile, the mistress, who had done little, easily reaped such rewards. It was profoundly unfair. Her grievance was not solely about the title of Mrs. Fu, but rather about the realization that her sincere affections had been misplaced. Fu Guoping had never truly cherished her. What use is a fleeting smile? Only those who can laugh in the end possess true skill. Lin Yuelian quickly regained her composure, exuding a strength akin to that of an emotionless automaton. Yi Jinjun had always been unable to outmaneuver her, resorting instead to biting remarks. I am younger than you, so of course, you will perish first. As long as I'm alive, I will surely have the last laugh. Is that so? The book of life and death is not for you to dictate. A young life can end unexpectedly, and that is certainly a possibility. Lin Yuelian retorted without hesitation. Yi Junjun's face flushed with anger. How can you, at your age, be so venomous? Junjun, ignore her. Those women on the news who snatch seats are all unreasonable and fierce. She is no different from them. Lu Ran scoffed. Lin Yuelian found it amusing and responded even more incisively. Evil begets evil. You are hardly a virtuous person yourself, so why expect me to be good? For a morally bankrupt mistress like you, wishing you a swift demise would be lenient. Provoke me further, and I shall unleash even more vicious curses. Yi Junjun trembled with rage. Lu Ran quickly comforted her, helping her regain her composure. Let us not stoop to the level of this venomous woman. Yi Jinjun, we are cultured individuals. Cursing others only rebounds upon oneself. Rebound. Yi Jinjun could not help but gesture dramatically. Lin Yuelian could no longer contain herself. Like a fool. With a smirk, she forcefully pushed past the two obstacles, striding away with an air of confidence. Yi Jinjun, having been jostled, felt pain in her arm and ceded. Ran, did you see that? Don't blame me for being venomous, she is even worse than I am. Upon returning to the tea area, Lin Yuelian quickly acclimated to her new role. She worked diligently, her movements methodical. Unlike other areas bustling with multiple workers, this section had only her. This arrangement had been specifically instructed by Yao Liren, forbidding any other staff from assisting her. Lian, what brings you here? Fu Guoping had meandered around, introducing himself to numerous bigwigs alongside his son Fu Jiaya, exchanging flattering remarks. Now feeling parched, he sought a refreshing cup of green tea to soothe his throat. Approaching the bar, he spotted Lin Yuelian clad in her work uniform, intently brewing canned milk tea. The rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing his senses. Memories flooded back of many years ago when Lele was still present, and she would often brew milk tea at home. Each time, she would prepare a generous bowl for him, especially during winter, which warmed him thoroughly and uplifted his spirits. He changed his mind. Green tea no longer appealed to him. He craved the canned milk tea instead. Lin Yuelian was engrossed in her tasks, treating Fu Guoping as if he were invisible. He was not the least bit miffed, rather, he found her fiery temperament refreshing. Lian, I reiterate, my arms will always be open for you, and the doors of the Fu family will remain ajar for your return. You are always welcome whenever you choose to come back. Fu Guoping set the milk tea down on the bar. The canned milk tea was too hot to sip. He decided to opt for a glass of iced fruit tea instead. Indeed, the more one desires something, the more elusive it becomes, often leaving one battered and bruised. That cup of canned milk tea was akin to Lin Yuelian, an urgent desire that proved too hot to handle. After finishing the fruit tea, Fu Guoping returned to his son's side. The father and son quickly melded into a group of influential magnates, toasting and exchanging pleasantries without a hint of sincerity. Yi Jinjun, due to her pregnancy, was spared from the need to socialize and drink. She and Lu Ran exchanged a glance. Suddenly, Yi Jinjun clutched her belly, exclaiming loudly in distress. Chapter 97. Approaching from the backlight, a profound sense of security. Junjun, what troubles you? Lu Ran inquired with trepidation. Yi Junjun bent over, cradling her abdomen. It hurts so much, quick. Someone, quickly, brother-in-law, come here. Lu Ran exclaimed, embracing Yi Junjun from behind and calling out to Fu Guoping, who was engaged in conversations not far away. Fu Guoping, lost in dialogue with dignitaries, failed to hear Lu Ran's cries. It was Fu Jiaya, distractedly, who caught the commotion and urgently tugged at Fu Guoping's sleeve. Dad, something's happened over there. As Fu Guoping turned, he beheld Yi Junjun collapsed on the ground, while Lu Ran frantically sought help. The first thought that surged through his mind was, the child. He rushed over in haste, scooping Yi Junjun into his arms. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? My stomach hurts so badly. Yi Junjun's delicate brows furrowed deeply, her once rosy complexion now as pallid as parchment. Suddenly, shouts erupted within the banquet hall, drawing the attention of other guests. However, as they were all of notable status, they showed little interest in someone unknown and of no significant standing. Thus, under Amy's swift intervention, the guests were promptly invited to another banquet hall. How could she be in such pain? Fu Guoping tenderly caressed Yi Junjun's pregnant belly, his heart aching profoundly. He had longed for a son and now yearned for a daughter as well. That he was genuinely excited about the child that resided within Yi Junjun. Brother-in-law, Junjun was perfectly fine until she drank that woman's fruit tea, and then suddenly complained of stomach pains. Lu Ran stood up, pointing towards the person by the beverage bar. Lin Yuetian, caught off guard by this unexpected scene, barely had time to react before a bucket of dirty water was hurled towards her. My fruit tea, when did I ever make her fruit tea? Lin Yuetian raised her brows, attempting to defend herself. But Lu Ran would not grant her the opportunity. She swiftly advanced to the corner of the beverage bar, seizing a glass that still contained a remnant of liquid. This one, look, it still has Junjun's lipstick on it. Lin Yuetian glanced at the object in Lu Ran's hand, the bottom of the glass revealing a greenish residue. Lu Ran brought the glass to her nose for a sniff, then dipped her finger into the liquid and tasted it on her tongue. Did you put aloe vera in this? Are you aware that Junjun is allergic to aloe vera? If she loses the child because of this, how will you compensate? Lu Ran articulated her accusations with conviction and clarity, laying bare Lin Yuetian's alleged transgressions. Before Lin Yuetian could mount a defense, Fu Guoping extended his hand. Hand me the glass. Lu Ran complied, and as Fu Guoping tasted the liquid, his brows knitted in dismay. It truly contains aloe vera. Dad, does my stepmother know about Junjun's allergy? Is this an unfortunate oversight or a deliberate act? Fu Jiaya took the glass from Fu Guoping, shaking it slightly to observe the dwindling green liquid. Pinggu, do not blame my sister. I was just thirsty, and when I drank, I didn't realize the aloe vera was included. Yi Junjun, looking faint, spoke in a weakened tone. In that moment, her pale face suddenly erupted with small red spots, unmistakably signs of an allergic reaction. What has transpired? Someone, hurry and assist her to the lounge. Call my personal doctor. Yao Liren arrived fashionably late, immediately taking charge of the situation upon entering the banquet hall. Assistant Fu, today is my birthday party. I do not wish for any major disturbances. This is a family matter. Handle it promptly. Yao Liren expressed her displeasure, arms crossed. Fu Jiaya was caught completely off guard. He had intended to use this occasion to facilitate his father and stepmother's rapport with President Yao, yet unexpectedly, before he could even embrace her, calamity had struck. President Yao, I sincerely apologize. I will resolve this matter as swiftly as possible. Fu Jiaya bowed deeply. Yao Liren scoffed, her gaze icy. Let it not come to the point of a fatality. If necessary, do not hesitate to involve the authorities. Amy, instruct someone to relocate the beverage bar to the adjacent banquet hall. Secretary Lin, do not worry about the beverage bar for now. Tend to the matters at hand. Lin Yuetian quickly regained her composure. Initially bewildered, after considerable contemplation, she discerned the true nature of the situation. The fruit juice was not her doing. Yi Junjun was attempting to frame her. As for when and by whom the juice was consumed, it was likely during her brief absence while changing clothes. Yi Junjun must have concocted a glass of fruit juice with aloe vera and hastily consumed it during that interval. Upon this realization, Lin Yuetian instinctively looked around, searching for surveillance cameras. Lu Ran seemed to anticipate her thoughts, scoffing, "Stop looking, I've already checked, there are no cameras here. My birthday party is attended by esteemed guests. How could there possibly be surveillance?" Yao Liren retorted disdainfully, her arms crossed and her demeanor frosty. Assistant Fu, swiftly resolve this matter. You still need to shield me from the drinks at the party later. Understood. Fu Jiaye responded with utmost respect. After watching Yao Liren depart, he felt a cold sweat bead in his palms. Mother, did you truly wish harm upon my stepmother? He strode towards Lin Yuetian, his tone fierce. Lin Yuetian shot him a cold glare. First, save her. She was still uncertain whether Yi Junjun was indeed so callous as to toy with the life of the child within her. She preferred to believe it was all a misunderstanding rather than a calculated performance by Yi Junjun. After all, even a tiger does not consume its young. For someone like her, who had longed for a child yet could no longer bear one, the prospect of motherhood was an immense blessing. Lin Yuetian exited the beverage bar, intending to ascertain whether Yi Junjun was genuinely allergic or merely feigning. However, before she could approach, she was met with Fu Guoping's furious glare, as he bellowed, "Do not come near Junjun. If anything happens to the child in her womb, I will not let this rest." With that, he hoisted Yi Junjun into his arms and, accompanied by Amy, hurried towards the lounge. Lu Ran hastened to follow. Fu Jiaya lingered, casting a glance at Lin Yuetian and mother. No matter how much you dislike my stepmother, you cannot wish harm upon the child she carries. Is this not too malicious? The word malicious pierced Lin Yuetian's heart deeply. Others might label her thus, but her own son had no right to. Did he not know what kind of mother she was? Sir, your wife is showing signs of a miscarriage. We must rush her to the hospital. The private doctor of Yao Liren arrived in haste, quickly examining Yi Junjun. Upon hearing of the potential miscarriage, Fu Guoping's heart swelled with anger and remorse. Junjun, we are going to the hospital. I will take you to the hospital. Our child will be safe. Pingu, it's all my fault. I should have been more cautious and not consumed that aloe vera juice. Yi Junjun leaned weakly against Fu Guoping. Fu Guoping trembled with anguish, shaking his head. It is not your fault, it is not your fault. We must go. The group departed in a flurry, casting resentful glances at Lin Yuetian as they passed. Lin Yuetian found herself deprived of even the opportunity to defend herself, her lips parting to say, it was not me, but no one heeded her. Her ex-husband and even her son regarded her as a wicked woman. Lin Yuetian felt as though her heart had been pierced by something sharp. She had lived with Fu Guoping for 30 years, she had raised Fu Jia with her own hands. After so many years of cohabitation, the two did not trust her. This was a grave insult. Are you all right? Just as Lin Yuetian felt utterly isolated in the lounge, overwhelmed by psychological distress, a warm voice reached her ears. A man approached, illuminated by the light behind him, his tall figure exuding an overwhelming sense of security. Chapter 98. Mr. Lu warms her heart, boss? Lin Yuelian promptly composed herself, not wishing for Lu Yunfeng to witness her disheveled state. Lu Yunfeng stood tall, clad in a fitted LV suit, exuding an air of resolute elegance. His countenance was stark and formidable, yet his words were imbued with warmth and gentleness. I believe in you. Such simple 4 words, yet they resonated with immense strength. Lin Yuelian was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lu Yunfeng remained unperturbed. I believe it was not you who did this. Lin Yuelian was both flattered and astonished, feeling as though she were in a dream. But, boss, you were not present earlier. I have spent time with you and understand your character, Lu Yunfeng asserted, his tone grave and earnest. Lin Yuelian parted her lips, intending to articulate her thoughts, yet found herself at a loss for words. How was it possible that Lu Yunfeng, after only a few days of acquaintance, could stand so steadfastly by her side, proclaiming his faith in her? And those 2 men, who had been with her for so long, could only harbor doubt and mistrust. In that moment, her heart was profoundly shaken. It was a sensation that transcended verbal expression, a feeling of empowerment that surged through her. From the moment Lu Yunfeng unwaveringly declared his belief in her, sorrow and inner turmoil began to dissipate. She felt invigorated, ready to forge ahead with unwavering determination. Thank you so much for believing in me, boss. Lin Yuelian exclaimed, filled with newfound encouragement, even adopting a serious demeanor. She could not betray her boss's trust, she must find a way to prove her innocence. With this thought in mind, she transformed from a wilted flower into a resolute individual, striding purposefully toward the lounge. At the water bar in the banquet hall, staff members were busy clearing the remnants of the event. As one of them picked up the used cup belonging to Yi Junjun, ready to discard it into a waste cart, Lin Yuelian swiftly darted forward and snatched it away. I still have use for this cup. The staff member was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to what value a used, dirty cup could hold. He regarded Lin Yuelian with a look of bewilderment. Unfazed by his scrutiny, Lin Yuelian clutched the cup tightly. The meager liquid remaining within it constituted her only piece of evidence. Are you planning to have it tested? Lu Yunfeng approached with purposeful strides, his expression tinged with suspicion. He could indeed arrange for an analysis, given his extensive connections. Lin Yuelian shook her head. Why resort to such elaborate measures? It's unnecessary. However, boss, may I borrow you for a moment? No need for anything elaborate. Just accompany me, and I can leverage a tactic against them. Lu Yunfeng's interest was piqued, curious as to Lin Yuelian's intentions. He raised an eyebrow, slipping his hands into his pockets. Very well. Lin Yuelian offered a slight smile and strode ahead confidently. Amy was directing staff to relocate the water bar from the restaurant to the adjacent area. Upon noticing Lin Yuelian, she turned, only to be intercepted. You are a witness, are you not? Amy faltered momentarily, then quickly feigned a smile. A witness? I am unaware of what you are referring to. This aloe vera juice was not pressed by me. It must have been brought by Yi Junjun herself. I stepped away to change my work attire for merely 2 to 3 minutes, and Yi Junjun swiftly followed me to the changing room, leaving her no time to freshly press this aloe vera juice. All I need to do is take this residue for testing. It will be quite simple to ascertain whether it contains any additives. Lin Yuelian tightened her grip on the cup, her smile enigmatic yet devoid of warmth, exuding an air of intimidation. Amy grew increasingly flustered, her eyes darting nervously, unwilling to meet Lin Yuelian's gaze. I don't know what you're talking about, additives, freshly pressed? Yi Junjun must have had this planned all along, you two are undoubtedly in cahoots. What benefits has she bestowed upon you to betray me in such a manner? Lin Yuelian pressed on relentlessly. Amy, still quite young, was no match for Lin Yuelian, especially with Lu Yunfeng standing behind her. I am Secretary Lu's assistant. I came to help today as a duty. I have been wronged, and he surely will not turn a blind eye. Mr.Lu, would you not agree? Lin Yuelian turned, casting a glance at Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng couldn't suppress a chuckle, though he maintained a serious demeanor, playing along. If she is complicit and I uncover it, the consequences will be dire. What will Mr.Lu do about her? Lin Yuelian continued to exchange knowing looks with him. Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. Quite simple, a complete industry ban, rendering her unable to find any employment henceforth. His nonchalant tone carried an unmistakable threat, akin to a ruler wielding the power of life and death with a mere stroke of the pen. Amy was utterly intimidated. As a lowly pawn, she had no animosity towards Lin Yuelian and certainly did not wish to jeopardize her career. Mr.Lu, I will be candid with you. She lowered her head, biting her lip. It was President Yao who instructed me to do this. I am responsible for her birthday party, and she promised me 50,000 yuan afterward. What did she instruct you to do? Lu Yunfeng's expression remained impassive, yet his heart was a tumult of anger and disbelief. Amy took a bold step forward, seemingly resigned. She told me to prepare a cup of freshly pressed aloe vera juice in advance, ensuring that Secretary Lin did not discover it, and to find an excuse to distract her, consuming the juice myself. However, she cautioned me not to drink it all, leaving a bit behind. I thought this task was a breeze, an easy way to pocket 50,000 yuan, like a windfall from the heavens. But when Mrs. Fu clutched her abdomen in pain, I realized my naivety. This was a trap to frame Secretary Lin. Amy's voice dwindled to a whisper, while Lu Yunfeng's fury escalated, his face flushing with rage, nearly compelled to kick this accomplice away. How could I have been so blind? Lin Yuelian finally comprehended the full extent of the plot. She surmised that Yi Junjun and Yao Liren had conspired through the Fu family's connections, orchestrating this nefarious scheme. No wonder Yao Liren had invited her to the birthday party so amicably. Having invited her, she should have been treated as a guest, yet was instead tasked with procuring beverages. It was her folly to believe that the unreturned Klin necklace was a personal failure, and fulfilling Yao Liren's request would remedy her prior oversight. In retrospect, she felt utterly foolish. Boss, President Yao has misunderstood me. I believed that if I requested to leave the president's office, she would let go of her grievances against me, yet I never anticipated that she would resort to such underhanded tactics to harm me. Lin Yuelian's indignation surged, straining to contain her emotions. Yet, her tenacious spirit could not allow her to endure such treachery in silence. Boss, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. Even if you choose to dismiss me, I must seek justice for myself. Dismissing you? Why would I do that? Lu Yunfeng found the notion perplexing. Lin Yuelian was the one wronged, and he would certainly stand by her side. Why, shouldn't you favor your fiancée? Fiancée? Who told you that Yao Liren is my fiancée? Lu Yunfeng's voice darkened significantly, irritation evident. Others might misconstrue the nature of his relationship with Yao Liren, but Lin Yuelian alone must not. Chapter 99. Mr. Lu's overbearing protection of his wife. It was my son who informed me. He is currently serving as a special assistant to Yao Liren, Lin Yuelian replied, blinking her eyes. Lu Yunfeng furrowed his brows deeply, instantly displeased. Nonsense. His imposing demeanor radiated a palpable anger, creating an atmosphere that left both Lin Yuelian and Amy feeling somewhat intimidated. So, you intend to leave the CEO's office due to such unreliable gossip? Lu Yunfeng mused aloud, his mood inexplicably lifting. When Lin Yuelian mentioned transferring positions, he had assumed it was due to his own shortcomings, driving her away. After all, his personal secretaries had come and gone, none able to withstand his fastidiousness in personal matters. However, the revelation that it had nothing to do with him suggested Lin Yuelian did not harbor any aversion towards him. Xingu, I've been looking for you. The party venue has been changed to the adjacent banquet hall, and I see the guests are starting to arrive, Yao Liren said as she searched for Lu Yunfeng, her dissatisfaction evident upon seeing him engaged with Lin Yuelian. She glanced at her watch. There were still 10 minutes until 11 o'clock, the official start of the birthday celebration. Xingu, didn't you say you were too busy to come today? Are you here to personally make amends for the unsatisfactory gift sent by your secretary? Yao Liren tilted her head in jest, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Lu Yunfeng had prior commitments, as a partner from the harbor city had invited him for negotiations. The flight had been booked a week in advance, however. Upon learning that Lin Yulian was attending Yao Liren's birthday party, he reconsidered and decided to postpone his departure until the following day. As fate would have it, upon arriving at the venue, he witnessed someone making things difficult for Lin Yulian. It could be said that his presence at Yao Liren's birthday celebration had little to do with the celebrant herself. His sole concern was for Lin Yulian's well-being. "Liren, what is our current relationship?" Lu Yunfeng showed no intention of granting Yao Liren any semblance of courtesy, his expression darkening, his voice deep and resonant. Yao Liren felt an inexplicable sense of pressure, forcing a smile. "We have been close friends for many years, we were even on the cusp of marriage. You are aware that it was merely a possibility?" Lu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, his authoritative visage accompanied by piercing, cold eyes. "Who gave you the audacity to proclaim yourself as my fiancée?" Yao Liren was rendered speechless, her complexion shifting rapidly from pale to flushed. Being confronted so directly, especially in the presence of a rival, was undeniably mortifying. She struggled to salvage her dignity, forcing a smile. "I was just joking. That besides, we agreed 7 years ago that if neither of us married, we would wed to ease Aunt Br's concerns for her later years." "A jest?" Lu Yunfeng's expression grew increasingly grim. "How old are you now? Do you not discern what constitutes humor, what is appropriate to jest about? Moreover, the reason I initially consented to discuss marriage with you was not due to any affection I held for you, but rather my mother's approval. Now, with the passage of time, my mother is quite disappointed in you, and thus I shall not broach the topic of marriage again. Yao, our future can only consist of a business partnership. Do not entertain any other notions." Lu Yunfeng declared emphatically, every word striking Yao Liren like a dagger to the heart, leaving her emotionally wounded, her face turned ashen, her entire being frozen in place as if her very soul had been siphoned away. "Xingu, you have gone too far. How can you utter such heartless words to me?" After a prolonged silence, Yao Liren's voice broke, her tone filled with desperation. "Today is my birthday, my 48th birthday. A 12th year of my zodiac cycle. How many such cycles does one have in a lifetime? This day is immensely significant to me. Why can you not utter a single kind word? Why must every remark be so cruel, piercing my heart?" Yao Liren vented her pent-up emotions, feeling both wronged and enraged. She had always been a strong woman, accustomed to being on high ground, never having suffered indignities herself. Yet, when the tables turned, she could not bear even the slightest grievance. "Why, look within yourself for the answer. Lin Yulian is my secretary, not your imagined adversary, nor your rival. Should you ever dare to target her again, our amicable business relationship will cease to exist." Lu Yunfeng stated coldly and resolutely. Having made his declaration, he glanced at Lin Yulian. "You need not remain here any longer. Remember, you are my secretary, and you shall heed only my commands, disregard any others." Understood. Lin Yulian was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. She felt her boss's stature had grown considerably in her eyes. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he was already imposing, but in this moment of defending her, he radiated an aura akin to that of a deity or a giant. As Lu Yunfeng turned to leave, she instinctively followed him. Her small steps hurried. Only when they entered the elevator did her heart, which had been racing, begin to calm. "Boss, you were incredibly commanding just now." "I have never seen Yao Zong in such a submissive position," Lin Yulian exclaimed, looking up at him with bright eyes. Lu Yunfeng gazed at her animated lips, both amused and exasperated. How could she still find the time to compliment him? Shouldn't she be seeking comfort after being wronged? He had initially thought he would console Lin Yulian, but it seemed entirely unnecessary. Her ability to self-repair was astonishing. She appeared unfazed now. "Wait, that's not right." Ding! As the elevator arrived and the door was about to open, Lin Yulian suddenly had a revelation. Lu Yunfeng glanced back at her, puzzled. Before striding out, Lin Yulian hurried after him. "Boss, did you just say Yao Liren considers me a rival? Does she believe we have something going on? What could have led her to such a misunderstanding? Our relationship is strictly professional, devoid of any." She was cut off as she collided with his solid form. Lu Yunfeng had abruptly halted, his back broad and imposing, his demeanor was cold and his voice devoid of warmth. "Are you forgetting the secretary's code?" Lin Yulian gasped, awkwardly silencing herself. She had not forgotten. Point 1 of Lu Yunfeng's rules for secretaries was to speak less and do more. "Where are you going? I will escort you." "Huh? What do you mean, huh? What are you preoccupied with in that mind of yours?" Lu Yunfeng shot her a glare. Lin Yulian forced a smile. "I need to go to the hospital. This matter is not yet resolved, but boss, I can take a cab myself. I wouldn't want to waste your precious time. Stop the nonsense." Lu Yunfeng, in a domineering manner, grasped Lin Yulian's arm. "I will take you." Chapter 100. Exhilarating, a twist of fate, the female slayer arrives as Lu Yunfeng was at the wheel. Lin Yuetian felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of occupying the back seat. It seemed as though she would be relegating her boss to the role of a mere chauffeur. Yet, sitting in the passenger seat felt equally peculiar, as that was typically the domain of the mistress. Caught in her dilemma, the man in the driver's seat rolled down the window and called out, "What are you dawdling for? Get in the car." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuetian opened the back door and slid into the vehicle, taking